This person is Mo Wuji. Everyone, attack together. Lei Guyun shouted harshly. Seeing that Mo Wuji had the galls to attack them, killing intent rushed into his mind. Mo Wuji wanted to kill him, Lei Guyun. He, Lei Guyun, also wanted to kill Mo Wuji. Thus, the moment he saw Mo Wuji, he instantly pounced towards Mo Wuji. The first one to respond to Lei Guyun was Vast Ocean Immortal School's Jin Yuxing. When Jin Yu saw Mo Wuji, he also eagerly charged over. He followed behind Lei Guyun and Jin Yuxing. He was clearer than anyone else about how terrifying Mo Wuji was. However, he also needed to be close to snatch the stuff on Mo Wuji. Only he knew exactly how many priceless treasures Mo Wuji had. PFF. 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 Multiple mists of blood formed. Under Mo Wuji's halberd light, except the immortal emperors and some powerful immortal reverence, no one survived. Boom! 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 3 silver rivers came cascading down. The immortal emperors that were under the river were directly sliced in half. Mo Wuji didn't even bother about the cultivators that he had easily squashed. Instead, he welcomed the oncoming Lei Guyun with a finger. No one will escape from this place alive, he will no longer show any mercy. Under this finger, the sky started to change color and the clouds started to tremble. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 861, Exterminate. Chapter 861, Exterminate. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The entire world was beneath this finger. This finger had controlled this entire world of man. At this moment, the original laws began to shatter and Tao energy was reorganized. This finger wanted to change the heaven and earth within this world of man. The owner of this finger was going to control all life, death, and reincarnation within this world. Boom! Gotcha! Lei Guyun had already hurled his lightning hammer. It transformed into a leviathan-like lightning ball which went to welcome this finger. If not for this finger, the world beneath this hammer would be his, Lei Guyun's, world. It would be run under his, Lei Guyun's, laws. In fact, he already envisioned Mo Wuji being burned into bits of dust by his lightning hammer. Unfortunately, because of Mo Wuji's finger, this heaven and earth had become the world of man. All laws were determined by this finger, and not his lightning hammer. The laws within the lightning ball shattered and the lightning ball, itself, exploded into millions of arcs of lightning which filled the air. PFF. A hole of blood formed in the middle of Lei Guyun's forehead. At the same instant, his primordial spirit withered and his life force started to rapidly seep away. So strong. Lei Guyun's eyes started to turn dull. He was not strong enough to defend against Mo Wuji's finger, thus, he could only die. Remorse and longing could be seen in his eyes. He knew that his lightning sect was screwed. With his ability at the Grand Emperor stage, he could not even resist a finger of Mo Wuji's. It would be weird if his lightning sect was able to survive. At this instant he died. He understood one principle: even the strongest sect could not allow greed to blind its eyes. If not for the lightning sect's Qi Junyi who killed Yuan Yi for the Great Kuan Buddhist lamp, would all these troubles have befallen them? He was also wrong. The moment Mo Wuji destroyed the Great Sword Path, he should have immediately pulled his lightning sect out. This idea sank into his mind, then it turned into eternal darkness. No one would ever know what that trace of longing in his eyes was for. If Lei Guyun managed to get a chance to attack Mo Wuji because he was the first to move, then that Jin Yuxing didn't have a single chance at all. He didn't even manage to bring out his magic treasure before the world of man directly exploded him into a mist of blood. Perhaps he was the only Grand Emperor in the entire immortal world that died in such a depressing way. He didn't even expect that Lei Guyun was unable to block Mo Wuji's finger, leaving him with no chance to resist as well. Jin Yu was the last among the three and he was also on guard against Mo Wuji. When Lei Guyun was killed, his heart instantly sank. Mo Wuji was far more impressive than he had predicted. The moment Lei Guyun was killed by that finger, he knew that Mo Wuji was no longer someone that his Jin clan could go against. He frantically retreated. Fortunately for him, he had a Jin Yuxing in front of him. By the time Jin Yuxing had been reduced into a mist of blood, Jin Yu had managed to bring out a huge war drum. At the same time, he had already retreated to more than 300 meters away. Still, he didn't slow down. He continued to rapidly flee backwards. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "Sect head Mo, my Jin clan is willing to offer you a compensation for this matter. If you kill me, you would be creating enemies out of my Jin clan." Boom! The Seven World Fingers' first world killer, the world of man, finally crashed against Jin Yu's huge drum. Dong! Kacha! Jin Yu's drum emitted an ear-splitting sound as it was ripped through. Thereafter, it thoroughly exploded into millions of pieces. Mo Wuji could feel that the world of man within this finger had finally ended. He heaved a sigh of relief as he retrieved a talisman. Before he could even use the talisman to escape, he felt the entire heaven and earth overturning. In this overturned heaven and earth, he wasn't even comparable to an ant. Within this overturned heaven and earth, he saw a world. This was a world created by a finger. Within this world, all objects were destroyed. He, Jin Yu, wasn't lucky, he had become one of the members of this world. This finger actually has a second world killer. So strong. After Jin Yu muttered those words, he was turned into juice by the second world killer. The second world killer didn't end just because of that. After killing Jin Yu, its horrifying killing intent continued to sweep outwards. It was like a surging wave of knives. All cultivators struck by this wave of knives were sliced apart. No one was spared. It was just one finger. After that finger, the heaven and earth finally calmed down. If there was still any noise, it would be from Mo Wuji's Grand Desert Halberd Light. Anyone that was mired in the Grand Desert was soon shredded into nothingness by the Halberd Light. The only remaining Grand Emperor, Ping Lishang, stared at Mo Wuji in a daze. He had never met someone as powerful as Mo Wuji before. He wasn't an inexperienced person that had been living in a well. He, Ping Lishang, had even stayed in the heavens beyond cosmos for a long period of time. Which experts has he not seen before? However, he clearly never met any expert that was as powerful as Mo Wuji. He was sure that Zichan Luo wasn't as powerful as Mo Wuji. Not only that, when compared to Mo Wuji, Zichan Luo wasn't only off by 1 or 2 points. Their difference could be comparable to the difference between the heaven and the earth. Sect head Mo, there must be some misunderstanding. It should be Jin Yu, that be *starred, that incited the Tao Emperor's anger. How could Ping Lishang dare to battle with Mo Wuji? Seeing that even Grand Emperor Ping Lishang didn't dare to attack, the surviving 1,000 of cultivators didn't even dare to make a single move. All of them stared at Mo Wuji in aghast. They had all completely forgotten that they were calling for Mo Wuji's death not long ago. Mo Wuji didn't speak. Instead, he closed his eyes. The remaining 1,000 of survivors appeared within his mind. These people destroyed his home, they had killed his family and his friends. To him, there was no misunderstanding. Just because the wolf pack stopped attacking, it didn't mean that he would do the same. At this moment, his whirlpool domain burst forth explosively. In an instant, he enveloped everyone within his domain. He wants to exterminate all of us. We need to hurry and attack. When Ping Lishang saw Mo Wuji's actions, he knew that Mo Wuji didn't have the intentions of sparing them. However, it was all too late. When fighting against an expert stronger than you, you would have to fight with more than 100% of your power. Mo Wuji's power was already far stronger than all of them, but now, these people even let Mo Wuji take the initiative. Once again, his Grand Desert swept outwards, the halberd light within the Grand Desert was multiple times stronger than before. At this time, Mo Wuji had already killed 3 Grand Emperors. The only Grand Emperor left was Ping Lishang, and the remaining immortal emperors were only at the early stage. There was no need for him to hold back any longer. Within the Grand Desert, there was no winding river. Instead, boundless lightning began to descend from the sky. Halberd light swept across the ground while lightning bolts danced around the sky. Mournful cries for mercy could be heard. When these people were killing the disciples of Ping Fan, they only felt glee and excitement. When it was their turn to be killed, they only felt endless fear. At this moment, the wastelands of Ping Fan Immortal School had become an azure hell. With Mo Wuji's savage attacks, no one was spared. When the final lightning bolt disappeared and the Grand Desert dispersed, this entire wasteland had turned into a charred mess of corpses. The only one remaining was Ping Lishang. Ping Lishang didn't die. He knew that it wasn't because Mo Wuji couldn't kill him, but because Mo Wuji hadn't killed him. Just now, he had tried umpteen times to break out of Mo Wuji's whirlpool domain in Grand Desert, but all his efforts were in vain. Perhaps if they had initially prepared an array when they first saw Mo Wuji, some of them might have been able to flee. However, when they faced Mo Wuji as a scattered bunch of crows, they were simply extending their necks in preparation for an execution. PFF. A halberd light directly shot through Ping Lishang's mind palace. As it destroyed his sea of consciousness, it also prevented him from being able to commit suicide. Say it then. Who was the one who wanted to destroy my Ping Fan Immortal School? If you are straightforward, I will also give you a straightforward death. But if dare to take your time, then you would come to regret it. Mo Wuji stared at Ping Lishang calmly. Ping Lishang didn't even utter any words of resistance. Similarly, he said calmly, the Jin clan knows that you have peerless treasures on you. At the same time, Dao Emperor Zi Chanluo believes that you should not have offended the gods' race and implicated the very high heavens. Mo Wuji knew that Ping Lishang wasn't bluffing. He opened his hand and Ping Lishang was directly killed. Sweeping across the area, thousands of storage rings were swept away. Thereafter, he gathered those corpses into a small mountain. Throwing a ball of flames at them, these corpses burned into nothingness. Even though such a huge battle had occurred, there wasn't a stir within Ping Fan Immortal School. Clearly, Ping Fan was shrouded by a thin veil of fog as they were forced into the extreme Blade Sea. Mo Wuji had spent some time in the immortal sealing area before. He could tell that this defensive array has the marks of the immortal sealing array. It was just that the person who installed this array had limited materials, which was why the array wasn't perfect. Even so, Mo Wuji was clear that he wasn't able to break through this array in a short period of time. This was even in account of the fact that he had stayed in the immortal sealing array and had some understandings towards it. Otherwise, he might not be able to break through it even if he spent years. Mo Wuji also understood why he didn't receive any responses to his messages. It was due to this array. Big brother, you are far too strong. I am sure that the strongest person in the immortal world of my dragon race is also no match for you. Yanli was the first to run over, his voice was filled with admiration. Mo Qingche also came over. The time that she spent in the immortal world with her grandfather felt like centuries. She didn't know that a situation where the very high heavens and huge sect gang up against a sect like Ping Fan might not happen even after 1,000,000 years. However, this incident had influenced her deeply. She did not know the reason behind this incident. She only knew that she had to become strong, she had to become much stronger. Otherwise, her time in the immortal world might not even be as long as it would have been on Earth. Mo Wuji retrieved a jade letter and passed it to Yanli. Yanli, these are the original plans I used to develop Ping Fan previously. Now, this place has already been turned into a wasteland. Help me to rebuild this sect. Grandpa, I can also help, Mo Qingche hurriedly said. Mo Wuji nodded, you can follow Yanli to find people to rebuild it. The payment matters can be left to De Huang. As he was speaking, Mo Wuji passed a storage ring to De Huang. The few of you helped to rebuild the sect. I want to open this array. Opening this array will not be a matter of 1 or 2 days, even for me. Even though Mo Wuji eagerly wanted to exterminate Lightning Sect in Vast Ocean Immortal School, he still resisted his intentions. Ping Fan had been forced into a corner and no news came from within. Mo Wuji was worried. He needed to open this array before doing anything else. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 862, Broken Soul Man. Chapter 862, Broken Soul Man. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji was originally a Grade 9 Immortal Array Master. After refining the first layer of the Sage Dao Talisman, his understanding towards arrays only got more profound. The defensive array around Ping Fan Immortal School was based on Ji Li's understanding towards the God's Tower's Immortal Sealing Array. What kind of people were sealed in the Immortal Sealing Array? There's no need to talk about Immortal Emperors. Even Dao Emperors were considered ants within the Immortal Sealing area. Mo Wuji considered himself as a person who had spent time within the Immortal Sealing Array. He believed that he would be able to break through this array in a short period of time. But just when Mo Wuji truly got into the intricacies within this array, he finally knew what he was facing. Even though Ji Li's methods were only an imperfect imitation of the original Immortal Sealing Array, Mo Wuji still felt that he was facing a sea of smoke. No wonder why these people spent years but they were still unable to break through this array. Mo Wuji soon went deep into breaking this array. In just a short time, a thin layer of mist formed around him. Within this mist, array runes were flowing incessantly. If a person who liked arrays was by Mo Wuji's side now, he would definitely learn a lot. As Mo Wuji was trying to break through Ping Fan Immortal School's defensive array, Yanli and company were rebuilding Ping Fan according to the original plans. In reality, Yanli didn't even need to go off searching for help. Not only after Mo Wuji returned to Ping Fan, countless immortals came over. Most of these people came from beyond Dingpa Immortal City. They all heard of Mo Wuji's revelations of the misdeeds of the very high heavens. Moreover, the resources that Mo Wuji gave De Huan were as plentiful as the hair on a cow. Because of that, the reconstruction of Ping Fan was visible to the naked eye. Not only that, when Shen San arrived, Shen San arranged for the expansion of Ping Fan. The huge herb farm was rebuilt and a wide blue jade path extended into the distance. Besides this, an entire immortal city was built. As more people surged to Ping Fan Immortal School to take part in the reconstruction, more news was spread out. Almost everyone in the 7 immortal domains knew of the very high heavens misdeeds. The news of Mo Wuji killing close to 20 immortal emperors, including 4 grand emperors, as well as the thousands of cultivators that were involved in the attack on Ping Fan Immortal School was also spread. In a single night, Lightning Sect suddenly disappeared. No one knew where they went. Lightning Sect wasn't the only one. Vast Ocean Immortal School also disappeared. As for sects like Mirage Mountain and Empty Mirror Immortal Dao, they had vanished even before the Lightning Sect. Grand Emperor Yiminghu also suddenly disappeared. Great Sword Path, which was in the process of reconstruction, was completely abandoned. Within the Ping Fan Immortal School, the only things left displayed at the entrance of the discussion hall were the 2 huge stone tablets engraved by Mo Wuji. One of the stone tablets wrote Ping Fan while the other wrote, "One's Dao can differ, but all men are equal." These were brought in by Ping Fan Immortal School's substitute sect head Su Zian when they retreated. In Su Zian's eyes, Ping Fan Immortal School was established by Mo Wuji. These 2 stone tablets were left behind by sect head Mo. Ping Fan Immortal School could be destroyed, but as long as these 2 stone tablets remained, there would be a day when Ping Fan would be rebuilt. Within the discussion hall, Su Zian had a haggard expression on his face. Those years ago, Ping Fan Immortal School was huge and powerful. But now, only 20 over people remained and were in this discussion hall. Before the innermost defensive array of Pingfan Immortal School could be activated, they suffered with a disastrous number of casualties. Among the immortal emperors that established Pingfan with Mo Wuji, Wei Zidao had suffered heavy injuries while Nie Chong'an had died in the battle. Besides them, Chao Rui and Lu Ming had also been killed. Su Zian looked at the increasingly gloomy hall and said solemnly, "Those years ago, Sect Head Mo established Pingfan Immortal School so that we could have a safe and stable place to cultivate. Who can blame reality for being so cruel? Some people do not allow for such a safe place to exist in the immortal world. If Senior Geely did not help us install this peerless array those years ago, protecting the core of our Pingfan Immortal School, we would have perished a long time ago. Our comrades who fought together with us those years ago are now either dead or injured. Yesterday night, I went to take a look at the array core that Senior Geely left behind. Out of the 108 array flags, only 18 remain. I believe, in half a year or even less than that, our Pingfan Immortal School's final layer of arrays would be completely broken." The other people in the discussion hall all knew what Su Zian was saying. If all 108 array flags that Senior Geely left behind were destroyed, it would mean that their final place of sanctuary would soon be torn apart. Now, I want to hear everyone's opinions. Seeing the silence in the discussion hall, Su Zian could only continue. Wei Zidao had suffered heavy injuries which he had yet to recover from. Even so, he had come to the discussion hall. In Pingfan Immortal School, Su Zian was the substitute sect head appointed by Mo Wuji. On the other hand, Wei Zidao was a Grand Emperor and was the most powerful person in Pingfan. Thus, his opinions were also extremely important. When they saw that no one came forward to speak, both Wei Zidao and Su Zian knew that the people here all knew that their chances of survival were bleak. Wei Zidao suddenly shouted loudly, "Immortal friends, when everyone was trapped in sword prison, none of us thought that we could escape. Even I, Wei Zidao, was filled with despair. But, Sect Head Mo went to sword prison out of his own initiative. In fact, I believe that Sect Head Mo was the first person to do that. When he did, not only did he save all of us, he even destroyed the owners of Sword Prison, the Great Sword Path. I'm not the only one here that escaped from Sword Prison, most of us were from Sword Prison. Everyone, tell me. Is the despair that we're feeling today comparable to the despair we felt in Sword Prison? No. Including Su Zian, 10 over people in the discussion hall responded loudly. Revered Protector Wei was right. Back then, they were even able to escape from Sword Prison alive. Now, they had yet to lose all hope. How could this compare? Waiting for the crowd to calm down, Su Zian said with greater solemnity, "Perhaps we don't have a choice. If all our array flags shatter, then we have to fight the invaders whose powers far exceed us and face their massacre. I remember that the sect head said this once before, do not let your fate be controlled in the hands of others. Thus, I would like to proclaim right now. We will not wait for all the array flags to shatter. We will charge out and fight. Even if we only kill one person, it would not be for waste." Some people immediately stood up and expressed their agreement. At the same time, some remained silent. If offered a choice between life and death, no one would be willing to pick death. If they opened the array now, they would be sending themselves to death. Su Zian slowed down his words, "I know that everyone still hopes for a miracle. In reality, I am sure that by now, only 17 array flags remain. I agree with Senior Uncle Su's words. We will fight our way out." Fu Jingfeng stood up and said loudly. With the wealth of cultivation resources in Pingfan Immortal School, Fu Jingfeng had already opened a total of 103 meridians and was at the True Lake stage. To be honest, the True Lake stage might be of influence in the cultivation world. However, in the immortal world, this cultivation wasn't even comparable to ants. Su Zian waved his hand towards Fu Jingfeng and said, "It's the exact opposite for you. You need to take the 2 stone tablets and leave. I hope that the revered words left behind by the sect head would be able to protect you. You are the disciple of the sect head. If the sect head doesn't return, you must be the one to rebuild Pingfan Immortal School. Senior uncle, I rather die in battle than to leave by myself, Fu Jingfeng didn't hesitate to say. Just as Su Zian was able to speak, Do Hualong hurriedly rushed over. He had a look of delight on his face as he said, Senior Uncle Su, there are still 18 array flags and they are no longer flashing. Hearing these words, not only Su Zian stood up in surprise, everyone else also stood up. Since the attack on Pingfan Immortal School's final layer of arrays, the array flags had never stopped flashing. Now that the array flags had stopped flashing, it meant that no one was attacking them. Could the sect head have returned? Su Zian said emotionally. Do Hualong promptly replied, it must definitely be Big Brother. Only Big Brother's return would stop those pricks from attacking our Pingfan Immortal School. Right, Master must have returned. Fu Jingfeng was also incomparably excited. He had deep feelings for Mo Wuji. In his life, he only had 3 people he was close with, his master Mo Wuji, his current senior aunt Lian Yingzhan, and his grandpa Yu Chang. His grandpa Yu Chang had left Extreme Blade C while his senior aunt Lian Yingzhan left Pingfan Immortal School together with Han Xingru. Now, the only person left was Mo Wuji. Naturally, he was extremely happy with Mo Wuji's return. Very high heavens. Compared to the immortal world, the laws of the heaven and earth here were far more complete. Not only that, the immortal spiritual energy here was not something the immortal world could hope to compete with. If Mo Wuji came to the very high heavens, he would really think that this was the southern heavenly gate and the Emperor's palace. 1. The very high heavens Tao Emperor Palace was built in a place surrounded by spiritual clouds. Broad steps of white jade extended up towards the palace. By the sides of the staircase, there were immortals holding enforcer weapons. Zi Chang Luo wore a crown on his head. At this moment, he had an overcast expression as he sat at the highest point of the Tao Emperor Hall. At the 2 sides of the hall were also 2 rows of immortals. Anyone that could stand in this hall was either an immortal emperor or exceptional characters. Because of Zi Changluo's expression, the atmosphere in the hall was tense and heavy. Tao Emperor, Ping Lishang's soul tablet has shattered. It's possible that he might have met that expert that once stayed in the immortal world. According to the words of that person from the Jin clan, that expert should be from above. Feeling the tense atmosphere, a yellow-bearded man beside Zi Chanluo said softly. Zi Chanluo had 2 loyal followers. One was Ping Lishang, while the other was this yellow-bearded man, Gongshu Sherpan. Those years ago, Gongshu Xiang, the person who chased Yen Yuerong out of the human race, was this Gongshu Shipan's nephew. Zi Chanluo waved his hand. No, that expert has already left the immortal world. There's no doubt about that. I'm definitely right about this. Li Shang's death should be due to another reason. After a short pause, Zi Chanluo suddenly stood up. His voice was lined with slight madness as he cried, Men, go to the Soul Seal prison. Bring the broken soul man, Zhuyin, over. No, Sherpan, you personally bring Zhuyin over. 1. These are references to the heavenly court of the Jade Emperor of Chinese mythology. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 863, Vicious Person. Chapter 863, Vicious Person. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Few in very high heavens know of the broken soul man, Zhuyin. However, as Zi Changluo's right-hand men, Gongshu Sherpan and Ping Lishang both knew of Zhuyin all too well. When this person first came to the immortal world, not only did he have an extremely rapid cultivation pace, he also had a vicious character. If anyone dared to offend him, they practically lost their chances in life. The more absurd thing was that this person killed cultivators above his level as easily as breathing. When he was merely a Grand Immortal, he was able to kill a Grand Luo Immortal. When he was a Grand Luo Immortal, he could easily slaughter immortal kings. Besides some extreme geniuses, who in the immortal world could kill immortal kings while in the Grand Luo immortal stage? Even if a person did achieve that, it would be a rare incident and he would have to fight all out. However, Zhu Yin killed immortal kings as commonly as one would have a home-cooked meal. Even if he was in an immortal city drinking tea, if an immortal king said anything that offended him, he would not show any mercy. In less than 1,000,000 years, Zhu Yin managed to reach the Grand Emperor stage. In the immortal world, unless one had some extremely fortuitous encounter, the ones that could reach the immortal emperor stage within 1,000,000 years were all geniuses among talents. Indeed, there were some talents like that. This was especially so for cultivators that ascended from lower worlds. Their talents were extremely absurd. These people could only depend on themselves for everything, but their cultivation speeds were somehow faster. However, different immortal emperors have completely different levels of power. Zhu Yin was one such person with preposterously high levels of power. After he advanced to the Grand Emperor stage, he single-handedly destroyed a top-class sect of the immortal world. That sect was one with 7 to 8 immortal emperors, and among which were 3 Grand Emperors. These 7 to 8 people all surrounded Zhu Yin, who was by himself. However, they were still annihilated. Zhu Yin only suffered some injuries. The more terrifying thing was Zhu Yin's cultivation technique. Every time he kills his opponent, his power would rise by a bit. Zhu Yin originally wanted to establish a new sect over the sect that he exterminated. In fact, many people already knew of the name of his new sect. It was called the Broken Soul Dao sect. Zhu Yin's title, the Broken Soul Man, was also given during this time. As Zhu Yin was building his sect, he accidentally found the passage to the very high heavens. He immediately abandoned his intentions of building a sect in the immortal world. He wanted to build his sect in the very high heavens. In reality, Zichang Luo had been alerted to Zhu Yin's existence a long time ago. Zichang Luo was the one who allowed Zhu Yin to discover the passage towards the very high heavens. That was when he started to act against Zhu Yin. Zhu Yin was inherently a scheming person. He actually figured out that Zichang Luo might have been luring him over. Even so, Zhu Yin did not hesitate to go towards the very high heavens. He had immense confidence in his own abilities. However, despite his self-confidence, he didn't expect that Zichang Luo would possess an array disk for an array which exceeded grade 9 immortal arrays. Not only that, he didn't think that Zichang Luo would invite 17 Grand Emperors to deal with him alone. Moreover, Zichang Luo himself was a Dao Emperor that surpassed Grand Emperors. During that campaign, Zhu Yin killed 8 Grand Emperors and injured 4. Ultimately, Zhu Yin himself was heavily injured. Zichang Luo remembered that Zhu Yin cultivated the broken Dao technique, which was why he wasn't willing to kill Zhu Yin. Instead, he imprisoned Zhu Yin in the Soul Seal prison. Before imprisoning Zhu Yin, Zichang Luo refined Zhu Yin's mind and vital blood. As long as Zichang Luo wanted it, he could kill Zhu Yin at any time he wanted. After years of continuous interrogation, Zichang Luo finally came to understand part of Zhu Yin's cultivation technique. Indeed, Zhu Yin was cultivating a malicious cultivation technique. This technique allowed one to devour the other party's soul to strengthen one's sea of consciousness. The most shocking part was that this technique actually didn't have any side effects. A person's strength was largely determined his sea of consciousness. Zhu Yin's sea of consciousness was abnormally strong, which was why he was much stronger than those in the same stage. Zichang Luo's own cultivation technique had already taken form. He wanted to research on how he could integrate this broken Dao technique into his own cultivation technique, so he didn't think of Zhu Yin for a long time. This time, the very high heavens met with a serious problem in the immortal world. Ping Lishang wasn't the only person that died. Clearly, his opponent was no weaker than him. This was why he was reminded of Zhu Yin. Before Gongshu Sherpan returned, a flying messenger sword landed in Zichang Luo's hands. Zichang Luo's face instantly turned ugly. He didn't think that this problem was caused by Mo Wuji. Not only did Mo Wuji return, he even brought people with him to the immortal world. Gongshu Sherpan soon brought a wretched-looking man to the Tao Emperor Hall. If one didn't use spiritual will go probe, one would only see a long-haired monster that released a peculiar smell and aura. If one did use spiritual will to observe this man, you'll discover that the eyes veiled by his hair looked empty. This man seemed completely numb. Zhu, you committed a grave crime. Even if you were killed 1,000,000 times, it still wouldn't be enough to atone for your actions. But now, I'm giving you a chance at redemption, Zichan Luo harumphed harshly when he saw this monster. Clearly, this wretched-looking freak was Zhu. Zhu seemed as though he hadn't heard Zichang Luo's words, his two eyes remained blank and empty. Zichang Luo, however, revealed an expression of contentment. Suddenly, he patted his forehead and a talisman shot towards Zhu forehead. Thereafter, he brought out a crystal ball and passed it to Zhu. This man is Mo Wuji. He is at a place called Pingfan Immortal School. You will immediately go to him and kill him. If you see anyone around him, you will kill them. All living things in Pingfan Immortal School will be killed. Kill, kill. Zhu repeatedly muttered that word. That's right, kill them all. Zichang Luo acknowledged solemnly. His voice seemed to penetrate deep into Zhu mind. After hearing these words, Zhu instantly burst forth with killing intent. He lifted his head and his eyes were revealed, they were filled with viciousness. It seemed as though everything in front of him should be killed. Zichang Luo heaved a sigh of relief, then he said to Gongshu Sherpan, you and Hu Qishang will bring 10 experts of the very high heavens with this Zhu. At the same time, bring an army of immortals to raise Pingfan Immortal School to the ground. Kill that Mo Wuji on sight. AI, this injury of mine. It's truly not the right time. Yes, Gongshu Sherpan bowed and said. At the same time, a man with a blurred face walked out from the row on Zichang Luo's right. People of the very high heavens know of him as Hu Qisheng, but no one knew of his origins. This was because he never made any friends. Gongshu Sherpan then picked another 7 people in the hall. Thereafter, he brought these people and left with Zhu. Zichan Luo stood up. He looked at Gongshu Sherpan's gradually fading silhouette with a solemn expression. His eyes were filled with satisfaction. Even though he was injured, there were still people in the very high heavens that were willing to step forward. Actually, no one knew that his injury had already recovered. Logically, facing someone as powerful as Mo Wuji, he should be the one that led the way. However, since the very start, Zichang Luo had never had any intentions of personally going. Ever since he heard that Mo Wuji had killed the gods race's Tao Emperor Luan Pa those years ago, he never wanted to face Mo Wuji while he was only at the Tao Emperor stage. At the same time, no one knew that after Zhu left the Tao Emperor Hall, a hint of bone-chilling coldness flashed across his vicious eyes. Even if Zichan Luo was 10,000 times smarter, he might not have thought that Zhu allowed himself to fall into Zichang Luo's trap. Zhu had intended for himself to be captured. In terms of viciousness in cultivation, there was probably no second person in the entire world that could compare with this Zhu. Not only was Zhu vicious to others, he was also vicious to himself. In reality, he had reached the Grand Emperor stage a long time ago. Because he was limited by his environment and his cultivation resources, his cultivation stagnated. After exploring the entire immortal world, he came to know of a place called Soul Seal Prison. He knew a secret that even Zichan Luo didn't know about. There was an extremely pure soul pool beneath Soul Seal Prison. This place was extremely important to his own Grand Tao. If he didn't enter Soul Seal Prison, he wouldn't be able to take another step forward in his cultivation. This was just like how Mo Wuji had to truly return to the life of a mortal if he wanted to get past the Grand Emperor stage. This was because Mo Wuji cultivated the mortal Tao and he was the progenitor of the mortal Tao. Zhu cultivated the broken Tao. Similarly, he was also the progenitor of the broken Tao. In his broken Tao, he absorbed other cultivators' soul for his cultivation. He borrowed the souls and primordial spirits of others to strengthen his own. It was an extremely evil cultivation technique. Of course, in Zhu Yin's eyes, there was no evil or just in cultivation techniques, there was only the strong and the weak. When this cultivation technique was cultivated to the peak, his soul and sea of consciousness faced the restraints of the laws of the heaven and earth. It was extremely hard for him to take another step further. After many years of stumbling around, Zhu Yin finally understood the principle within. If he would like to break through these shackles, he would need grind away the alien Tao present within his soul and sea of consciousness. Even though Zhu Yin's talent was exceedingly high and his broken Tao was extremely impressive, his sea of consciousness could not remain pure after devouring that many souls and the Tao within them. The method that Zhu Yin deduced to solve this problem was to use the very high heaven's soul seal prison. In soul seal prison, his soul would be sealed. His soul would then be tortured, depleted, tempered, and finally, perfected. Once a person enters a place like soul seal prison, he would basically lose all hopes of life. If it was anyone else, he wouldn't willingly send himself to soul seal prison. However, Zhu Yin did just that. Not only that, he did it without Zi Chanluo noticing his intentions. One must know that if Zi Chanluo had even half an intention of killing him, then he, Zhu Yin, would undoubtedly die. After so many years of torture, he continued to persist so that his cultivation technique could be perfected. Just as he wanted to leave Soul Seal prison, Zi Chanluo provided him with the opportunity. When Zi Chanluo brought him out of Soul Seal prison, it broke the seals that the Soul Seal prison had on him. The moment he stepped out Soul Seal prison, he knew that his life and death was once again back within his control. The reason why he still followed Gongshu Sherpan to Pingfan Immortal School wasn't because he wanted to help Zi Chanluo deal with Mo Wuji. Instead, it was truly because he wanted to have a battle with that Mo Wuji. He, Zhu Yin, really wanted to know exactly how strong was that expert? How strong was he that even Zi Chanluo was afraid? At the same time, Zhu Yin wanted to know exactly how strong had he gotten after his broken Tao achieved a major success? Also, he wanted to treat Mo Wuji as his first meal after perfecting his cultivation technique. He only hoped that this meal wasn't a scanty one. Of course, he didn't know that after he ascended to the immortal world, his descendant established a reincarnation Tao sect in Jinxing. Thereafter, the reincarnation Tao sect was destroyed by Tianji sect. Shu Chu, another one of his descendants, then established the broken sect, but it was also destroyed by Mo Wuji. If he knew all this, he wouldn't simply be going towards Mo Wuji with a meal in mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 864, The Horrifying Zhu Yin. Chapter 864, The Horrifying Zhu Yin. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. In less than a month, Mo Wuji had finally made contact with the array runes of the defensive array. These array runes and methods were definitely superior to grade 9 immortal arrays, but they were not insanely absurd. They were suitable for Mo Wuji's current level of the array Tao. As Mo Wuji researched into these array runes, his standard of the array Tao continued to rise rapidly. Unknowingly, his array Tao standards had already surpassed grade 9 and had stepped into a newer level. This also caused Mo Wuji to know that he had previously overestimated the time he would take to open this array. This was because he didn't add his rising array Tao standards into the calculation. Just as Mo Wuji was about to open the next layer of array foundations, he actually felt this array releasing a slight cracking sound. This definitely wasn't the sound of the array foundations opening. Instead, it was because this array had been opened from within. The people that were trapped within the array wanted to come out. At this point, Mo Wuji stopped studying the array. His heart was filled with emotions. In his mind, the first person to come out would be Han Xingru. Then, he suddenly recalled the words that Han Xingru said to him while they were in sword prison. Shua! At this moment, a fire-red flying sword landed in Mo Wuji's hands. When Mo Wuji saw the message in the flying sword, his face sunk and killing intent began to revolve around him. Sect head, it's really you. Su Zian cried out in pleasant surprise. Master! Big brother! Su Zian, Fu Jingfeng, and Do Hualong all ran towards Mo Wuji emotionally. Mo Wuji then saw the injured Wei Zidao, as well as Jian Mingcheng. At the same time, he noticed that there were many people that were not present. Nie Chang'an, Charui, and Lu Ming all weren't there. Sect head, I am to blame. Venerable Lord Nye, Deacon Sha, Lu Ming, and the rest all perished in the huge battle. When Su Zian saw Mo Wuji's glee turn into confusion, he knew that the sect head wanted to know why so many were missing. Then what about Qingru and Lian Yingzhan? Just as Mo Wuji asked this question, another flying sword flew over. Han Qingru and Lian Yingzhan left the sect a few years ago to temper themselves. They have yet to return, Su Zian replied promptly. Mo Wuji's spiritual will had already detected the large numbers of flying ships charging towards Pingfan Immortal School. He retrieved a jade vase of pills and threw it towards Wei Zidao. The very high heavens army is here. I will go take a look. Sect head Mo, Zichang Luo has personally taken action. Chen San said solemnly when he saw Mo Wuji come out. However, he wasn't all too worried. He knew that with Mo Wuji's abilities, Mo Wuji definitely had no need to fear Zichang Luo. However, he was worried about the very high heavens capabilities. There were far too many experts in the very high heavens. If they managed to surround this place, Mo Wuji, alone, wouldn't be able to do anything. It's not Zichang Luo, but Gongshu Shurpan. The one speaking was an early-stage immortal emperor that Mo Wuji didn't recognize. Mo Wuji nodded towards the two of them. Thereafter, he brought out a stack of array flags and threw them out. Soon, Pingfan Immortal School, which was under reconstruction, was now covered in a faint veil of mist. This wasn't the first time Mo Wuji was encircled and attacked. At his level, what was the use of superior numbers? He was only worried that Pingfan Immortal School, which was still in the process of reconstruction, would be damaged again by the battle. Boom! 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 A flying ship fearlessly landed on the ground. Because they intentionally didn't control the landing, every time a ship landed, it would form a huge hole in the ground, sweeping up large patches of dust. More than 10,000 immortals from the very high heavens disembarked from the ships. They soon surrounded the fringes of Pingfan Immortal School. Compared to the organized army, the randomly ordered people on Mo Wuji's side was a perfect definition of a messy crowd. Zichang Luo really didn't come. The person that came is Grand Emperor Gongshu Shurpan, as well as Grand Emperor Kaida, Young Yutong, Sihai. Wait, that person is. Just as Chen San was introducing the invaders to Mo Wuji, he stopped abruptly. His voice even started to tremble. That's Zhu Yin, that's actually Zhu Yin. The early-stage Immortal Emperor also recognized the person next to Gongshu Shurpan. His voice also became filled with fear. Who is Zhu Yin? Mo Wuji asked doubtfully. He turned towards that emaciated man with messy hair. Chen San and this early-stage Immortal Emperor seemed to be afraid of this person. Before this early-stage Immortal Emperor could reply, Gongshu Shurpan had already walked to the front of Mo Wuji and he said coldly, "You don't need to know much about Zhu Yin. You only need to know that he is the person that will kill you. Zhu Yin, kill this man." Just as Gongshu Shurpan finished his words, Mo Wuji sensed a terrifying burst of killing intent. However, Mo Wuji didn't make a move. He could sense that this killing intent wasn't aimed towards him. Zhu Yin, you. Gongshu Shurpan only managed to say these three words when he heard his bones shattering and his sea of consciousness collapsing. Remember, no one can order me. You simply took a step towards death before Zichang Luo. Even though your soul is just ordinary, I will be keeping it. These words were the last words that Gongshu Shurpan would hear in his entire life. Mo Wuji's eyes turned serious. Gongshu Shurpan was no weaker than Lei Guyun and Jin Yuxing. However, this expert's neck was actually easily broken by this emaciated man and his soul had also been devoured. Others might not be able to see this emaciated man eat Gongshu Shurpan's soul, but he, Mo Wuji, could see it very clearly. Mo Wuji was extremely clear that this fellow was no weaker than him. Zhu Yin's Dao aura was complete and his aura was majestic. This person definitely wasn't an ordinary Grand Emperor or Dao Emperor. He is the broken soul man, Zhu Yin. Chen San caught his breath and muttered. Broken soul man Zhu Yin? Who is this person? He had never heard of such a person before. It's said that this person is the progenitor of the broken Tao. He massacred countless lives in the immortal world and he exterminated no less than 30 sections. The number of experts that died by his hands is more than one could count. Thereafter, he discovered the passage towards the very high heavens and he went to challenge Zi Chanluo. Thereafter, he was never seen again. Everyone thought that he was dead. No one would have thought that he had actually changed sides. Chen San didn't continue any further. He originally wanted to say that the broken soul man Zhu Yin had changed sides and joined Zi Chanluo. However, Gongshu Sherpan was the right-hand man of Zi Chanluo, and Zhu Yin had just killed Gongshu Sherpan. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem as though Zhu Yin had turned to Zi Chanluo's side. The other Grand Emperors that came with Gongshu Sherpan all subconsciously took a few steps back. Zhu Yin had actually killed Gongshu Sherpan. You are Mo Wuji? Let me have a taste of your soul and primordial spirit. Don't leave me disappointed. Zhu Yin bore his deathly pale teeth and stared at Mo Wuji. He didn't guess wrong, nor did he see wrong. Mo Wuji, who Zi Chanluo sent him over to deal with, was definitely not a simple person. He was not a person that someone like Gongshu Sherpan could hope to compare with. Even if Mo Wuji's aura was any more ordinary, he, Zhu Yin, would not disregard him because of this ordinariness. Mo Wuji turned to Chen San and company and said, "You guys leave immediately." Yes. Chen San and company all knew that against a person like Zhu Yin, they wouldn't even be able to be of help. If they stayed here, they would only become the souls that Zhu Yin could use to replenish his strength. After Chen San and company retreated, Mo Wuji turned to Zhu Yin and said, "These people that you brought over are too annoying. It would influence the battle between me and you, so I want to get rid of this trash." Zhu Yin chuckled loudly. "This is simple." He opened his hand wide and a huge imprint formed in the sky. Below this imprint, a whole new world of laws seemed to have formed. The immortal army that Gongshu Sherpan brought over was basically filled with experts that were in the Grand Luo immortal stage and above. However, the moment Zhu Yin's imprint laws formed above them, none of them was able to escape. Thereafter, they could only see as mists of blood began to explode below this imprint. Mo Wuji could see loads of primordial spirits and souls being devoured by Zhu Yin. He could feel his skull turning numb. No wonder why Chen San and company were so afraid of Zhu Yin. This fellow wasn't even a human. When those other Grand Emperors saw this, they frantically tried to break out of Zhu Yin's world. Zhu Yin snickered, "You are in the world of my, Zhu Yin's, laws. You still think you can escape?" As he was speaking, Zhu Yin pointed his finger towards them. The moment his finger pointed at a person, that person would explode into a mist of blood. These Grand Emperors didn't even have any chance to resist, they were killed by Zhu Yin's finger's sacred art. Mo Wuji's heart turned cold. He knew that Zhu Yin's finger attack was far from comparable to his seven-world finger. However, he also knew that his seven-world finger couldn't kill that many Grand Emperors as easily as Zhu Yin did. The only explanation was that his abilities were far from Zhu Yin. The moment he thought of this, Zhu Yin suddenly seemed to look more terrifying. How impressive. No wonder why this person still dared to charge towards the very high heavens even though he knew that Zi Chanluo had a trap laid for him. Chen San saw Zhu Yin's methods and exhaled a breath of cold air. Even though Chen San spoke softly, Mo Wuji was still able to hear him. "Zhu Yin, the Dao Emperor saw that it had been hard for you to reach your cultivation level, which was why he didn't kill you. I didn't think that you would not only be so ungrateful, but you would even try to kill us. If the Dao Emperor knows of this, you would definitely be captured and sent back to Soul Seal prison." A Grand Emperor stared as Zhuyin condensed a hand of elemental energy which loomed over him. He knew that he couldn't escape, so he could only scold as much as he wanted. Locked in Soul Seal prison? Mo Wuji hurriedly transmitted a message to Chen San, immortal friend Chen San, do you know about Soul Seal prison? But Chen San hurriedly transmitted, it's the most terrifying prison in the very high heavens. It's even more terrifying than the Great Sword Path's sword prison. If you are imprisoned in there, your soul and primordial spirit would be continuously eroded by icy cold wind and burned by flaming hot fire. Eventually, your soul would be grinded clean and you would turn into a complete idiot. You see, I already helped you exterminate these people. Come, let's have a good talk. After Zhuyin killed the last Grand Emperor, he turned and grinned towards Mo Wuji. Under his imprint of laws, the very high heavens army continued to explode behind him. He acted as though he didn't see any of this. Mo Wuji said slowly, Zhuyin, your cultivation technique is not bad. You are actually able to devour the souls and primordial spirits of others and use them for your cultivation. I have some deep insights towards the devouring of souls. If you need it, you can try to restrain me and I can teach them to you, Zhuyin grinned and said. The moment he heard these words, it seemed as though a lightning had flashed across Mo Wuji's mind. In an instant, the fear that he had towards Zhuyin disappeared. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 865, Finger Against Finger. Chapter 865, Finger Against Finger. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Zichang Luo kept you imprisoned for so many years. Why didn't you kill Zichang Luo before you came to me? Mo Wuji said indifferently. Especially vicious people have especially deep schemes. At this point, Mo Wuji was sure that Zhuyin's entering into Soul Seal prison wasn't because Zhuyin was helplessly caught, but because Zhuyin intentionally wanted to go into Soul Seal prison. The reason why Mo Wuji could think of this was because he, himself, was the progenitor of his own Tao. In his mortal Tao, he also needed to truly immerse himself in the life of a mortal in order to understand the true meaning within this grand Tao. Zhuyin's cultivation technique, which was based on devouring souls, was indeed evil. However, there's no need to judge whether a cultivation technique was evil or not. This was because to a cultivator, all Taos could lead to the pinnacle that they are aiming for. However, all Taos have their own form of shackles. These shackles needed to be continuously broken. Mo Wuji's own mortal Tao also had shackles. He didn't believe that this wasn't the same for Zhuyin's broken Tao. His grand Tao required him to become a true mortal in order to understand its true meaning. As for Zhuyin's grand Tao, it should be related to souls and primordial spirits. Before Mo Wuji ascertained what the Soul Seal prison was about, he didn't dare to make such assumptions. But after Chen San explained about Soul Seal prison, Mo Wuji immediately knew that Zhuyin definitely went to Soul Seal prison because he wanted to temper his broken Tao. The reason why Zichang Luo didn't think of this wasn't because Zichang Luo was more stupid than Mo Wuji. Instead, it was because Zichang Luo wasn't the progenitor of his own grand Tao. Thus, from a certain perspective, Mo Wuji and Zhuyin were the same kind of people. Mo Wuji didn't believe that a vicious person like Zhuyin wouldn't immediately kill Zichang Luo for locking him for countless years, albeit it was within his intentions. By now, Mo Wuji completely understood the reason why Zhuyin didn't kill Zichang Luo. This was because Zhuyin wanted Zichang Luo to help him one more time. When he first left Soul Seal prison, he would definitely have to pay a price even if he tried to kill Zichang Luo. Now, Zichang Luo had dispatched many experts and even an entire army to attack Mo Wuji. Zhuyin simply wanted to use these people's souls to recover his own elemental energy. Previously, Zhuyin had already devoured countless souls and primordial spirits. By now, Zhuyin should have fully recovered. Unfortunately, he, Mo Wuji, didn't know of Zhuyin's cultivation technique and origins beforehand. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have allowed Zhu Yin to easily consume all those primordial spirits and souls. Now that Zhu Yin had recovered his elemental energy, Zhu Yin probably wanted to kill him and devour his soul. Thereafter, Zhu Yin would head back to the very high heavens to kill Zichan Luo. From the looks of it, Zhu Yin probably thought that Zichan Luo was stronger than him. The reason why Mo Wuji's fear towards Zhu Yin disappeared was because he also discovered how Zhu Yin was able to easily slaughter multiple Grand Emperors. Mo Wuji was also the progenitor of a Grand Dao. He didn't believe that there would be a huge gap in power between the two of them despite only having a small gap in cultivation. In reality, there should have been days of work behind those simple-looking finger attacks. How could a vicious person like Zhu Yin not plot against the experts of the very high heavens as they were traveling to the immortal world? As long as he managed to plot against those Grand Emperors, Zhu Yin would naturally be able to eliminate them easily. As for how Zhu Yin managed to plot against those Grand Emperors, Mo Wuji didn't want to think about that. He was sure that Zhu Yin definitely had his own ways. Even though Zichan Luo wasn't as vicious as Zhu Yin, Mo Wuji didn't believe that Zichan Luo would have done nothing to Zhu Yin after capturing Zhu Yin. Since Zichan Luo had done something to Zhu Yin, but Zhu Yin still remained fearless, it would mean that Zhu Yin was far more devious than Zichan Luo. Indeed, when he heard Mo Wuji's question, Zhu Yin laughed indifferently. It's because I really want to know how strong is the person that even Zichan Luo has reservations towards. As he was speaking, Zhu Yin had already brought out a gigantic wooden fish. This wooden fish seemed as huge as a continent as it moved towards Mo Wuji. Back when Zhu Yin killed more than 10,000 people, he didn't even use his magic treasure. However, against Mo Wuji, he immediately brought out his magic treasure. Clearly, this person was very cautious. In Mo Wuji's perspective, Zhu Yin didn't use his magic treasure on him because he was strong. Instead, it was because Zhu Yin didn't understand him, but understood the people that were dispatched from the very high heavens. In fact, it could even be a form of mocking when Zhu Yin used his magic treasure. The moment Zhu Yin acted, Mo Wuji whipped out his half-moon weighted halberd. Don't simply look at how Zhu Yin had already killed more than 10,000 people. By now, Mo Wuji still didn't know the true methods of Zhu Yin. The attacks that Zhu Yin had shown so far probably wasn't even 1/1000th of his actual capabilities. His half-moon weighted halberd conjured a sky-splitting halberd light. This halberd light split into 9 silver rivers which cascaded down from the sky. All of a sudden, Zhu Yin's wooden fish suddenly exploded. The shockwaves from the explosion actually left Mo Wuji slightly shocked. These shockwaves weren't elemental shockwaves but spiritual will shockwaves. This was actually a law that he had never seen before. In the blink of an eye, this law transformed into a world of its own. Mo Wuji clearly prepared himself but he was still drawn into the world. Mo Wuji inhaled a breath of cold. By this time, he understood that this world should be Zhu Yin's broken Dao world. His cultivation level wasn't as high as Zhu Yin but he also had his own world. It was just that the completeness of his world wasn't the same as Zhu Yin's. At the very least, his world couldn't be used in battle. Boundless black runes filled the sky. Mo Wuji seemed to return back to the distorted and warped space in the Sage Dao Talisman. However, this was different from those spatial distortions. The spatial distortions were a power of the Sage Dao Talisman. Fu Jiuzhan could only activate it but didn't have any means of controlling it. However, this talisman world was created by Zhu Yin himself. Thus, Zhu Yin had absolute control over the laws of his broken Dao world. Indeed, just as Mo Wuji thought of this, a terrifying force brushed across the edge of his sea of consciousness. It seemed to want to suck away the roots of his Dao. In an instant, Mo Wuji knew what was going on. This was Zhu Yin's method to extract one's primordial spirit. If he really had a primordial spirit, he would have been caught off guard and he would actually have fallen under Zhu Yin's attack. Even though he didn't have a primordial spirit, his soul still got slightly unstable. Zhu Yin's cold laughter could be heard. I was still thinking about how strong you could be. From the looks of it, Zichan Luo is getting weaker. Zhu Yin's laughter stopped abruptly. he actually didn't manage to grab a single trace of Mo Wuji's primordial spirit. Before he could react, a spiritual will arrow filled with death energy locked onto him. His broken Tao world was under his own laws, everything should be within his control. However, he was unable to control this arrow intent. Not only that, his mind was even locked on by this arrow intent. This is the spiritual will arrow? Zhu Yin soon reacted. This was definitely the spiritual will arrow. He definitely couldn't allow this spiritual will arrow to continue gathering the deathly energy in the area, nor could he allow himself to get completely locked on by this arrow. Just as Zhu Yin thought of this, that spiritual will arrow had already ripped through the air and shot towards his forehead. Mo Wuji had never intended to have his spiritual will arrow completely locked onto Zhu Yin. Boom! Zhu Yin's wooden fish world suddenly exploded. A blinding light flashed across Zhu Yin's forehead, it actually shattered Mo Wuji's spiritual will arrow. Zhu Yin instantly coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood. PFF. A glimmer of blood flashed, Zhu Yin's right arm had been sliced by the cascading winding river. Zhu Yin landed among the corpses of the army that he had just slaughtered. He lifted his only hand and wiped off the blood that seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He stared at Mo Wuji and said, "You're very strong. You're strong beyond belief. Since I, Zhu Yin, started cultivation, you are the first person to force me to a disadvantage besides my intended capture by Zi Chanluo. However, this isn't because I'm worse than you, but because I didn't know that your secret is actually bigger than mine. Now, why don't you try my soul-capturing finger?" Zhu Yin slowly raised his left hand. He looked as though he was picking flowers as he only pointed his finger towards Mo Wuji softly. Mo Wuji knew the meaning behind Zhu Yin's words. Zhu Yin was saying that it was simply because he didn't know that Mo Wuji didn't have a primordial spirit, which was why he had suffered a disadvantage. Mo Wuji sneered in his heart. Even if he did have a primordial spirit, Zhu Yin should still forget about touching his sea of consciousness. After that battle with the Sage Dao Talisman in Fujiajiang, his sea of consciousness had already evolved into a new level. Even Zhu Yin probably didn't know that there would be a sea of consciousness which possessed its own realm. Zhu Yin's finger only pointed lightly, but the entire world seemed to change. At this instant, the world turned black and white. In between these two colors of black and white, all souls would be shocked and captured. With this finger, the heaven and earth turned into nothingness, space extinguished, and souls dispersed. Then why don't you also try my finger? Mo Wuji also pointed his finger forward. The world of man of the seven-world finger appeared. The heaven and space appeared again and the extinguished space turned into the world of man. In this world of man, all living things were like white clouds, insignificant. All life and death existed within this world of man. Boom! The two auras of the two Tao progenitors clashed. Mo Wuji could even feel his sea of consciousness vibrating violently. There seemed to be a force which wanted to wrest away the soul from his sea of consciousness. That force surrounded his willpower and his soul. Since Mo Wuji started cultivation, the one thing he didn't lack was willpower. Even though that soul-capturing power was incredibly strong, he still remained unmovable like a mountain. All his Tao energy transformed into the world of man under his finger. Zhu Yin's expression was calm. It didn't matter how strong your willpower was, his soul-capturing finger was able to capture his opponent's soul, even if it was only a single strand of it. In just a few breaths, Zhu Yin's expression changed. His soul-capturing finger was actually unable to break through Mo Wuji's sea of consciousness. Mo Wuji's sea of consciousness actually possessed its own realm, and that realm belonged to Mo Wuji's own laws. Since he, Zhu Yin, started cultivation, he had never met such a freak like Mo Wuji. If not having a primordial spirit was not enough, Mo Wuji even possessed a sea of consciousness which had its own realm. A single mistake was enough for an ordinary person to perish. However, he, Zhu Yin, was not an ordinary person. He no longer dared to continue fighting a freak like Mo Wuji. Before he could escape, he saw the vicissitudes of life within the world of man. In this world of man, he was simply an ant. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 866, This person is too terrifying. Chapter 866, This person is too terrifying. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Zhu Yin's eyes turned cold. His soul-capturing finger no longer struck towards Mo Wuji. Instead, it transformed into ripple-like surfaces as he tried to defend against Mo Wuji's finger. After Mo Wuji shot out with his seven-world finger, no one would be able to locate where his seven-world finger was, but Zhu Yin could. Boom! The two fingers' Tao energy slammed into each other, laws exploded and filled the sky, forming spatial whirlpools in the air. PFF. Zhu Yin coughed out a mouthful of blood. His soul-capturing finger had been completely shattered. A hint of madness flashed across Zhu Yin's eyes. At the same time, a strand of glee could also be seen within them. It seemed as though he wasn't the one who was at a disadvantage after that finger battle. Indeed, at the very next instant, the soul-capturing finger's Tao energy rapidly rebuilt itself. It soon condensed to form a murky black Tao rune, forming a law of the heaven and earth over this area. Anyone that saw that law rune would feel their souls shaking. Many people knew that soul-capturing finger sacred art was very strong. However, no one knew that his soul-capturing finger had more than one capture. Not only was there the first capture, heavenly charge, but there was also a second capture, spiritual intelligence. The reason why no one knew it was because no one was even strong enough to force him to use his second capture. After displaying the second capture, Zhu Yin retrieved his wooden fish. The same thought as Zi Chanluo fleeted across his mind. He wanted to capture Mo Wuji and bring Mo Wuji into his wooden fish's world. Mo Wuji was the most impressive expert that he met in the entire immortal world. He was especially envious of Mo Wuji's sea of consciousness, which possessed its own realm, and he was curious as to how Mo Wuji was able to cultivate without a primordial spirit. When one's cultivation was low, possessing a primordial spirit would be useful for battles. However, once one's cultivation got higher, not having a primordial spirit was so much more terrifying. Zhu Yin was extremely clear about that. Even if Mo Wuji was any stronger, Zhu Yin believed that Mo Wuji wouldn't be able to completely defend against his second capture. At the most, Mo Wuji would prevent the soul-capturing finger from entering his sea of consciousness. However, in reality, Zhu Yin's second capture didn't even need to enter the sea of consciousness, it needed to capture Mo Wuji's spiritual intelligence. As long as Mo Wuji lost his capacity for thought, even if it was for a single breath, he would be able to drag Mo Wuji into his wooden fish world. Zhu Yin was also sure that in this short period of time, Mo Wuji would have no means of dodging or using a new sacred art. The instant the world of man dissipated, Zhu Yin's soul-capturing finger transformed into his second capture. However, Mo Wuji's seven-world finger didn't dissipate completely. Instead, it transformed into the second world killer, heaven and earth. The world of man was only capable of controlling living things. However, heaven and earth was capable of controlling laws. Thus, within this heaven and earth, all laws, all life, and all sacred arts were within the control of his heaven and earth. The moment heaven and earth appeared, everything had fallen into Mo Wuji's hands. Mo Wuji was the one in control of this heaven and earth. Boom! Gotcha! If the first capture of the soul-capturing finger was still able to contend with Mo Wuji's world of man for a short while, then this second capture wasn't even able to tear through Mo Wuji's domain before it was controlled by heaven and earth. The law within the soul-capturing finger shattered entirely, turning into nothing beneath heaven and earth. After the soul-capturing finger shattered, Zhu Yin saw a finger behind the heaven and earth aiming towards his forehead. This finger didn't crazily absorb deathly energy like the previous spiritual will arrow. However, the deathly energy of this finger was far more terrifying. Zhu Yin cultivated the broken Tao, causing his sea of consciousness and his soul to be far more powerful than an average cultivator. The spiritual will arrow was indeed very strong, but because of the strength of his sea of consciousness and his soul, it was only able to injure him. However, this finger, heaven and earth, seemed truly capable of ending and extinguishing him. Under this heaven and earth, he, Zhu, would undoubtedly die if he didn't do anything. When this finger came, Zhu Yin's skull turned numb. He thought that his soul-capturing finger having a second capture was one of a kind. He didn't think that Mo Wuji's finger would also have a second world killer, and it was even much stronger than the first world killer. An intense sense of unwillingness filled his mind. This was the first time he was overwhelmed by boundless regret. He didn't regret fighting Mo Wuji. Instead, he regretted his carelessness despite knowing that Mo Wuji wasn't a simple person. If he, Zhu, had a second capture for his soul-capturing finger, why wouldn't others have a second world killer? After being trapped in Soul Seal prison for so many years, did he forget how he managed to travel all the way to the top? It was through vigilance, and more vigilance. If he had been more careful, he definitely wouldn't have fallen under Mo Wuji's heaven and earth. In terms of capabilities, he believed that he was not weaker than Mo Wuji. In fact, he had even more powerful sacred arts which he had yet to use. Spiritual intelligence, shatter for me. Zhu howled. A complex rune brimming with his Tao energy suddenly appeared. This complex rune transformed into a murky black blade. This blade light slashed forward from Zhu Yin's sea of consciousness and cleaved against Mo Wuji's finger. This was a slash paid at the price of his spiritual intelligence. Boom! Mo Wuji's heaven and earth clashed against this huge black blade. A soul-tearing force swept through the air. Mo Wuji could no longer hold it in as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. At this instant, his soul actually started to wither and his entire body felt fatigued. At the same time, Zhu heard a cracking sound from the depths of his sea of consciousness. His head was bleeding. On the surface, it looked like he only faced minor injuries. In reality, he knew exactly what he had lost. To defend against this finger of Mo Wuji, he had to pay with his spiritual intelligence. To Zhu, the shattering of his spiritual intelligence wouldn't merely cause a fall in his power, his soul-capturing finger would also be unable to use its second capture, spiritual intelligence, ever again. This wasn't the most terrifying thing to him. The most terrifying thing was that with his spiritual intelligence shattered, he would have to find another place like Soul Seal prison and torture himself for thousands of years before he could recover his power. If he wasn't able to find such a place, then he would never be able to improve again in his entire life. His great Tao would cease there. No matter what, he had to flee far away. Before he recovered his power, he wasn't going to return. Mo Wuji was far too terrifying. Even though his soul felt withered, Mo Wuji still released his domain explosively. At the same time, he prepared his wheel of life and death. He anxiously wanted to kill Zhu. What shocked Mo Wuji was that after defending against his seven-world finger, Zhu suddenly shattered into pieces. Thereafter, he transformed into a black mist, and in an instant, that mist dispersed into the surroundings and vanished without a trace. Even though Mo Wuji condensed his spiritual eye, he was still unable to determine where Zhu had fled to. Mo Wuji was speechless. He knew that with his capabilities, he wouldn't be able to find Zhu. It would be the same if he lost, Zhu wouldn't be able to find him. With his wind escape technique, he could transform into a light breeze and disappear. Clearly, Zhu Yin's escape art was related to the soul. The surroundings of Pingfan were filled with people. After Zhu fled with heavy injuries, dead silence descended onto the crowd. There's no need to talk about those that didn't know about Zhu. However, the experts that knew of Zhu felt their hearts shaking in waves of shock. How strong was Zhu? The sect that Zhu destroyed those years ago was one that even the combined forces of the Lightning Sect, Great Sword Path and Vast Ocean Immortal School couldn't compare with. It was rumored that when Zichang Luo brought 10 over Grand Emperors to encircle Zhu was still able to kill 8 Grand Emperors and heavily injure Zichang Luo before he was eventually captured. such a vicious person was actually unable to defeat sect head Mo. Not only that, he was even heavily injured by sect head Mo and had one of his arms cut off. To the people that know of the broken soul man Zhuyin, this act of Mo Wuji was far more difficult than killing multiple grand emperors. No one knew that Zhuyin didn't only lose an arm. Compared to the shattering of his spiritual intelligence, Zhu Yin's decapitated arm was merely an itch. Mo Wuji turned to the dazed Su Zian and said, "Zian, Pingfan Immortal School will be left to you in Wei Zidao. I will need to leave for some time. Mo Qingche is my relative, help her arrange for a quiet place to cultivate." After which, Mo Wuji turned to Mo Qingche and said, "Qingche, if there's anything you don't know, you can ask Elder Su or Protector Wei." Zian understands. Su Zian finally returned to his countenance. He suppressed the agitation in his heart as he bowed respectfully. With the sect head of Pingfan being so strong, even Zi Changluo would no longer dare to cause trouble for them. Wei Zidao was even more agitated. There was no need to talk about the current Zhuyin, even the Zhuyin tens of thousands of years ago was capable of squashing him. Over these tens of thousands of years, he, Wei Zidao, merely advanced from the intermediate Immortal Emperor stage to the Grand Emperor stage. On the other hand, the sect head of his Pingfan Immortal School was actually able to suppress Zhuyin. Indeed, it was the right choice for him, Wei Zidao, to have stayed with Pingfan. "Yes, Grandpa," Mo Qingche said hurriedly. This battle with Zhuyin didn't last very long, but it had shocked her deeply. At the same time, she was more aware of how powerful her grandfather actually was. That Zhuyin fellow was so strong that he could kill 10,000 people with a single palm. Even though he was so impressive, her grandfather was still able to defeat him. She was cultivating the legacy of her grandfather. If her grandpa Mo Wuji could do it, then she, Mo Qingche, would also be able to do it too. Mo Wuji then clasped his fists towards the crowd and said, "Immortal friends of the immortal world, my Pingfan Immortal School is being rebuilt and it requires large amounts of resources. I seek everyone's help. Of course, my Pingfan Immortal School will compensate with the required immortal crystals." The moment Mo Wuji said these words, many immortals came forward to express their support. Qin San was the first to come forward. "Sect head Mo, we actually came here to lend you our fists in battle. But now, we weren't even strong enough to lend you our fists. Since Pingfan Immortal School is going to be rebuilt, I, Qin San, will be the first to show my support." "Right. We will support the rebuild of Pingfan Immortal School." The crowd hollered loudly. Mo Wuji clasped his fists towards the crowd once more. Then, he turned to Qin San and said, "Immortal friend Qin San, when I was in heavens beyond cosmos, I heard some news about Qin Hu. It's rumored that he had met with a mishap. However, this matter has yet to be verified and I didn't witness it personally. When I return to the heavens beyond cosmos, I will definitely find Qin Hu." When Qin San heard that it was likely that Qin Hu had met with a mishap, his eyes turned red. He bowed towards Mo Wuji and said, "Sect head Mo, I only request that when Sect head Mo returns to the heavens beyond cosmos, you will bring me, Qin San, along." "All right." Mo Wuji accepted Qin San's request. At this instant, Mo Wuji's priority was to go to the very high heavens. As for the sects like Lightning Sect and Vast Ocean Immortal School, he didn't have to go after them at all. He knew that the people in those sects would definitely have fled already. Moreover, Mo Wuji only wanted to kill Lei Guyun and Jin Yuxing. Now that those two were already killed by him, he didn't care that their sects had been disbanded. At this instant, Zi Changluo was the one that he wanted to kill. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 867, Died So Simply. Chapter 867, Died So Simply. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Very High Heavens, Dao Emperor Palace. Zi Changluo couldn't help but feel uneasy. Days had passed but no news came from Gongshu Shirpan. If that wasn't enough, the sects that regularly send him news of the immortal world were also silent. No. Carrying on like this is not the solution. If Mo Wuji didn't have the feat of killing a Dao emperor, Zichang Luo really wouldn't have cared too much about him. However, the key thing was that Mo Wuji's battle records were indeed too shocking, and Mo Wuji was even able to kill Luan Pa. One must know that even he, Zichang Luo, wouldn't be able to kill Luan Pa. Men, get Lei Hongji here. Zichang Luo decided not to wait any further. Yes. A response came from outside the Dao Emperor Palace. In less than half an incense's time, a deep voice came from outside the palace. Master, you're finding me? Zichang Luo said warmly, Hongji, come in. I have some matters I want you to handle. Yes, master. The tall and muscular Lei Hongji came in. Compared to when his first arrival at very high heavens where he had lightning bolts dancing all around him, Lei Hongji no longer had the same unbridled lightning aura. Zichang Luo nodded contentedly, not bad, not bad. Out of all my disciples, only your talent is truly spectacular. Your immortal emperor stage cultivation has completely stabilized and you already have the aura of a master. Lei Hongji bowed respectfully and said, Master is overpraising me. Compared to my other senior brothers, Lei Hongji is still lacking, but... Zichang Luo pointed towards the chair opposite him and said, Hongji, ever since you became my disciple, I have regarded you as my son. There's no need for you to be so polite here. Lei Hongji bowed once more before he sat down. Zichang Luo also sat down. After Zichang Luo took a seat, he brought out a tea set, placed it at the corner of the table and said, Hongji, Master is slightly sorry. Master has to borrow something from you. Lei Hongji stood back up and said modestly, if Master needs anything, there's no need to say anything about borrowing. You only need to ask this disciple. When he finished speaking, Lei Hongji took the initiative to pick up the teapot and serve Zichang Luo a cup of spiritual tea. Zichang Luo accepted the tea but he didn't drink it. Instead, he placed the teacup on the table and said, This thing is also very important to you, so Master feels very guilty. Lei Hongji laughed, Master, please say it. If I, Lei Hongji, have extra, I wouldn't mind giving it to you. Zichang Luo jolted slightly. He could naturally tell that something was wrong with Lei Hongji's words. What did he mean by extra? Lei Hongji, I know that your spiritual roots are amazing, they should be self-evolving spiritual roots, right? Honestly, in my entire life of cultivation, I, Zichang Luo, have never seen self-evolving spiritual roots. It's been a long time since I reached the Dao Emperor stage, and my cultivation potential has also reached its end. So, the thing I want to borrow is your spiritual roots. When Zichang Luo finished speaking, he stared calmly at Lei Hongji. Lei Hongji did not seem to be surprised. Instead, he said indifferently, I'm afraid I cannot lend you that. That's not up to you, nor is it up to me. You should be able to see that this teapot of mine is an array disc, right? However, it was useless for you to have moved it away from the corner of the table. Now, even I am unable to release this trap array. Zichang Luo sighed, stood up and tried to pat Lei Hongji's shoulder. He had purchased this trap array from heavens beyond cosmos. It was an array that exceeded grade 9. As long as it was activated, everyone else besides him would have their immortal elemental energy and spiritual will sealed. When Zichang Luo tried to raise his hand, his face changed. He discovered that his immortal elemental energy and spiritual will were trapped within his body and could not be used. You? Zichang Luo's heart sunk. Even an idiot would know that something was amiss. Lei Hongji said indifferently, I thought that you would have waited for some time. I didn't think that you would be so impatient. You truly disappointed me. You know? Zichang Luo's heart sank to the bottom of an abyss. Lei Hongji's voice was calm as he said, if I didn't know, I, Lei Hongji, wouldn't have gotten so far. Honestly, I really admire you. You are the first person to completely understand how heaven-defying my spiritual roots are. Even if you didn't act today, I would have acted against you a few days later, but I'm your master. Zichang Luo growled lowly. He didn't shout, he knew that it would be useless to shout within this trap array. Lei Hongji shook his head and said with slight disdain, "You can only be considered my fifth master." Alright, do you want to know what happened to my first four masters? What? Zichang Luo asked subconsciously. Lei Hongji said slowly, "My first master helped me to open my spirits. He was also the first to discover that my spiritual roots could evolve. Thereafter, he died. My second master was a Star Lord. He gave me countless cultivation resources. Then, he also died. My third master was my first master in the immortal world. He had an alias, it was Grand Emperor Venom Sky." Venom Sky. Zichang Luo's face changed. He finally understood how he fell into such a state. He had been poisoned. How could he not know about Grand Emperor Venom Sky? This was a person that even he wasn't willing to offend. It was rumored that this person could even place venom in the sky and that anyone that touches his hand would undoubtedly die. Lei Hongji continued monotonously, "He also died. My fourth master is called Lei Guyun. I heard that he died a few days ago. He is also the only master that I didn't kill personally. You are the fifth. Actually, you could have a few more days, AI. Tell me, how was I poisoned, and how are you able to remain unaffected by my trap array? Otherwise, I will not be able to die peacefully." Zichang Luo cried harshly. "Who says that I am unaffected? Also, why would I care whether you die peacefully?" Lei Hongji suddenly pulled out a short sword from his sleeve and he walked next to Zichang Luo. "So you weren't able to break my trap array?" A hint of hope appeared within Zichang Luo's eyes. So Lei Hongji was also the same as him, they both had their immortal elemental energy and spiritual will sealed. Lei Hongji smiled with contempt, "I'm not the same as you. You have been poisoned by me, causing your entire body to turn numb. As for me, I only have my immortal elemental energy and spiritual will sealed. I can still move like an ordinary person." Ha ha ha. Zichang Luo chuckled loudly. He was a Tao emperor. A Lei Hongji without spiritual will and immortal elemental energy wouldn't be able to kill him even if Lei Hongji had 100 years. There was no need to talk about 100 years. If he didn't come out after a few days, his subordinates would definitely get suspicious. Zichang Luo's laughter stopped abruptly. Lei Hongji clearly didn't have immortal elemental energy nor spiritual will. However, the sword in Lei Hongji's hand was still able to easily pierce into his forehead, destroying his sea of consciousness and extinguishing his primordial spirit and soul. "What's this sword?" Zichang Luo muttered to himself. He didn't hope that Lei Hongji would give him an answer, he only hoped that he could live. In his life, he became a Tao emperor, he lived in the very high heavens, and he ruled the immortal world. What pleasures had he not enjoyed? What sights had he not seen? He didn't think that he would have died so simply, so easily. If he could turn back time, he would rather die in the battle for the very high heavens cosmos city. This sword's name is Tianji. You could consider it an honor to die under Tianji sword in my Lei Hongji's hands. Alright, you want to know how you got poisoned? I merely helped you pour a cup of immortal tea which you didn't drink, Lei Hongji said indifferently. Honor? A hint of self-ridicule and disdain flashed across Zichang Luo's eyes. In his life, he had killed many people and he had backstabbed many friends. Today, he died by his own disciples' hands. It could be considered a form of retribution. Gotcha. Zichang Luo's primordial spirit shattered and his fleshly body collapsed. A drop of vital blood was caught by Lei Hongji. Countless of runes landed on that vital blood. In less than 2 hours, an array disc the size of a palm appeared in Lei Hongji's hand. After grabbing that array disc, Lei Hongji picked out a pearl from Zichang Luo's body, then he sliced off Zichang Luo's finger and grabbed the storage ring. He then walked out the door. He carefully placed a seal on the door and said to the empty air, "My master has some sudden insights. He needs to be left alone for 49 days. Even if there's anything urgent, don't disturb my master." "Yes." A few voices sounded from shadows. Lei Hongji nodded, then he calmly walked out of the Tao Emperor Palace. Just as Mo Wuji walked out of Pingfan Immortal School, 4 figures appeared in front of him. They were 3 men and 1 woman. He actually recognized 3 of them. One was 6 Paths Immortal Domain's Heavenly Emperor Gai Qing, and another one was the 2nd housemaster of Green Immortal House, Qing Yang. When Mo Wuji saw Qing Yang those years ago, Qing Yang was only a quasi-emperor. Now, she was already in the early Immortal Emperor stage. The third person was Great Koan Buddhist Sex Hong Ku. This fella, Hong Ku, actually dared to appear in front of him? It wasn't because he was magnanimous that he chose not to exterminate Great Koan Buddhist sect, but because he didn't have the time. Sect head Mo. Before Mo Wuji could rage, the 4 simultaneously clasped their fists and paid their respects. Hong Ku, in particular, bowed deeply. Mo Wuji sneered in his heart, even though it wasn't Hong Ku but Guangxing who teamed up with Jin Yuxing, Lei Guyun and Yiming to deal with him. Mo Wuji, really wouldn't forget about that grudge. Those years ago, if Guangxing hadn't blocked him, he wouldn't even have been surrounded by the other Grand Emperors. "The 3 of you, please wait. I need to settle some debts today." Mo Wuji burst forth with killing intent. Hong Ku seemed to know that Mo Wuji wanted to kill him. He did not wait for Mo Wuji to attack as he brought his palms together and said, "Sect head, the incident that happened those years ago was due to my Great Koan Buddhist sect's greed. As the sect head, Guangxing actually did such a tyrannical thing. Guangxing knew that he had sinned greatly. So as not to implicate the sect, Guangxing has gone back into the circle of reincarnation a few days ago." Guangxing had committed suicide? However, was Guangxing's suicide enough to make him forget about his revenge? He, Mo Wuji, wasn't such a nice person. Those years ago, if not for that star locket that Jili gave him, his revolving star passage technique and his god physique, he would have definitely died. But this Guangxing also knew how to act. To actually commit suicide, this Guangxing was rather bold. Amitba, we all know that sect head Mo had been wronged. It's just that the 7 immortal domains are in grave peril. This monk boldly pleads that sect head Mo temporarily places aside this karma. The one speaking was a monk, the only one of the 4 that Mo Wuji didn't recognize. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 868, The Site of Tianji. Chapter 868, The Site of Tianji. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Who are you? Mo Wuji stared calmly at the monk in front of him. Hong Ku was also a monk, causing him to suspect that this other monk could be a helper of Hong Ku. However, even if all 4 of them surround and attack him now, he wouldn't need to worry. Qing Yang hurriedly came forward and said, "Sect head Mo, please don't misunderstand. This is Sala Buddha Immortal Domain 7 Buddha Great Temples Buddhist Emperor Xingshan." Xingshan? Mo Wuji inwardly thought that this name was so filled with love. 1. After seeing the greedy monks of Great Koan Buddhist sect, Mo Wuji had always lacked favor towards the Buddhist sects in Sala Buddha Immortal Domain. However, he did have a favorable impression towards 7 Buddha Great Temple. Before he entered the heavens beyond cosmos, he had met 7 Buddha Great Temples Monk Dining. Monk Dining's character was really not bad, he had always done things in the light. This was unlike Great Lin Buddhist sect who only knew how to plot in the shadows. This poor monk is Xingshan. Xingshan looked friendly and his tone was also amiable. Mo Wuji clasped his fists and said, "So it's immortal friend Xingshan. Previously, I had the fortune of meeting your sect's immortal friend Dining." When Xingshan heard Mo Wuji mention Dining, he hurriedly asked, "Is Dining doing well?" Mo Wuji replied, I only had a brief encounter with immortal friend Dining. We were separated midway and I didn't see him again. Thereafter, I also didn't hear any news of him, so I'm no longer clear about his exact situation. AI. Monk Xingshan sighed but no longer asked any further. Is there any special reason why the few of you have stopped me? Mo Wuji no longer continued acting against Hongku. The few of them turned to face Qin Yang, seemingly wanting Qin Yang to explain the situation. Qin Yang took the lead and said, Sect head Mo, before you came to the immortal world, you should have been the sect head of Tianji sect, right? That's right. Mo Wuji nodded. This sort of thing would be revealed in a simple investigation. Moreover, there was no need for him to continue hiding it. With his capabilities, he wouldn't need to worry if all of Tianji sect's enemies came after him, he will face them all. When Qin Yang heard Mo Wuji's words, she heaved a slight sigh of relief and continued, someone discovered a place in the immortal world which is emitting a violent energy of death and destruction. As long as anyone entered, then that person would undoubtedly die. Eventually, someone finally managed to escape alive but he died soon after. That person only said 2 words when he came out, Tianji. Are you able to show me an illustration of that place? When Mo Wuji heard the words Tianji, his interest was immediately piqued. Xing Yang was clearly prepared, she immediately retrieved a jade letter and passed it to Mo Wuji. The moment Mo Wuji sent his spiritual will in, he could see that the surroundings shown within this jade letter were roughly the same as the map that Su Zian gave him. This was also the same as the faint diagrams on the Tianji sect head token. Mo Wuji had long wanted to take a look at this place, it was just that he had never known its exact location, so it had been delayed for so long. He didn't expect that someone else would discover it, and it even seemed to be a danger zone. Sect head Mo, we've been there once before. Whether it was Buddhist Emperor Xingshan or Heavenly Emperor Guiyang, they both had a premonition that this place was extremely dangerous. If this danger wasn't resolved, it could cause the entire immortal world to collapse. Thereafter, Buddhist Emperor Xingshan and Heavenly Emperor Guy invited Heavenly Emperor Zizai and Immortal Emperor Jinping. They also had the premonition that this place could cause the collapse of the entire immortal world. Seeing that this matter is far from simple, the 4 of us prepared to invite an expert to take a look. We happened to learn that Sect Head Mo had returned, which was why we specially hurried over to find Sect Head Mo. Xing Yang's way of speaking was straightforward and she also explained things clearly. Mo Wuji also knew clearly about what their original intentions were. What happened to learn that Sect Head Mo had returned? What specially hurried over to find Sect Head Mo? They probably were prepared to report this incident to the very high heavens. It was just that they came to know that Mo Wuji had screwed the very high heavens and had even killed many immortal emperors of the very high heavens. This was why they decided to change their plans at the last minute to request for his help instead. Of course, Mo Wuji saw no need in revealing that he knew of such matters. Now that the map towards Tianji had appeared, he would have made a trip there even if Qin Yang and company didn't invite him. Sect Head Mo, Heavenly Emperor Zizai is adroit in the Tao studies of changes. His opinions are sometimes more precise than ours. By this side, Guy Ying added. Mo Wuji knew of Heavenly Emperor Zizai's skill with the study of changes. However, Mo Wuji didn't dare to respect Heavenly Emperor Zizai's skill. This fella predicted that Lei Hongji was going to be the savior of the immortal world. He, Mo Wuji, didn't believe that bullshit. Would a person like Lei Hongji sacrifice himself to save the immortal world? This fella could probably do better trying to fool the dead. I wonder where Heavenly Emperor Zizai is? Mo Wuji casually asked. Monk Xingshan answered with his palms placed together. Immortal friend Zizai and Immortal Devil Path's Immortal Emperor Jinping are currently guarding over that place, along with several other immortal emperors. Alright, I agree to go. But before this, I still have to handle some matters, so I would have to push this matter off for some time, Mo Wuji decided on the spot. Xingshan placed his palms together once more, may I ask what matters will sect head Mo be attending to? And how long would it take? Before Mo Wuji could reply, Xing Yang said, if sect head Mo is intending to go to the very high heavens, I would suggest against it. I have met the very high heavens Zi Chan Luo before. He is an extremely cautious person. When he sent his army to the immortal world, he didn't even come. Even if you know the location of the passage to the very high heavens, he would have closed it off. Mo Wuji thought in his heart, this Qin Yang was really quite piercing. He really did intend to get rid of Zi Chan Luo first, then he would return. In reality, he didn't even know where the passage to the very high heavens was. He intended to go to God's immortal domain and ask around for directions. Now that he heard Qin Yang's words, he knew that he could only postpone that matter even if he was especially eager to do it. Moreover, it seemed that he should resolve the matter of Tianji's appearance as soon as possible, whether it was for himself or for the immortal world. I will first return to my sect to install a sect-protecting array. Thereafter, I will follow the few of you to where Tianji is. Mo Wuji gave up his intention of going to the very high heavens. However, installing a protective array for Pingfan Immortal School was something that he needed to do. Previously, because he accidentally landed himself in the heavens beyond cosmos, he wasn't able to return to the immortal world for many years. Who knew exactly where Tianji was? If he was unable to return for a protracted time, then his sect would be left without a protective array. Of course, this is fine. We can even assist sect head Mo with this, Gai Ying hurriedly said. Hanko, who hadn't spoke for a long time, grabbed this opportunity to say, to compensate for my great Kuan Buddhist sect's past mistakes, my great Kuan Buddhist sect would provide the materials for Pingfan Immortal School's sect protecting array. This was definitely going to be a huge sum. As a grade 9 array master, Mo Wuji was naturally going to install a grade 9 immortal array. Not only was the amount of materials needed for a grade 9 array going to be stupefying, the grade of the materials was going to be dumbfounding as well. Hearing Hanko's words, Mo Wuji revealed a smile. Very well then, since the great Koan Buddhist sect has such intentions. If your sect is really able to help with this, then I will forget about the past. Grade 9 immortal array? Kiki, that's a thing of the past. Now, the protective array that Mo Wuji was going to install was going to exceed grade 9. He wouldn't read till he wrests away half of the great Koan Buddhist sect's savings. 10 days later, Hanko finally saw Mo Wuji complete Pingfan's defensive array with a pale expression on his face. The great Koan Buddhist sect stores could be considered top class in the entire Buddhist sect. However, this array of Mo Wuji's almost emptied out their deep stores. While his heart ached, Hanko also felt relief. He finally resolved the grievances between sect head Mo and his great Koan Buddhist sect. Otherwise, his great Koan Buddhist sect could only follow the example of the Great Sword Path or learn from the Lightning sect and vanish without a trace. Either way, the sect would basically cease to exist in the immortal world. Pingfan Immortal School had expanded to more than multiple times its original size. Because there were many people that supported Pingfan, the sect stood far more majestic than before. Originally, Mo Wuji even intended to install a large-scale lightning tempering array. However, Monk Xingshan was especially anxious about the matter of Tianji. He could only prepare a temporary lightning tempering pond for Mo Qingche. Thereafter, he followed the group out of Pingfan Immortal School and towards the site of Tianji. What a great flying car! This car seems to have been forged not long ago. Could it be a work of Smith Emperor Su Surin? Gai Ying exclaimed in wonderment when he saw the array flags and array runes along the flying car. In the immortal world, there were extremely few Smith Emperors that could forge grade 9 immortal equipment. Whether it was in terms of defenses or speed, Mo Wuji's flying car was at the very top. In Gai Ying's perspective, only Su Suren could have forged this flying car. Xing Yang sighed and said, "The Heavenly Emperor's judgment is wrong. If I am right, this flying car should have been forged by sect head Mo himself." Gai Ying was momentarily stunned. He already suspected his eyes when he saw Mo Wuji install a sect-protecting array which even exceeded grade 9 immortal arrays. If Mo Wuji was also a grade 9 Smith Emperor, then this flying car is indeed forged by me, Mo Wuji smiled and said. Sect head Mo is truly the #1 genius in our immortal world, Guy Ying sighed. I didn't think that my acumen would be worse than my daughter, Fian. If he heard these words before he met that brown-haired man that was hunting Yanli, Mo Wuji would have really felt contented. But now that he met that brown-haired man, Mo Wuji knew that his bit of abilities was truly not worth mentioning. It was just like when he was in the worldly immortal stage back in the cultivation world, he still felt as though he wasn't at the top. This was because even though he was standing at the peak of the cultivation world, he still couldn't see the light. In front of him, there were only taller mountains. Xingyang also had similar thoughts as Guy Ying. Previously, she thought that Mo Wuji didn't have any potential for growth and decided to go against her initial thoughts of betrothing Qing Ruoyue to Mo Wuji. If she knew that Mo Wuji would have progressed to such a stage, she wouldn't have dared about how shameless it might seem. She would have tried to bring Qing Ruoyue and Mo Wuji together. Sect head Mo, that Zhuyin really didn't have any means of resisting you? Xingyang changed the topic. The moment she thought about Chang and Mo Wuji, she would get vexed. Mo Wuji's expression turned serious. No, this person is extremely strong. If he didn't underestimate me or overestimate himself, even if I could win him, it wouldn't have been an easy victory. Even though Mo Wuji seemed to have defeated Zhuyin easily, Mo Wuji was very clear that Zhuyin still had many methods which he didn't reveal. It was primarily because he had just emerged from Soul Seal prison that Zhu Yin's self-confidence swelled, causing him to underestimate Mo Wuji. Of course, even if that fella didn't underestimate him, Mo Wuji didn't have any reason to fear. 1. Xingshan means to do good deeds. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 869, I want to change the Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 869, I want to change the Heavenly Emperor. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. What Mo Wuji didn't expect was that even though they didn't use any transfer arrays, they were still able to reach their destination in merely 2 days. Moreover, the place looked very familiar. To put it in other words, the site of Tianji was in the same immortal domain as his Pingfan Immortal School. This is Yongying's immortal chasm? Mo Wuji asked with furrowed brows. Yongying Immortal Chasm was the chasm to half-immortal domain. Those years ago, he even traversed across it. That's right. This is Yongying Immortal Domain's edge of Yongying. To think about it, it is in the same immortal domain as Sect Head Mo's Pingfan Immortal School, Guy Ying answered. Mo Wuji saw at least 10 experts not far away, he even recognized a few of them. This included Heavenly Emperor Zizai and Yongying Immortal Domain's Heavenly Emperor Kuei Fengyun. This place was truly too familiar. Back when he traversed across Yongying's Immortal Chasm, there was a killing array here. However, at this moment, that array was no longer present, it should have already been destroyed. This place used to be restrained by the laws of the heaven and earth, only golden immortals and below could come here. But not long ago, it suddenly changed. Cultivators from lower worlds could ascend into the immortal world and the laws here are no longer oppressed by the heaven and earth, Xingyang explained. Mo Wuji came to a realization. Back when he first came, there were indeed restraints to the laws of the heaven and earth here. He even made use of those restraints to kill some golden immortals from the immortal world. It was just that he cultivated the mortal Tao, causing him to not face any of these restraints. This was why he didn't think about it at the very first moment. Greetings, Sect Head Mo. The 10 experts guarding over the Yongying Immortal Chasm all came over to greet. News of Mo Wuji's deeds had already spread over here. Thus, no one here dared to show any disrespect to Mo Wuji. Even though Kuei Fengyun eagerly wanted to kill Mo Wuji, Kuei Fengyun knew that he couldn't kill the current Mo Wuji. In fact, if Mo Wuji had any killing intent towards him, he was the one that was going to be easily killed. Kuei Fengyun greets sect head Mo. At this instant, Kuei Fengyun's heart was palpitating in uncertainty. He was incomparably respectful towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji's eyes swept across Kuei Fengyun coldly. His tone did not contain half a strand of respect as he said, Kuei Fengyun, now that cultivators can ascend to the immortal world, are you going to think of another method to kill those newly ascended cultivators? Kuei Fengyun jolted and he hurriedly said, I don't dare. I have long realized my mistake. Without cultivators ascending to the immortal world, my Yongning immortal domain's power gradually got weaker. I've already ordered the great efforts to protect newly ascended cultivators. At this instant, Kuei Fengyun could only curse in his heart. Why must this problem happen in his Yongning immortal domain? If it wasn't in Yongning, he definitely wouldn't have come. But now that it had happened in Yongning immortal domain, as its heavenly emperor, he couldn't find a reason not to come even if he was searching from a pool of a million reasons. Even the Xingshan and company hoped that Mo Wuji wouldn't get caught up in such trivial matters and to hurry over to the site of Tianji. They didn't dare to come forward and offend Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji coldly snorted, as the heavenly emperor, you were too selfish and your cultivation is also too weak. I'm too lazy to accuse you of a crime. After this matter ends, hand your position as the heavenly emperor to Wei Zidao. In reality, Mo Wuji had long been discontented with Kuei Fengyun's rule as the heavenly emperor. This fellow was too selfish, he had never considered the immortal domain in his decisions. With such a heavenly emperor, the immortal domain would eventually be doomed. His Pingfan immortal school was in Yongning immortal domain. If Kuei Fengyun continued to imprison the talents that ascend to Yongning immortal domain from the cultivation world, then Yongning would eventually grow weaker than the others. Pingfan, being in Yongning immortal domain, wouldn't be any better off either. Ah! Kuei Fengyun even prepared for the scenario if Mo Wuji attacked him. However, he never expected that Mo Wuji would directly remove him from his position as a heavenly emperor. Did this fella think he was the Tao Emperor of the very high heavens? He could just decide who the heavenly emperor was going to be. A voice filled with derision sounded, Mo Wuji, others respect your pill Tao and call you sect head Mo, but you actually consider yourself as the Tao Emperor of the very high heavens? Yongning immortal domain's heavenly emperor had been decided on a long time ago, how can it be changed along with your whims? Moreover, who are you to meddle with what a heavenly emperor does? The one speaking was a black-robed old man behind Kuei Fengyun. Mo Wuji had sensed that this fellow was a grand emperor some time ago. Who are you? Mo Wuji's tone was icy cold. This emperor is the grand protector of Yongning immortal domain, Chang Beiha. Mo Wuji, I know that your sacred arts are strong and that I am not your opponent. However, Yongning immortal domain is not a place where you can cover over its skies with your hands and have it go along with your dictations. You are merely a sect head, but you actually want to interfere with the matters of Yongning immortal domain and interfere with the matters of the heavenly emperor. The surrounding people glanced towards each other. They really didn't know what madness Chang Beiha was going on about. Mo Wuji even dared to challenge Zichan Luo. You think that he wouldn't dare to attack you? A mere protector? Mo Wuji was too lazy to speak. He directly released a punch towards Chang Beiha. He didn't even use his domain, but his fist still easily tore through Chang Beiha's domain. Sect head Mo, please stop. When Xingshan saw Mo Wuji's actions, he hurriedly tried to step forward to stop Mo Wuji. It was just that Gai Ying blocked his way. Xing Yang, Gai Ying, and those of the likes could tell that something was wrong with Chang Beiha. As a grand emperor, he still dared to challenge Mo Wuji despite knowing about his deeds. Wasn't he simply courting his death? Kuei Fengyun's face changed and he didn't move. He was very clear that he was the number one person that Mo Wuji wanted to kill here. If he dared to make a move, he might be Mo Wuji's next target. Moreover, he could tell that Chang Beiha was indeed trying to court his own death. Gotcha! This fist of Mo Wuji's easily landed on Chang Beiha's chest. Even those at the furthest edge could hear the sound of cracking. Mo Wuji could defeat Zhu Yin and he could even kill multiple Grand Emperors. It really wouldn't be strange to see him kill Chang Beihe this easily. What left everyone shocked was that after this fist landed on Chang Beihe, a black mist oozed out of Chang Beihe's body. His aura didn't get weaker, and in fact, it became slightly stronger. Before everyone could even react, they saw a scene that left them in greater disbelief. Chang Beihe actually whipped out his magic treasure. Logically, even if Mo Wuji's fist wasn't able to kill Chang Beihe still wouldn't be able to retaliate with such energy and spirit. But when Chang Beihe finally attacked, everyone saw that Chang Beihe's target actually wasn't Mo Wuji, but Kuei Fengyun. Even Monk Xingshan understood what happened. There seemed to be a seal within Chang Beihe's body, and that fist of Mo Wuji's helped to remove that seal. Looking at Chang Beihe's actions, anyone that wasn't a fool could tell who was the one who laid the seal. Indeed, when he saw Chang Beihe's attack locked onto himself, Kuei Fengyun's face changed. He immediately retrieved a talisman. But at the instant where he wanted to activate that talisman, he suddenly felt the space around him harden. A hint of hatred flashed across his eyes. He knew that Chang Beihe didn't have the capability to do such a thing, and Mo Wuji definitely was the one. PFF. Chang Beihe's magic treasure landed on Kuei Fengyun's body, turning Kuei Fengyun into a mist of blood. Chang Beihe's hand flipped, sweeping Kuei Fengyun's storage ring into his hand. He immediately handed the ring over to Mo Wuji and said, "Many thanks to Sect Head Mo for your saving grace. This is the ring of Kuei Fengyun, that thief." Mo Wuji did not show any courtesy as he kept that ring. Chang Beihe was seeking to die. On the contrary, he saved Chang Beihe's life. After accepting the ring, Mo Wuji didn't pry into the incident that happened between Chang Beihe and Kuei Fengyun. He smiled and faced the crowd. "I was once the sect head of Tianji sect, and I heard that this is the site of Tianji. I still need those that arrived earlier to tell me when the site of Tianji first appeared." When even a person of Yongning immortal domain like Mo Wuji didn't ask about what happened between Kuei Fengyun and Chang Beihe, the others were even less willing to ask about it. Heavenly Emperor Zizai was more familiar with Mo Wuji. He stood up and said, "This place used to be the immortal chasm. However, when half immortal domain collapsed, this immortal chasm began to spread outwards. A passage appeared nearby. This passage opens intermittently, and every time it opens, it will open for roughly half a day. However, any cultivator that entered this passage would indubitably die. Just as Heavenly Emperor Zizai got here, a mist began to form over the innocuous-looking immortal chasm. Following which, an entirely new sight appeared before everyone. A huge stone, hundreds of meters tall, stood tall above the mist. At the top of this huge stone, there seemed to be another stone that lay horizontally. The moment Mo Wuji saw this sight, he knew that Qing Yang and company were right. This really matched the faint image on his white sect head token. This huge stone was standing above a marsh, which was also described in the jade letter that Su Zian gave him. Indeed, there was a strong energy of destructive wafting out from that passage. It felt equivalent to an ordinary person standing on top of a landmine, extremely uncomfortable. When you go closer, you will see two words on that horizontal stone. Those two words are Tianji, Gai Ying explained. Over the few days that you all went here, something else happened, Heavenly Emperors, as I added. What happened? Monk Xingshan seemed especially concerned over the events here. This was why he was extremely anxious. Another two people went in. However, their corpses haven't been sent out, Heavenly Emperors, as I said solemnly. Mo Wuji hurriedly asked, "Don't tell me that when people enter and die inside, their corpses would be sent out?" Yes. As long as anyone dies inside, their corpses would be sent out. It seems as though something inside feels disgust towards these corpses, Gai Ying explained. Anyone recognizes these two people? And did they go in together? This time, it was Mo Wuji's turn to be anxious. Standing by Heavenly Emperor Zizai's side, a pale clean-shaven man said, "I recognized one of them. He was the very high heavens Hu Qishang." Hu Qishang. Why did this name sound so familiar? Mo Wuji soon recalled when he heard of this fella. This fella screwed over Han Yi, who was the ancestor of Han Long. Even though Han Long didn't come to Ping Fan Immortal School, she was also considered one of them. Moreover, Han Yi was the one that brought De Huang to the immortal world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 870, The Land of Tianji. Chapter 870, The Land of Tianji. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Heavenly Emperor Zizai also said, even though I didn't recognize the second person, I could tell that he was wearing a mask. Moreover, I could sense that he was very young to the point of disbelief. As he was speaking, Heavenly Emperor Zizai glanced towards Mo Wuji, implying that the second fella's age was comparable to Mo Wuji's. Mo Wuji suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly asked, Immortal friend Zizai, you mean that the second person is roughly the same age as me? How was his cultivation? I'm afraid that his cultivation is not weaker than mine and I'm unable to discern it clearly. I even suspect that I've seen him before, Heavenly Emperor Zizai said honestly. Mo Wuji's heart sank. He was 100% sure that the second person was Lei Hongji. That fella possessed the Tianji sword. Now that the sight of Tianji has appeared, that fella definitely wouldn't miss out on this opportunity. Sect Head Mo, you can also feel the terrifying energy from within the passage. In terms of power, I believe that Sect Head Mo is already standing at the absolute peak of the immortal world. This problem is not one that can be solved with greater numbers. With our current powers, even if we can install powerful seals over the passage, they will still be to no avail in the face of such terrifying energy. Xing Shan tried hard to speak in an indirect and tactful manner. It was just that he wasn't an expert at doing so. Anyone that heard Xing Shan's words could tell what he was implying. He was saying that Mo Wuji was the strongest person in the immortal world. Among all of them here, only Mo Wuji could take a look inside. The others all prepared for Mo Wuji's rejection. And if Mo Wuji really rejected Xing Shan's words, everyone could only join hands to seal this place, then find a way to get to the very high heavens. Even though there were 7 immortal domains in the immortal world and each immortal domain was separated by the vast void, the laws across the immortal domains were connected. If this energy of destruction explodes, the laws of the heaven and earth would collapse. When that happens, Yongying immortal domain wouldn't be the only one that gets destroyed. Alright, I will go in and take a look. But if I'm unable to escape, then I would have to request for everyone's help to take care of my Ping Fan Immortal School. Mo Wuji answered in a straightforward manner. He did not beat around the bush. Sect Head Mo, my life was saved by you. In the future, when immortal friend Zidao takes over as the Heavenly Emperor, I, Chang Beihe, would definitely show him my full support. Chang Beihe was the first to clasp his fists. Alright, farewell everyone. With that, Mo Wuji's figure flashed and he directly entered that passage. The remaining people didn't even have time to react. Why was Mo Wuji so forthright and straightforward? Why didn't he even ask for any benefits? Xing Shan sighed. Sect Head Mo is truly a hero among men. I, Xing Shan, am inferior. Xing Yang could only shake her head. She didn't know whether she should be complimenting Mo Wuji or sighing for him. They did have intentions of asking Mo Wuji to enter the passage when they invited him over, but Mo Wuji always seemed to rush through things. He didn't even prepare himself, he simply entered the passage. He was the same those years ago. And it was exactly because of his straightforward and direct way of doing things which caused him to be pursued by multiple Grand Emperors. After Mo Wuji entered, Guiying stepped forward and said, because of certain reasons, our immortal world's strength gets weaker as the days pass. Sect Head Mo should be the strongest expert of our immortal world. No matter what happens, we should still prepare for the worst and start to install a seal over the passage. Guiying's words immediately received the acknowledgement from everyone. Everyone all took out their best materials and started to join hands to install a grand seal. Whether this seal was successful or not, they were still going to attempt to form it. If he didn't know that Lei Hongji had already entered, Mo Wuji might actually have prepared a plan and asked for some benefits before entering the site of Tianji. But now that he knew that Lei Hongji was a step ahead of him, how could Mo Wuji still have the time to think about anything else? Only Mo Wuji knew exactly how terrifying Lei Hongji was. Moreover, since Heavenly Emperor Zizai said that Lei Hongji's cultivation was no weaker than his, it would mean that Lei Hongji had also stepped into the Immortal Emperor stage. The reason why he, Mo Wuji, could step into the Immortal Emperor stage at such a fast pace was because of his Immortal Mortal technique and his 108 meridians. At the same time, he obtained vast amounts of green crystals in the heavens beyond cosmos. This Tianji secret domain was definitely far from simple. If Lei Hongji managed to conquer it, then it would definitely have a huge impact on the gap between Lei Hongji and him. The moment he entered the passage, Mo Wuji linked to his 6 pages of the Book of Luo. The moment anything feels amiss, he would immediately activate his Book of Luo to protect himself. The curious thing was that there wasn't even any form of danger. Besides the deep concentrated elemental energy here, this whole passage was a blur. He wasn't even able to release his spiritual will. Mo Wuji cultivated with green crystals before. The moment this natural elemental energy flooded towards him, he could feel that a portion of the energy was similar to the energy of the green crystal. And even though his spiritual will couldn't be released, Mo Wuji still had his spiritual eye. Condensing his spiritual eye, a vast and boundless swamp appeared in front of Mo Wuji. What's different from usual was that this swamp was inclined downwards. Additionally, there weren't any signs of life in the swamp, even the puddles around the swamp were all dried up. At the center of this downward sloping swamp, there stood the huge stone. When Mo Wuji saw that stone previously, he estimated that it was only 300 meters at the very most. But now, he could see that this huge stone was at least multiple times of that. At the top of this huge stone, there was indeed another piece of stone laying horizontally. 2 words could be seen on the horizontal stone, Tianji. As Mo Wuji moved forward, the natural elemental energy around him got thicker. In less than a single breath's time, the space around him suddenly started to bend and a violent force began to tear at Mo Wuji's body. Even though Mo Wuji had a late-stage god physique, trails of blood still started to form throughout his body. At this instant, Mo Wuji finally understood why no one was able to escape. The laws of heaven and earth over this area were too strange. He had his Book of Luo, but his Book of Luo couldn't even be activated. Perhaps he might be able to use his Book of Luo once he fully refines it, but for now, he wasn't able to use it at all. Even with his spirit storage channel, he was unable to make use of his defensive treasure. There was no need to talk about others, it was definitely impossible for them to use their defensive treasures. That fella that managed to escape definitely must have been a physique tempering expert. Just as Mo Wuji thought of this, he suddenly felt a pain akin to ant bites over the injuries that just formed over his body. Following which, a layer of faint white smoke oozed out from his injuries. Mo Wuji's detoxification channel immediately went into reverse circulation. Very soon, the remaining meridians all joined it in circulation. As this happened, smoke continuously got expelled from Mo Wuji's injuries. Mo Wuji was inwardly very impressed. The spatial distortions that could easily tear through the bodies of cultivators actually weren't the most terrifying threats here. Instead, it was the poison which entered him without him even noticing it. If he didn't have his detoxification channel, he would have already died by now. Even though he was a Tier 9 pill emperor, he wasn't sure that he could resolve this poison through his pills alone. Since the 2 people that went ahead of him were still alive, it was clear that the 2 of them were truly impressive. Mo Wuji did have some idea as to how powerful Hu Qisheng was. This fella had lived for God knows how many years, and if he wasn't strong, he wouldn't have been able to kill Han Long's ancestor, Han Yi. On the other hand, if the other fella was really Lei Hongji and if Lei Hongji was really still alive, then he would need to re-evaluate Lei Hongji's strength. Mo Wuji proceeded with greater caution and speed. Soon, Mo Wuji reached the edge of this strange swarm. To his astonishment, he discovered that the huge stone, which should have been near the center of the swamp, was now further in the depths of the swamp. Indeed, this was a peculiar place. As Mo Wuji stood at the edge of the swamp, his spiritual eye saw that there was only one direction in the swamp where the natural elemental energy was getting thicker. The other directions were much weaker in comparison. Mo Wuji did not hesitate to enter into the swamp. The spatial distortions got stronger and stronger. The pressure that Mo Wuji's body had to bear also got increasingly terrifying. At this instant, Mo Wuji really appreciated the fact that he was a true physique temperer. Otherwise, he really would have died by now. Perhaps he could try retreating, but he had a faint premonition that he wouldn't be able to retreat. His physique tempering technique also went into circulation. What delighted Mo Wuji endlessly was that this place was actually very suitable to temper his body. Moreover, as the spatial distortions caused more injuries to form throughout his body, more poison was absorbed into his detoxification channel. The poison was converted into a form of elemental energy, and this elemental energy was able to strengthen Mo Wuji's body at a hitherto unheard of pace. Mo Wuji had been stuck in God Physique level 7 for a very long time. But this time, he only needed a short moment to step into God Physique level 8. If not for the secrets of Tianji and the fact that Lei Hongji was a step ahead of him, Mo Wuji would have stayed here to cultivate. After all, this place was truly too suitable to temper his body. With his spiritual eye, Mo Wuji saw that this swamp was vast and boundless. However, in reality, this swamp wasn't really without an end. At the end of the swamp, there was a door. Behind that door, there was a hall with no walls. If the walls couldn't even be seen, one could only imagine how vast this hall was. If not for that door and the hard ground, perhaps this place would simply be the void. At this instant, there were 3 people facing each other in the hall. If Mo Wuji was here, he would definitely have recognized one of them as Lei Hongji. Even though Lei Hongji might be disguised and the two of them didn't have many encounters, Mo Wuji would still be able to immediately notice Lei Hongji's intense lightning-type Dao aura. Among the other two, one was an old man with a slightly blurred face while the other was a young woman. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 871, Familiar Woman. Chapter 871, Familiar Woman. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The two of you are actually able to reach here. That takes some abilities. No, I should say, that takes some secrets. The one speaking was that young woman. As she was speaking, the young woman suddenly opened her hand. A violent tornado suddenly seemed to sweep up around them. The other two hurriedly brought out their defensive treasures. This tornado soon disappeared. At the same time, the faces of the two other people changed. At this instant, the disguise of the black-robed man with the blurry face was revealed. He was a youth with slightly pale skin. The other person was also a young man. He had a long face and a pair of eagle-like eyes. Seeing this young woman easily remove their disguises with a simple opening of her hand, the two of them were incredibly shocked. They were both top-class powerhouses of the entire immortal world, but at this instant, both of them were unable to even see through this woman's cultivation. This Dao friend's methods are indeed not ordinary. However, it still shouldn't be easy for you to kill us, right? If we go all out, I'm sure that the regulation talisman on Dao friend would definitely shatter. The one speaking was the pale-faced black-robed youth. Secretly, his heart was shaking in shock. He had not expected that Lei Hongji would appear here. Now that Lei Hongji's disguise had been destroyed by that young woman, he was naturally able to recognize Lei Hongji. Likewise, Lei Hongji also didn't think that he would meet the most mysterious subordinate of Zichan Luo here. He only knew that this fella's name was Hu Qisheng, nothing else. The young woman laughed blandly, seemingly dismissing the words of this pale-faced youth. She remained calm as she said, "If you don't have the 4 marks of Tianji, then screw off. If you don't believe me, the two of you can try attacking me together. Let's see whether I can kill the two of you." Lei Hongji suddenly said, "My name is Lei Hongji and I really don't believe you. If this senior sister really wants to fight, I, Lei Hongji, will accompany you to the very end." Hu Qisheng regained his composure the moment Lei Hongji said those words. Perhaps this young woman might be stronger than them, but she was definitely bluffing when she said that she could squash them easily. He could not help but feel slightly ashamed. Because he was too cautious, he wasn't able to immediately tell that this woman was trying to deceive them. Just now, it must have been due to some unique sacred art which allowed her to destroy their disguises. It was not because she was leagues above them. Indeed, this young woman jolted slightly in response to Lei Hongji's words. She didn't utter any further threats. Even though this young woman didn't threaten them any further, Lei Hongji retrieved a sword and said, "This should be one of the marks of the 4 marks of Tianji that you mentioned, right?" This sword looked very ordinary, but at the same time, it looked strange. This sword didn't have a sword knob nor a sword blade, it was a sword with a sword point and sword face that were of equal thickness. Tianji sword. The moment this woman saw the sword, she cried out in astonishment and her eyes turned serious. "I wonder if this sword is considered one of the 4 marks?" Lei Hongji said unhurriedly. The young woman nodded, "That's right. This is indeed one of the 4 marks of Tianji sword." Thereafter, her gaze landed on Hu Qisheng. Now that Lei Hongji had taken out the Tianji sword, if Hu Qisheng didn't have anything to show, it was likely for Lei Hongji to join hands with her to deal with Hu Qisheng. Hu Qisheng opened his hand and a palm-sized black token appeared in his hand. Seeing the black token in Hu Qisheng's hand, a hint of delight flashed across the young woman's eyes. Indeed, only those that possess the 4 marks of Tianji could arrive here. I wonder if this is considered one of the 4 marks of Tianji? Hu Qisheng said gloomily. The young woman responded, "That's right. This is the Yin mark of the 4 marks of Tianji." Lei Hongji unhurriedly kept his Tianji sword and said, "This Dao friend Hu Qisheng and I have both brought out our marks of Tianji. Aren't you going to take yours out too?" The young woman didn't retrieve anything. Instead, she said calmly, "I don't have any of the 4 marks. But which one of you knows how to use the 4 marks to open Tianji?" "Only I know how to do it, so I have my own leverages. Of course, since we're all working together, I will reveal my name. I am Wuji now. Then are we able to open Tianji now?" Hu Qisheng wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. He was different from Lei Hongji, he was dispatched to the immortal world by Zi Chanluo to destroy Pingfan Immortal School. It was just that he discovered the site of Tianji, which was why he detracted from the mission to deal with Mo Wuji and came here instead. Thus, he didn't know that the army sent by the very high heavens to deal with Mo Wuji had already been decimated, nor did he know that Lei Hongji had already killed Zi Chanluo. "No. We need all 4 marks of Tianji to open Tianji." Yuzhina did not hesitate to reply. Hu Qisheng and Lei Hongji glanced towards each other. They were still missing 2 marks, so what *T working together was she talking about? Yuzhina said calmly, "From the looks of it, the two of you still don't know what are the 4 marks of Tianji. Since they're called the 4 marks of Tianji, the people that possess them would definitely know that this place has opened. Once they do, they would come here. This is also part of heavenly fate. Tianji is translated to heavenly fate. What if they enter but are unable to reach this place? What do we do then?" Lei Hongji asked worriedly. Yuzhina smiled faintly, "As long as it enters, each of the marks of Tianji will find their way here. If the person who possesses the mark of Tianji dies, the mark would automatically fly here. However, do you think that any random person could obtain a mark of Tianji?" Yuzhina didn't need to continue speaking any further for Hu Qisheng and Lei Hongji to understand her meaning. She was saying that one must possess a certain level of heavenly fate and luck in order to obtain any one of the 4 marks of Tianji. Since that's the case, we will wait here. With that, Hu Qisheng retreated 10 steps, closed his eyes and stopped speaking. The instant Hu Qisheng sat down, Yu Zhina and Lei Hongji also retreated. They each found a spot to cultivate. Following Mo Wuji's continuous advancement, the pace of his physique tempering got increasingly faster. However, no matter how far he walked, the huge stone would always be in front of him. 5 days later, Mo Wuji stopped. He had walked to the end of the swamp. Even at the end of the swamp, that huge stone was still erected in the distance. But at this point, it looked far taller. Mo Wuji didn't pay attention to that huge stone. Instead, he was looking at the black door which was at the end of the swamp. This door was like an array gate, it stood alone at the end of this dried-up swamp. Mo Wuji's array Dao had long exceeded immortal grade 9. He was very clear that this wasn't an array gate. This door was an ordinary door. However, there was Dao energy flowing within this door, giving it an indescribable aura. Mo Wuji did not immediately step into the door. By this point, he had already calmed down significantly. He didn't think that traversing this swamp would take him 5 days. Now that so many days had passed, Lei Hongji might already have found the treasure and it would be useless for him to go in and fight for the treasure. On the other hand, it was better for him to be careful and to use this opportunity to eliminate Lei Hongji. If Lei Hongji hadn't even obtained the treasure, then there was even lesser need for him to worry. Mo Wuji condensed his spiritual eye and carefully peeped through the door. Behind the door was actually a vast and spacious hall, he couldn't even see where the hall's walls were. Within the hall, there were 3 people. These 3 people were sitting in a triangle, seemingly on guard against one another. Previously, Heavenly Emperor Zizai said that there were only 2 people that entered. But now, he clearly saw 3 and one of them was even a woman. Yu Zhina seemed to notice Mo Wuji's gaze, she actually opened her eyes. In an instant, Mo Wuji closed his spiritual eye. At the same time, his figure flashed, retreating by tens of kilometers and landing back within the swamp. If he didn't guess wrong, the 2 young men inside should be Hu Qisheng and Lei Hongji. He had never seen Hai Qisheng before while he had battled with Lei Hongji once. On the other hand, he felt a strange sense of familiarity from that woman. That woman gave him a sense of danger, so huge to the point where he felt that he would immediately die if he walked through that door. As he inscribed hundreds of array runes around himself, Mo Wuji thought, who's that woman? In merely a few breaths of time, Mo Wuji's face turned pale. He finally remembered. Before returning to the immortal world, he killed a mysterious brown-haired youth. That brown-haired youth's cultivation was far higher than his. If not for that brown-haired youth's cultivation being sealed by the regulation talisman and that talisman causing the youth's entire body to tear apart, there was no need to talk about killing the youth. Mo Wuji might not even be able to withstand a single of his sacred arts. This woman actually looked similar to that brown-haired youth. By this time, if Mo Wuji didn't know where that chilling sense of impending doom came from, then he would be too much of an idiot. Clearly, that brown-haired youth was related to this young woman. If he went in, that young woman would definitely kill him to take revenge for that brown-haired youth. That's still not right, Mo Wuji frowned. Only those with him would know that he killed that brown-haired youth. None of them would reveal that news, so how would this woman know about it? Mo Wuji shuddered. He finally came to an understanding. There was a 100% certainty that some sort of imprint latched onto him after he killed that brown-haired youth. As he thought of this, Mo Wuji was increasingly sure that he was right. No one would have noticed the spiritual will imprint besides that brown-haired youth's family. Now that it was likely that this young man was a relative of that brown-haired youth, she would definitely discover the spiritual will imprint if he appeared before her. Mo Wuji's expression turned slightly unsightly. He stood up and retreated another tens of kilometers before he stopped. This wasn't his first or second time that someone left a spiritual will imprint on him. Thus, after he killed the brown-haired youth, he checked himself for any imprints but he didn't find any. From the looks of it, he had been too careless. The imprint was still there, it was just that he didn't locate it. As for the threat that this young woman posed to his life, Mo Wuji didn't suspect it. The brown-haired youth was in the cultivation world. The pressure from the regulation talisman in the cultivation would definitely be at least 2 times the pressure here in the immortal world. When he saw that young woman just now, he saw that there weren't any blood cracks throughout her body like that brown-haired youth. With such power, would she even face any difficulty in killing him, Mo Wuji? But if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 872, 4 Marks of Tianji. Chapter 872, 4 Marks of Tianji. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Yuzhina lifted her head to face the door, her brows furrowed slightly. Was that a misperception? She actually felt that there was a person peeking at her through the door. Soon, Yuzhina placed that thought aside. No matter who it was, that person would definitely come in here ultimately. Thus, if it was not a misperception and if there was actually a person peeking at them, then that person would eventually come in. After obtaining this fortune, she would return. Her brother and her obtained 2 peak grade regulation talismans and secretly came to this lower realm. The 2 of them split apart in the void, so she didn't know where her brother was now. As long as she obtains the opportunity here, it would be worth it even if her father locks her up for a period of time. Mo Wuji sat within the swamp, his surroundings were hidden within a concealment array. His spiritual will from both his spirit storage channel and his sea of consciousness continuously flushed through his body. He searched every nook and cranny on his body at least 10 times, but the results always left him depressed. He was unable to find any imprint. If it was before, Mo Wuji might have thought that he was overthinking things. However, ever since he was ambushed by those 3 Grand Emperors and Quasi-Emperor, he would feel a deep sense of foreboding. Even back when he left Heavenly Chasm City, he also felt some bad omens. However, he still chose to head towards Dingpu Immortal City. Indeed, something bad happened and Han Xingru was even caught and thrown into sword prison. Moreover, that woman he saw was 70% similar to that brown-haired youth. This only left Mo Wuji more unwilling to take the risk. His spiritual will searched through his body another 10 times, but he still didn't find anything. Mo Wuji stopped using his spiritual will. He felt that if he continued using such a method, he still wouldn't find anything even after 10,000 years. He needed to find a new and reliable method. As Mo Wuji frowned and sat in contemplation, the spatial distortions in the air continued to tear Mo Wuji's skin apart. As his skin continued to lacerate, Mo Wuji felt more pain throughout his body. This also caused him to awake from his rumination. His vitality channel went into circulation, healing the injuries caused by the spatial distortions. Looking at the cracks form on his skin before being completely healed by his vitality channel, Mo Wuji's heart started pounding. He stopped his vitality channel from circulating. He even stopped his detoxification channel. Not only that, he burned the clothes on him and scraped off all his hair. After Mo Wuji stopped the detoxification and the healing of his injuries, his body started to get riddled with cracks. The spatial distortions caused injuries to form on every single inch of his body. Because he stopped the circulation of his detoxification channel, the poison in the air gathered around Mo Wuji. Soon, a white mist of poison could be seen rolling around him. His life force got weaker and weaker and his eyes started to turn dim. He still didn't circulate his detoxification channel but started to use his spiritual will to search his entire body. This time, in just a few breaths, Mo Wuji's spiritual will stopped near his heart. All his blood had been invaded by the poison and had started to turn white. However, a fist-sized blob of blood still continued to flow around his blood. It didn't show any signs that it was poisoned. In fact, it was still bright red. Mo Wuji was the one who created his own path of cultivation. Naturally, he was extremely clear about his own body. Under such venomous poison, he wouldn't be able to leave a blob of blood unaffected. There was definitely a problem with this unaffected blob of blood. Mo Wuji didn't hesitate as he gorged into his chest. He grabbed that blob of blood, threw it into a jade box and sealed it. By this time, Mo Wuji's bones started to emit a gray aura of death. The only reason why he was able to endure till now was because of his god physique. After gorging out that blood blob, Mo Wuji struggled to consume a vitality pill and continued to use his spiritual will to inspect his body. After searching for 3 more times and verifying that there weren't any abnormalities in his body, Mo Wuji started to circulate his detoxification channel to resolve the poison in his body. At the same time, his vitality channel also started reverse circulation to heal his injuries. If he delayed the detoxification any further, his meridians would have started to rot. His detoxification channel furiously went into reverse circulation. With his fastest speed, Mo Wuji expelled the venom within his body. From his previous experience, Mo Wuji was clear that he could temper his physique more efficiently here. Thus, while he expelled the venom out of his body, he also used his physique tempering technique and circulated it to the max. In merely a few cycles, Mo Wuji was stunned still. He had never felt that physique tempering was so easy before. His God Physique level 8 soon reached the peak of the level and he was able to step into God Physique level 9 without facing any bottlenecks. The moment he stepped into God Physique level 9, Mo Wuji could clearly feel that the damage the spatial distortions could deal to him had fallen significantly. If he chose to activate his elemental energy, the spatial distortions wouldn't even be able to leave scars on his body. In half a day, Mo Wuji's detoxification channel had removed all the venom within him. At the same time, his physique stabilized at God Physique level 9. Indeed, fortune and danger come together. If he simply stayed here and cultivate, it wouldn't have been so easy for him to enter God Physique level 9. After completely recovering, Mo Wuji allowed himself to get poisoned for the second time. Because the damage that the spatial distortions have on him had decreased, he had to forcibly absorb the poison in the air. After poisoning his entire body once more, Mo Wuji used spiritual will to search again. After verifying that there weren't any abnormalities, he started to detoxify himself. After using poison to temper his physique twice, Mo Wuji's physique had strengthened to the peak of God Physique level 9. After changing into a set of clean clothes, Mo Wuji entered his undying world. While in the undying world, he opened that jade box. In that jade box, there was a blob of blood. This was the blob that he had just pulled out of his body. If he wasn't poisoned, he wouldn't have been able to notice that this blood blob was different from the rest of his blood. This blood blob was completely mixed in with the rest of his blood. When he searched his body with his spiritual will, he wasn't able to notice this blood blob out of the rest of his blood. Even now, his spiritual will was unable to detect any abnormalities in this blood blob. It could clearly be seen how terrifying this imprint was. Moreover, Mo Wuji knew that if he decided to use this method to search for imprints right after he killed that brown-haired youth, his affected blood wouldn't be so huge as to form a blob. In other words, if he hadn't inspected his body now, perhaps all the blood in his body might have been converted by this imprint. Even if he used this poison method, he wouldn't be able to notice the difference. If someone told him that the imprint was within his blood, he wouldn't even be able to remove it with his current level of cultivation. Would he have to release all the blood within his body? The more Mo Wuji thought about it, the more fearful he got. He didn't know exactly who he killed, but he did know one thing, that brown-haired fella must definitely be of some terrifying background. The undying world was Mo Wuji's own world, but he still didn't dare to have this blood blob exist within it. He installed array after array around it and had the Book of Luo to guard him. Thereafter, he whipped out his scholar's heart and threw it at this blood blob. The scholar's heart was a grade 9 immortal flame. Moreover, this was Mo Wuji's territory. The flame engulfed the blood blob and the blood blob was soon ignited and burned. An extremely small drop of blood floated within his defensive array. No matter how his scholar's heart tried to burn it, that blood drop didn't evaporate. Mo Wuji's heart was filled with shock. This imprint was so strong. Even his grade 9 immortal flame was helpless against it. If this imprint were to discover it, wouldn't he definitely be screwed? Mo Wuji did not continue trying to burn this imprint. This was his undying world. He even whipped out piles of array flags and installed arrays around this imprint. Not only that, he even used 2 pages of the Book of Luo to guard over this imprint. He didn't dare to casually throw this imprint away. If this imprint was thrown into the immortal world and discovered by that expert who made it, then the entire immortal world might be destroyed because of him. Leaving the undying world and cleaning his tracks, Mo Wuji returned back to that huge door. He still didn't go in immediately. Instead, he condensed his spiritual eye and continued to observe that vast and boundless hall. The moment Mo Wuji's gaze landed on that woman, she turned her head to face the door and she sneered coldly. Mo Wuji knew that the first time he laid eyes on her, she knew that he would definitely return. This was why she didn't chase after him. This time, Mo Wuji didn't hesitate to step into the hall. This was because he no longer felt any sort of deathly threat. Clearly, that imprint was the existence that could have threatened his life. I thought that you were going to hide for a few more days. I didn't think that you would come so soon. Yuzhina stared at Mo Wuji. Her mouth arched into a smile of disdain. When Lei Hongji and Hu Qisheng saw Mo Wuji, they also stood up. Mo Wuji, it's you? Previously, I didn't manage to kill you. This time, I want to see how much you've improved. Lei Hongji stared at Mo Wuji, his eyes were filled with incomparably sharp killing intent. Compared to Mo Wuji's desire to kill him, his desire to kill Mo Wuji was far greater. He knew that Mo Wuji was strong and was also an immortal emperor. However, he, Lei Hongji, remained dauntless. Even though he was only in the early immortal emperor stage, he was sure he could easily kill Zichan Luo in an open battle. Those that never crossed swords with him before wouldn't know that he was completely different from other immortal emperors. Mo Wuji sneered, if I recall correctly, I wasn't the one that fled previously. So you're called Mo Wuji. It takes some capabilities to arrive here. Do you have the 4 marks of Tianji? Yuzhina had no interest in the grudge between Mo Wuji and Lei Hongji. By the side, Hu Qisheng didn't wait for Mo Wuji to speak as he brought out a black token and said, the 4 marks of Tianji are 4 different kinds of things. My token here is the Yin mark of the Yin Yang marks. Lei Hongji's sword is the Tianji sword, but indeed, this black token was similar to his white token. There were also some faint diagrams on it. Looking at the 3's postures, Mo Wuji immediately knew that if he didn't take out any of the 4 marks of Tianji, the 3 of them would probably join hands to attack him. There was no need to talk about joining hands. Mo Wuji guessed that he wouldn't even be a match for that young woman. This woman was definitely related to that brown-haired man, they looked far too similar. What do the 4 marks of Tianji do? Mo Wuji didn't immediately retrieve his Tianji pole and his white token. Instead, he asked a question. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 873, Extracting Fate. Chapter 873, Extracting Fate. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. If you don't have any of the 4 marks of Tianji, then F*ck off. If you have one, then I will naturally explain, Yuzhina said harshly. She felt great contempt towards this cowardly Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji completely ignored Yuzhina as he walked into the depths of this hall. Su Roer had said it before, the white token and the Tianji pole could also open this place. Thus, he was going to go in and take a look. He could tell that Yu Jinna was being restrained by a regulation talisman. However, he could also guess that he still wouldn't be a match for her. Even so, he wanted to test out this woman's capabilities. In the event that they had to vie for treasures, he needed to know where he stood at the very least. Expectedly, the moment Mo Wuji went about on his own, Yu Jinna suddenly opened her hand and a hand of elemental energy grabbed towards Mo Wuji. The laws of space was instantly activated by this elemental hand as it tried to seal Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji turned and released a punch. This was his most ordinary domain-smashing fist. He didn't even imbue it with his immortal flames. Boom! The laws of space that tried to seal Mo Wuji were instantly blown apart. It was as though a lorry's tire had exploded suddenly. The energy that sealed Mo Wuji then transformed into an elemental hammer which slammed against Mo Wuji's chest. Bang! A muffled sound resounded throughout the hall. Mo Wuji was sent flying for tens of meters before he finally landed on the ground. Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, he was far weaker than this young woman. But it was also clear that this young woman was restrained by the laws of the heaven and earth and she didn't dare to use her full power. Otherwise, that simple exchange would have already been enough to shatter his limbs. Clearly, he still had some power to contest with them. This was unless this young woman chose to ignore her regulation talisman and forcefully try to kill him. With this young woman's current power, she could threaten his life if she decided to forcefully ignore the laws. This young woman was definitely not simple. At the very least, her background wasn't simple. At this instant, Mo Wuji was especially glad that he had removed the imprint before entering. Otherwise, his consequences would be too disastrous to consider. Yu Jinna exclaimed in astonishment when she saw Mo Wuji accept the brunt of her elemental hammer and only retreat a few tens of meters. She thought that with that blow, she would have at least forced Mo Wuji to cough out blood. From the looks of it, she had underestimated the experts in this realm. You're not bad. You deserve the rights to be here and know about the 4 marks of Tianji. There's no need for you to go deeper in because without all 4 marks of Tianji, we are completely unable to release the fate of Tianji. So, there's no use in you going in alone. Yu Jinna didn't continue attacking. Even though she was restrained by the laws of the heaven and earth here, she didn't use her full power in her previous attack. However, she could also guess that Mo Wuji didn't go all out in that fist of his. Mo Wuji also didn't continue moving on his own. Su Roer's information had been passed through many hands, so it might not necessarily be accurate. Even Yuan Yi, who established Tianji sect, might not be fully clear of the exact situation. Is this one of the 4 marks of Tianji? Mo Wuji brought out his white token. That's right. That's the yang mark of the yin-yang marks. Yu Jinna said delightedly when her eyes landed on the white token in Mo Wuji's hand. By now, she had a rough understanding of Mo Wuji's character. Mo Wuji was a person that wouldn't bend in the face of threats. Lei Hongji had long guessed that the yang mark would be with Mo Wuji. Thus, he didn't find it strange when Mo Wuji brought the white token out. Hu Qisheng clasped his fists and said, "Sect head Mo, let me make the introductions. I am Hu Qisheng of the very high heavens and this is Lei Hongji from the lightning sect. I believe the 2 of you are already acquainted. Also, the one that just attacked you is Dao friend Yu Jinna. Her origins are still unknown." Hu Qisheng carefully stoked the flames between Mo Wuji and Yu Jinna. Currently, he was also slightly curious as to how Mo Wuji could appear here. However, he didn't ask Mo Wuji about it. He didn't even care about such matters. Zichang Luo might have dispatched him to kill Mo Wuji, but to him, it was simply a matter of convenience. In his eyes, whether it was Lei Hongji or Mo Wuji, they were only brats that he could easily deal with. I wonder if Dao friend Mo knows about the tale of fate? Yu Jinna asked. Mo Wuji shook his head, never heard it. Even though he never heard it, Mo Wuji knew that fate existed. Whether it was a person, a sect, or a world, they all had fates. the land of Tianji has extracted the fate of the immortal world. This sort of fate is majestic and vast. It could be said that even if this fate is split equally among the four of us, each of one will be able to pull ahead of the masses. We will be able to step onto the peerless path of the Tao and stand at the pinnacle of the entire universe. Before Yuzhina could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Mo Wuji. You're saying that this place is extracting the fate of the immortal world? This time, Yuzhina didn't have to be the one to answer. Lei Hongji sneered, natural fate has always been predestined. Do you think fate comes out of thin air? The disasters befalling the immortal world and even the fact that there are 7 immortal domains are because the immortal world's fate has been extracted. Hu Qixing nodded. Since a long time ago, I knew that someone was extracting the fate of the immortal world. Do you know that there used to be 10 immortal domains in the immortal world? When fate is extracted, it will cause a person or even a cosmos to collapse. A planet without fate would be struck by meteorites and debris, and it would ultimately be destroyed. On the other hand, if a planet has its own fate, it would condense its own laws. These laws would protect it from collapsing. The fate of the immortal world had been gradually extracted for a long time. Because the entrance of the extraction is Yongying Immortal Domain, Yongying Immortal Domain has become the weakest immortal domain. Eventually, it would also be the first immortal domain to crumble. Mo Wuji's heart sunk. He was very clear about what was going on. If Yuzhina's words were really true and if he obtained the fate here, even if it was only 1/4 of the total, it would provide incomparable benefits to his great Tao. However, he didn't have such intentions. If he did so, he would be nothing more than a leech. If he really did this, then wouldn't the immortal world eventually be reduced to the state of the environmentally damaged Earth? Because the Earth's environment had been damaged, Earthlings were forced to leave Earth and find other planets. If the fate of the immortal world was fully extracted, what would the immortal world be left with? He cultivated in the immortal world and absorbed its immortal spiritual energy. If he really extracted the fate of the immortal world, then he would be too much of an ingrate. This was worse than biting the hand that feeds you. At the same time, he understood why Monk Xingshan, Gai Ying, and company all felt forebodings. Their forebodings were true. If the group of them really divided the fate here, then the immortal world was likely to collapse. Will anyone know if we divide the fate in here? Mo Wuji asked calmly. He really wanted to kill the 3 people here, but he was very clear that he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat that Yuzhina. Yuzhina's tone was also calm as she said, the immortal world's fate has been extracted to this place but it still remains in the immortal world. So before we divide up this fate, no one would know. After we split the fate up among ourselves, it is likely that the immortal world would collapse. By that time, the immortal world will no longer be related to us. What a vicious woman. Even though he knew that he couldn't kill this woman, his heart still burned in killing intent. Among the 4 of them here, he was the only one that wanted to leave the fate here for the immortal world. If they really decided to fight, he would have no chances of winning. I have one final question. Is this extraction of fate due to artificial or natural reasons? Mo Wuji's tone was slightly excited as he clasped his fists and asked. In reality, there was no need for Mo Wuji to act excited. Because no one here would suspect that Mo Wuji would try to return the fate back to the immortal world. Only an idiot would reject this extracted fate after knowing its vast benefits. Tianji is an ancient existence. It could be considered a primordial form of fate. However, this primordial fate wouldn't extract the fate from other objects, but absorb the fate from the vast cosmos to strengthen itself. Many years ago, a peerless expert found this place. During that time, the immortal world's fate had yet to reach its peak. That expert made use of Tianji to build this location to extract the fate of the immortal world. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to reap the benefits of his actions. He was pursued by his enemies and has since vanished without a trace. Yuzhina seemed to be much more patient towards Mo Wuji than towards Lei Hongji and Hu Qixing. Mo Wuji asked confusedly, if we take away the fate, will others also be able to do so in the future? But Yu Zhenna laughed coldly, ignorance is so pitiable. Is fate so easy to take? This place has the primordial fate of Tianji, and it is also able to extract the fate of the immortal world due to that ancient expert. Even so, we still need to use the 4 marks of Tianji in order to open this place. The moment this land of fate opens, it will be reduced into nothingness. Even if the immortal world manages to avoid collapse, who would still be able to extract the fate of the immortal world? Even if you are a lord of gods, you cannot dream of doing it. What's a lord of gods? Mo Wuji hurriedly asked. Yu Zhenna's gaze swept across Mo Wuji disdainfully. This time, she couldn't even be bothered to answer him. Mo Wuji also didn't have any further questions. He clasped his fists and said, 3 Dao friends, we haven't taken an actual look at the place where Tianji is extracting fate. Why don't we go in and take a look? Without the Tianji pole, we would only be wasting our time, Yu Zhenna said coldly. Mo Wuji did not seem to mind. He continued speaking, if we don't go, how would we know it's a waste? Little lady, you know much more about this place than the 3 of us. Could you be trying to deceive the 3 of us, which is why you're stopping us from taking a look? Who's a little lady? Yu Zhenna's eyes when large and killing intent exploded out of her. If not because she knew that she wasn't able to immediately kill Mo Wuji, she might have already swatted him. Hu Qisheng saw the opportunity and hurriedly said, Sect head Mo is also right. We can go take a look at how the site of extraction looks like first. I believe that when the holder of the Tianji pole arrives, he would know to go there. Lei Hongji added, that's right. After all, we aren't familiar with this place. Seeing that the 3 agreed to go in and take a look, Yu Zhenna could only say, since that's the case, then let's go in and take a look. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 874, 5th Mark of Tianji. Chapter 874, 5th Mark of Tianji. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Indeed, this hall was very huge. The group walked for an entire hour, but they still couldn't see its walls. Mo Wuji inwardly praised his luck. If Yu Zhenna and the other 2 weren't near the door, he might have directly entered. The moment he entered, Yu Zhenna might discover the imprint he got from killing that brown-haired youth, and the consequences would be too disastrous to consider. After walking for another incense's time, the group stopped. In front of them wasn't the wall of the hall, but a rune sheet. This rune sheet looked transparent and it rippled with powerful Dao laws. Ordinary methods definitely weren't able to open those Dao runes. At the same time, Mo Wuji wondered whether his Kuan Wu sword could slice the sheet open. After all, Kuan Wu was one of the 10 ancient gods' words. Mo Wuji's spiritual will was completely unable to penetrate through this sheet. This is the Tianji sheet of fate. These runes on the exterior of this sheet is a peak-grade primordial fate array. It's said that no one can replicate this sort of array because it can only form with the primordial fate of Tianji. Within the Tianji sheet of fate is the land where the immortal world's fate is being extracted. Yu Zhenna pointed at that rune-filled sheet and said, then how do we open this sheet of fate? Mo Wuji's heart was feeling slight uncertainty. Even with his attainments in the array Dao, he was actually unable to see that this was actually a huge array. Yu Zhenna said indifferently, we'll take when the Tianji pole arrives. Mo Wuji was truly helpless. If he was in her position and believed that all 4 marks hadn't been gathered, he would have said the same thing. Yu Zhenna shot Mo Wuji a glance of disdain. Don't tell me you've never heard of fate attachment? The laws of fate far exceeds the laws of space and the laws of time. Some even say that fate has no laws. You might have heard of various kinds of sacred arts, but have you heard of a fate-type sacred art? Besides the extracted fate, there's no form of life within the Tianji sheet of fate. If we are able to get past the sheet, fate will automatically attach itself to our body. As for exactly how much each of us gets would have to depend on our own luck. Mo Wuji was sure that it wasn't going to be based on luck. It was likely that this fate was based on cultivation or based on a cultivator's laws. If he really wanted to divide this fate with them, the fate that would attach itself to his body would most probably be the least. He cultivated the mortal Tao. Fate was something that could not be seen nor touched. Why would it attach itself to him? And if it wasn't based on laws, it would be based on cultivation level. Over here, his cultivation level was only slightly higher than Lei Hongji. Then if we enter, is it possible for the fate to disperse itself? Mo Wuji exclaimed. He anxiously hoped that Yu Jinna would reveal how the fate inside could be dispersed. According to what this woman was saying as far, if he manages to disperse the fate here, it would automatically return to the immortal world and it would no longer be extracted. This time, Yu Jinna turns serious, so we need to work together. When the 4 marks of Tianji are gathered and placed into their respective spots, a force of suction will instantly appear around the 4 marks. This suction force is what absorbs the extracted fate. After the fate is absorbed into us, the array will collapse and disappear. What I'm saying is that when the suction force appears, we must not resist the suction force. Otherwise, the fate would be dispersed. Even if it was a single breath of time, a good half of the fate inside would be dispersed. Mo Wuji celebrated. These words of Yu Jinna's had revealed 2 important information. Firstly, for them to open this array and absorb the fate, they would need to place the 4 marks of Tianji into their 4 respective spots. Secondly, fate disperses easily. Even a short delay would allow the fate to slip through the gaps and disperse considerably. If he delayed them for some time, it might be possible to return all the fate back to the immortal world. Mo Wuji focused his attention on the sheet. However, no matter how he observed with his spiritual will, he was unable to see the places where they could place the 4 marks of Tianji. This time, Mo Wuji intentionally moved closer and condensed his spiritual eye. Indeed, Mo Wuji saw 5 grooves. Among which, 2 of the grooves were roughly the same size as the token in his hand. They should be for the yin-yang marks. There were also 2 other grooves. One was shaped like the Tianji sword while the other was shaped like his Tianji pole. It was just that they were all roughly the size of a palm, and Mo Wuji really didn't know how he could place the Tianji pole in. Besides these 4 palm-sized grooves, there was a groove which was slightly larger. This groove looked like a square brick. Mo Wuji opened his spiritual eye for only an instant. But the moment he saw the 5 grooves, he knew that Yu Jinna had not been totally honest. He recalled what Su Roer said those years ago. When the Tianji tablet shattered, it split into 5 different items. One of it was the Tianji stone tablet. Dao friend you, the 3 of us all have a mark. What about you? Don't tell us that you would just follow along because I definitely wouldn't believe such lies, Mo Wuji said calmly. Yu Jinna stared at Mo Wuji and said, I really couldn't tell that you actually have the spiritual eye. When Mo Wuji heard these words, he truly felt quite awkward. He thought that his spiritual eye only opened for an instant. He didn't expect that this woman would actually notice it. He even went on to act in his own self-directed show. I'm indeed able to see that there are 5 grooves here. Mo Wuji didn't continue hiding. It didn't matter that she knew about it, he had no reason to fear. Yu Jinna brought out a square brick and said, You're right. There are not 4, but 5 marks of Tianji. I concealed some information, but I don't have any malicious intentions. By the time everyone arrives, I would have still revealed the 5th mark. Mo Wuji slowly retreated, I don't want to work with you anymore. Your plots are too deep. When the time comes, I might have been scammed by you and I still have to help you count your money. Wait. Seeing that Mo Wuji was about to leave, Yu Jinna was truly anxious. Mo Wuji didn't have any intentions of stopping. He even brought out his half-moon-weighted halberd as he raised his guard against Lei Hongji and Hu Qisheng. Lei Hongji and Hu Qisheng had originally already had some reservations towards Yu Zhenna. After hearing Mo Wuji's words, they were even less inclined to join hands with her to deal with Mo Wuji. When Yu Zhenna saw the situation, she hurriedly said, "I admit that I have been too cautious. But don't tell me that all of you have been 100% honest with me? Dao friend Mo, when you saw us previously, didn't you also leave secretly for a few days in order to prepare a plan against us? I have always proposed the idea of working together. Working together is beneficial for everyone, and I won't gain any benefits from having any malicious intentions." Mo Wuji stopped retreating, but he was still wary as he said, "Since that's the case, then let me take a look at your mark and see if there are any problems with it." When Yu Zhenna heard Mo Wuji's words, her voice turned cold. "Pass my mark to you? Your idea is truly good." Mo Wuji brought out his yang mark and said, "To prevent any mishaps, I will pass my yang mark to you. If you still don't dare, then that would only show that there's a problem with you." Hearing Mo Wuji's words, Yu Zhenna frowned. Then, she turned and saw the wary Lei Hongji and Hu Qisheng. She hesitated slightly before she said, "Okay, but you must return it immediately after you look." Mo Wuji didn't say anything as he directly placed his yang mark on the floor. Yu Zhenna could only place the square brick on the floor. The moment her square brick touched the ground, Mo Wuji's hand swept over. However, that square brick was protected by her domain. At the same time, Mo Wuji's yang mark was swept away. When they saw Yu Zhenna's actions, Hu Qisheng, and even Lei Hongji, who had an enmity with Mo Wuji, brought out their magic treasures. Yu Zhenna had thoughts that Mo Wuji's yang mark would also be defended by his domain, and she would have used that as an excuse to reject handing over her Tianji mark. She didn't think that Mo Wuji wouldn't even extend his domain, and she would only need a slight movement of her spiritual will to sweep the yang mark into her hands. By this point, if she still insisted on keeping her Tianji mark, then things would get problematic. As she thought of this, she could only let go of her Tianji mark. At the same time, she prepared herself. If Mo Wuji dared to retreat, she wouldn't hesitate to attack him. The moment Mo Wuji grabbed this square brick, he saw the two words, Tianji. He was very clear that this square brick was the most valuable mark of the 5. The value of this square brick definitely far exceeded that of his yang mark. "You should have taken a good look by now. Return it to me." Yu Zhenna had already blocked Mo Wuji's path of retreat. When they saw Yu Zhenna pass the square brick to Mo Wuji, Lei Hongji and Hu Qisheng didn't say anything further. From the looks of it, Yu Zhenna really wanted to work together with them. Mo Wuji didn't even have any intentions of retreating. Instead, he took a step forward and came in front of the biggest groove on the sheet. "I want to take a look and see if it's fake." "Idiot, we're still lacking one mark." "Even if you try now, it would be useless," Yu Zhenna berated. Mo Wuji said coldly, "Dao friend Yu Zhenna, do you still think that I don't know that this is a land of fate and that there are 5 grooves here? I have a spiritual eye and I only need a moment to verify it. Also, I have something to add. I am able to obtain that yang mark because of my fortune. Also, I know of an item that can replace the Tianji pole." "What item?" All 3 of them seemed to exclaim at the same time. "Everyone, stand at your respective positions. I will stand at the position of the Tianji mark. In at least 6 hours and at most 1 day, I can allow everyone to experience the suction force of fate." Mo Wuji started to **T. Yu Zhenna's voice was icy cold. "Return my Tianji mark to me, then share your method." Mo Wuji chuckled and said with contempt, "Why? Since you didn't manage to deceive us, you decided to go the hard way? My abilities are the highest. Naturally, I will be in charge of such matters." Yu Zhenna forcefully tried to suppress her anger. She was highly suspicious with Mo Wuji's incoherent words. Previously, he didn't know anything, but now he suddenly seemed to know how to open this Tianji sheet of fate. Mo Wuji continued his **T, idiot, who told you that you require cultivation to open this place? This place requires the combined forces of the Array Tao, the Tao of Changes, and the Tao of Conning. 1. How many of them do you know? Yu Zhenna instantly frowned. She was proficient in both the Array Tao and the Tao of Changes. But what was the Tao of Conning? 1. The word for conning here is huyu, which also has other meanings such as flickering and swaying. Thus, she might not immediately get that Mo Wuji was referring to the conning meaning. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 875, I won't give you time to think. Chapter 875, I won't give you time to think. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Before Yu Zhenna could make sense of his words, Mo Wuji had already slapped the Tianji mark into the groove. By this time, how could he give Yu Zhenna time to think? If she thought any further, she would definitely come to a realization. The moment the square-shaped Tianji mark was slapped into its groove, the remaining 4 grooves immediately appeared on the Tianji sheet of fate. Various Tao laws revolved around the edges of each groove. What are you guys waiting for? Hurry and place the other marks into the grooves. My method can only work once. If we don't hurry, don't blame me if we miss this opportunity, Mo Wuji cried loudly. At this instant, Mo Wuji had occupied the initiative. He didn't even give the remaining 3 any time to consider. Even though all of them simply wanted to devour Mo Wuji right now, they could only place their marks into the grooves. It took them much difficulty to get to this place which contained the fate of the entire immortal world. If their delay stopped them from obtaining this fortune, then it would be too late for regrets. No matter what grudges they had towards Mo Wuji, they would have to wait. Yu Zhenna's teeth were gritted so tightly that they almost shattered. No matter how this matter ends, she would definitely kill Mo Wuji. Everyone, pay attention. 1 incense's time later, you will feel the majestic energy of the laws of the heaven and earth. When that happens, everyone must take note to defend against it. This is to prevent any injuries from the sudden Tianji light. Mo Wuji was still on with his *T. Originally, the 3 of them thought that they would be able to go through the sheet of fate at any moment. If Mo Wuji failed at this moment, they would definitely join hands to murder Mo Wuji. They didn't think that Mo Wuji would still ask them to be on the guard for some Tianji light. If such a thing actually appeared, would they even be able to dodge it? Even though Yu Zhenna had never heard of this Tianji light, she could only choose to believe it at this moment. The 3 that were originally prepared to charge and now subconsciously used their elemental energy to protect themselves. They weren't raring to charge through the sheet like before. Mo Wuji noticed that when Lei Hongji placed the Tianji sword in front of its groove, it automatically went in. There were no problems faced in placing it in the groove. At almost the same instant the 3 of them placed their marks into the grooves, he brought his Tianji pole in front of its groove. Indeed, the Tianji pole was like the Tianji sword, it automatically went into the groove. It fitted into the groove nicely, it was not too big, nor too small. With all 5 marks gathered, an immense and overbearing law descended down onto the Tianji sheet of fate. In less than a breath's time, the Tianji sheet of fate went kacha. Following which, everyone felt a majestic force of suction. Because of Mo Wuji's warning, the other 3 subconsciously defended themselves. Mo Wuji frantically steadied himself. After which, he brought out Koan Wu and cleaved downwards. The overbearing sword intent crashed down on the Tianji sheet of fate. A loud crashing sound reverberated throughout the air. Fate has always been something that was intangible, it was not something that the 5 senses could feel. With Mo Wuji's attack, the fate was directly turned into nothingness and returned back to the immortal world. The entire process didn't even take a single breath's time. By the time the 3 realized that Mo Wuji actually possessed the Tianji pole and had opened the Tianji sheet of fate, the entire Tianji sheet of fate had already been turned into nothingness. Fate attachment was not bad. But if Mo Wuji, Lei Hongji, Yu Zhenna, and Hu Qisheng went into the sheet of fate, the one that would benefit the most from the fate attachment would definitely be Yu Zhenna. But because Mo Wuji used Kuan Wu's sword to rip the Tianji sheet of fate apart, all the extracted fate was completely returned to the immortal world. In an instant, the entire hall felt fragile and empty. It seemed as though everything was melting apart and dissipating. "You're courting death." Yu Zhenna was the first to react. With a twist of her hand, she conjured a black light which transformed into a curved rope which whipped towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji could feel the laws of space and area breaking apart. He hurriedly brought out his Book of Luo. At the same time, he extended his hand to grab his Tianji pole and the Tianji square brick. He knew that he wouldn't be able to grab the Tianji sword. By the time Lei Hongji reacted, Lei Hongji immediately grabbed the Tianji sword instead of joining hands with Yu Zhenna to attack him. On the other hand, Hu Qisheng reacted by whipping out a talisman. Seemingly, he wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. It could clearly be seen that Hu Qisheng was a rational man. Even though Mo Wuji had ruined his opportunity with the fate within the Tianji sheet of fate and he simply wanted to kill Mo Wuji, he still chose to leave at this moment instead of joining Yu Zhenna to attack Mo Wuji. PFF. A mist of blood exploded from Mo Wuji's body. Mo Wuji's entire body was almost split in half by that black rope. Boom! This entire place also started to collapse. Mo Wuji allowed the Book of Luo to protect himself as he followed the collapsed hall as it got swept into the endless void. The ripping force of the void came ravaging over. However, Mo Wuji's was already at the pinnacle of the god physique. Thus, this bit of ripping force wasn't enough to cause him any damage. As the threat of death gradually passed, Mo Wuji's heart remained shaking with lingering fear. That Yu Zhenna was truly too terrifying. Even though he had the Book of Luo to protect himself, albeit his Book of Luo had yet to be fully refined, he was still almost decapitated in half by that black rope of Yu Zhenna's. If he didn't have the Book of Luo, he would already have been dead. His vitality channel furiously went into motion and Mo Wuji's injuries started to gradually heal. To Mo Wuji, as long as he wasn't insta-killed just now, he wouldn't die. After Hu Qisheng fled, Lei Hongji also grabbed the Tianji sword and escaped. The only one that wasn't swept away by the collapsing hall was Yu Zhenna. She stared hatefully at the dark void. Her killing intent was so concentrated that it almost seemed to take form. She knew that Mo Wuji was the only one that was swept into the void. However, she didn't go and chase after him. She was clear that Mo Wuji was already dead meat. If not for that page of the Book of Luo, her rope would have already turned Mo Wuji into dust. Actually, even though Mo Wuji had the Book of Luo, he would still undoubtedly die. That strike of hers was enough to destroy Mo Wuji's primordial spirit. After Mo Wuji's primordial spirit gets destroyed, the killing intent from that strike would gradually tear at Mo Wuji's body and sea of consciousness. Even if Mo Wuji was any stronger, he could only prolong his death. Those with higher cultivations than her would also die by that strike. The only unfortunate thing was that page of the Book of Luo. She knew that after Mo Wuji dies and his primordial spirit collapses, that Book of Luo would disappear into the cosmos. Even if she chased after him, she wouldn't be able to retrieve it. Yu Zhenna sighed. She knew that it was time for her to return. Perhaps her brother had already returned. She wondered what kind of fortune her brother managed to obtain in this trip. As she thought about how the fate of an entire world slipped out of her hands because of that B** starred, she simply felt like vomiting blood. Boom! 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 Thunderous rumbles resounded through the air. The experts standing outside Yongning Immortal Chasm all glanced at each other. They stopped their preparations of the seal because they knew that the seal was no longer needed. The entire Yongning Immortal Chasm had collapsed and reduced into a patch of nothingness. What happened? That terrifying energy of destruction has disappeared. Heavenly Emperor Zizai was adroit in the Tao of changes. Thus, he was the first to react. The immortal chasm has collapsed. That huge stone has also disappeared. The immortal emperor beside heavenly emperors, as I muttered. It could be said that everyone gathered here were the strongest experts of the entire immortal world. Everyone soon understood what had happened and they all glanced towards each other meaningfully. After some time, Guiying said solemnly, "If I'm not wrong, Sect Head Mo should have used his efforts and his sacred arts to resolve this threat." But Sect Head Mo, that terrifying energy of destruction had disappeared, but Mo Wuji hadn't returned. They didn't need to think to know that things didn't bode well for Mo Wuji. Excellent, Shanzai 1. Sect Head Mo has done a great deed for the immortal world. I'm ashamed. Xing Shan only said half his sentence when he suddenly lifted his head to face the vast sky. It wasn't just Xing Shan, the other immortal emperors also felt it. Why do I feel that the immortal world is different from before? Devil Immortal School's Grand Emperor Jin Ping exclaimed in astonishment. Heavenly Emperor Zizai said emotionally, "That's right, the immortal world's fate has become deeper and more profound. I'm unable to deduce anything, but I know that the immortal world is definitely different from before. It's definitely related to Sect Head Mo." Xing Yang suddenly felt that her knowledge could not be applied to Mo Wuji. Previously, she was speechless towards Mo Wuji's rash actions. But now, not only did Mo Wuji resolve their threat, he even caused help the fate of the immortal world to become more profound. The laws here are crumbling. Things don't bode well for Sect Head Mo. No matter what happened to Sect Head Mo, I suggest that we erect a statue of Sect Head Mo here. Heavenly Emperor Zizai was skilled with the Tao of changes. The instant he felt a change in the immortal world's fate, he knew that Mo Wuji's contributions were far more than what the others could have imagined. These words are excellent. Xing Shan placed his palms together in agreement. Even though he felt that Mo Wuji's penchant for slaughter was too strong, Mo Wuji still cared for the immortal world and disregarded his own safety to enter the site of Tianji. Ultimately, Mo Wuji didn't manage to escape, but he still resolved the threats from the site of Tianji. Even he, Xing Shan, couldn't compare to such magnanimity. What more the other immortals in the immortal world? 1. Shanzai is a term of praise used by monks. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 876, God King Lone Cauldron. Chapter 876, God King Lone Cauldron. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Tangled streams of force continuously swept towards Mo Wuji. Even though this ripping force wasn't enough to cause Mo Wuji any damage, Mo Wuji was still extremely worried. He was worried that he would get swept out of the immortal world by these streams. During that violent explosion when the site of Tianji collapsed, it wouldn't be strange if a tear was formed in space. At the beginning, Mo Wuji didn't resist these tangled streams. He only allowed the Book of Luo to protect him as he used all his effort to heal himself. Besides his heavy injuries, another reason why he did this was to prevent Yuzhina from chasing after him. Multiple days passed. Mo Wuji's injuries had fully healed and he did not detect any signs of Yuzhina chasing after him. At this time, Mo Wuji wanted to release his domain and take a look at his surroundings. He soon discovered that he wasn't able to release his domain. Moreover, his spiritual will and elemental energy could only linger within the area around his body. Also, the tangled streams didn't get weaker, but increasingly violent. What caused Mo Wuji to be more worried was that there seemed to be a boundless force of gravity below him. Coupled with the streams in the air, he was continuously being drawn downwards. Initially, Mo Wuji could still protect his entire body and try to maneuver himself. However, after a month, Mo Wuji couldn't do anything else besides protecting himself. The gravity below him seemed to get stronger and stronger. Mo Wuji's speed also got faster and faster. This left Mo Wuji extremely worried. He suspected that if he continued like this, he might be squashed into meat juice. Even if his body was any stronger, if he continued to fall at this continuously accelerating pace, he would definitely die. He was completely unable to communicate with his undying world. Now, the only thing he could do besides protecting himself with his elemental energy was to cultivate. Even if Mo Wuji's heart was any bigger, he wouldn't be able to calm down and cultivate. He couldn't even bring out his other pages of the Book of Luo. Besides the page of the Book of Luo which he was using to protect himself now, his other pages were all stuck in his undying world. Mo Wuji grudgingly expanded the domain of the Book of Luo, protecting him. Thereafter, he tried to find a way to reduce his speed. 2 months later, the continuously increasing speed caused Mo Wuji to keep his Book of Luo in anxiety. The Book of Luo could protect him, but it was unable to help him slow his descent. Over these months, his speed had already accelerated to an unimaginable degree. If this carried on, even if the Book of Luo could protect him, he would still get killed by the rebound force within the Book of Luo. Moving at this terrifying speed way beyond the controls of his spiritual will, Mo Wuji could not help but feel bouts of dizziness despite his strong sea of consciousness. Mo Wuji didn't have time to think about that. He frantically used his wind escape technique. After a few days, Mo Wuji was finally able to stop this crazy descent. With his wind escape technique, he was no longer falling at an accelerated pace. Even though he was still falling at a scary pace, Mo Wuji's heart was slightly reassured. At this pace, he would be able to survive with heavy injuries at the very most. Mo Wuji didn't dare to bring out his Book of Luo. When he was descending at such uncontrollable speeds, the Book of Luo had restricted the use of his wind escape technique. Several more months passed. Just as Mo Wuji was wondering whether there was even an end, he felt a tremor beneath his feet. Boom! Dust and sand were directly sent flying into the air by Mo Wuji. He could clearly hear the sounds of his bones breaking. Thereafter, a sensation of suffocation came. This suffocation wasn't on his breathing, but on his vitality and his meridians. His life force turned sluggish and his meridians were on the brink of shattering. Fortunately, this process didn't last for a long time. Mo Wuji's surroundings suddenly cleared up, and at the next instant, he had landed properly on hard ground. Feeling his shattered bones, his blood all over his body, and the remaining blood inside his body which threatened to shoot out of his mouth, Mo Wuji actually sighed in relief. He had finally reached the end. As long as he had a single breath left, he would be fine. Mo Wuji then tried to release his spiritual will. This time, his spiritual will could actually extend to a radius of 3 meters. Mo Wuji immediately jumped into his undying world. De Huang and Shuaiguo were both cultivating furiously. This was especially the case for De Huang. Mo Wuji could feel that De Huang was multiple fold stronger than when he had first been rebuilt. This time, Mo Wuji didn't use the breath of Hongmeng. After all, his injuries were on his physical body. As a physique temperer at the great circle of the god physique, he was least afraid of physical injuries. Of course, Mo Wuji also wasn't affected by attacks or injuries to his primordial spirit. He didn't even have a primordial spirit. Mo Wuji sat on multiple peak-grade immortal veins. All his 108 meridians went into reverse circulation and formed a circulation path. Among them, his vitality channel circulated at an even faster pace in order to heal the injuries on Mo Wuji's body. Compared to when he was first ganged up on by several Grand Emperors, Mo Wuji's injuries were a lot lighter. It wasn't because the damage was lesser, but because he was at least 100 million times stronger than he was back then. In merely a month, Mo Wuji's bones reverted to normal and his body had recovered. Besides his overpowered vitality channel, Mo Wuji knew another important reason for this was that he was a physique temperer. Mo Wuji didn't go and disturb Shuaiguo's and De Huang's cultivation. Instead, he left his undying world. With his injuries completely healed, Mo Wuji's spiritual will could not expand to a radius of close to 30 meters. He lifted his head to look above him. Even with his spiritual eye, he could only see a deep patch of gray. However, Mo Wuji was clear that he passed by something similar to a planet's open land right before he landed. The ground beneath his feet was solid. It seemed to be formed from burnt tiles, and the tiles were randomly cobbled together. There weren't any signs of life around him. Mo Wuji only walked for an instant's time when his spiritual will detected a huge inclined stone wall. The stone wall looked relatively polished and it was slate gray. Mo Wuji had a sense of foreboding. He hastened towards this stone wall. He lifted his head to look up. This downward sloping stone wall gave him an extreme sense of pressure. It felt like he was in a giant pot, and this stone wall in front of him was the wall of the pot. Mo Wuji was naturally very clear about where this place was. It was the Yonging Immortal Chasm. Back when he traversed it those years ago, the edge of the Immortal Chasm gave him the same feeling. But Mo Wuji was also clear that this place definitely wasn't the Yonging Immortal Chasm. It was just extremely similar. Mo Wuji's fist landed on this wall. Rocks shot everywhere as a huge hole formed in the wall. To his aghast, this hole was actually started to mend itself. In less than half a day, that hole had completely mended. The only difference was that it no longer had that same slate gray coating. There was no need to talk about how Mo Wuji didn't have intentions to leave through this wall. Even if he did, he could only give up on that idea now. If he entered this wall of unknown thickness, he might possibly seal himself within this self-mending wall. Mo Wuji guessed that he was trapped in a strange place. This place didn't seem to have the various dangers that Yonging Immortal Chasm had. At the same time, the laws here were much higher than the ones in Yonging Immortal Chasm. Mo Wuji went to feel the terrain. He decided to walk along the edge of this stone wall to a higher ground. No matter whether it was possible to escape, he was going to try. If 1 year wasn't enough, he would take 2. If that was still not enough, he would take 3. There would definitely be one day when he would walk out of this chasm. While Mo Wuji was trying to find his way out of that unknown chasm, Yuzhina arrived in front of a huge floating rock in the void. This rock was half gray and half white. There were 3 words on the rock: 7 World Stone. This was the same place that Mo Wuji had been to before. It was just that Mo Wuji had come here through the Great Desolate Sea while Yuzhina came here using a talisman. Yuzhina didn't know that she could get to the 7 World Stone through the 7 World Sea. If she did, she definitely wouldn't have wasted that talisman. At the opposite end of the 7 World Stone, there were 7 black and seemingly endless holes. Mo Wuji didn't do the same thing as Mo Wuji and randomly picked a hole to enter. Instead, she slapped the regulation talisman that was on her body. The violent pressure of the laws of the heaven and earth came down in her. Yuzhina's entire body began to ooze out with blood. At this time, a suction force came from one of the black holes at the other end of the 7 World Stone. It swept Yuzhina away and she disappeared without a trace. To immortals of the immortal world, they would ascend to a higher realm once they reached the peak of the immortal emperor stage, just like in the cultivation world. This higher realm was called the God world. In reality, over countless years, no one ascended into the God world from the immortal world before. Most didn't even know of the God world. In the eyes of the immortals of the immortal world's 7 immortal domains, the very high heavens was a more conspicuous place. The status of the very high heavens was higher than the immortal world, and its leader, Zichan Luo, was even addressed as a Tao emperor. This caused many immortals to view the very high heavens as the higher realm. Thereafter, the God's Tower appeared. Inside, various magic treasures, cultivation techniques and Tao marks that far exceeded the immortal world could be found. The concept of a God world formed, but it still largely remained as a place of myth. After all, no one had been to the God world nor met any of its experts. Even in the God's Tower itself, no one saw an actual God. The God world was a true place. However, it wasn't called God world but God domain. In God domain, the strongest beings naturally weren't the gods, but God kings. God kings were different from immortal kings. There were still immortal reverence and immortal emperors above immortal kings. However, God kings were the pinnacle of existences in the entire God domain. God domain was vast and endless. Anyone that could become a God king in God domain was an exceptional and peerless existence in the entire cosmos. As long as they reached the stage of God kings, even those God kings that weren't ranked within the 10 great God kings and those that didn't have titles, they would be at the peak of the entire cosmos. God King Lone Cauldron wasn't only in existence at the God King stage. He was also one of the 10 great God kings. Even though his cultivation was the lowest at only God King level 6, he was able to use his cauldron to obtain the title of God King Lone Cauldron. Not only that, his abilities were able to suppress the rank 10 God King Clear Rise, ranking him as 9th. One must know that God King Clear Rise was at God King level 7. At this moment, God King Lone Cauldron was in his own God King Hall. His face was ashen. In his hand was a shattered soul tablet. This soul tablet belonged to his son, Wuji. The fact that it was shattered meant that his son was already dead. Who actually dared to kill the son of Lone Cauldron? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 877, The Rusty Hilt. Chapter 877, The Rusty Hilt. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. While he was feeling angry, God King Lone Cauldron was also worried for his daughter Wuji. His two children left together. Now that his son was dead, how could he not worry about his daughter? Reporting to the God King. Young Mistress Wuji has returned. Just as God King Lone Cauldron was feeling anxious about his daughter, a handsome young man walked in, bowed and announced. God King Lone Cauldron suddenly stood up. The anxiety in his face turned into anger. Bring her in. Wuji had been oppressed by the laws of the heaven and earth and her injuries had yet to fully recover. God King Lone Cauldron noticed it the moment she entered the hall. His tone was icy cold as he said, "Not bad, you actually have the capability to go to a lower realm. Daughter knows her mistake. Father Emperor, please forgive me." Wuji was proud and lofty in front of Mo Wuji and company, but she didn't dare show any of that in front of her father. With an angry harumph from God King Lone Cauldron, she fell to her knees in fright. Don't think that God King Lone Cauldron was a protective father who indulged his children. He was definitely not such a compassionate father. If any of his children went against his will, it might be possible for them to be beaten to death. In fact, among the few children that Lone Cauldron had, a few were beaten to death by him. Wuji had been killed. Besides feeling the grief at the loss of a son, he was more infuriated at the fact that someone would dare to kill the son of him, Lone Cauldron. Tell me, how did your brother Wuji die? Lone Cauldron calmed himself down and asked slowly. This was on the account that his daughter had been heavily injured by the pressure from the laws of the heaven and earth. If not for that, he definitely wouldn't be speaking in such a genial tone. What? Big brother is dead? Wuji instantly went still. Since she was young, her brother had helped her significantly in her cultivation. Compared to her stern God King father, her older brother had been much warmer to her. Now, her older brother had actually died. She simply couldn't accept that fact. God King Lone Cauldron frowned. Didn't you leave with Wuji? Wuji recovered from her grief and she cried, Big brother and I obtained 2 peak-grade regulation talismans that allowed us to leave God domain. We were afraid that Father Emperor wouldn't permit our actions, so we secretly left. Big brother and I were separated in the void. Thereafter, I obtained a Tianji mark. Because Big brother was much stronger than me, I wasn't too worried about him. Thus, I went to investigate more about Tianji. Lone Cauldron interrupted Wuji's words. You say you've obtained a Tianji mark? Mo Wuji and company weren't very clear about the Tianji mark, but this wasn't the case for Lone Cauldron. This was an item formed from the primordial fate Tianji. If used properly, it could extract the fate of an entire world. Imagine, the fate of an entire world used to strengthen you. Even if you didn't have talent to become strong, that fate would make you strong. Yes. That Tianji mark was formed from the shattered primordial fate Tianji. There was already a person that tried to use primordial fate Tianji to extract the world's fate, and I managed to find that place. Yuzhina's tone was still laced with sorrow. She didn't manage to obtain a world's fate and her brother had died. If she could do it all over, she would definitely have advised her brother not to use the regulation talisman to go to the lower realms. You've obtained the fate of an entire world? Lone Cauldron's voice was trembling slightly. Even he couldn't see a thing like fate. Thus, he could only ask his daughter to know whether she had obtained that fate. Yuzhina shook her head. It wasn't weird to her that her father was more concerned about the Tianji mark than the death of her brother. Just as I was about to open the Tianji sheet of fate, my plans were foiled by an ant. He probably did it to preserve the immortal world's fate. He actually sliced the Tianji sheet of fate apart and released the extracted fate back into the immortal world. Thereafter, that person was swept away by the collapsing Tianji sheet of fate. He should already be dead, Yuzhina said honestly. Lone Cauldron sat down disappointedly. To actually lose such a great opportunity, this was simply. Father Emperor, how was Big Brother killed? Are you able to know who killed him? Yuzhina rubbed her eyes. She was still unwilling to accept her brother's death. Once a thing like fate was dispersed, it could not be recovered. Lone Cauldron was a god king. Thus, his heart also had some slight waves before he regained his calm. He suppressed his feelings of unwillingness and said, since your big brother wasn't killed in God domain, there shouldn't be anyone from the lower realms who would be able to kill him. From the looks of it, there should have been a problem with his regulation talisman. Yuzhina hurriedly said, that's not possible, Father Emperor. If I didn't tear my own regulation talisman, it wouldn't have shattered. The regulation talismans that we obtained are peak-grade talismans. Yuzhina's words stopped abruptly. She recalled that she had only gone to the immortal world. What if her older brother went to an even lower realm? The pressure faced by the regulation talisman would have been much higher. Under that terrifying pressure from the laws of the heaven and earth, it wouldn't be impossible for his regulation talisman to break apart. So you've thought of it, God King Lone Cauldron harumphed. Your regulation talisman allowed you to go to the realm right below the god domain. What if you went to an ever lower realm? What would happen then? Ah! I remember something. After saying that, Yuzhina retrieved a pearl that looked like a crystal from her storage ring. The instant she looked at the pearl, she started to bawl. Father Emperor, Big Brother was killed. This pearl contained both of our blood shadow imprints. If there had been a problem with the regulation talisman, the blood shadow imprint would have disappeared. If we were killed, the blood shadow imprint would turn black. Now, Big Brother's blood shadow imprint had turned black. This means that Big Brother had definitely been killed. After Yuzhina verified that Yuzhiner had been killed, killing intent burst forth from Lone Cauldron's body. After a long time, he said slowly, regardless who it is, killing my son can only be paid with the life of a world. Jina, which world did you go to? Father Emperor, what about the regulation talisman to go to the lower realm? Yuzhina wasn't bothered by her father's claim that he would destroy the immortal world. Lone Cauldron's eyes were filled with conviction. I will think of a way. You can leave first. Remember, don't decide such matters on your own in the future. I will not spare you for a second time. Even a god king couldn't go to a lower realm without a peak-grade regulation talisman. Yes, Father Emperor. Daughter takes her leave. Yuzhina hurriedly bowed and retreated. She wasn't all too happy that her father didn't punish her. After all, her brother had been killed. She would rather have been locked up for 100,000 years. After months of caution, Mo Wuji decided to move faster. He didn't know where this chasm was. Besides some restraints to his spiritual will, there weren't many dangers here. The only thing that Mo Wuji found pitiable was that he couldn't cultivate here. With his reverse immortal mortal technique, he wouldn't face any problems with moving and cultivating. As for physique tempering, it wasn't really suitable here. Moreover, Mo Wuji's physique had already reached the peak of God physique level 9, so it really wasn't possible for him to make any huge improvements here. Fortunately, Mo Wuji could still condense his spiritual will as he moved. 1 year passed. At the very beginning, Mo Wuji's spiritual will could only expand to a radius of 30 meters. Now, it could already expand to a radius of 300 meters. He felt that there was some sort of law here. As long as his spiritual will could bypass this law, it could even expand even further. By this time, he was basically accustomed to this law. Now, his spiritual will didn't even need to bypass this law to expand beyond 300 meters. Originally, Mo Wuji prepared himself to refine his spiritual will in a casual manner as he moved. However, a sudden and ominous threat of death caused him to stop. He looked in front of him. No matter whether he used his spiritual eye or his spiritual will, he could only see a patch of gray. Even though he didn't see anything, Mo Wuji didn't continue moving forward. He placed a page of the Book of Luo into his storage ring. At the same time, he moved the square-shaped Tianji mark and the Tianji pole into his undying world. Only then did he slowly advance forward. After experiencing these threats of death multiple times, Mo Wuji realized that his mortal Tao was especially sensitive towards such threats. He was a mortal and he cultivated the mortal Tao. Naturally, a mortal was most worried about death. Thus, he would have a foreboding every time he was going to have a close encounter with death. Heading forward, Mo Wuji felt this threat getting stronger and stronger. If he was anywhere else, Mo Wuji would not have hesitated to turn and leave. However, there was nowhere else he could go to. This was a chasm. He could only advance forward or retreat. Mo Wuji had never considered retreating. He had been walking in this direction for over a year. And who's to say that there wouldn't be any danger in the other direction? After walking another few hundreds of meters, Mo Wuji stopped. He felt that he couldn't advance any further. Just 30 meters in front of him, there was a rusty long hilt stabbed into the ground. Mo Wuji couldn't see the part of that hilt which was under the ground with his spiritual will. And the part that was above the ground looked like a handle of some magic treasure. Mo Wuji had been to the God's Tower's immortal sealing array before. That old fox, Yumin Zhang, had hidden within a rock. You're the first cultivator to come here. Tell me, how did you get here? In less than 3 breaths since Mo Wuji stopped, a voice sounded gently. Mo Wuji's heart pounded. His guess was right. This voice clearly came from that long hilt. I was battling someone while in the void and I accidentally ignited a talisman. Thereafter, I ended up here. Mo Wuji blurted as though that was what actually happened. You're lying. Say it then, how many marks of the 5 marks of Tianji do you have? The other party seemed to understand why Mo Wuji was here very clearly. When Mo Wuji heard the other party talk about the 5 marks of Tianji, he felt as though a lightning bolt had flashed across his mind. He knew who this fellow was. This person was definitely the one that installed the Tianji sheet of fate. He didn't expect that this fella actually didn't die but ended up in this mysterious chasm. This fellow was willing to extract the fate of an entire world. One could clearly see how ruthless this person was. Your guess is right. I was the one that installed the Tianji sheet of fate. I believe that you should have obtained no small amount of benefits from it. This voice was like a roundworm living in Mo Wuji's stomach. He was clear about what Mo Wuji was thinking of. Mo Wuji stared at this rusty long hilt. This fella could read his mind? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 878, The Terrifying Sea of Consciousness. Chapter 878, The Terrifying Sea of Consciousness. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. You want to possess me and steal the fate that I obtained? Mo Wuji suddenly said. You really obtained the fate of a world? That voice was clearly stirred up. Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that this fella could really peep into his thoughts. From the looks of it, this fella couldn't do that. You're very smart. If I'm not wrong, you didn't obtain that fate. You used a Xiantian treasure to rip my Tianji sheet of fate apart, then you were swept in here by the collapsing hull, right? Being to arrive here safely, that shows that you are at least in the late stage god physique. Mo Wuji was even more relieved. Even though the other party was 99% sure that he didn't obtain the fate, he would still hug on to that 1% chance. From the looks of it, this sort of fate could be transferred. This fella definitely couldn't move for some reason, which was why this fella hoped that he obtained the fate and this fella would then forcefully rob it. Mo Wuji could only say that this fella was overthinking. Even if he was to be killed, he wouldn't willingly hand the fate over. Who are you exactly? If you don't speak, I will walk in the other direction, Mo Wuji said calmly. There's no harm in telling you. This sage is Koen Yun. I will tell you another thing. You probably guessed that I have been trapped. But even if you changed directions, you still wouldn't be able to leave. Koen Yun's voice was laced with an additional strand of coldness. What do you mean? Mo Wuji took a few steps back and he stared at that rusty hilt which represented Koen Yun. Koen Yun's voice went silent. He didn't answer Mo Wuji's words. What do you want? After an entire hour, Mo Wuji could not help but ask another question. After some time, Koen Yun's voice sounded, originally, I wanted to ask you to help me. But looking at your wary appearance, it would be too hard to ask you to save me. How about this, give me a portion of that fate and I will tell you the way out. After Koen Yun finished those words, the ground beneath Mo Wuji suddenly started to tremble. Following which, huge areas of the sides of the chasm began to crumble. Mo Wuji rapidly retreated. The place that he was just standing on had already been buried by the falling rocks and sand. This is a common occurrence. It won't threaten your life. These places that crumbled would soon revert to their original states, and after some time, they would collapse again. The largest collapse I saw was when millions of miles of this chasm all came crashing down. Mo Wuji stared at this rusty hilt and he suddenly had a terrifying thought. He had seen such a scene before. It was back when he was in Half-Immortal Domain. Half-Immortal Domain's mining area of death also had such earthquakes. Back then, everyone guessed that it was because the mining area of death was living. After meeting Yen Li in the immortal world, Mo Wuji was clearer about what the mining area of death was. It was the sea of consciousness of a supreme cultivator. The immortal lattice stones that they excavated in the mining area of death were sea of consciousness crystals. As Mo Wuji thought of this, he inhaled a breath of cold air. This pot bottom. How was this a chasm? This was a terrifyingly large sea of consciousness. Mo Wuji's own sea of consciousness was also large and had taken form. However, Mo Wuji knew that if his sea of consciousness was thrown into this one, it would merely be a drop in the sea. There was no need to talk about his sea of consciousness. Even that sea of consciousness back at the mining area of death couldn't compare to this terrifying sea of consciousness. Koen Yun could control the collapse of the walls here. Clearly, he was the owner of this sea of consciousness. There was no wonder why it could mend itself. A trail of cold sweat trickled down Mo Wuji's back. He didn't know that he had actually ended up in someone else's sea of consciousness. That rusty hilt was clearly a scam. If this was Koen Yun's sea of consciousness, then his voice could have come from anywhere. In other words, Koan Yun didn't lie to him. Even if he turned and left, he would still be within Koan Yun's sea of consciousness. The reason why he only felt a sense of danger now was probably because Koan Yun was somehow sealed and required him to get closer to that rusty hilt in order to make a move. You seem to be very afraid. I said it before, with your physique and capabilities, even if this place continuously collapsed for 10,000 years, it still wouldn't be enough to kill you, Koan Yun said calmly. Tell me then, how can I transfer some of my fate to you? Mo Wuji forcefully calmed himself down. Even though it seemed like Koan Yun was heavily injured, he was still in Koan Yun's territory. He would rather the other person be in his sea of consciousness. You see that long hilt? That's a supreme treasure. My primordial spirit is hidden within that treasure. It's just that I'm too weak and I can't condense my primordial spirit. So, you need to grab that hilt and follow this method. As Koan Yun was speaking, a jade letter landed a few steps away from Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji was silent. If he didn't know that this place was a huge sea of consciousness, he might actually believe the other party's words. After all, primordial spirits generally need to be hidden within peak-grade magic treasures. Those years ago when he saw Yu Minjiang had also been hidden within a stone. But now that Mo Wuji knew that the entire place was the other party's sea of consciousness, he would be a fool to believe those words. In his own sea of consciousness, why would Koan Yun need to place his primordial spirit in a magic treasure? I don't need much. Just 1/3, no, 1/4 of your fate is enough. Noticing Mo Wuji's hesitation, Koan Yun spoke once more. Just as Mo Wuji was about to use his spirit storage channel, he suddenly felt that sense of danger again. He swiftly retreated. By the time the sense of danger disappeared, he was already standing far away. Since you are not willing to cooperate, then forget about it. Koan Yun said calmly when he saw Mo Wuji retreat. There was a slight disappointment in his voice. Even though he sounded rather disappointed, he seemed to be able to accept it. Mo Wuji's spiritual will landed on that jade letter and he discovered that there wasn't any problem with it. He retracted his spiritual will, then sent his spirit storage channel's spiritual will onto that jade letter. Mo Wuji's spirit storage channel immediately detected a faintly discernible energy. At this instant, Mo Wuji completely understood what was going on. This Koan Yun was truly devious. He thought that the rusty hilt was the threatening existence, but in reality, this jade letter was the one that was truly dangerous. Before Mo Wuji managed to retract his spiritual will, Koan Yun cried in alarm, "You actually have the spirit storage channel." Mo Wuji no longer cared to reply Koan Yun. Koan Yun was far too terrifying. Since he forged his meridian cultivation method, Koan Yun was the first person to know that he had the spirit storage channel. Koan Yun should be helpless against him. Otherwise, Koan Yun would have attacked him by now. Don't tell me that you don't have spiritual roots and a primordial spirit? You are a mortal? You actually created the mortal method of cultivating with meridians? How is that possible? Question mark. Koan Yun uttered a series of questions. His tone was filled with agitation. Unfortunately, Mo Wuji already knew that this person was terrifying, so he didn't respond to this fella. Compared to Yu Minjiang, this fella was far more terrifying. Even though Yu Minjiang was very impressive, he still needed to make use of his surroundings. Come over. I promise that I will no longer try to lay hands on you. I have many things to tell you. I admit that I was too cautious previously. I swear that I don't have any evil intentions. Koan Yun cried out anxiously. He finally understood why Mo Wuji could detect his killing intent. Mo Wuji actually cultivated the mortal Tao. Even though Mo Wuji was still 108,000 li from validating his Tao, if Mo Wuji was successful, he would definitely be an expert that stood at the peak of the entire cosmos. That sloppy old man's guess those years ago was actually right. He guessed that mortals could also cultivate, but he was derided by many of the other experts. Ko Yun didn't think that after so many years, when most cultivation paths had reached their final stages, someone was still able to create the path of mortal cultivation. How impressive must this person be? If he knew that Mo Wuji cultivated the mortal Tao, he definitely wouldn't have employed his previous method. A young cultivator of the mortal Tao was enough for him to give up everything, including his already recovering giant sea of consciousness. Despite Ko Yun's beautiful promises, Mo Wuji continued to retreat backwards. There was no wonder why he couldn't cultivate here. This was a sea of consciousness after all. The reason why Mo Wuji was retreating so hurriedly was because he was sure that Ko Yun's control over the sea of consciousness was limited. Otherwise, Ko Yun would have known about his undying world. After retreating for 1,000 miles, Mo Wuji stopped and brought out his Kuan-Wu sword. Against this old man, his half-moon-weighted halberd would be useless. Kuan-Wu's sword conjured a sharp sword intent which was hundreds of meters long. Boom! The sword intent slashed against the walls. Rocks from both sides of the walls shattered. A gully that was close to 3,000 meters long was sliced out from the inclined walls. This was on the account that Mo Wuji's spiritual will could only be released a radius of 300 meters. If his meters could reach 3,000 meters, then that slash would have been multiple times more powerful. Mo Wuji swept the crushed rocks to one side. Thereafter, his scholar's heart descended down on these crushed rocks. The way Mo Wuji saw it, since this was a sea of consciousness, its life force could be burnt using the scholar's heart. Of course, the damage he could deal through such actions was far from fatal, but he had no lack of time. What he needed to do was to prevent this sea of consciousness from recovering. Even though his cultivation was far from this self-proclaimed sage Ko Yun, he could slowly move this mountain. As long as his Kuan-Wu sword continuously sliced at this sea of consciousness, then this sea of consciousness would take a longer time to recover. Stop, since you can tell that this is my sea of consciousness, it means that you know that I have the power to restrain you. It's just that I don't to disperse that fate and waste my elemental energy. Mo Wuji's actions finally caused Ko Yun to be flustered. He was no longer in total control. There was another reason why he drew Mo Wuji over to that rusty hilt. In the case that Mo Wuji decided to attack, the walls of his sea of consciousness within that area were within his control. He would be able to stop Mo Wuji. But now, Mo Wuji had retreated to a place where he had almost no control over. This had caused him to lose his bottom line. He really couldn't believe that Mo Wuji was able to figure out that this was a sea of consciousness. No one else would dare to believe this entire place was a sea of consciousness. Stop? Mo Wuji sneered in his heart. The more you threaten Mo Wuji, the less afraid he would be. Not only didn't he stop, his Kuan-Wu sword conjured up a sword intent which was far stronger than before. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 879, The God World of Legends. Chapter 879, The God World of Legends. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Boom! Huge masses of the walls were sliced apart. Then, they were sent to burn in the scholar's heart. Tao friend, even if you destroy my sea of consciousness, I will still be able to recover it slowly. Must you be that persistent in trying to kill me? I admit that I am unable to trap you. I am willing to guide you out of here, and from here on, we will have nothing to do with one another. After a brief moment of fury, Ko Yun recovered his calm. He finally understood Mo Wuji's intentions. Mo Wuji was trying to dig through his sea of consciousness wall. If he could fully control his sea of consciousness, even if this ant in front was hundreds times stronger, it could only dream of doing anything to him. But now, he was clear that the ant had chosen the best option. He was unable to fully control his giant sea of consciousness. Even though the other party had fallen into his sea of consciousness, neither of them would come out victorious. His sea of consciousness would take a longer time to heal while the other party might be trapped here forever. To Koen Yun, the more important reason why he decided to give up on Mo Wuji was because he was sure that Mo Wuji didn't obtain the fate. If a cunning fella like Mo Wuji didn't obtain the fate, then he, Koen Yun, wasn't willing to continue wasting his time. When Mo Wuji heard that Koen Yun was no longer enraged, he stopped. He also knew that his actions could only lengthen the time the other party took to recover, and he was unable to eliminate Koen Yun. And when it came to cunningness, he was definitely inferior to Koen Yun. If he stayed in Koen Yun's sea of consciousness for too long, he might actually end up falling for one of Koen Yun's schemes. In both Mo Wuji's and Koen Yun's heart, the other was as devious as a ghost. How do I get out? Even though Mo Wuji stopped, his Koen Wu sword was still surging with sword intent. You will definitely suspect this method, but continue digging like this. Begin at the position 40 meters behind you. I will give you 3 days. During this 3 days, I will not mend my sea of consciousness. But this is on the premise that you dig in a stable manner. Koen Yun's clear voice had suddenly turned hoarse. Okay. Mo Wuji didn't utter a single word of nonsense. In a straightforward manner, he retreated by 40 meters. His Koen Wu sword stabbed forward and a 3,000-meter deep sword scar formed in the wall of the Sea of Consciousness. Koen Yun kept to his words, he didn't continue healing his Sea of Consciousness. Seeing Mo Wuji take action without uttering any nonsense, not asking anything about his past, Koen Yun knew that Mo Wuji definitely wasn't simple. He especially hated such decisive and cunning people. Mo Wuji wholeheartedly wanted to escape as soon as possible. He knew he had to leave while the other party still couldn't fully control this giant sea of consciousness. After all, the Tao was something that was uncertain. The other party might suddenly have an enlightenment which allowed him to heal his sea of consciousness rapidly. If that day comes, he, Mo Wuji, would die without being able to resist. A person like Koen Yun was so terrifying that Mo Wuji didn't want to spend even half a breath more than he should. Mo Wuji's speed was staggering. Coupled with the help of Koen Wu's sword, he only needed 2 days before there was nothing in front of him. A sensation of freedom came over, Mo Wuji's spiritual will could sweep out unbridledly. He exhaled deeply. He had finally escaped, he had finally left that terrifying sea of consciousness. There were no longer any traces of Koen Yun's sea of consciousness. Mo Wuji didn't even know where he came out from. However, Mo Wuji didn't want to think too much about it. If such an ancient power couldn't even do such a thing, then he wouldn't be able to survive these years with such injuries. But Mo Wuji was soon dumbfounded. He was sure that this was not the void. The laws of the heaven and earth here seemed much stronger than the immortal world. Not only that, the immortal spiritual energy here was much thicker. No, this wasn't immortal spiritual energy, this was an energy similar to that within the green crystals. The reason why he knew that this wasn't the void was because there was air around him and his surroundings were murky black. This gave Mo Wuji the impression that he had just left one strange chasm and entered another. Mo Wuji could only whip out his book of Luo to protect himself while he continuously moved upwards. A day passed and some light pierced through the darkness. Mo Wuji celebrated gleefully, he could tell that this was light from the sun. Right at this moment, a terrifying feeling came from below his feet. Mo Wuji didn't think too much as he directly teleported. Gotcha! It felt as though the entire space had been bitten. Mo Wuji felt an intense sensation of emptiness around him. Fortunately, he had already landed on hard ground. Through his spiritual will, he noticed a terrifyingly large mouth flash by. Cold sweat trickled down Mo Wuji's back. If he had been slower or if that giant mouth detected him earlier, he would have already been dead. Looking around, he found that he was standing at the edge of a deep gully. He had just come out from that gully. It was unknown exactly how deep that gully was, as his spiritual will wasn't even able to reach its bottom. Not only that, his spiritual eye also couldn't see what was inside clearly. He added caution to his caution, but he still almost got screwed by Koen Yun. That old demon Koen Yun, he must have used some method to send Mo Wuji from his sea of consciousness to this deep gully. Mo Wuji's spiritual will swept around his surroundings. This place was desolate, there wasn't even a strand of wild grass. That feeling of threat was constantly within his heart. Mo Wuji didn't dare to stay here any further. He immediately fled using his wind escape technique. After moving for a day, the energy around him got thicker and he finally stopped. There was finally signs of life here. A green and tender grass appeared by the side of the path. Mo Wuji elatedly sent over to dig this grass up. Exactly where did he end up in? There was actually a 2-leaved immortal dust grass by the side of the road. This was a Tier 9 immortal herb used to concoct a Tier 9 healing pill, the immortal dust pill. He didn't have much use for a healing pill, but such a thing was a priceless treasure for other people. Just as Mo Wuji picked the 2-leaved immortal dust grass up, 2 shadows swiftly landed beside him. Mo Wuji grabbed his jade box and hurriedly retreated. He actually felt that these 2 were much stronger than him. At this instant, Mo Wuji's heart was even bellowing angrily. Why were there so many experts? There were 2 women. Their looks were considered pretty and they both had almond-shaped faces. One of them was relatively taller. The 2's gaze swept across the jade box in Mo Wuji's hand. When they saw that it was only a 2-leaved immortal dust grass in the jade box, a hint of disdain flashed across their eyes. That relatively taller woman asked, "What's your name? Why have you appeared so near to Tao Tai Valley? Did you see a youth that is slightly shorter than you in the area?" Mo Wuji was slightly startled. Tao Tai Valley? Could it be the deep gully that he had just come out from? I was asking you a question, didn't you hear it? Also, why can't I see through your cultivation? The relatively taller woman suddenly harrumphed harshly. Following her harumph, an intense aura pressed down on Mo Wuji, causing him to be unable to breathe. Mo Wuji's heart pounded, he finally came to a realization. This 2 women's auras were similar to that Yuzhen Na. Yuzhen Na was definitely from a realm higher than the immortal world. Since these 2 could release the same auras as Yuzhen Na without needing regulation talismans, it meant that this place wasn't the immortal world. I was here looking for some herbs. I didn't see any youth, Mo Wuji said hurriedly. Big sister, this person looks a little slow. He even wants such rubbish herbs. He wouldn't even notice it even if Uncle brushed past him, the shorter woman added. The taller one nodded, seemingly in agreement with the shorter woman's words. Her tone became slightly gentler. Then why can't I see through your cultivation? I have a concealment technique which is not bad. If these 2 senior sisters are interested, Before Mo Wuji could finish speaking, that taller woman waved her hand. Who wants your concealment technique? Also, with your bit of cultivation, why would you need to conceal it? Mo Wuji said awkwardly, I cultivate this technique on the side. Little sister, let's go. The taller woman felt that Mo Wuji was simply a passerby, an insignificant one at that. Thus, she couldn't be bothered to continue wasting her words on Mo Wuji. As the 2 walked into the distance, Mo Wuji could still hear their voices. Big sister, that fellow was looking for herbs in the vicinity of Tao Tai Valley. He truly leaves people speechless. The taller woman sneered, with his capabilities, he wouldn't even be able to get to the area with the lowest tier of god herbs. Even if he does, he would be courting his death. Big sister is right. The shorter woman responded. By that time, the 2 were already in the distance. Mo Wuji looked at their disappearing silhouettes, the glee in his heart had vanished without a trace. Originally, he would have no qualms about leaving the immortal world. But now, he still had a huge enemy left in the immortal world, Zichan Luo. How could he rest at ease if Zichan Luo was still alive? He also didn't know whether this was the god world of legends. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 880, Sent to Mine. Chapter 880, Sent to Mine. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Just as Mo Wuji was pondering about where he should head towards, he noticed a youth, who was half a head shorter than him, approaching from far away. Even though the youth had yet to reach Mo Wuji could guess that this youth should be the uncle mentioned by the two women, the person they were looking for. This Tao friend must be in good spirits to be looking for God's spiritual herbs here at the Tao Tai Valley. The youth started laughing out loud at the sight of the two-leaved immortal dustgrass on Mo Wuji's hands. Mo Wuji kept the two-leaved immortal dustgrass as he praised the beauty of this youth in his heart. That's right, he was indeed beautiful. Fair skin, large eyes and a delicate pair of hands which looked almost like a woman's. Only his hoarse voice gave him some aura of a man. I have a low cultivation, so I don't dare to set foot onto the production land of the God's spiritual herbs. Therefore, I could only find a desolate place like this to pick some low-tier herbs, Mo Wuji replied awkwardly. The youth nodded when he heard Mo Wuji's words. That's true. Oh yes, did those two women came to look for me earlier on? Mo Wuji replied, they asked me about their uncle but they left right after I told them I have no idea who or where their uncle was. The youth pat Mo Wuji's shoulder before saying, well said. Why don't you follow me? I shall bring you to a place to pick higher tier God's spiritual herbs. Mo Wuji could sense that this youth's cultivation was much higher than his, which was why he started feeling uneasy. Many thanks, but I think I am still too weak now, so I'll pass. Mo Wuji had no idea who this person was, and comparatively, Mo Wuji was indeed much weaker than him. Given his current level of strength, following this man around would simply be courting early death. The youth lowered his voice and said, I am not lying to you, and I've even heard of the existence of a god lattice there. I doubt you have obtained a god lattice, right? Mo Wuji was slightly dumbfounded as he wondered what a god lattice was. Could it be the same thing as an immortal lattice? From the words of this youth, it seemed like god lattice shouldn't be the same as an immortal lattice. Immortal lattice could be condensed using immortal lattice stones, aka consciousness crystals, or could be condensed using one's own grand Tao spirituality. This youth mentioned existence, which meant to say that the god lattice was an actual object. Just as Mo Wuji was about to inquire more about the god lattice, the youth's expression changed and his body flashed across. In almost an instant, he disappeared in front of Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji could only feel a slight fluctuation in space and was unable to see how this youth disappeared right in front of him. However, just a few seconds later, the previous two women landed right in front of Mo Wuji again. What's your name? The taller woman asked once more. Previously, Mo Wuji didn't mention his own name, but now that the other party came back to ask him again, he answered, My name is Mo Wuji. Very good. You are quite pleasing to the eye, so follow us then. The taller woman sized Mo Wuji up once more before saying abruptly. Mo Wuji's heart jumped. Leave with these two women? Sorry, I have other matters to attend, so I won't be able to follow you, Mo Wuji rejected without hesitation. The taller woman sneered, this isn't up to you to decide. Having said that, she expanded her palm in an attempt to grab Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji felt relieved because this woman didn't seem to be able to control the space around him. Since the other party wasn't able to control the space around him, he would have the opportunity to escape. At the thought of this, a few streams of elemental energy was actually restraining him. In a hurry, Mo Wuji let out a punch. Bang! An oppressive sound was heard, and Mo Wuji's domain-crushing fist tore apart the restraining elemental energy. In the next moment, he had already escaped out from the restraining elemental energy. Simultaneously, his power of his domain-crushing fist seemed like it had disappeared completely into an ocean. I really couldn't tell that you have a few tricks up your sleeves. Having failed to capture Mo Wuji, the taller woman was not only not disappointed, her spirit seemed to be lifted. Mo Wuji's heart was heavy because that shorter woman had yet to make her move. The punch that he let out also made him understood the logic as to why the opponent was unable to restrain his surrounding. That was because the laws of heaven and earth here were much higher, and if the opponent could restrain the space in a place like this, her cultivation would be enough to finish Mo Wuji easily. Mo Wuji had already extended his spiritual will to scan the surrounding as he prepared to escape. Even though the two women were clearly much stronger than him, he believed that he was still capable of escaping. The taller woman appeared to know what Mo Wuji was planning, so she sneered and said, "If you are planning to escape, I assure you that you will be dead very soon. I have no idea how you came to this place, but I can tell you that there are only 3 directions for you to leave this place. All 3 directions would end up in dead ends and you would be captured to mine for ores. Eventually, you will die in the boundless field. The only difference would be the different mining area you would be thrown to. And I assure that nothing would happen to you if you follow me. I have no ill intentions towards you, and in fact, you would be thankful you choose to follow me. If you are still doubtful, why don't you check it out yourself?" Before she could finish her sentence, Mo Wuji shifted and ignited his wind escape technique to the maximum. This fella's cultivation might not be high, but he definitely had some experience in escaping. The taller woman didn't chase after him as the shorter woman exclaimed. The taller woman sneered, "Since he is so eager to die, we shall let him be. To think he would actually treat our kindness so indifferently, this fellow would deserve it if he died in the mining area. Let's go, I don't believe we can't find a person to replace Uncle." After tens of breath, Mo Wuji knew that the two women didn't chase after him. Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief as he grew a little more cautious. He suspected that the taller woman's words about someone obstructing him from leaving this place were true. Therefore, he had to be more cautious from now on. On the way, Mo Wuji picked out a few peak-grade immortal herbs and even managed to pick out a few unknown herbs. These herbs exuded energy exceeding Tier 9 immortal herbs, and Mo Wuji's guess was that these were God's spiritual herbs. "Looks like you've picked up quite a few God's spiritual herbs, eh?" Just as Mo Wuji picked up another unknown God's spiritual herb, he heard a faint voice. Mo Wuji's first thought was to shift away, but just as he moved, a blade radiance exploded towards him. Mo Wuji's body flashed, and before he could act, a rope, which looked like it had eyes, tied him up tightly. Mo Wuji didn't continue struggling because there were 3 people surrounding him, and every one of them was stronger than the previous tall woman. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so clueless even when the opponent was already in front of him. Fortunately, Mo Wuji knew that these people were not out to kill him, because if they were, he would have sensed their killing intent. An average cultivation level, I doubt he would be able to last long. A copper-faced man held onto the thick sword on his back as he sized Mo Wuji up. Evidently, his tone was filled with disappointment. "AI, it is getting increasingly hard to find miners nowadays. Let's just be glad with that we found one, feed him with some black transformation pill and send him away. He should still be able to dig out some god crystals, and if we're lucky, we might even get some peak grade ones," a skinny and tall man standing on the left side of the copper-faced man exclaimed. The copper-faced man suddenly lifted his fist, and before his fist could land on Mo Wuji's face, Mo Wuji took the initiative to open his mouth. "Not bad, you're pretty tactful." The copper-faced man laughed as he retracted his fist. In the next instance, a pill with fishy smell landed into his mouth. The moment the pill entered his mouth, his meridians actually showed signs of being routed. Mo Wuji cursed in his heart and hurried to circulate his detoxification meridian. Once the detoxification meridian was circulated, the wild and dark energy was instantly turned into a unique elemental energy. At that point in time, Mo Wuji could actually feel his cultivation rising exponentially. The pity was that he didn't dare to cultivate now and had to waste his opportunity. What an incredible pill! Despite not allowing the black transformation pill to waste his meridians, Mo Wuji understood the use of this black transformation pill. This was a pill which could blacken spirit roots, and once the cultivator's spirit roots were blackened, it could be transformed into energy. Moreover, the few guys talked about digging for god crystals so clearly. This was a pill to stop people who were supposed to mine from cultivating. By piecing up the words of these 3 people, it seemed like the black transformation pill was used to support the miner's life force. In other words, mining would quicken the death of the miner. Pity was that these fellas didn't know that Mo Wuji had no spirit roots or even spirit channels. The toxic which could blacken his meridians had already been swept away by his detoxification meridian. Half an incense later, the short and fat man, who fed Mo Wuji the black transformation pill, brought along a spirit roots detector to Mo Wuji. He took away Mo Wuji's ring before placing his hand on the spirit roots detector. The detector displayed a dark gray color and no other color. The skinny and tall man nodded as he knew that Mo Wuji's spirit roots had already been blackened. Primordial spirit should have dissipated too. With a sweep of his hand, he kept the rope which was tying Mo Wuji up. Mo Wuji didn't take the risk to try and escape. He could tell that these three fellas were well experienced in capturing people. With his current strength and inexperience of the place, the chances of him successfully escaping was slim. Even without spirit roots or primordial spirit, you don't have to worry. As long as you dig out enough God crystals in the stipulated time, you will have the chance to recover your spirit roots and earn your freedom. Of course, if you choose to view this passively, you shall lose your chance at reincarnation. That would be pretty miserable, the skinny and tall man said to Mo Wuji. At this moment, Mo Wuji realized that the opposition was not only trying to blacken his spirit roots but also his primordial spirit. He didn't thought of this was because since he didn't have spirit roots, he would naturally not have primordial spirit too. 2 hours later, Mo Wuji was brought to a massive flying ship. The copper-faced man threw Mo Wuji into a huge cabin before shutting the restriction of the ship and left. Mo Wuji realized that there were already over 10 people on this ship, but everyone here had a face of despair. Perhaps, he was the only one in the cabin who was still thinking about how to escape. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 881, God Lattice has different grades too. Chapter 881, God Lattice has different grades too. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The ship's cabin was very spacious and over 10 people were seated within. Mo Wuji's spirit storage channel spiritual will scan through the cabin and could tell that these people's spirit roots had all been completely destroyed. However, the elemental energy surrounding their body was still surging turbulently. Everything was stored within the Dantian as Mo Wuji guessed that they should have been given the black transformation pill. Mo Wuji didn't speak as he found a place to sit down. Just as he sat down, a skinny man shifted next to Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji furrowed his brows because since the entire cabin was so spacious, what was the meaning of this fella's act? Big brother, my name is Tian Nu. May I ask how do I address Big Brother? The skinny man asked softly. Mo Wuji simply said this and didn't continue further. He was prepared to use his spirit storage channel to observe the surrounding before finding an opportunity to escape. As for mining, it shall be left with those who are interested. Mo Wuji had never intended to go over. Could Big Brother Mo be guarding against me? Actually, I am the same type of person as Big Brother Mo. Tian Nu noticed that Mo Wuji was not exactly interested in talking to him, so he added. Mo Wuji didn't reply, the same type of person? He had just come over from the immortal world and was even unaware of the structure of the God world, so how could he be the same type of person as this skinny man? Tian Nu further lowered his voice. Big Brother Mo, if my guess wasn't wrong, Big Brother should still have your spirit roots and is still able to use your spiritual will. Mo Wuji was shocked, in following which, he instantly realized that his use of his spirit storage channel's spiritual will must have been detected by this man. His spirit storage channel was extremely concealed. Even if these people's spirit roots were not destroyed, they shouldn't be able to detect it so quickly. How would this skinny man know? At the instance Tian Nu mentioned about his use of spirit roots, Mo Wuji was already prepared to act and get rid of this skinny man. Tian Nu seemed to have sensed Mo Wuji's intention, so he hurried to explain, Big Brother must not misunderstand me. I am able to find out Big Brother's use of spiritual will only because I am a little unusual. Does Big Brother Mo has any other plans? Little brother here is willing to follow you everywhere to support your cause. All I ask is for Big Brother to bring me away. Mo Wuji said faintly, when I first arrived here, they had already told me that if I could mine enough God crystals, I would be able to earn my freedom back. Tian Nu said helplessly, Big Brother Mo, you don't have to test me. If I really intended to plot against you, I would have told the manager directly that your spirit roots were not destroyed and you could still use your spiritual will. Why would I bother discussing terms with you? Mo Wuji was already convinced by Tian Nu's words, but he had no concrete plans yet, so how could he form an alliance with someone else? Moreover, this skinny man should have no idea that he was only in the intermediate immortal emperor stage. Otherwise, he should be pretty disappointed. Wouldn't it be a joke for an immortal emperor to bring a cultivator of the god world away? He didn't continue questioning why Tian Nu still had his spirit roots and spiritual will. Like himself, Mo Wuji understood that everyone had their own secret. Could Big Brother Mo be thinking of using your spirit roots and spiritual will to get some god crystals from the god mining field before using it to leave? Tian Nu said once again as he saw that Mo Wuji was still unwilling to reply. Mo Wuji pondered for a moment before saying, Is that not possible? Tian Nu said in a solemn tone, If Big Brother Mo was planning to do that, you would be gravely mistaken. Do you really think we will be sent to mine for god crystals? Are we not? Mo Wuji was confused. Initially, he was still considering to mine for some god crystals if he really had no other way out. Having some god crystals wouldn't do him harm because he still had his undying world with him. Tian Nu said with an incredibly soft voice, Big Brother Mo, think about it. With our destroyed spirit roots and primordial spirit, how long would we be able to mine for god crystals while only being supported by pills which replenish part of our elemental energy? If we are really going to mine for god crystals, they wouldn't have destroyed both our spirit channels and primordial spirit. So what are we mining for? Mo Wuji suddenly felt slightly frightened as he actually believed the words of those who captured him. It was as ridiculous as a wolf saying to a sheep, I am employing you to consume grass and once you've consumed enough, I will let you go. Mo Wuji had studied psychology before, so he would naturally know what was this about. The other party had captured him, so it should be easy for them to kill him off. Now that they didn't kill him, he subconsciously thought that they wouldn't lie to him. Tian Nu's words were clearly correct too, because without spirit roots or spirit channels coupled with the blackened primordial spirit, one wouldn't be able to mine for a prolonged period of time no matter how much elemental energy one had. Big Brother should have some understanding towards God Lattice, right? Tian Nu asked. Mo Wuji answered, I have heard of it but I am not too sure about it. Could you help by explaining to me? Because of my low cultivation level, I am even unaware of the realms in the God world. Ah! Tian Nu let out an ah when he heard Mo Wuji's words, and a trace of disappointment flashed across his eyes. It seemed to be because Mo Wuji said that his cultivation was still low. However, he readjusted his attitude and said with an even softer voice, Big Brother, you're not from here, right? Mo Wuji guessed that it should be because he appeared clueless about even the realms of the God world, which was why Tian Nu started suspecting him. Mo Wuji didn't choose to conceal anything as he nodded, Yes, I am indeed not from this place. Hopefully Brother Tian Nu can provide some explanation to me. Tian Nu suddenly stopped talking, and moments later, the cabin door was reopened and two more unconscious cultivators were thrown in. In one look, Mo Wuji knew that these two fellas were captured to mine as well. Whether or not they were really going to mine or not, their fate should be the same as everyone else in here. Once the cabin door was shut again, Tian Nu said, Actually, this place isn't called the God world but the God domain. In the God domain, the strongest would be God kings. However, there weren't many God kings even in the entire God domain. Those who had just entered the God realm would be in the nascent God stage, and it is split into 9 levels. As long as one cultivated to level 9 of the nascent God stage, one would be able to condense God Lattice and step into the heavenly God stage. Heavenly gods are the true gods who have been recognized by the Heaven Tao laws. The Heavenly God stage was also divided into 9 levels, and one would be able to charge towards the God Monarch stage at the Great Circle of the Heavenly God stage. Big Brother Mo, the most precious thing in the God realm isn't any treasure or pills but the God lattice. Mo Wuji was intending to inquire further about the stages after the God Monarch stage, but hearing Tian Nu talked about how precious the God lattice was, he asked, "Brother Tian Nu, could you explain more about the God lattice?" Tian Nu knew that Mo Wuji wasn't from the God domain, so he didn't find it odd. A nascent God who wishes to enter a higher stage must condense his own God lattice. The grade of the God lattice would eventually affect how far one could go in the future. There are different grades to the God lattice? Of course there are. The God lattice is graded by stars. 1 star would be the lowest grade while 5 stars is the highest. You should know about God King Wuji, right? Oh yes, I doubt you would know about him. I've heard that he had condensed a 5 stars God lattice. In the entire God world, the number of experts with 5 stars God lattice were as rare as a phoenix feather and a unicorn horn. Tian Nu appeared extremely familiar with these matters as he explained everything in great details. Just as Mo Wuji was going to inquire further, Tian Nu raised his hand to stop Mo Wuji from speaking. "I know what you're going to ask. In the God world, there are many forms of appearance for the existence of God lattice. The main ones would be God lattice Tao fruit, God lattice crystals, and I've even heard that consciousness crystals could even be used to condense God lattice. The God lattice Tao fruit would only form God lattice of 3 stars and below, so the God lattice crystals would still be the most valuable treasure to condense God lattice. God lattice crystals are graded by the number of colors. 1-colored God lattice crystals are the most commonly seen, and the use of 1-colored crystal would form a 1-star God lattice. 5-colored God lattice crystals are the rarest, and every one of them would ignite a bloody reign of terror. Mo Wuji hurried to ask, "What is the consciousness crystal? It could also be used to condense God lattice?" Tian Nu replied, "There are huge restraints in using the consciousness crystal and even dangers. This is crystal rock condensed from the sea of consciousness of fallen ancient experts. Those who used the consciousness crystals would usually not be able to achieve their full potential and could even degrade along the way. One example would be if an expert with 5 stars God lattice had fallen, his sea of consciousness could at most form 3 stars God lattice. I've even heard of a type of God lattice called the primal God lattice, which was rumored to be a heaven-splitting existence. People called this God lattice the God tablet, and those who condensed the God tablet lattice are likely to be creators of a new world." Mo Wuji nodded as Tian Nu's explanation was not far off from Ji Li's explanation, and the only difference was that Ji Li didn't explain about the God lattice. Mo Wuji had nothing much on him except loads of consciousness crystals which he would not use for himself. At the very least, he would sell them away in the future. "You said we weren't going to mine, so why are we going to do?" "I'm suspecting that we wouldn't be mining but to collect God lattice crystals," Tian Nu said in a low voice. "How is this different from mining?" Mo Wuji questioned because collecting sounded the same as mining. Tian Nu answered, "In the God domain, 90% of the God lattice crystals are at the God burial valley." At this moment, Mo Wuji felt a slight tremble at the bottom of his feet. He exchanged glances with Tian Nu, and both of them knew that the flying ship had moved off. Mo Wuji said calmly, "Brother Tian Nu, I have decided to work with you, so please continue." Despite sensing that Mo Wuji was not that strong, Tian Nu was still pleasantly surprised. "I knew that Big Brother Mo isn't ordinary." The God lattice crystal still had a unique character, and that is that it was suspended within the God burial valley. It is extremely firm, and one wouldn't be able to bring it down unless one had sufficient elemental energy. Anybody who brings the God lattice crystal down would have his primordial spirit and spirit roots merged and then condense the God lattice. Are you saying that if our primordial spirit and spirit roots were not blackened, we would be the ones using the God lattice crystals once we touched it? Mo Wuji asked anxiously. Indeed. Since this is the case, why don't those people who want to condense their God lattice grab the God lattice crystals themselves? Tian Nu sighed. If the god lattice crystals were so easy to obtain, it wouldn't be that valuable anymore. The god burial valley was reputable only because anyone who enters would have his life force depleted. Once you enter the god burial valley, you could lose your entire life force even before you find any god lattice crystal. So frightening, Mo Wuji exclaimed in his heart. If he hadn't met Tian Nu, he would really believe that he could mine for some god lattice crystals to bring away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 882, The Change Outside the God Burial Valley. Chapter 882, The Change Outside the God Burial Valley. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Tian Nu continued, Big Brother Mo, if my guess is right, we would lose our consciousness and thought once we reached the God Burial Valley. After which, our hands would be carved with transfer array runes before being sent into the God Burial Valley. In this manner, we would be focused only on finding the God Lattice crystal, and once we find those crystals, it will be immediately transferred to the greedy people outside. Therefore, we have to find a way to escape even before we reach the God Burial Valley. Are there any examples of people surviving even after entering the God Burial Valley? Mo Wuji asked. Hearing Mo Wuji's words, Tian Nu said anxiously, Big Brother Mo, your future would definitely be extraordinary, but you must not think about this. Even a god king with 9 lives wouldn't survive once he entered the God Burial Valley. Indeed, there were people who managed to escape alive, but they had either turned retarded or died the moment they escaped. The only person who escaped with no major injuries was God King Wuji. In fact, he managed to obtain his 5-colored God Lattice crystal from the God Burial Valley. Mo Wuji nodded. I get it now. Brother Tian Nu, do you have any good idea? From Mo Wuji's perspective, this person named Tian Nu was definitely not simple. Even while he knew that Mo Wuji had low cultivation, he didn't seem to have any hesitation. Because Mo Wuji had created the mortal Tao, he managed to enter this place unharmed. If Tian Nu could also enter unharmed, how could he be a simple person? Tian Nu shook his head. Big Brother Mo, I have 2 mind palaces, which was why I have 2 seas of consciousness. One of my sea of consciousness could stimulate out fake spirit roots and spirit channels. The reason why I am capable of using my spiritual will now is not because I am incredibly powerful, but because only one of my sea of consciousness, one set of fake spirit roots and spirit channels, have been destroyed. My strength is at concealment and I'm weak in other areas. As long as Big Brother Mo could get us out of here, I would have a way to conceal the both of us. Mo Wuji understood why Tian Nu wanted to work with him. It was so that Tian Nu could borrow his strength. Mo Wuji didn't dare to extend his spiritual will outwards because he knew how weak he was compared to everyone else in this place. If even Tian Nu could notice his spiritual will, how could he expect the others to not notice him? Even if it was because Tian Nu had a unique ability, Mo Wuji was not willing to risk. Tian Nu, you can address me by my name in the future. I might be even weaker than you, so I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to escape this ship at all. Also, I don't think I am fit enough to be addressed as Big Brother by you, Mo Wuji said honestly. Hearing Mo Wuji's words, there was indeed a flash of disappointment in Tian Nu's eyes. Even so, he concealed his emotions well as he said, precisely because Big Brother Mo is not very strong, the people outside wouldn't be able to notice your situation, which is why Big Brother Mo's future would be incredibly promising. Big Brother Mo, feel free to suggest any ideas, and regardless of success or failure, Tian Nu would agree to it all. Great, Mo Wuji said, given our strengths now, trying to leave the ship would be an impossible dream. My plan would be to wait till we reach the periphery of the God Burial Valley. If all else fails, we shall enter the God Burial Valley. Ah! Tian Nu was momentarily dumbfounded when he heard of Mo Wuji's idea. These people want them to look for God Lattice crystals, so they would definitely make them lose their consciousness once they reach the God Burial Valley. Without consciousness, how would they be able to think of any idea? Moreover, even if they retained their consciousness, their life force would be sucked away by the God Burial Valley. Mo Wuji patted Tian Nu's shoulder as he said, "Tian Nu, just have faith in me." Mo Wuji had the detoxification and vitality channel, so he didn't believe the God Burial Valley could finish him off. Even though this was his thoughts, Mo Wuji was still very frustrated and helpless. He was well aware that other than entering the God Burial Valley, there was no other way around this. With his intermediate immortal emperor's strength, he wouldn't have any means of escaping even if he had monstrous intelligence against these people who captured him so easily. Sometimes, everything else would simply be like fleeting clouds in front of true strength. Big brother Mo, I trust you. Tian Nu knew that Mo Wuji made his decision helplessly, but he had no other choice too. Listening to Mo Wuji would bring about a slight chance, because if he chose not to trust Mo Wuji, what could he do on his own? Just as Mo Wuji was about to speak again, Tian Nu suddenly shut his eyes with a face of despair. Mo Wuji knew that Tian Nu was extremely sensitive in this aspect, so he followed suit to shut his eyes while revealing a disappointed expression. Half a moment later, the cabin door was opened and a bald-headed man walked in. After entering, he didn't say anything as he simply sat beside the door. Mo Wuji had no choice but to keep all his burning questions by the side of his heart. He could only wait for further opportunities to ask Tian Nu. Multiple days later, the bald-headed man had yet to leave, but the flying ship came to a halt. The flying ship stopped and the door opened. The bald-headed man looked at the people inside the cabin as he said with a cold voice, "Everyone follows me and we shall consume an antidote first. Because the air of our mining area contains poison, everyone needs to consume the antidote first. Those who perform well will be rewarded with your freedom a year later. Those fortunate and are able to find peak-grade God crystals would be rewarded your freedom immediately. Additionally, you will be given a God pill to recover your spirit roots." It was perhaps the bald-headed man's last sentence that came into effect, because everyone suddenly felt rejuvenated. Pills were passed down by the bald-headed man and Mo Wuji received one pitched black pill too. The pill brought along a fishy smell and it looked similar to the ordinary antidote for poisons. Mo Wuji didn't hesitate as he swallowed the pill in his hand. Tian Nu saw that Mo Wuji had swallowed the pill, so he followed suit. He was certain that his judgment would not be wrong. Mo Wuji was not only able to retain his primordial spirit as well as spirit roots, so Tian Nu was confident in Mo Wuji's abilities. More importantly, he believed that Mo Wuji was trustworthy enough. Corroding Tao spirituality expanded throughout his body and Mo Wuji could feel everything blackening in his mind. Concurrently, the detoxification meridian started circulating. Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief as he was worried that his detoxification meridian might not work. If the detoxification meridian worked, he would still have an opportunity of escaping. At the same time, his spirit storage channel made use of his detoxification meridian to sweep up the toxic in Tian Nu's body. Mo Wuji's detoxification meridian would be able to disregard even the peak-grade highly poisonous toxic. Therefore, these 2 pills worth of toxic merely needed one circulation of the meridian to cleanse it. After Tian Nu sent the pill into his mouth, his face turned pale immediately. The toxic pill was simply so terrifying that it wrapped around his entire nervous system almost instantaneously. With a toxic like that, what would be the point even if he managed to escape with Mo Wuji eventually? The numbness could be felt, and before Tian Nu entered the state of daze, he could feel a spiritual will extending towards him. Following which, a mighty elemental energy swept all the toxic away from his mind without leaving a single bit behind. An indescribable happiness overwhelmed his heart as he knew that this must be Big Brother Mo's help. Just when his consciousness was about to be erased, Mo Wuji silently helped him remove the toxic. Just how terrifyingly strong was Mo Wuji? In fact, Mo Wuji's character made him even more thankful and excited. After all, Mo Wuji's act of helping him at a moment like this would land himself in great danger. Moreover, Mo Wuji had no need to help him now. Tian Nu was certain that this wasn't the time to be grateful as his face turned numbed and dazed. Mo Wuji was also like Tian Nu as his face appeared numbed and dazed. The bald-headed man saw everyone standing in front of him turn dazed, so he nodded satisfyingly. I am about to tell you two things now. Firstly, put on this gloves. As he spoke, a pair of gloves was floating in front of everyone here. Mo Wuji, like everyone else, put on the gloves that were suspending in front of him. The instant he held the gloves, Mo Wuji knew that this was a pair of gloves with transfer array carved on it. It seemed like Tian Nu's guess was not wrong. Secondly, everyone please follow me. The bald-headed man said as he led the way. Mo Wuji was in the middle of the group of people with his dazed eyes. He didn't use his spiritual will or his spirit storage channel, but he could see that this was indeed a desolate place. Moreover, Mo Wuji noticed that there were already hundreds of people gathered here. These people were just like them, as all of their eyes were dazed and numbed too. Very soon, Mo Wuji understood what was happening. Those people who captured them here were not after God Lattice, and instead, they brought them here to sell. The hundreds of people here were evidently brought here by the various groups of kidnappers. A green-robed man appeared in front of Mo Wuji and company as he scanned through their bodies. With a stern tone, he said, I have an opportunity for everyone now. Everyone is to walk inside and remember to keep walking forward. If you find anything along the way, remember to grab onto them with force. Once he said that, the green-robed man took out an edgy-shaped crystal. Mo Wuji looked dazedly at this particular white crystal. After everyone looked through it, the green-robed man said, this crystal could be multicolored too. Whichever color you see, you have to grab hard, and this will be your opportunity at life. Understand? Yes, a jagged reply was heard, and every voice seemed to have a preset order to it. All right, you can head in now. The green-robed man waved his hand as he pointed to a curved dirt road. The hundreds of people followed the path into the curved dirt road, and not one of them had any opinions. At this moment, Mo Wuji could feel that his surrounding let out an explosion. Following that, Mo Wuji heard as though something was broken and everything in front of him cleared up. Previously, this place was protected by a defensive array. This was Mo Wuji's first reaction when the explosion was heard. Ing Songchang, your black mustard god merchant house actually installed a concealed grand array at a remote corner of the god burial valley and commit such outrageous act? Even the entire god world will never forgive a scum like you. An enraged voice was heard, and a piercing blade radiance, which even Mo Wuji could feel, landed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 883, Completely Reliant on Acting. Chapter 883, Completely Reliant on Acting. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Killing intent shrouded the entire area, and Mo Wuji certainly didn't think that would still be a person with justice in the god world. Mo Wuji knew that no one would bother about them at this moment in time, so he transmitted a message to Tian Nu, remember to avoid killing intent. I get it, many thanks big brother. Tian Nu transmitted the message back with emotions. He didn't expect the big brother he met would be so heaven-defying that he could even detoxify poison which could blacken the nervous system. Not only that, Mo Wuji even helped him detoxify the poison in him unknowingly. The elemental energy continued to explode in space, and random cultivators were constantly being killed. Even in the periphery of the battle, Mo Wuji felt that breathing had become difficult. This made Mo Wuji realize how truly weak he was in this great big world. Dao friend, it wouldn't do you any good by killing me, Ing Songchang. Let me go and I could at least save these people. A hoarse voice sounded out. Mo Wuji heard the voice clearly and knew that it was that previous Zipao. All right. All Mo Wuji heard was an all right, and in the next moment, he heard Ing Songchang's desperate cry, despicable. Mo Wuji knew that Ing Songchang had been killed. From the looks of it, the person who killed Ing Songchang didn't really seem like he wanted to save them. The surrounding quietened down and a clear voice could be heard, "All of you, turn around." Including Mo Wuji, the hundreds of dazed-looking people turned around to look at the person speaking. The person was a female with slightly yellow skin. Additionally, her hair was evidently yellow too and her eyes were rather big. She wasn't considered ugly but wasn't particularly pretty too. If her skin was slightly fairer, she could be described as delicate. It was the two women standing on either side of her that made Mo Wuji sigh. These two women were the two people he had escaped from earlier on. Who would have expected that after all these drama, he would still be captured by these two women? Standing behind the yellow hair woman was an old lady. This old lady might look old but one could still see her once delicate appearance. Killing intent were still exuding from her body and she still looked a little bloodthirsty. Evidently, she was the one who attacked and was probably their main force. "Where is Uncle?" The yellow hair woman scanned through the crowd and asked with a calm voice. The tall woman hurried to bow as she replied, "Little miss, I followed them all the way because Uncle was captured by them. This was also how I managed to leave traces behind. I didn't expect Uncle to be not around but that fella is here. That fella refused to listen to me and was indeed caught by these people." Having said that, she pointed at Mo Wuji, who was standing amidst the crowd. The yellow hair woman's eyes fell on Mo Wuji before saying, "Aunt June, can this person be recovered?" The old lady standing behind the yellow hair woman shook her head, "Little miss, this person had his spirit roots and primordial spirit blackened by the black transformation pill. To make things worse, his nervous system had been destroyed by the perplexed spiritual pill. At the very most, I would be able to recover part of his consciousness, allow him to have simple interactions and do simple tasks. The others?" The old lady didn't continue on. The yellow hair woman sighed, "Since he almost became my husband, I guess we have some affinity. Aunt June, go save him." The old lady didn't speak as she raised her hand and landed a pill accurately into Mo Wuji's mouth. Once the pill entered, it formed an icy cold stream which moistened Mo Wuji's mind. Mo Wuji suspected if he had truly lost his consciousness from the perplexed spiritual pill. This pill might have helped him recover fully. A while later, Mo Wuji revealed extra signs of life force in his eyes and even took a few steps forward to look around doubtfully. "There is no need to look around anymore. My little miss had saved your life," the tall woman, who wanted to bring Mo Wuji away, spoke with a stern voice. "Ah." Mo Wuji stared at the tall woman and didn't react for a while. The yellow hair woman sighed before saying, "Bring him away and let him do some simple tasks in the farmstead." Yes, the old lady raised her hand and Mo Wuji could feel a mighty elemental energy sweeping towards him in an attempt to bring him away. Tiannu saw that Mo Wuji was brought away so he quickly darted out from the crowd of people as he escaped swiftly. 2 days later, the flying ship stopped on a massive station plaza. Mo Wuji followed the 4 women down and he saw 4 massive words, "Xinjiang Transfer Station." The yellow hair woman kept the flying ship as she said, "Let's head over to check out the Fekta God sect. I've heard that they are recruiting disciples." Mo Wuji, who was standing by the side, was shocked because he didn't know if Fekta is his Tianji one. He was extremely curious to know why the god domain had this sect and that there was only an additional god behind it. "Little miss, we must not leave the Lightning Sword Manor at a moment like this because if we leave, the Lightning Sword Manor would no longer belong to the surname Shidat," the tall woman said with a slightly anxious tone. The yellow hair woman sighed, "What can I do? Now that they have brought out the teachings of the Shi clan's ancestors and we haven't found an uncle to enter the Lightning clan, we are basically not able to enter the ancestral hall." The tall woman's eyes landed back on Mo Wuji and Mo Wuji's heart jumped. "You can't possibly want me to be your uncle, right? I already have an incomplete consciousness and you still want me to be your uncle? Aren't you setting the standards too low? Little miss, how are you going to obtain Old Lord's legacy if you can't enter the ancestral hall? This uncle issue is only a makeshift strategy and your agreement would also be part of the makeshift strategy. Once you've obtained Old Lord's legacy, you would be able to create your own world and control the lightning sword manner. The tall woman said energetically. That short woman also agreed, little miss, Sister Qianhua's words are right. You've even saved Mo Wuji, and if it wasn't for you, Mo Wuji would have been dead. He would have helped you at a moment like this. The truth was that both of them were certain Mo Wuji's intelligence was not sufficient enough to fight back like before. The yellow-hair woman's eyes lit up as she instantly looked back at Mo Wuji. Qianhua, you and Sun Ji are right. Mo Wuji, you shall be the uncle of my Shi clan, and rest assured that I wouldn't ill-treat you. When I take control of the lightning sword manner, I would find a way to help you recover your spirit roots. To continue acting like a dazed person, Mo Wuji could only despise this woman in his heart. Mo Wuji exclaimed in his heart, how could you be bashful about this and didn't even bother asking me before making the decision for me? Fortunately, he heard that he only had to be their temporary uncle, which was still acceptable by him. The shorter woman sighed, I'm only afraid that they find out that this uncle is fake and find other reasons to give us trouble. The quiet old lady sneered, even if you find the real uncle back, they would still think it's a fake. What's important is for little miss to enter the ancestral hall, and everything else is secondary. But the yellow-hair woman nodded seriously, Aunt June is right. Whether or not they know that the uncle I found is fake, they wouldn't be able to stop me from entering my Shi clan's ancestral hall. Once she said this, the yellow-hair woman turned to Mo Wuji, all you have to know is that I am your wife. There's nothing else for you to know, and also, my name is Shi Nianma. Shi Nianma didn't look down on Mo Wuji and actually explained everything to Mo Wuji. Half an incense later, Mo Wuji had a rough idea of everything that had happened. Shi Nianma came from the lightning sword manor, and the original owner of the lightning sword manor was Shi Jing. Shi Nianma never mentioned about Shi Jing's cultivation level, but Mo Wuji's guess was that it wasn't low. Many years ago, Shi Jing did something extremely dangerous and never came back. The entire lightning sword manor believed that he had fallen. The temporary lord of the lightning sword manor ended up to be Shi Jing's only daughter, Shi Nianma. The Shi clan's legacy had always been kept in the Shi clan's ancestral hall. Logically speaking, Shi Nianma was Shi Jing's only daughter, and inheriting the lightning sword manor and entering the Shi clan's ancestral hall shouldn't be a problem at all. However, there was indeed a problem. The problem lies with the fact that Shi Jing once brought back a pregnant woman named Fan Lin. Fan Lin gave birth to a boy back when she was at the lightning sword manor. The boy followed his mother's surname and was called Fan Sui. After Shi Jing had fallen suspiciously, Fan Lin actually stood out to say that Fan Sui was Shi Jing's son and that Shi Jing didn't mention it previously because of pride. If she didn't have the support of other people in the lightning sword manor, Fan Lin would have been killed for saying such things. The key was that when Fan Lin mentioned about how Fan Sui was also Shi Jing's son and could inherit the lightning sword manor, half of the elder of the lightning sword manor actually supported Fan Lin. They believed that according to the teachings of the ancestors, Shi Nianma was not married, so she shouldn't inherit the legacy of the lightning sword manor's Shi clan. Once she reached this point, Mo Wuji understood the story. He was also helpless at how he came out quagmire just to enter another one. Mo Wuji, this matter had nothing to do with you initially. I know that you would probably only understand half of what I've said, but just remember that I am your wife and you are the uncle of the lightning sword manor. Shi Nianma comforted Mo Wuji after reciting everything to Mo Wuji in simple terms. I get it, Mo Wuji replied in a low muffled voice, because what else could he say now? If he said that he was never poisoned, could he have left this place alone? That would probably be the way to death. He didn't expect that after all these years of cultivation, he had to rely on his acting skills to survive. 1. Fecta in Chinese would be Tianji as well. However, the Ji in Fecta is a different character from the Tianji sect that Mo Wuji was from. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 884, Clan Meeting. Chapter 884, Clan Meeting. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. After coming down from the transfer array, Mo Wuji sat on another flying ship for over a month before it finally stopped. As Mo Wuji walked down the flying ship, the first thing he saw was a verdant hillside. Incredibly dense elemental energy could be felt, and Mo Wuji's entire body felt relaxed at the same moment. He guessed that this should be the god spiritual energy. The god spiritual energy here was multiple folds denser than that of the Tao Tai Valley, but what made Mo Wuji felt so comfortable was that the spiritual energy here didn't have as much impurities as those at the Tao Tai Valley. The clearness in the laws of heaven and earth made Mo Wuji can't wait to sit down immediately to undergo enlightenment. Mo Wuji was certain that he could step into the advanced immortal emperor stage if he started cultivating here. This was only the periphery of the lightning sword manor, as Mo Wuji's spiritual will had already scanned further down the hillside where 3 gigantic words were displayed: Lightning Sword Manor. A clear and wide bluestone path was inclined upwards as it stretched directly to the Lightning Sword Manor. Shi Nianma led the way while the old lady named Shi Jun followed closely beside her. The 2 women Qian Hua and Sun Ji followed behind her, and Mo Wuji could only walk at the back. After stepping onto the bluestone path towards the Lightning Sword Manor, Shi Nianma walked for over 10 steps before stopping and turning back intentionally towards Mo Wuji. "Husband, you should walk right next to me." Mo Wuji could only answer with an N as he walked right next to Shi Nianma. What made Mo Wuji suspicious was that Shi Nianma was after all still the temporary manor lord, but now that she had returned, nobody actually stood out to welcome her. However, by looking at the expression of Aunt June, Sun Ji and Qian Hua, Mo Wuji knew that there was something unusual regarding this matter. Only when Shi Nianma arrived right outside the main entrance of the Lightning Sword Manor, the inner defensive array of the Lightning Sword Manor opened up. 2 green-robed disciples stood at the entrance as they bowed. "Greetings, little miss." "How daring! Don't you know how to address the manor lord properly?" Qian Hua shouted furiously. "Qian Hua, having followed little miss out for a few days, your temper had indeed been affected. Why do I think that he wasn't wrong in addressing little miss? Little miss is after all only the temporary manor lord. Because little miss have yet to return after a few days, the replacement manor lord of the Lightning Sword Manor is young Master Shi Sui." A calm voice was heard, and a middle-aged man wearing grey robe walked out from the side. "Shi Sui?" Shi Nianma hesitated for a while before coming back to her senses. "Isn't Shi Sui the same person as Fan Sui?" She had only been out for 2 months, and a person, whose identity had yet to be confirmed, actually took over her position as the temporary manor lord and even changed his surname to Shi So publicly. "Shi Di, you're merely a manager, so how dare you speak to little miss with such tone? Since you're courting death, I shall fulfill your wish." Shi Jun, who was standing right next to Shi Nianma, was enraged as she sent a palm flying towards the grey-robed middle-aged man. Even though the wild elemental energy had been condensed into one palm, Mo Wuji could sense the killing intent from within. Mo Wuji thought in his heart, "This old lady's temper is not a joke." One sentence which displeased her, and she wants him dead. Mo Wuji sensed that this grey-robed manager named Shi Di was much weaker than this old lady, and the difference in strength wasn't 1 or 2 points only. If this palm landed on him, Shi Di would probably not survive. Boom! Shi Jun's palm exploded in mid-air, and a terrifying waves of elemental energy exploded out. Even though Mo Wuji subconsciously retreated immediately after Shi Jun acted, Mo Wuji was still sent flying after being struck by the remnants' elemental waves of explosion. Mo Wuji was merely hit by the waves of explosions, but he saw Shi Jun spitting out a mouthful of blood. Mo Wuji was shocked because he had witnessed Shi Jun's strength before when she killed off the Black Mustard God merchant house so easily. An expert like this would actually spit out blood in a simple combat like this. Mo Wuji had severely underestimated the power of the Lightning Sword Manor and was even more upset that he was dragged into a battle like this. This was never what he intended, and if Shi Nianma failed to regain the throne, he could very well perish together with her. How would he, a small fry, be able to protect his own life in a place like this? A square-faced man appeared in front of everyone, and evidently, he was the one who threw out the fist from far away to intercept Shi Jun's palm. "Elder Baron, What is the meaning of this? Shi Nianma's face turned serious as she said angrily. Little miss, the manor must have the manor's rules. Manager D didn't say anything wrong and Elder June wanted him dead. If a small matter like this would cost the life of a manager of our Lightning Sword Manor, my Lightning Sword Manor would decline very soon. The square-faced man said with a calm tone and was evidently not too bothered by Shi Nianma. Mo Wuji sighed in his heart because if he was Shi Nianma, he really wouldn't come back to fight to be the manor lord. It was clear that in this manner, her speaking right had been severely restrained. Shi Nianma took in a breath of air before saying with a calm tone, Aunt June was slightly rash in this matter, so we shall forget about it now. Since Little Miss says to forget about it, we would naturally forget about it. The square-faced elder said. Mo Wuji despised this fella because he was even better at acting than himself. Mo Wuji really wanted Shi Nianma to bite back to say that she wanted Shi Di dead to see how this square-faced elder would react. Shi Nianma controlled her rage as she said once more, I have yet to return, so why did you give away my position as the temporary manor lord? Hearing Shi Nianma's words, the square-faced elder reverted back to his serious face as he said, Little Miss isn't wrong and I was initially against the idea of taking away Little Miss' position as the temporary manor lord. However, I am unable to further rebut their argument that according to the rules of the Lightning Sword Manor, the manor lord must be fully grown to take up this responsibility. Their definition of fully grown would be to get married. Little Miss wasn't married. Shi Nianma waved her hand and interrupted the square-faced elder's words as she pointed at Mo Wuji concurrently. Mo Wuji was helpless as he could only walk to the side of Shi Nianma. Shi Nianma grabbed onto Mo Wuji's hand as she said, Elder Baron, this is my husband, Mo Wuji. Wuji, this is one of the 5 great elders of my Lightning Sword Manor, Elder Shi Baron. Hurry up and greet him. Mo Wuji looked dazedly at Shi Nianma before sizing up Shi Baron and then saying with a confused voice, Shi Baron? Having said that, Mo Wuji furrowed his brows as he wondered why this square-faced elder would be called Shi Baron. Shi Nianma hurried to explain to Shi Baron, Elder Baron, Wuji was captured by the Black Mustard God Merchant House to look for God Lattice crystals, so he had been given the perplexed spiritual pill. This was why his answers to questions now are a little simplistic. I hope that elder wouldn't mind this. Shi Baron smiled, Little Miss is too serious about this. Since he is the uncle of my Lightning Sword Manor, we will do our very best to save him. Mo Wuji had experienced too many incidents over the years and he wasn't those type who only knew how to cultivate behind closed doors. From Shi Baron's casual words, Mo Wuji knew that he had already done his investigation on everyone here. He should know about his origins and where Shi Nianma came from. Mo Wuji wasn't wrong because Shi Baron had indeed checked on where Shi Nianma had been to. As for the filthy acts of the Black Mustard God Merchant House, too many people were aware of it. However, not everyone was as forthright as Shi Nianma to eliminate the entire Black Mustard God Merchant House. Firstly, too many people have done such things, and secondly, the implications to future benefits would be too severe. On the surface, Shi Nianma killed the Black Mustard God Merchant House, but unknowingly, she had offended many other people. After Shi Baron's casual sentence, he changed the topic of conversation immediately. Little Miss, since you're back at the manor, why don't we organize a clan meeting 3 days later to reach an agreement on the matter of the manor lord position? Shi Nianma replied faintly, why should we wait for 3 days later? Let's go and discuss matters right now at the clan's meeting hall. Alright, I shall go arrange matters now, Shi Baron replied promptly as he turned to manager Shi Di behind him. Shi Di, go inform all the elders and direct disciples to head towards the clan's meeting hall now. Roger that, Shi Di bowed in respect, took a few steps back before turning away. As compared to Shi Nianma, Shi Di's attitude towards Elder Baron was much better. I shall go prepare some matters too. After Shi Di left, Shi Baron mentioned this, and before Shi Nianma could say anything, he had already left. Little Miss, I'm afraid that in the few days we're not around, the Lightning Sword Manor already had major changes to it, Shi Jun said worryingly after the two of them left speedily. Shi Nianma said calmly, no matter how great the change is, the Manor Lord token is in my hands. Without my token, nobody would be able to enter the Shi clan's ancestral hall. Wuji. I am here. Mo Wuji looked dazedly at Shi Nianma as if he couldn't understand why he was here and why Shi Nianma would call out for him. Shi Nianma looked at Mo Wuji before saying one word at a time. After reaching the clan's meeting hall, you shall not speak at all. If anyone asked you anything, all you need to say is that you are my husband and that you have no idea about anything else. Oh, Mo Wuji answered as he didn't continue saying anything. The Lightning Sword Manor's clan meeting hall was not big and it looked just like an assembly hall. The furnitures and decorations here were extremely simplistic with only a few stone pillars and tables. The clan meeting hall had a massive pond in the middle which Mo Wuji couldn't wrap his head around. Mo Wuji didn't have spirit roots, so he wasn't personally experienced in terms of the metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning and ice attributes of spirit roots. However, because he had cultivated lightning attributes sacred art before, he could sense that the pond in the hall was a lightning pond because of the great lightning energy from within it. Only Shi Jun and Mo Wuji followed Shi Nianma into the meeting hall because Shi Jun was the elder of the Lightning Sword Manor. She was qualified to enter. Mo Wuji was Shi Nianma's husband, so he would naturally be able to enter. As for Qian Hua and Sun Ji, they could only wait outside. Shi Nianma didn't stand on any ceremony as she went directly to the head seat. Shi Jun sat on her right while Mo Wuji sat on her left. After the three of them settled down, people started streaming into the hall. Even though Mo Wuji had a low cultivation level and was acting dumb, he could tell that every single one who entered were not of low cultivation and everyone was much stronger than himself. In less than half an incense worth of time, the average-sized clan meeting hall was filled up. Little miss, we have yet to decide on the eventual manor lord, so shouldn't that seat be left empty first? After everyone was seated, someone stood up to comment. The one speaking was a beardless elder, and what he meant to say was that Shi Nianma shouldn't be sitting on that seat for now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 885, You Shall Be the Last to Die. Chapter 885, You Shall Be the Last to Die. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Shi Nianma stood up as she took out a green token to slap it on the stone table in front of her. This is the Lightning Sword Manor Lord's token left behind by my father. Could it be that even this token is not allowed to sit here? Without waiting for the beardless elder to speak, a youthful-looking middle-aged man stood up. Nianma, that seat is yours, so there is no harm in you sitting on it. Shi Nianma heard this sentence and instantly bowed towards this middle-aged man with slightly reddish eyes as she sat back down. The beardless elder no longer had any objections when he heard the words of the middle-aged man. Mo Wuji sighed in his heart at how difficult this must have been for Shi Nianma. There was finally someone willing to speak out for her. Moreover, this middle-aged man didn't seem to be any weaker than Shi Baron. Shi Baron stood up and said with a clear and concise voice, "A few months ago, little Miss Nianma left the Lightning Sword Manor and the manor had no manor lord in charge for that period of time. That was the reason why we chose Shi Sui to be our temporary manor lord." The middle-aged man, who spoke for Shi Nianma earlier on, replied, "Elder Baron, Shi Sui is merely chosen to deal with the few guests in the Lightning Sword Manor for that period of time. He shouldn't be considered as a temporary manor lord." Shi Baron chuckled. It is no longer important if he could be considered a temporary manor lord or not. Now that Little Miss has returned, we should elect our new manor lord. Back then, when Old Manor Lord left the Lightning Sword Manor, he didn't indicate his preference on who should be the next manor lord. Fortunately for us, even though Old Manor Lord didn't return, he left behind two blood-related descendants, Nianma and Shi Sui. Elder Baron, my father would return sooner or later. You shouldn't be spouting nonsense about some things. Shi Nianma's slightly icy tone interjected Shi Baron's words. Fellow elders, little Miss Nianma should be the next manor lord. I've let down Sui's father, A weak-sounding female voice was heard, and before she could even finish her sentence, she started sobbing in front of everyone. Mo Wuji saw the woman speaking and was praising this woman's beauty in his heart. Not only did she possess an exceptionally gorgeous face, she even had an extremely tender-looking skin. Beside this woman was a man and another woman. The man looked young and ugly with a thin and gloomy eyes. The woman had her head lowered and appeared to be pregnant. "Sister-in-law, you wouldn't need to care about this matter anymore." Regardless, the fact that you could raise young master into an adult in silence was already something difficult. The previous beardless elder sighed as he comforted the sobbing woman. Shi Nianmo was so furious that she started trembling slightly. She knew that this woman had absolutely no relations with her father, but she was unable to prove it. Shi Jun, who was seated beside Shi Nianmo, said lividly, "A B***starred like him is also worthy to be the lightning sword manor lord? Who are you calling a B***starred?" The thin-eyes youth suddenly stood up in fury. Shi Baron said with a stern face, "Elder Jun, young Master Sui had been through the Shi clan's blood test about a month ago. Results proved that he was indeed old manor lord's son. Even though both female and male are qualified to be the manor lord of our lightning sword manor, everyone knows that Shi Sui is slightly more apt for the position. I would also prefer Nianma to be the manor lord, but I cannot lie that Shi Sui would be more suitable." Mo Wuji looked blankly at Shi Baron and instantly concluded that it must take some skills to be as horrible a human as Shi Baron was. "Aunt June, there's no need to say anything else. Since this is the case, let's carry on with the selection of the manor lord." Shi Nianma said with a calm tone, but her heart was trembling in fear. This was because she knew that Fan Sui never had her father's blood, but Shi Baron actually said that he was also a blood descendant of the Shi clan. Even so, Elder Shi Ba didn't actually step out to object. This proved that Shi Baron's test was actually true. "Nianma, the manor lord of the Lightning Sword Manor has to be." Before Shi Baron could continue, Shi Nianma raised Mo Wuji's hand as she said, "Let me introduce him to everyone. This is my husband, Mo Wuji, and he would be a member of my Lightning Sword Manor in the future." Because of some reasons, his brain suffered a shock, but he is as interested as me in the affairs and well-being of the Lightning Sword Manor. Nianma. Hearing that Shi Nianma actually called Mo Wuji out to be her husband, the youthful-looking middle-aged man with thin eyes could no longer contain his anger anymore. The beardless elder stood up once again. "Nianma, we can understand your frustrations. You should know that to enter the clan's meeting hall, one had to bear the rinsing of the clan's meeting hall lightning pond, right? Otherwise, even a blood descendant wouldn't be qualified to enter this place." "Elder Shi Ti, what do you mean by this?" Shi Nianma's face started turning pale. Without mentioning the fact that Mo Wuji had his spiritual roots blackened, he shouldn't be rinsing himself in the lightning pond even if his spiritual roots were not blackened. So this person was called Shi Ti. Mo Wuji was certain that this beardless elder was working for Fan Sui. Only at this moment did Mo Wuji finally understood what was the purpose of this lightning pond. "What I meant to say is that if one is unable to rinse himself in this lightning pond, he wouldn't be qualified to be the uncle of my Lightning Sword Manor," Shi Ti said with a cold tone. Mo Wuji had no idea how powerful this lightning pond was, but he was certain that he would be able to bear with it. However, he would definitely not step out to say he could rinse himself there at a point like this. "Big Brother Iba, what are your takes on this?" Shi Jun saw that Shi Nianma was speechless, so her eyes landed back on that youthful-looking elder. Shi Iba said slowly, "Everyone here are members of the Lightning Sword Manor, and a few months ago, Shi Sui's wife was also unable to rinse herself in this lightning pond. Only after she cultivated our Lightning Sword Manor's cultivation technique, she managed to rinse herself there. Why don't we let Uncle cultivate here in the Lightning Sword Manor for a few months before putting him through the test?" "I agree," Shi Baron said immediately. Even the beardless elder, who had been going against Shi Nianma, nodded as he said, "I agree too. After all, Shi Nianma is also the daughter of the manor lord and should be treated equally." Shi Nianma's face turned increasingly pale, but she didn't blame Shi Ba. Mo Wuji had his spiritual roots destroyed and primordial spirit dissipated, and while Shi Baron knew about it, Shi Yibo should be completely unaware of this. If Shi Yino knew about it, he wouldn't have suggested an idea like this. Shi Yibo saw Shi Nianma's pale face and knew that he must have came up with a bad idea. Many thanks, Uncle Yibo. Nianma have decided to give up on the position of the Manor Lord and leave the Lightning Sword Manor. Shi Nianma stood up and said this. She initially thought that once she have a husband, there wouldn't be a problem, but things didn't turn out as what she expected. Mo Wuji hurried to stand up as well because he really couldn't wait to leave this place too. Little miss, the Lightning Sword Manor is your home and we really don't wish to see you leave. Moreover, the god domain is huge, so where will you find? Shi Ti's voice brought along a trace of sadness. Many thanks for your concern, but you don't have to worry about where I'm going to. Before Shi Ti could finish, Shi Nianma interrupted. Shi Baron sighed and said, every one of us wouldn't wish to see Little Miss leave, but if Little Miss insists, that would be her own freedom. The old Manor Lord's Lightning Sword token is the symbol of our Lightning Sword Manor, so Little Miss must not bring that away. This is an item left behind by my father and I refuse to give it to anyone. She now said with a slightly pale face and her hand was trembling in fear. You are wrong. That is not left behind for you but for the Lightning Sword Manor. Yet another elder stood up to comment. That's right, the Lightning Sword token is definitely not your personal item. Within the clan meeting hall, many disciples started to add in their opinions. While Shi Nianma was still enraged over the Lightning Sword token, Mo Wuji started to worry. He sensed danger and that if he followed Shi Nianma out of here, he could very well be killed along with her. All of you are wrong. Let me tell everyone that the Lightning Sword token is left specifically for Mo Air. A hoarse voice with a trace of coldness could be heard throughout the hall and a brown-robed man walked in. Manor Lord? Big brother. A brown-robed man walked in and everyone in the clan meeting hall was dumbfounded. Thereafter, everyone stood up in shock. Father! Shi Nianma dashed out crying as she threw herself at the brown-robed man's arms. Mo Wuji didn't expect that Shi Nianma's father Shi Jing would actually appear at a time like this. Regardless, he had made it out of one danger. Manor Lord, without you in the Lightning Sword Manor, we were like headless chickens, Shi Ti said with a surprised expression, but his body movement showed that he was fearful. Is that so? But it seemed like you're chasing my daughter away. Shi Jing's words brought along icy cold energy, and once she said that, his hand had already moved. Elder Shi Ti, who was constantly pressing Shi Nianma earlier on, was smacked into a mist of blood without any strength to fight back. Mo Wuji's heart jumped because the difference in strength was simply horrifying. The Manor Lord of the Lightning Sword Manor was simply outrageously powerful. Manor Lord, Shi Ti. Shi Baron only said this 4 words and Shi Jing sent another slap. Shi Baron also had no means of defending himself as he was instantly turned into another mist of blood. Shi Jing continued to say, am I deaf? Could I have not heard how you treated my daughter? After killing 2 elders, Shi Jing stared coldly at Fan Lin. Fan Lin, I rescued you many years ago, but since when did your son turn into my son? Not only that, you actually tried to chase my daughter out of the Lightning Sword Manor, Fan Lin's face turned pale as she said with a trembling voice, Shi Jing, you swore that you would not hurt me and my son. You promised, and are you going to go back on your promise? Shi Jing's became even more serious, and after keeping silent for a while, he said furiously, leave and never let me see the 2 of you ever again. Fan Lin grabbed the trembling Fan Sui as they hurried out. As for that pregnant woman, both of them didn't even look back at her. Shi Jing's killings didn't stop, and every time he struck out a hand signal, a mist of blood would appear soon after. Everyone in the hall was stunned and no one had any means of defending against it. When the hall was left with half the number of people from the start, Shi Jing stopped his killing as he looked at Mo Wuji. You are quite daring to actually pretend to be the uncle of my Lightning Sword Manor. You shall be the last to die. Before finishing his sentence, a slap was sent towards Mo Wuji. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 886, The Change in the Manner. Chapter 886, The Change in the Manner. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Shi Nianma never expected that her father would even want to kill Mo Wuji, so she stretched out her arm frantically to grab Mo Wuji. Shi Jing only needed a casual slap to kill Mo Wuji, so now that his daughter had intervened, he had moderated the amount of energy in his slap. Boom! The oppressive elemental energy from the hand whizzed past Mo Wuji's body and instantly destroyed the stone pillar behind Mo Wuji into pieces. Despite Shi Nianma's last-minute effort to grab him, Mo Wuji was still caught up by the aftermath of the attack as he spat out a mouthful of blood. When compared to Shi Jing, Mo Wuji couldn't even be considered an ant. Mo Wuji was enraged and disappointed. Despite knowing that Shi Jing was going to attack him, he was completely unable to avoid it. If it wasn't for Shi Nianma's intervention, he would have been smashed into pieces already. Father, please do not kill Mo Wuji, for he is innocent. In fact, he had even helped me by coming to the Lightning Sword Manor. If you kill Mo Wuji, I would forever not be at peace, and it will definitely harm my Dao heart. Shi Nianma didn't wait for Shi Jing to act gain as she hurried to explain everything briefly. Shi Jing sized Mo Wuji up before saying, "Since this is the case, Yiba, bring Mo Wuji into one of the immortal residents for closed-door cultivation for a period of time to make up for his contributions." Once Shi Jing said that, he threw a token to Shi Yiba. Concurrently, Shi Yiba heard Shi Jing's transmitted message to him, "Bring Mo Wuji to the place I cultivated and kill him there. Seal up that place and never let Mo find out about this. Also, we are going to leave the Lightning Sword Manor very soon, and this place would cease to exist in the future." Yes, the youthful-looking Shi Yiba stood up promptly as he grabbed Mo Wuji and left the clan meeting hall speedily. Father, his primordial and spiritual roots have been blackened, so he wouldn't be able to cultivate at all. As Shi Yiba brought Mo Wuji out, Shi Nianma finally responded as she exclaimed. Shi Jing sighed, "I have very dense god spiritual energy as well as peak-grade god spirit pills and my legacy in my cultivation lab. By leaving him there, it would depend on his fate to see if he could recover and cultivate well." But when Shi Nianma tried to continue, Shi Jing waved his hand to stop her. Following which, Shi Jing said to the rest of the people in the clan meeting hall, "In less than half an incense worth of time that I've been back, I've heard things that I didn't wish to hear. There's a saying that goes, those who are not from the clan will always have ulterior motive. Shi Baron, Shi Ti, Shi Jin and company were all brought back by myself many years ago and had conferred to the surname Shi. After my disappearance, all of them suddenly jumped up to take charge. Fortunately, everyone seated here are direct descendants and disciples of my Shi clan." Everyone in the clan meeting hall remained speechless. Back then, their manor lord was already boundlessly strong. After all these years, it seemed like his strength had increased to yet another level. As for those who were killed, they were indeed not from the Shi clan. Shi Jing's tone turned solemn. "If possible, I wouldn't have wished to come back to the Lightning Sword Manor. However, I had to come back because if I don't, nobody here would survive. I still have my Lightning Sword Manor's legacy, clanmates, and family here which I refuse to abandon." Small discussions started within the crowd and Shi Jing waved his hand once more to indicate for everyone to listen. "I am the one responsible for inciting the extermination of our sect, which is why all of us must leave the Lightning Sword Manor now. There are too many people here, but I wish that after we leave this place, everyone can go on their separate ways to find a sect suitable for yourself. No matter what happened in the future, everyone must remember that your surname is Shi and you came from the Lightning Sword Manor. One day, my Lightning Sword Manor would rise again." Father. Shi Nianma was invariably stunned when she heard the words of her father. If no one would survive here and that he wanted to bring everyone away, why did he send Mo Wuji to cultivate in his lab? Boom! Just as Shi Nianma called out for her father, the entire Lightning Sword Manor seemed to have been struck by massive hammer. The trembles felt was incredibly intense. Shi Jing's expression changed because he didn't expect these people to arrive so quickly. He initially believed that he had at least half a day more to bring everyone from the Lightning Sword Manor away. At a moment like this, there was nothing he could do, as he said anxiously, "Shijun, bring everyone to the various defensive array to protect the Lightning Sword Manor. I will reinforce and strengthen the defensive array." Shiiba was a strong expert himself, and after grabbing Mo Wuji, he flew past tens of places before heading downwards. In less than half an instant, Shiiba stopped as he struck out a hand sign with the token in space. Soon after, a traceless big gate opened gradually. Shiiba grabbed a pill as he sent it down Mo Wuji's mouth. "AI, because of the fact that you've helped little miss, let me give you a piece of advice. In your next life, pray for better fortune." This was where Manor Lord underwent his secluded cultivation, and evidently, it has dense God spiritual energy. It isn't bad that this will be where you have your long sleep. Consider this a compensation because you helped little miss. After saying that, Shiiba immediately threw Mo Wuji into the gate and left in a hurry. The door gradually closed and there was no longer any traces of it on the outside. Mo Wuji fell to the ground but didn't move. The pill that Shiiba gave Mo Wuji was clearly an extremely poisonous pill. The instant the pill entered his mouth, the toxic was instantly felt by the detoxification meridian and swept away in that same instance. Mo Wuji wasn't concerned about the toxic but was concerned about whether he could get out of this place or not. Mo Wuji used the spiritual will of his spirit storage channel to scan the outside, and he was able to see where he was. He was in a sealed-up space. The God spiritual energy was incredibly dense and there was absolutely nothing in the room. As he sensed that he was not in any danger, Mo Wuji immediately stood up to check for any possible exit. Regardless of how many times Mo Wuji used his spiritual will to check, he wasn't able to find any exit. This defensive array seemed to be sealed up naturally. Similarly, Mo Wuji didn't find any monitor array around as he instantly grabbed out array flags to install a concealment restriction and a concealed spirit array. Regardless if there were still monitor arrays which he didn't manage to spot, Mo Wuji couldn't care less anymore. The fact that he didn't die after being fed the poison already revealed a major problem. There was no longer any point in concealing anything anymore. What was important was that he should make use of the time to cultivate. This was the first time Mo Wuji cultivated in a place where the laws were complete and the God spiritual energy was so dense. When he used all his force to circulate the immortal mortal technique to absorb the God spiritual energy, his entire body felt like it was immersed in the laws of heaven and earth. The God spiritual energy was swept away intensely by Mo Wuji's spiritual circulation, and Mo Wuji's cultivation rose incredibly. Additionally, the laws of his sacred arts were constantly being perfected. Initially, Mo Wuji intended to think of a way and leave in another 2 days. Now that he was completely engrossed in his cultivation, he had forgotten that he should leave this place. Mo Wuji had no idea that when he was absorbing the God spiritual energy crazily and increasing his own cultivation level, the Lightning Sword Manor had been blasted countless times over. If it wasn't for Shi Jing's frightening strength and expertise in Array Dao, the Lightning Sword Manor would have been utterly destroyed. Even so, the entire Lightning Sword Manor was trembling because of the explosions. Gotcha. After over 20 days, the Lightning Sword Manor was no longer able to hang on as the array was directly crushed. Just when the array was broken, a dark radiance was shot from outside as it skidded through the air and pierced right through Shi Jing's chest. Tens of shadows charged in, and those disciples not previously killed by Shi Jing had all turned into mists of blood. Shi Jun, bring Mo'er away immediately. Mo'er, never think about avenging me in the future. Always remember that. Shi Jing said that and instantly dashed into the incoming crowd. Boom! Mo Wuji felt as though his entire body exploded from within as an incomparable energy flooded his body. Advanced Immortal Emperor stage, Mo Wuji was so elated he only wanted to shout his lungs out. If he was in the immortal world, he would probably rely on the accumulation of years to cultivate to the Advanced Immortal Emperor stage. Here, he only used 1 month and managed to reach it. What Mo Wuji was even more ecstatic about was that his immortal energy had turned into God energy. Despite not seeing what a true God crystal was, Mo Wuji guessed that the green crystals he obtained previously were slabs of the God crystals. Because those green crystals didn't have complete laws within them, those were unable to help Mo Wuji transform all his elemental energy into God energy. This was the God domain where the laws of heaven and earth were completed, which was why he could easily transform it into God energy. Simultaneously, he had a deeper enlightenment for the laws of his sacred art. Mo Wuji had been in the same place for over a month and nobody came to visit him. This made Mo Wuji wonder if he had been forgotten. Regardless the case, he needed to leave this place as soon as possible. Even though it seemed like Mo Wuji only made a small improvement by entering the advanced Immortal Emperor stage, Mo Wuji felt like he had taken a huge step forward. The main reason was because he managed to transform all his elemental energy into the mightier God energy. Mo Wuji used his spiritual will from his spirit storage channel to scan the outside as he started deducing the defensive array around this area. Mo Wuji's array Dao had already surpassed the standard of a grade 9 array master. As for the defensive array he installed for Ping Fan, it should be considered as a grade 1 God array. Mo Wuji felt that there was no need for him to break this array apart as he only needed to find one exit. Logically speaking, it shouldn't pose much of a problem. Instead, Mo Wuji was stressed about the fact that even after deducing and studying it for 5 days, he wasn't even able to understand the array, let alone find any exit. A few more days passed, and just as Mo Wuji was wondering if he should continue doing so, the defensive array suddenly opened without warning. Mo Wuji knew that no matter who or what opened it, it was his only chance of escaping. If he was brought to Xijing, he would definitely not survive. At the very moment the defensive array opened, Mo Wuji dashed out and was prepared to shift away. However, when Mo Wuji saw the woman lying outside the defensive array, he stopped. This woman was actually the pregnant woman back in the Lightning Sword Manor clan's meeting hall. According to Mo Wuji's deduction, she should be Fan Sui's wife. "You saved me?" The reason why Mo Wuji stopped was because he saw this woman holding onto a token, and this token was the one that opened this array. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 887, Extremely Smart Woman. Chapter 887, Extremely Smart Woman. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Ah! When the woman saw that Mo Wuji actually walked out of Xijing's secluded lab, she let out an ah as if she didn't expect to see him. Mo Wuji saw the woman's shocked look and he knew that this woman didn't come to save him intentionally. This woman looked much prettier than Xinyanma, but because of her pregnancy and injury, her face actually looked pale and the energy exuding from her was in complete disorder. Regardless, many thanks. Mo Wuji clasped his fists towards this woman as he took a step out and extended his spiritual will. Even if Xijing didn't kill this woman, she shouldn't have been allowed to enter this area? Since this woman was here, there must be something going on. Hold on. This woman assumed that Mo Wuji was going to leave, so she hurried to call out for him. Even without the calling of this woman, Mo Wuji would have waited. His spiritual will sensed that the Lightning Sword Manor had already been turned into ruins, and other than a few corpses lying around, this place looked like it had just experienced a massive earthquake. The greenery on the outside of the Lightning Sword Manor had also turned into a piece of desolate land. Everything proved to show that the Lightning Sword Manor had just experienced a calamity. What happened to the Lightning Sword Manor? Mo Wuji asked while staring at that woman. This woman's cultivation level should be higher than his, but Mo Wuji wasn't fearful. "I thought you were." After hearing that Mo Wuji's words were all direct and straightforward, coupled with Mo Wuji's expression, she knew that Mo Wuji's previous day's look was an act. Mo Wuji understood the woman's surprised look as he said mindfully, "I am indeed not a complete idiot yet, but my spirit channels and primordial spirit are truly gone." "I understand now, you're just like me." The difference is that I'd been captured by the B***starred Fan Sui and his mother and was ultimately stained by him. I thought that Shi Jing would definitely kill you, and I really didn't expect him to not do so. This woman struggled to get on her feet. Mo Wuji sighed in his heart but kept silent. This woman was simply too accurate in her guess, because Shi Jing did order Shi Yiba to kill him. If it wasn't for his detoxification meridian, he wouldn't have survived till now. This woman should have accidentally obtained the token to open this array. She must have thought that there might be extremely good treasures or items in the place where Shi Jing cultivated, which was why she came over in search for treasures after the incident at the Lightning Sword Manor. I managed to obtain Shi Yiba's storage ring coincidentally, so I came here in search of healing pills. I certainly didn't expect to see that you're fine. The woman appeared like she understood Mo Wuji's thoughts as she explained herself. She was indeed a smart woman, and Mo Wuji really didn't want to continue interacting with this woman. But because he was indeed rescued by this woman, he said, Shi Yiba should have been worried that little miss would be upset, so he let me live. I never thought that I would survive inside, and I didn't expect you would actually open up this place. You've technically saved my life, but I'm going to leave now, so do you need any help from me? I'm severely injured, so I simply came to see if there are any healing pills here at Shi Jing's lab. It seems like there are none of it here. The woman saw that Mo Wuji was not holding on to any storage ring, and when she opened the place, there was nothing inside. Evidently, there shouldn't be anything in that lab. Mo Wuji replied honestly, indeed, my storage ring had been snatched by others and there are nothing in here. Are you able to send me to the 9 Evolutions God sect? I know I'm putting you in a difficult position, but if I don't go to the 9 Evolutions God sect, I will definitely die. After being plotted against by Fan Sui and his B***tch mother, the day Fan Sui obtained the throne would be my doomsday. Who knew that Shi Jing actually returned and allowed me to break free from the mother and son? The woman's tone brought along a trace of desire and expectation. Even though Mo Wuji really wanted to help, he still shook his head and said, you should know that I'm considerably weak, so I would only be able to bring you out of the Lightning Sword Manor. As for the 9 Evolutions God sect, I've never even heard of it, let alone the experience to bring you there. The woman could sense that Mo Wuji was willing to help but simply didn't know the route, so she hurried to say, Senior Brother Mo, the 9 Evolutions God sect could be considered a big sect in the God domain. My master is the Mountain Lord of the 9 Evolutions God sect, so if you're willing to bring me back, I'm confident I can let you join the 9 Evolutions God sect. But I don't even have any primordial spirit left. Mo Wuji asked questionably. Mo Wuji didn't seem to understand her intentions. The woman noticed that Mo Wuji didn't seem to understand her intentions, so she explained, Senior Brother Mo, it would be very dangerous for you to remain alone in the God domain while your primordial spirit and spiritual roots are destroyed and that you can't cultivate. I can guarantee your spot as an outer disciple of the 9 Evolutions God sect. An outer disciple at my sect would already have a place to stay as well as some cultivation resources. Even if you could no longer cultivate, you could at least have a family and career and live a peaceful life there. Of course, when we reach the sect, I suggest that you would pretend like how you did at the Lightning Sword Manor. Act dumb and dazed so nobody would treat you as an opponent and you wouldn't offend anyone. Mo Wuji's was tempted because he was not familiar with the God domain. If he could find a sect to cover and cultivate on his own, it might not be a bad thing. As for this woman's shrewdness and cleverness, what has it got to do with him? Once he reached the sect, he would merely be an outer disciple and wouldn't come in contact with her life anymore. At the thought of this, Mo Wuji clasped his fists. I agree, but I've yet to ask for Senior Sister's name. Senior Sister is far more powerful than me, so please call me Junior Brother instead of Senior Brother. The woman replied excitedly, Alright, Junior Brother Mo. My name is Lu Rooting and my master, Xiang Weiyang, is the Mountain Lord of the Lilac Mountain of the 9 Evolutions God sect. The Lightning Sword Manor's Lord, Shi Jing, had offended a tremendously powerful enemy, and about a month ago when Shi Jing sent you here, the enemies came chasing after him here. Besides Shi Nianma, everyone in the entire Lightning Sword Manor should have perished. Shi Nianma isn't dead? Mo Wuji was truthfully very thankful for Xinyanma. Xinyanma brought him out of the buried God Valley and even saved him from Shi Jing's hands. Whether or not it was intentional, Mo Wuji would always remember these acts of hers. Yes, she's here too. When I used the talisman my father gave to me to conceal myself, I saw Shi Jun using a similar treasure to conceal her energy. Lu Ruting replied. Mo Wuji said apologetically, Senior Sister Lu, you should know that Xinyanma saved my life. Therefore, I hope that you would tell me if you know where she is. I really hope I can save her this time around, Lu Ruting smiled, Junior brother Mo, I have already intended to rescue her from the onstart. Without her ring, we would really not be able to return to the Nine Evolutions God sect. Mo Wuji sighed in his heart because this woman really had everything planned out well. Mo Wuji really wondered how a scheming and smart woman like her would fall into the hands of Fan Sui and his mother. To think that she actually lost her virginity and became pregnant because of this too. Xinyanma's hiding spot wasn't very far off Mo Wuji's position, and with Lu Ruting leading the way, Mo Wuji quickly found a spot beside a broken stone tablet. Right inside this stone tablet, Lu Ruting pointed at the stone tablet as she said that. With her injuries, she even found it difficult to walk around, so she would definitely not have the capability to open the stone tablet. Despite not being a cultivator of the God world, Mo Wuji wasn't considered weak. After all, he was in the advanced immortal emperor stage and in fact, an extraordinary advanced immortal emperor. Under Lu Ruting's guidance, Mo Wuji broke the stone tablet easily. Just like what Lu Ruting said, Xinyanma appeared in front of Mo Wuji with her eyes shut. Xinyanma's body was filled with blood and her energy was scattered. Lu Ruting took the initiative to knead Xinyanma's forehead, and moments later, Xinyanma opened her eyes. When she saw Lu Ruting and Mo Wuji, she jumped up in joy. Xinyanma appeared as though she suddenly recalled what happened as she asked frantically, "Where's my father?" Lu Ruting sighed, "Everyone in the entire Lightning Sword Manor and perished, and only the three of us remain. I am from the Nine Evolutions God sect, and if Senior Sister She is willing to follow us, we can go to the Nine Evolutions God sect together. I have no God crystal on me at all, so I would need Senior Sister She to pay for the road funds first. When we reach the Nine Evolutions God sect, I guarantee that Senior Sister She would be able to join the Nine Evolutions God sect." Xinyanma revealed a despair look, but she didn't cry or waste time spouting any nonsense. She simply stood up and bowed towards Lu Ruting. "I don't even have a home now, so it is my fortune that Senior Sister Lu is willing to take me with you. As for Senior Sister Lu calling me Senior Sister, I really don't deserve it." While she spoke, she had already prepared an empty storage ring to store all the God crystals inside for Lu Ruting. After experiencing many things, Xinyanma had understood how to continue living. Moreover, before she lost her consciousness, she personally witnessed her father being struck several times. Lu Ruting handed the storage ring back to Xinyanma. "Nyanma, you shall keep the storage ring to yourself. You only need to hand over the crystals when we are required to pay for the fees of the flying ship or transfer arrays, but..." "Alright," Xinyanma nodded as she kept the storage ring. From the start till the end, she didn't question how Mo Wuji was able to survive or how he made it here. It could be because she knew that Mo Wuji was not mentally sound to answer her questions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 888, You are a peak grade talent. Chapter 888, You are a peak grade talent. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. 10 days later, Mo Wuji realized how egotistical and laughable his decision to bring Lu Ruting back to the Nine Evolutions God sect was. Within these 10 days, the three of them would have to pay a large amount of God crystals every time they took a transfer array. He personally witnessed how Xinyanma had to fork out piles and piles of God crystals. If Lu Ruting didn't make use of Xinyanma's wealth, Mo Wuji would definitely not be able to bring her back to the Nine Evolutions God sect. While he moved from places to places, he noticed that whether it was at the transfer station or the great cities here, earning God crystals wasn't an easy task. Even a person who sets up a stall to sell God spiritual herbs to earn money for the use of the transfer arrays would need years and years of saving up to do so. In this short period of time, he could forget about earning enough God crystals to bring Lu Rooting back. He would perhaps earn by selling his consciousness crystals, but Mo Wuji knew that if he were to see consciousness crystals here, he might be attacked by those who yearn for the crystals. This shouldn't be considered as sending Lu Rooting back, as this was basically taking advantage of both Lu Rooting and Shi Nianma. It was as if Lu Rooting and Shi Nianma were the ones bringing to the Nine Evolutions God sect. Mo Wuji had always wanted to ask Lu Rooting as to why she would want to bring him along. This was because there was really no need for her to bring him along, as Shi Nianma alone should be enough to send her back. Eventually, he couldn't control his urge anymore. Firstly, he was supposed to be a dumb and dazed person in front of Shi Nianma. Secondly, he believed that a thoughtful and scheming person like Lu Rooting wouldn't have done meaningless things and help him unnecessarily. Since she brought him along, she must be up to something. A few more days had flown by and the increasingly pale-faced Lu Rooting arrived at a massive place carved from entirely white jade alone. Even though the plaza was incredibly huge, it was still crowded with people everywhere. Mo Wuji noticed that everyone in the plaza seemed to be testing for something. Everyone were queuing up and there were more than one line of people queuing. Lu Rooting shot out a flying sword and a few breaths later, a person landed right in front of the three of them. "Senior Sister Rooting, what happened to you?" The young man in purple robe asked, and one could tell that he was very good looking. His tone brought along a sincere worry. Lu Rooting was breathless as she replied, "Junior Brother Xingting, the two of them managed to send me back. Help me arrange a place inside the sect for them and preferably make them an outer disciple. There are some problems with my body, so I shall go see Master now." "Rest assured, Senior Sister, I would definitely make the necessary arrangements," the purple robe man answered with a confident smile on his face. "Many thanks, Junior Brother Xingting." Lu Rooting thanked him once more as she turned to Mo Wuji and Shi Nianma. "Thank you for sending me back, but I shall go and see my master first. I'll be back to thank you properly." After saying this, Lu Rooting hurried away and disappeared completely very soon later. After Lu Rooting left, the smile on the purple robe man had disappeared as well. He nodded towards Mo Wuji and Shi Nianma. "My name is Lu Xingting and I'm full of admiration for my senior sister Lu. Any matters of my senior sister Lu would be a matter of mine. The two of you endured all sorts of hardship to bring my senior sister back, so please let me know of any requests you have." Mo Wuji started to have a bad sensing about this. Just earlier on, Lu Rooting already instructed Lu Xingting to make both himself and Shi Nianma an outer disciple. What was the meaning of Lu Xingting's words now? Clearly, Shi Nianma was able to spot something amiss, but instead of asking directly, she pointed to the crowd in the middle of the plaza and said, "Senior Brother Lu, what are all these people gathered here for?" Lu Xingting said faintly, "A few big sects would be selecting and recruiting disciples over the next few days, and everyone there are promising disciples. In fact, even my Nine Evolutions God sect is here too. If the two of you came a few days earlier, I might be able to make the two of you an odd job disciple. Now that the sects are recruiting disciples, everybody on the name list would be closely examined." Mo Wuji's heart sunk, because now that he couldn't even get an odd job disciple status, what was he even doing here? At the same time, Mo Wuji understood that this was actually not where the Nine Evolutions God sect was located at. Shi Nianma hurried to bow. "Senior Brother Lu, I'm fine with it and I shall try my luck later. However, my junior brother here was injured and is currently unable to speak properly. I wonder if Senior Brother Lu could help." Without waiting for Shi Nianma to finish her sentence, Lu Xingting replied, "It is definitely possible. The two of you just hang around here while I go and ask around. If I find something, I would come to meet the two of you as soon as possible." Having said that, Lu Xingting couldn't even be bothered to clasp his fists as he simply turned and disappeared into the crowd of people. Mo Wuji knew that this fella would definitely not head back anymore. "Mo Wuji, this person didn't even ask for what help I wanted with or any means of contacting him. I'm guessing that he wouldn't be coming back at all. I'm prepared to go take a look at the sects here and see if I'm able to join any. You should follow beside me, and if I manage to enter a sect, I'll bring you along. Shi Nianma exclaimed. She even suspected that Lu Ruding never intended to help them and only deceived them into sending her back. However, Mo Wuji didn't feel that Lu Ruding didn't want to help, and his guess was that after seeing Lu Ruding with a baby in her stomach, Lu Xingting had lost the previous respect he had for Lu Ruding. Regardless, Mo Wuji didn't wish to follow behind Shi Nianma. I am your husband, so how can I simply depend on you? Because Mo Wuji didn't wish to have any more relations with Shi Nianma, he was hoping that they would part ways after Shi Nianma heard what he said. When Shi Nianma heard that Mo Wuji was still mentioning about being her husband, she hurried to block Mo Wuji's mouth with her hand. Mo Wuji, stop spouting rubbish. The few men and women who walked past the two of them started chuckling to themselves. After the few of them passed by, Shi Nianma heaved a huge sigh of relief. Mo Wuji, our previous relationship is fake. From now onwards, you're Mo Wuji and I'm Shi Nianma. We are no longer related, understand? Mo Wuji let out an "oh" before repeating the phrase "we're no longer related" as he turned and left. Hold on. Seeing that Mo Wuji didn't actually rebut, Shi Nianma heaved another sigh of relief but called out for the departing Mo Wuji. You still want me to be your husband? Mo Wuji stopped and looked at Shi Nianma with a doubtful face. Shi Nianma held onto her forehead speechlessly. No, you should stick with me, but you're not my husband. Can you remember that? If Mo Wuji's brain wasn't damaged, she would have let Mo Wuji left alone a long time ago. Mo Wuji was also feeling helpless because he could simply tell Lu Ruding that even though his primordial spirit and spiritual roots were destroyed, his consciousness and IQ were still there. However, Mo Wuji didn't wish to tell her directly because Shi Nianma knew that he had taken a perplexed spiritual pill. A person who was still conscious and not affected by the perplexed spiritual pill was definitely not normal. Shi Nianma might not harm him, but Mo Wuji still felt the need to be cautious since they were not that familiar after all. By letting me stay by your side, that would make me your husband. Mo Wuji frowned and made Shi Nianma's words sound silly. Shi Nianma was utterly defeated by Mo Wuji, but she couldn't bear herself to blame Mo Wuji. Instead, she maintained silent. I shall head off first then, Mo Wuji chuckled as he turned and left without hesitation. Mo Wuji, this is for you then. Shi Nianma didn't wish to continue insisting that Mo Wuji stay beside her as she took out a storage ring. However, as she took out her storage ring, she thought about it for a moment before putting it back. This time around, she took out a storage bag for Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji knew that Shi Nianma wasn't being stingy, but because she was worried that others might steal his items. In the God domain, a person carrying a storage bag would simply mean that the person was from a poverty-stricken family. Nobody would bother robbing a person carrying a storage bag. However, Mo Wuji didn't mind as he took over the storage bag before leaving without even saying goodbye. As she watched upon Mo Wuji's back view enter the crowd of people, Shi Nianma muttered to herself, I hope that you would stay safe. After that, she turned and left on her own. The entire Lightning Sword Manor was exterminated and everyone she was close to was killed in front of her. She was simply unable to forget any of this hatred within her. Regardless of whatever reason, now that she was the only one left in the Shi clan, she had to avenge her father, Aunt June, Yiba, Qianhua and company. After Shi Nianma left, Mo Wuji also squeezed into the crowd. At least Lu Xingting wasn't lying about one matter, and that was all the big sects were indeed recruiting disciples here. A row of signboards recruiting disciples were displayed out as if it was a human talent market. Forgotten Creek Dao School, Fecta God Sect, Godly Grain Valley, Moonlight God Sect, Refined Star God Sect, Heavenly Turbid God Sect. All sorts of big sects could be found here, and other than Fecta God Sect and Nine Evolutions God Sect, Mo Wuji hadn't heard of any of the others. He could only judge which sect were the bigger sects by the popularity among the disciples here. Mo Wuji looked through the sects seriously, and for peak-grade sects like the Fecta God Sect and Nine Evolutions God Sect, there were basically many people surrounding them. Their tests were clearly more stringent than the rest, and only those who had reached a certain standard would be able to participate in the next round of tests. This made Mo Wuji feel helpless and frustrated because he knew that if he were to go for the tests, he would be one of the weakest there. How was he supposed to test if he didn't have primordial spirit or spiritual roots? Mo Wuji wandered around for half a day and he spotted an extremely unique sect called the Heavenly Mortal Sect. This sect made Mo Wuji think about his own ping fan. The Heavenly Mortal Sect didn't appear to be a large sect, and there were at most 7 to 8 people standing around it. In fact, Mo Wuji didn't even see a single person signing up for it. The one's recruiting disciple was a man and a woman. While the man looked like an elder who had 1 foot in his coffin, the woman looked incredibly young compared to him. Mo Wuji hesitated for a while before walking over eventually. Before he even asked anything, that elder stared at Mo Wuji with wide-opened eyes. "Your bones look incredible and should even be considered peak grade. The only weakness is that you lack a peak grade technique to temper, and that your talent had been concealed so nobody could actually see it. Oh my, I cannot believe Wei Jia, actually managed to find a talent like you here. Are you willing to join my Heavenly Mortal Sect? I guarantee that you will be an inner disciple here with peak-grade cultivation resources to work with." The elder named Wei Jia started getting more and more excited as he spoke, and eventually, he even grabbed onto Mo Wuji. His eyes were filled with desperate wish that Mo Wuji would join him. Mo Wuji was shook because this elder was actually able to see that he was a peak-grade talent even without any tests. Could his self-created mortal Tao be discovered by this person? Wouldn't this be simply too scary? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 889, Heavenly Mortal Sect. Chapter 889, Heavenly Mortal Sect. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji's first thought was to reject his offer immediately. His cultivation of the immortal mortal technique and the opening of meridians were few of the most concealed secrets of his. Once such a matter was exposed, it could invite calamity upon himself. At second thought, Mo Wuji felt that he shouldn't reject him. Since this person was able to tell that Mo Wuji was this heaven-defying and managed to path the way for mortals to cultivate, he might be the target for others if he left this place. Answer me quickly. Are you willing to become an inner disciple of my Heavenly Mortal Sect? The elder starting speaking with an anxious tone. Mo Wuji asked cautiously, "Does my spiritual roots or anything have to be tested later on?" Wei Jia stared at Mo Wuji with a frown. "How could I, Wei Jia, misjudge a person? There is absolutely no need to undergo any tests. I am certain that you're a genius with supreme talent." Mo Wuji heard these words and said, "All right then." When Wei Jia heard Mo Wuji's verbal agreement, he instantly brought Mo Wuji to the young woman as he said, "This is an inner disciple of our Heavenly Mortal Sect, hand him the items meant for inner disciples." Mo Wuji was slightly shocked because he didn't feel particularly respected. After hearing that he was willing to join the Heavenly Mortal Sect, what kind of attitude was this? Was this how the Heavenly Mortal Sect treats their genius with supreme talent? When he thought of this, Mo Wuji already guessed that the other party shouldn't have guessed that he started as a mortal. In other words, he was duped. The reason why he was duped was because he knew that he was indeed able to cultivate at a much greater speed than those geniuses out there. The words of the old falsifier were true, which was what led to the misunderstanding. If he didn't cultivate the mortal Tao, he would have found out the old falsifier was lying to him from the very first sentence. Knowing that the other party was lying to him, Mo Wuji actually felt relieved. He rather the old falsifier duped him than have his mortal Tao exposed. "What is your name? How is your cultivation?" The woman in charge of administration for the Heavenly Mortal Sect said with a very clear and gentle voice. Just as Mo Wuji was about to answer, he heard Wei Jia's excited voice again. "Aya, you are definitely one of the most talented cultivators around here. Your bones are truly too amazing. The pity is that your talent and spiritual roots have been concealed so nobody would notice it. As long as you come to my heavenly mortal sect, I guarantee that you will be an inner disciple here. No, even a status as the legacy disciple wouldn't suit a talent like you. Mo Wuji turned his head and saw Wei Jie grabbed onto another ordinary cultivator as he chattered on and on. Looking at how that old falsifier was acting, Mo Wuji almost spat out a mouthful of blood despite already knowing that he was duped. There were actually people like this old falsifier in the god domain, and the joke's on him that he actually thought that he was exposed. At this moment, there was a scene playing in Mo Wuji's head where an old fella held onto all sorts of martial arts cheat books as he grabbed onto a child to say something like, "Aya, I see that your bones are innately different and extraordinary compared to others. I have a book which could expand your potential so the peace of the entire universe would be dependent on you in the future." However, not everyone would be duped like Mo Wuji was. The person Wei Jie held onto instantly rejected him. "I don't wish to join the heavenly mortal sect." Wei Jie could only let go of his hand awkwardly. What a pity, what a pity. A body of good bones is wasted, thought. Noticing that Mo Wuji didn't speak, the woman asked once more and Mo Wuji could only sigh and reply, "My name is Mo Wuji and I have a very low cultivation. Moreover, my primordial spirit and spiritual roots have been broken, so I'm afraid that I..." "It's okay, you can rest assured and join our heavenly mortal sect. Our heavenly mortal sect is capable of turning the most ordinary people into extraordinary beings. Naturally, since your primordial spirit and spiritual roots are broken, you can only be an inner disciple." Wei Jie turned around when he heard Mo Wuji's words. However, before he could even complete his sentence, he seemed to have spotted another genius with supreme bones as he chased after that person. Mo Wuji asked doubtfully, "Senior sister, I am still able to join the inner sect even with my primordial spirit and spiritual roots destroyed?" The woman nodded, "Yes, if Elder Wei Jie says it's possible, then it's possible." "I agree then, but how do I address this senior sister?" Mo Wuji replied without hesitation. "The outer disciples of the Nine Evolutions God sect have their individual place to stay, so even if the inner sects of the heavenly mortal sect was slightly weaker, it shouldn't be too huge of a difference from the outer disciples of the Nine Evolutions God sect, right? My name is Su Xia and this is your token as an inner disciple. Wait here for a while and after the recruitment of disciples is completed, we shall head back to the sect together." Su Xia gave Mo Wuji a token which was actually made from wood. Mo Wuji sighed in his heart because even in the cultivation world, disciples' token were mostly made of jade. Regardless, it was still a good thing that he became an inner disciple just like that. Mo Wuji walked over to the resting area of the heavenly mortal sect and there were already 4 disciples seated there. They should be recruited before Mo Wuji was brought in. "Junior brother here, how are an inner disciple?" Noticing that Mo Wuji walked over with an inner disciple token, a slightly tanned woman questioned. Mo Wuji returned the question, "Are the few of you not inner disciples?" "I am a legacy disciple," the woman took out her wooden token. "I am a core disciple." "I am also a legacy disciple." After the 4 of them displayed their tokens, Mo Wuji realized that he was the only inner disciple there. He was supremely talented but was only offered a slot as an inner disciple. Fortunately, Mo Wuji wasn't too bothered by it as he laughed it off. It is still better than being an inner disciple. The 4 people heard Mo Wuji before exchanging glances with each other while remaining speechless. After a while, the tan-skinned woman said softly, "The heavenly mortal sect didn't have any outer disciples as they only accept direct disciples, core disciples, legacy disciples, and inner disciples." As he heard this, Mo Wuji stared at the old falsifier, Wei Jie, who was still trying to pull cultivators desperately. He suddenly felt uneasy about this fella. Everyone else could tell that Mo Wuji was not feeling very pleased, so they tried to mollify him. Luckily, Mo Wuji wasn't too disturbed by it for long and very soon, he made friends with these few senior brothers and sisters. The tan-skinned woman was called Yin Lin, the brown-hair one was called Pu Jia, slightly fatter senior sister was called Ai Dong Er and the tallest one was called Di Budong. The 4 of them were rogue cultivators and was also hoping to use this recruitment period to join a sect. Even though the 4 of them were limited in their cultivation potential, they were already in the pinnacle of the nascent god stage. Without mentioning the difficulty in finding a god lattice crystal, even if they could find a few, they might not be able to step into the heavenly god stage with their talent. Because they had average talents, the 4 of them decided to join this heavenly mortal sect after making a round around the plaza. It was perhaps because Mo Wuji looked the poorest as he was only carrying a storage bag. The few of them conversed while paying special attention to Mo Wuji's feelings. Another 3 days had passed by and the recruitment had finally ended. Despite the hard work of Wei Jie, he only managed to recruit 1 more disciple after Mo Wuji. It was a female cultivator who didn't look too old and could even be considered a small girl. The girl's name was a little odd as her name was Kukai. 1. Mo Wuji was not aware of her cultivation level, but he saw that she was hesitating outside the registrations of other sects for a long period of time. She looked like she didn't dare to ask more about it. Only when she walked past the heavenly mortal sect, the talkative Wei Jie played his old tricks and managed to trick this girl into the heavenly mortal sect easily. Wei Jie walked in front of Mo Wuji and company before waving his head. "All of you are the future of my heavenly mortal sect. Follow me back to the sect and we shall reveal every last bit of your talent and potential." Having said that, Wei Jie drew out a flying ship. Because this plaza was located right outside a transfer array hall, all the disciples of the other sects left through the transfer arrays. Wei Jie was probably the one who drew out the flying ship. "Why aren't we taking the transfer array?" The one asking the question was Yin Lin. Out of all the disciples recruited by the heavenly mortal sect today, she was comparatively the more lively one. Wei Jie chuckled, "The few of you have just joined the sect, so you have yet to cultivate any peak-grade Daolaw's sacred art. If anything happened within the transfer array, there might be disorder within the space which would be life-threatening in any sense. All of you are the future of my heavenly mortal sect, so I didn't dare to take the risk." Once he said that, Wei Jie rushed everyone into the ship as he controlled his flying ship out of the plaza. After entering the ship's cabin, Su Xia spoke to everyone in a soft voice. "Don't take Senior Uncle Wei Jie's words too seriously because the transfer array is actually much safer than flying ship. Our heavenly mortal sect didn't have enough god crystals to send everyone through the transfer arrays. This was why we had to travel using flying ship." The few of them became speechless because if a sect couldn't even afford enough god crystals to take transfer arrays, how long could this sect even last? In a way, everyone wasn't particularly disappointed because everyone knew that with their poor talent as compared to others, there weren't many other sects which they could join. Other than the normally quiet Kukai and Mo Wuji himself, the rest of them were conversing rather enthusiastically. Even though Wei Jie's flying ship was of a higher grade than Mo Wuji's one, the space within it was simply too small. Mo Wuji wanted to find a secluded place to cultivate but was unable to do so, which was why he was forced to listen to their conversations. The good thing was that through these people's conversations, he managed to obtain even more information regarding the god domain. A month later, the flying ship stopped. After everyone left the flying ship, they were all stunned. The flying ship stopped on a dried-up swamp, and if this dried-up swamp was the plaza, behind the plaza would be 2 extremely tall and erected mountains. The 2 mountains had 3 majestic words hung between it which was shrouded in fog, "Heavenly Mortal Sect." Just looking at these 2 mountains, there was still an imposing aura about the Heavenly Mortal Sect. However, with the addition of the dried-up swamp and the surrounding, one could tell how wretched the Heavenly Mortal Sect truly was. Without mentioning about how thin the layer of God's spiritual energy the surrounding had, even the periphery of the Lightning Sword Manor had much denser God spiritual energy than this place. Even if you were to look at the 2 mountains, Mo Wuji had honestly rarely seen any sect in the cultivation world with only 2 mountains. Even the poorest sect had at least 9 mountains, right? Most sects would even have up to thousands of mountains belonging to themselves. This was truly Mo Wuji's first time seeing a sect with only 2 mountains. How is it? Our heavenly mortal sect is very imposing, right? Let's go, follow me into the sect." Wei Jie kept the flying ship as he introduced it loftily before walking forward. He didn't even notice that all the recruited disciples except Ku Kai had a disappointed expression on their faces. 1. Ku Kai is the Han opinion of bitter vegetables, which was why Mo Wuji found the name slightly odd. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 890, The Odd God Spiritual Energy. Chapter 890, The Odd God Spiritual Energy. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. From the outside, the heavenly mortal sect looked as though they only had 2 mountains and nothing else. However, after Mo Wuji entered the sect itself, he could sense how extraordinary this sect used to be. After entering the defensive array, a few meters wide green jade stairs extended to the mountain. From the foot of the mountain to the summit were all sorts of immortal residences and rest houses built on it. If it weren't for the fact that these were the only 2 mountains around, this sect would definitely have the aura of a powerful sect. The only point that wasn't coordinated was the slightly dilapidated green jade stairs. Moreover, the god's spiritual energy here was extremely sparse to the point that was even worse than an ordinary city of the cultivation world. There was a true plaza at the foot of the mountain, and in the center of the plaza was a towering statue. The statue looked slightly broken, as if it had been through endless of hardships. Mo Wuji, the eyes of this statue looked slightly like yours, Lin suddenly mentioned. Mo Wuji had already noticed the pair of eyes on this statue and indeed felt that it looked like his. Before Mo Wuji could speak, a middle-aged man in grey robe had already brought 4 people as they walked speedily down the green jade stairs. Mo Wuji couldn't tell this middle-aged man, but he could feel the tremendous strength of this man. In fact, Mo Wuji suspected that he might be even stronger than Shi Jing. Wei Jie, Su Xia, greets the sect head. Wei Jie and Su Xia, who were leading the way, hurried to bow to show their respect as they saw this middle-aged man walking down. Mo Wuji and company were shocked because they didn't expect the sect head to be out here to welcome the few newcomers like themselves. Wasn't such a thing unseen or unheard of since ancient times? The middle-aged man laughed out loud as he hurried to take a few more steps forward to hold Wei Jie back up. It must have been tough of Elder Wei Jie and Su Xia to be recruiting disciples this time around. Wei Jie replied with a guilty face. I've let sect head down because I've only managed to find 6 new disciples this time around, but... The middle-aged man said. Elder Wei Jie, as compared to the previous few attempts where we didn't even manage to recruit a single disciple, 6 is much better than nothing. This is the sect head of our heavenly mortal sect. Why are the few of you still standing around and not greeting our sect head? Wei Jie turned and shouted at Mo Wuji and company. Mo Wuji followed the rest of the disciples as everyone bowed in sync. The middle-aged man waved his hand as he said with a bright smile on his face. My name is Su and I am the sect head of the heavenly mortal sect. These people beside me are the heavenly mortal sect's Elder Pang Fengban, Elder Sui, Elder Huiyu and Elder Niu Zhitian respectively. In the heavenly mortal sect, we're one big family. Therefore, if you have any questions regarding cultivation, you are free to ask any of us. Many thanks, sect head. Even though Mo Wuji and company had no idea what was going on, they harmonized their gratitude perfectly. To welcome the few newly recruited disciples, the sect head brought the elders down to greet them. Additionally, he even mentioned that they could ask any of the elders and sect head himself if they had any questions in the future. This was simply a treatment received by the number 1 disciples of a sect. Su Xia, I have to trouble you to help arrange the residences of these newly recruited disciples before briefing them about some matters of the sect. Elder Wei Jie, you've worked hard this time around. Do head towards the sect's cultivation holy land to cultivate for half a year. Su was still smiling and it almost felt like he was incredibly ecstatic to have recruited 6 new disciples. Many thanks, sect head. Wei Jie smiled as he hurried straight up the green jade stairs and disappeared right before the sect head's eyes. Mo Wuji was slightly speechless because this sect head really didn't feel like the sect head, while the elders didn't feel like elders of any other sections. He started to wonder if he was actually kidnapped by these random people. Could it be that these fellas were like Zhuyin, who liked to swallow cultivators' primordial spirit and soul to cultivate? However, the few of them were unwanted disciples, so even if the sect swallowed their primordial spirits, it shouldn't be much of a use or benefit to them. After sect head Su left with the few elders, Mo Wuji whispered, "Senior Sister Su Xia, how many members are in our sect?" Ever since they arrived here, Mo Wuji hadn't really seen anyone else except the sect head and the few elders he brought along. "Including the few of you, I believe we should be reaching about 100 members now," Su Xia replied with a smile. Mo Wuji and company were instantly at loss for words. How wretched must a sect be to have less than 100 members? Su Xia knew how everyone felt upon hearing that, so she didn't continue to say anything else. The truth was that when she first joined the Heavenly Mortal sect, she felt even worse than Mo Wuji and company presently. Back then, the Heavenly Mortal sect didn't even have 50 members. Over the years, they managed to increase by multiples of tens. If she were to compare it with the past, the Heavenly Mortal sect's progress was actually pretty decent. "Sister Su Xia, the Heavenly Mortal sect does look very imposing, and I'm certain that it must have been a huge sect in the past. How did it fall to a state like today's?" Yin Lin disrupted the awkward silence in the air. Su Xia explained, "I've heard that the Heavenly Mortal sect used to be one of the peak great sections. In fact, it was even greater than Fekta God sect as well as the Forgotten Creek Dao school. For some unknown reason, a change occurred, and amidst the change, the Heavenly Mortal sect suffered tremendous losses and almost our entire army fell. The many mountains of the Heavenly Mortal sect were eventually shifted away by others. Fortunately, Ancestor Pangjie survived, and even though he was only an outer disciple, he was extremely capable. He single-handedly prevented the complete extermination of the Heavenly Mortal sect. Our current sect head was indeed Ancestor Pangjie's direct disciple. Elder Pang Fengban was also the descendant of Ancestor Pangjie. Also, there's a reason why the god's spiritual energy here was so sparse and almost nobody was willing to come here. That was due to the fact that many of our god's spiritual veins had been extracted out by others after that massive war. Regardless of how incredible Su Xia described the Heavenly Mortal sect was in the past, they could only describe the current Heavenly Mortal sect as down and out. What made Mo Wuji feel slightly better was that even though the immortal residences weren't very luxurious, they were pretty impressive. After entering the sect, everyone realized something. Despite the fact that Mo Wuji was accepted as an inner disciple, all disciples here were treated equally. Not only did Mo Wuji get assigned to an immortal residence in good condition, there was even a herbal field for him. As for the important scriptures library, assignment hall, technique transference hall and etc., the Heavenly Mortal sect had neither of them. Whether you were a direct disciple or inner disciple, you wouldn't need to complete assignments. Naturally, there wouldn't be any pills or technique for you to collect. It felt like Mo Wuji and company were recruited into the Heavenly Mortals sect only to increase their numbers. Mo Wuji asked around and he found out that the Heavenly Mortals sect allowed their members to leave the mountains at will. This meant to say that they could leave the sect's territory anytime as long as they didn't quit the sect permanently. This made Mo Wuji heave a huge sigh of relief. Because of the sparse god's spiritual energy here at the Heavenly Mortal sect, Mo Wuji had just moved into his immortal residence, but Yin Lin and company had already come looking for him. They were asking if he wanted to leave the sect to look for cultivation resources with them. While the immortal residences here at the Heavenly Mortal sect was really impressive, they came here to cultivate and not to stay at the residence. Since they couldn't cultivate here, heading out to find cultivation resources to cultivate was what they needed to do. Mo Wuji rejected Yin Lin and company's suggestion because he still had some immortal veins and green crystals on him. He decided to step into the great circle of the immortal emperor stage first before thinking of a way to become a nascent god. Unless he stepped into the nascent god stage, he wouldn't leave this place. This was the God domain where the laws of heaven and earth were much greater than the immortal world. Mo Wuji believed that even with the lack of abundant cultivation resources, he would be able to advance into the great circle of the immortal emperor stage. The greatest benefit in the heavenly mortal sect was the freedom Mo Wuji had. He installed a few defensive arrays and concealment arrays around his immortal residence. This was his preparation to enter secluded cultivation. He cultivated the immortal mortal technique, which required all 108 meridians to circulate spiritual energy simultaneously. Even if the god's spiritual energy here was sparse, his cultivation would still cause a great commotion. He really didn't want anyone to find out about his cultivation secret, so he chose to install a series of different arrays around his immortal residence. As for spirit gathering array, Mo Wuji didn't bother installing any. He believed that due to the sparse god's spiritual energy here, it wouldn't matter whether he installed it or not. Mo Wuji didn't start by taking out the immortal crystals and immortal spiritual veins. He intended to try cultivating to see how sparse was the level of God's spiritual energy here. When Mo Wuji started forming circulations with his 108 meridians, he was completely dumbfounded. A frightening amount of God's spiritual energy appeared as though it emerged out of thin air. It surged towards his meridians before fusing with all 108 circulations. The extent of cultivation here was definitely more than 10 folds greater than when he cultivated at the lightning sword manor. Mo Wuji was so astonished that he stopped cultivating. The frightening rate of God's spiritual energy absorption was simply beyond his wildest imaginations. When he stopped cultivating, the God's spiritual energy seemed like it suddenly disappeared. Following that, the God's spiritual energy in the entire space around him turned sparse again. Could it be because of his own immortal mortal technique, he could absorb the dense God's spiritual energy which others couldn't even see or feel? If this was true, he would have truly found the right place, and Mo Wuji was understandably very excited. Fortunately, he was also a sect head of a sect and was well experienced. When he finally calmed himself down, he started to install more defensive arrays again. Multiple spirit concealment arrays were installed as he was worried that his absorption of God's spiritual energy would be so immense that others would notice. The second time Mo Wuji started cultivating, he was much more cautious. No matter how cautious he was, Mo Wuji entered the state of indulgence very quickly after he started cultivating under such circumstances. This was already the 7th month Mo Wuji started his secluded cultivation. In the sect head's hall of the heavenly mortal sect, sect head Shi Su sat down. Other than the 4 elders who followed him the previous time, Wei Jie, Su Xia, and the other disciples which Mo Wuji and company had not seen before were all seated in the hall. While everyone else is under closed-doors cultivation, I've invited everyone here because there are some matters which my heavenly mortal sect is unable to avoid. Shi Su said with a lack of energy. Sect head, please go ahead and tell us. Even though our heavenly mortal sect is down and out, we wouldn't be exterminated as long as there are still members here. Wei Jie said so convincingly he was only lacking the act of the patting of his chest. Shi Su nodded. Su Xia, how are the 6 disciples who had most recently joined us? Su Xia stood up hurriedly. Yin Lin and Di Budong had just returned to the sect, and I've heard that Pu Jia got into an accident. Ever since Mo Wuji arrived at the sect, he had been behind closed doors. Ku Kai didn't go into seclusion, and she appeared slightly eccentric as if she had no idea what she should be doing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 891, Stepping into Nascent God Stage. Chapter 891, Stepping into Nascent God Stage. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Bring them over then, Shi Su ordered. Roger that. Su Xia bowed and backed out of the hall. The seated Wei Jie started feeling uneasy about this matter. He somehow knew that this was related to the incubation of the God domain nest. The God domain was vast and boundless, but the laws were extremely stable. There was never once when the domain was unstable, and in fact, it even kept expanding. The area which expanded out from the God domain was called the God domain nest. Every time the area expanded outwards, there would be a unique name tagged to it called the God domain nest incubation. Once the God domain nest underwent incubation, countless peak-grade treasures would appear. Other than the massive amount of ores and peak-grade God spiritual herbs piled up like mountains, there were even all sorts of heaven-splitting treasures. Every time the God domain nest incubated, it would be during times of bloodied war in the God domain. It was also considered the feast of experts here. Because the God domain nest constantly incubated, the surface area of the God domain kept expanding continually. Experts in the God domain believed that the God domain was an incomplete world domain. Once the world domain had formed up completely, the God domain would be even more stable and the laws would be even stronger. The only problem was that every time the God domain incubated, countless peak-grade experts would perish. Moreover, it would make the strong grow even stronger and weak become even weaker. This wasn't something beneficial to the God domain. Later on, the 10 great God kings of the God domain gathered as they came to a consensus. Their decision was that every time the God domain incubated, everyone in the God domain would have the opportunity to partake in the collection of treasures. It wouldn't be an individual participation but by their sect. The participation qualification would be decided from the battles between disciples of the various sections. After all, the battle between experts would always result in severe injuries and incite more violence between sections. Therefore, the 10 great God kings decided to hand the battles to the disciples of sections. Those participating in the fight must not be above the heavenly God stage. Once you've surpassed the heavenly God stage and reached the God monarch stage, you would already be considered a victor. A person like this would not be allowed to participate in the fight between disciples. Every time the incubation occurred, there would be a specific warning sign and time before it. This time around, all the various sects were already made known of it. This was also the reason why a few months ago, all the sects started to recruit more disciples. They wanted to prepare themselves for the battle for the God domain nest. The heavenly mortal sect had never intended to participate in such battles. Whether it was the sect head or the disciples, none of them felt that they should take part in such battles. But, this time around, the 10 great God kings announced an additional rule. It stated that every sect in the God domain must participate in the fight for the God domain nest. As for the reason, the heavenly mortal sect wasn't qualified enough to know. Because he knew of all these beforehand, Wuji felt uneasy. Only he knew how he recruited the 6 new disciples. Instead of saying recruited, the word duped would be more appropriate. Now that the sect had asked Su Xia to bring the newly recruited disciples here, it was certainly to test their aptitudes and abilities. Once he tested them, everything would be exposed. Some of the newly recruited disciples were still of decent cultivation level. Only Mo Wuji's cultivation level was a spectacle too horrible to endure. Having cultivated for over half a year, Mo Wuji was completely unaware of how long he had been in seclusion. The more he cultivated, the more confident he grew. 4 months ago, he had already managed to enter the Great Circle of the Immortal Emperor stage. Even at the Great Circle of the Immortal Emperor stage, he was still able to increase his cultivation rapidly. At a moment like this, Mo Wuji would definitely not want to leave his seclusion unless someone used a magic treasure to attack him. Mo Wuji was continually enlightening more laws, and the laws of his sacred arts had started to change gradually. This was already the 7th month since Mo Wuji stepped into the Great Circle of the Immortal Emperor stage. Mo Wuji was constantly absorbing an insane amount of God's spiritual energy to increase his cultivation level while perfecting the laws of his sacred art. Boom! An alarm that sounded like exploding lightning sounded within Mo Wuji's will. Presently, Mo Wuji felt different, as though his entire body was emptied. If someone from the outside were to look at Mo Wuji now, he would be able to see that Mo Wuji had infinite laws of Tao flickering and revolving around his body. Concurrently, the energy around Mo Wuji was continuously on the rise, and he was certainly exuding a mighty aura. These laws of Tao were continually entering Mo Wuji's body, and his aura would disappear together with the laws of Tao. In other words, he was becoming more ordinary by the minute. Gotcha. Mo Wuji's original laws of his sacred arts started to break apart while the new Tao laws of his sacred arts started to form up. An incomparable mightiness surged up Mo Wuji's mind, and he suddenly opened his eyes excitedly. Initially, he was intending to look for resources which could aid his cultivation towards the nascent God stage after reaching the great circle of the immortal Emperor stage. What he didn't expect was that under the laws of the God domain, he actually started to gain enlightenment on a new set of laws of heaven and earth. The brand new set of laws made him reluctant to give up as he continued to cultivate and perfected his own grand Tao laws. On the 7th month, he managed to break out of the immortal Emperor's shackles naturally as he took a step into the first level of the nascent God stage. In his Immortal Mortal Technique manual, the term nascent God was merely an address. Whether it was nascent God or any other names, he would break through the moment he reached the extreme. Mo Wuji couldn't help but felt excited because he knew clearly what the nascent God stage meant for him. What immortal emperor, what Tao emperor, what half-sage, these were all imaginary. These were terms for cultivators, who couldn't progress any further, to comfort themselves with. His current nascent God stage was certainly a legitimate stage and was definitely not an exaggeration. After advancing into the nascent God stage, Mo Wuji wanted to halt his cultivation to leave his seclusion to take a look outside. However, as he stepped into the nascent God stage, immensely dense God spiritual energy swept over and he could no longer bear to leave. As his immortal mortal technique was in full force, God's spiritual energy between heaven and earth started enveloping him. Mo Wuji felt as though he had opened up a magical Pandora box and was incredibly difficult to stop himself from cultivating at an insane rate. On the other mountain at the Heavenly Mortal Sect, a skinny middle-aged man had his eyes shut. If it wasn't for the slight fluctuations in the energy around him, others might be convinced that he was a dead man. At the instant Mo Wuji broke through the Immortal Emperor stage and stepped into the nascent God stage, the skinny man opened his eyes abruptly. He raised his head to take a look shockingly before shutting his eyes again. At this moment, he could actually feel a sudden emergence of dense God spiritual energy around the Heavenly Mortal Sect, where God's spiritual energy had dried up for many years now. Not only was the God spiritual energy pure, it contained infinitely perfect laws of heaven and earth. He personally witnessed how the Heavenly Mortal Sect's God spiritual veins and God mountains were extracted away by others. He was well aware of why the God spiritual energy was sparse here. The only reason why he didn't leave the Heavenly Mortal Sect was because this was his route. Even if he was about to perish, he had to perish while protecting his own sect. He was the sect head of the previous generation's Heavenly Mortal Sect, Pangjia. The God spiritual energy between heaven and earth started to grow even denser, and the laws were also becoming clearer by the minute. Pangjia got excited as he had been stuck at level 9 of the worldly God stage for countless years. He wasn't able to step into the God King stage because he lacked a peak-grade cultivation area with dense God spiritual energy as well as perfect and clear laws of heaven and earth. At this moment, what he was lacking for many years was presented right in front of him. Regardless of where this energy came from, Pangjia couldn't help but to start cultivating. Once he cultivated the Heavenly Mortal Technique, dense spiritual energy started forming circulations around his body. His grand Tao was started to perfect itself using the clear laws of heaven and earth presented to him. Boom, boom, boom. A series of wild explosions were heard from above Pangjia's head. Pangjia was neither depressed nor elated as he completely cleansed his decayed energy swiftly. His life force got increasingly exuberant, sacred art laws started clearing up, and his primordial spirit became increasingly resounding. Heavenly Mortal Sect's hall was where Su Xia brought 3 disciples in. Standing in the center of the hall, Su Xia bowed. Sect head, except junior brother Mo Wuji who is still in seclusion, Yin Lin, Di Budon, and Ku Kai are all here. Greetings sect head, greetings elders. Yin Lin and company hurried to bow to everyone in the hall. Su looked doubtfully at Su Xia as he spoke. The god's spiritual energy here is so sparse, so why is Mo Wuji cultivating behind closed doors for so long? Su Xia replied hurriedly. I believe that it is because junior brother Mo has a low cultivation level to begin with. Therefore, even the sparse god's spiritual energy here should be of some benefits to him. Yes, that Mo Wuji's talent is only average, so I merely made him an inner disciple. Wei Jia decided to settle one at a time. He shall use the excuse that Mo Wuji had the worst talent among the rest of them first. Later on, he would continue finding excuses for the other disciples. Su didn't mind the words of Su Xia because he already knew that Wei Jia wouldn't be able to recruit extremely talented disciples. He looked at the other three disciples. All of you are disciples of the heavenly mortal sect, so you have to be confident and there's no need for you to worry. Come, the three of you shall go and test out your aptitude. A white jade magic treasure for the test was already installed in the middle of the hall. To test for aptitude in the God world, one simply needed to sit on this tester before cultivating at full force. Noticing that Di Budong and Ku Kai were slightly astonished, the usually optimistic Yin Lin took the initiative. Let me go first. Having said that, she immediately sat on the white jade magic treasure and started cultivating. Even though cultivators in the cultivation world, immortal world or God world called it spiritual roots, the essence of it would be different. After cultivators from the cultivation world ascended into the immortal world, their spiritual roots would turn into immortal spiritual roots. After reaching the God domain, their spiritual roots would turn into God's spiritual roots. Even though many cultivators had peak-grade spiritual roots in the cultivation world, not all of them would have peak-grade immortal spiritual roots. If the transformation of the spiritual roots to immortal spiritual roots weren't complete, they would be considered as cultivators with average immortal spiritual roots. Naturally, those whose spiritual roots were transformed well would have greater aptitude in the next world. Presently, there were about 9 pillars as thick as an infant hand surrounding the white magic treasure. The middle pillar was black in color while the remaining 8 pillars were clear. The black pillar in the middle was used to test for spiritual roots. The more complete the transformation of spiritual roots were, the black pillar would turn into pure white color. If the transformation wasn't complete, the white would have some gray, and the greater the gray, the more incomplete the transformation was. The 8 pillars on the side were used to test for the attributes of the spiritual roots. After Yin Lin sat down to start cultivating, the black pillar in the middle turned white. Very soon after, there was more gray color induced within the white. Su sighed but didn't say anything. Yin Lin's spiritual roots transformation was evidently not complete. With her level of aptitude, it was no wonder she would choose to join the heavenly mortal sect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 892, Battle of Grand Dao. Chapter 892, Battle of Grand Dao. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Yin Lin always knew that her spiritual roots were not of good quality. Otherwise, she wouldn't have hovered around the nascent God stage for so many years. This was why she wasn't particularly disappointed when she saw the result of her test. After Yin Lin came down, Di Budong went forward to take his seat. His spiritual roots were similar to Yin Lin's, and even if some were to consider his to be slightly better than Yin Lin, the difference was really only marginal. The middle black pillar turned white, and then similarly, many gray-colored marks were induced within it. Su sighed, and despite knowing that Wei Jia wasn't able to recruit talented disciples, he still felt disappointed at how poor their aptitudes were. He was no longer able to conceal his disappointment. After Di Budong came down from the tester, Su turned to the shy Ku Kai. Come and have yourself tested. Su Xia was aware of Ku Kai's character, so when she saw that Ku Kai didn't dare to step forward, she grabbed onto Ku Kai's hand. Junior sister Ku Kai, the sect head is just like our family member, and you are part of that family when you arrived here. Go and have yourself tested, you don't have to worry about the result. Kukai answered with a soft N as she walked towards the magic treasure before cultivating. A dazzling white light exploded from the black pillar, and on the surface, it looked like a black cloth covered it. It suddenly became pure white color, and this white color was even emitting faint radiance. The 8 other pillars were also pure white in color. As compared to the white on the previously black pillar, the white color on the 8 pillars was evidently lacking a sort of Tao spirituality. Shirsu stepped forward excitedly as he almost wanted to grab Kukai. "This is the stainless spiritual root." An elder muttered to himself, and even his hand was trembling. In the God domain, there were all sorts of spiritual roots. There were many varieties of peak-grade spiritual roots, but the stainless roots were definitely the greatest peak-grade spiritual roots. When tested using the magic treasure, any peak-grade spiritual roots would reveal some faint traces of gray. Naturally, some of the insignificant gray traces would be neglected most of the time. Where there was not even a single shadow of gray and was even emitting faint radiance, only one type of spiritual roots matched Kukai's ones. It was the stainless spiritual roots. No matter how the stainless spiritual roots came about, it wouldn't change. For example, a cultivator in the immortal world with stainless spiritual roots would continue having the stainless spiritual roots in the God world. Only a minute few people in the entire world would have such unchangeable spirit roots. Elder Wei Jia, thank you, thank you. Shirsu grabbed onto the astonished-looking Wei Jia and was beyond thankful. Cultivators with stainless spiritual roots might not even exist in peak-grade sects in the God world. Any sect with disciples carrying the stainless spiritual roots would definitely be the number one disciple of the sect, the person that the sect would be fully focused on to nurture. In other words, if the other sects found out about Kukai's stainless spiritual roots, she would be the target everyone fights for. While Wei Jia was preparing an excuse for himself, he didn't expect that he actually found a disciple with the stainless spiritual roots. He came back to his senses as he said seriously, "To bring Kukai back to the sect, I've tried many methods. Fortunately, it all turned out well for us." "Something's not right, take a look at her spiritual roots attribute." Elder Sui exclaimed out a sudden. Even without Elder Sui's exclaim, everyone's eyes landed on the 8 purely white-colored pillars. These 8 pure white pillars actually turned into black-colored, and one of them was even blue in color. What is going on? What attribute does the black color refer to? Everyone exchanged glances with each other as they were completely dumbfounded at the sight of the black color. They were aware that the blue color indicates the presence of lightning attribute spiritual roots. If Kukai's test didn't reveal the black color and only blue, the entire heavenly mortal sect would be jumping in joy. Now that the attributes showed black, everyone started feeling uneasy. "I know why it is black in color." Pang Fengban stood up abruptly. Not only was he an elder of the heavenly mortal sect, he was also the descendant of Pang Jia. "Elder Pang, what is going on?" Shirsu asked anxiously as he was the most concerned. With a talent like Kukai in the heavenly mortal sect, they would most likely be able to regain its past glory. Pang Fengban answered, "Back then, my grandfather told me that in the ancient times, cultivators only had 2 types of spiritual roots. There should be 8 types of spiritual roots, how could it be only 2? A few of the elders commented simultaneously. Even though there were questions, nobody suspected Pang Fengban's words. This was because he was indeed the grandson of the heavenly mortal sect's Pang Jia. Pang Jia was only an outer disciple back then, but if it wasn't for Pang Jia, the heavenly mortal sect would have disappeared into the books of history. Pang Fengban continued, "It is also right to say that there are 8 types because there are indeed 8 types in the God domain now. In the ancient times, there were only 2 types of spiritual roots, namely the light and dark spiritual roots. Among which, the light spiritual roots were divided into metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning and ice, while the dark spiritual roots remained as only dark. According to this explanation, there should be 9 types of spiritual roots inclusive of the dark spiritual roots." "Elder Pang, are you saying that Kukai's spiritual roots are a mixture of both dark and lightning?" Shi Su asked shockingly. Pang Fengban nodded, indeed, because that middle pillar definitely proved that she had dark spiritual roots. The only thing that is troubling me is that I've heard that dark spiritual roots shouldn't coexist with other spiritual roots, let alone lightning spiritual roots. But we've never heard of any dark spiritual roots before? Elder Sui frowned, and while his cultivation was not high, he was quite experienced. Given the number of years he had stayed in the God domain, he should have heard of at least one example of a dark spiritual roots, right? Pang Fengban explained, my grandfather told me before that dark spiritual roots exist within the vast universe and shouldn't be on the same plane as our God domain. This meant to say that in the plane where we are on, there aren't any dark spiritual roots. Ku Kai has dark spiritual roots, so the only explanation would be that she didn't come from the same plane as we did. Alien cultivator? Everyone exchanged even more frightened looks. If there was still an existence in the God domain which everyone was afraid of and wished to kill, it would be alien cultivators. Whether cultivators ascended from the immortal world, magic world, demon world, or any other worlds, everyone were still cultivators of the same plane. For cultivator of the same plane, even with the grading of worlds, those who cultivated to the limit before ascending would have the same system in them. Ever since a long time ago, all the planes in the God domain were named as the 7 world planes. However, whether you're in the God domain or a world beneath the God domain, everyone would still be on the same plane. There were no comparisons to be made, so nobody bothered to find out what their planes were called. Alien cultivators were different as they didn't come from any one of the 7 world planes. They came from a totally different plane where their system of cultivation, laws of sacred arts were all different. In other words, their understanding of their grand Tao was completely different from everyone else. There was once when an alien cultivator arrived at the 7 world planes and appeared in the God domain. After finding out that the cultivation system was completely different from his understanding, he developed an idea to establish his own cultivation system here in the 7 world planes. Naturally, no cultivators in the 7 world planes would accept an idea like this. Eventually, there was a heaven-trembling war called the Battle of Grand Tao. Rumors spread that after that war, there were more than millions of god kings of our God domain perished. Presently, the entire God domain didn't even have 100 god kings. Try thinking what would signify of our future when those millions of god kings perished back then? Fortunately, the experts of the 7 world planes managed to strip all the power of this alien cultivator before slaughtering him. Even so, the God domain failed to produce many God kings even after so many years. After that incident, alien cultivators became the taboo of the God domain. One could imagine how perilous the situation would be if another alien cultivator were to appear on the 7 world planes. Today, an alien cultivator appeared in the Heavenly Mortal Sect. What were the chances the Heavenly Mortal Sect could continue existing? Everyone started thinking the same way: kill Ku Kai. As long as Ku Kai was dead, the appearance of Ku Kai in their sect would never be exposed. Shi Su was incredibly stressed out. The Heavenly Mortal Sect finally had a supreme talent, but they had no other choice except to kill her. This was simply. Everyone felt the need to kill Ku Kai, but nobody was willing to voice out this idea. Nobody would be willing to do it as well. There were not many people in the Heavenly Mortal Sect, and even though the God's spiritual energy here was sparse, everyone led a peaceful life. This was because everyone in the Heavenly Mortal Sect believed that once we entered the sect, everyone would be part of a big family. Just as everyone had no idea on what to do about Ku Kai, intense sounds of thunders could be heard from outside the sect. Shi Su heard the sounds and shouted angrily, "My Heavenly Mortal Sect was indeed down and out, and we will not head out to fight for anything. However, to treat my Heavenly Mortal Sect as an existence to trample your foot on, we would defend our pride until the very end, even if we were to perish." Having said that, Shi Su's body flashed and he had darted out of the sect's hall. The remaining elders rushed out one after the other because everyone knew what the sect head was fuming about. Someone actually dared to undergo lightning tribulation here at their Heavenly Mortal Sect. This was simply unacceptable. Lin looked at Kukai, who was still cultivating inside. She had heard of the story of alien cultivators, and as much as she wanted to help Kukai, there was almost nothing she could do. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 893, Kukai's Plead. Chapter 893, Kukai's Plead. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji felt mightily comfortable in the nascent god stage level 1. He desperately wanted to fight another expert in the nascent god stage to test the limits of his new strength. Besides this, he also wanted to test his various sacred arts. After his laws had strengthened, the powers of his sacred arts must have improved significantly as well. At this moment, exploding thunders could be heard from outside. The explosion was so deafening and there were fluctuations in the laws of heaven and earth. Evidently, someone was undergoing his tribulation here, and this fella must be pretty strong. Mo Wuji even suspected that this person was so strong that Mo Wuji couldn't even hold a candle to him. After entering the nascent god stage, Mo Wuji's rate of cultivation had slowed down. Now that someone was actually undergoing a tribulation in the heavenly mortal sect, Mo Wuji no longer had any motivation to continue cultivating. Once Mo Wuji packed his items, he kept the array flags before opening up the defensive array. Before Mo Wuji even walked out of his small garden, a skinny silhouette darted towards him. Junior sister Kukai? Mo Wuji looked curiously at the incoming small girl. Kukai looked as though she lacked nutrition because her hair was not only sparse, they were slightly yellow too. In the heavenly mortal sect, Mo Wuji only had seniority over Kukai. Out of the 6 disciples which Wei Jie recruited, the first 4 were Mo Wuji's senior sisters and brothers. Only Kukai was younger than him and also the last to be recruited, which was why she could be considered as Mo Wuji's junior sister. Senior brother Wuji, save me. Kukai knelt on the floor immediately after pleading. Mo Wuji looked doubtfully at Kukai because if Kukai's life was in danger, his life would also be in danger. If this was true, how was he supposed to help Kukai? Furthermore, not only was the god's spiritual energy here in the heavenly mortal sect sparse, the people around were also very loving. Nobody would actually bully Kukai, right? As he took a step to think about this possibility, Mo Wuji realized that Kukai wouldn't come pleading him even if someone was bullying her. From the very beginning, he didn't even share a conversation with Kukai before. In other words, the two of them were not familiar with each other, so why would Kukai plead for his help? Stand up and tell me what had happened. Mo Wuji lifted his head to look at the dark clouds overhead. Someone was really undergoing his tribulation here. Kukai didn't say anything as she said while tears rolled down her cheeks. The sect head wants to kill me. Mo Wuji was shocked because if the sect head wanted to kill Kukai for whatever reason, Mo Wuji wouldn't be able to save Kukai. Moreover, the heavenly mortal sect's sect head Sure Su looked lenient and understanding, so why would he want to kill an ant-like disciple like Kukai? It's my grandfather. My grandfather didn't perish. As they dashed out of the sect, everyone saw the cultivator undergoing the tribulation in the dried-up swamp. Pang Fengban was the one shouting in great excitement. It's master. Sure Su was equally as excited and emotional. Everyone in the heavenly mortal sect couldn't help themselves as all their eyes turned red. All the elders knew Pang Jia because he was Pang Fengban's grandfather and also because he was the greatest savior of the sect. He contributed the most to prevent the heavenly mortal sect from extermination. Despite not bringing the heavenly mortal sect back into its glory days, preventing complete extermination of the sect was an extremely important contribution. The reason why Pang Jia was unable to bring the heavenly mortal sect back to its glory days was not that he was incapable but because he wasn't strong enough. Back then, Pang Jia was only in the heavenly god stage level 9. It was already an incredible achievement for a mere heavenly god stage level 9 expert to salvage the heavenly mortal sect's foundation. His success in holding onto the sect's foundation came entirely because of his own wisdom, courage, and some luck. When the god-spiritual veins of the heavenly mortal sect had been extracted away, the sect was equivalent to being wasted. Pangaea wasn't completely dispirited because of that, as he grabbed a few survivors of the heavenly mortal sect back. They were cultivating crazily while thinking of ways to rebuild the heavenly mortal sect. The heavenly mortal sect wasn't rebuilt, but it wasn't completely gone as well. However, Pangaea stumbled upon an opportunity and managed to step into the God Monarch stage. This wasn't the end, because after pacing back and forth in the God Monarch stage for over 100,000 years, he actually stepped into the worldly God stage. 100,000 years from the God Monarch stage to the worldly God stage was considered fast even for a core disciple. However, Pangaea was merely an outer disciple. The pity was that even after stepping into the worldly God stage, he still wasn't considered as a powerful figure in the God domain. The only good thing was that as a worldly God, he finally had his own confidence. Afterwards, no matter how hard Pangaea worked, he was still stuck in the worldly God stage. Perhaps knowing that he would no longer be able to step into the God King stage, he left the sect to his disciple Shirsu before he left and never appeared again. Everyone in the sect, including Shirsu and Pang Fongban, believed that Pangaea had perished a long time ago. Who would have expected that not only did Pangaea not perish, he returned to the sect and even started his tribulation here? How could anyone not get excited and emotional? Many years ago, ancestor Pangaea was in the worldly God stage. Now that he was undergoing a tribulation, he would be a God King after this. How many sects in the God domain had a God King with them? In the God domain, there were far too many sects with worldly gods in them. However, only those renowned sects had the existence of a God King in them. The difference between the God King stage and the worldly God stage was like a watershed. Who knew how many worldly gods have spent countless years and still failed to enter the ranks of a God King? God King, God King. Shirsu muttered to himself. My heavenly mortal sect finally has a God King. With a God King, we would be a peak grade sect, or rather, it would be hard for us not to become a peak grade sect. All the elders were incomparably excited, and even the newly recruited Lin and Di Budon couldn't contain their excitement. If people knew that there was a God King in the heavenly mortal sect, people would want to join the sect even if the God spiritual energy here was sparse. Not for any other reason but because there was a God King here. The thunders continued to sound as the lightning bolts landed continually. Pangaea constantly used his magic treasure to defend himself from the wrath of the lightning bolts. The energy around his body was becoming incredibly unstable, as if it was about to break through a new shackle. An insane lightning tribulation like this had eventually attracted a crowd of cultivators over. In just half a day, the periphery of the dried-up swamp outside the heavenly mortal sect was filled with spectators. A lot of cultivators even sat down to start gaining enlightenment from the changes in laws of heaven and earth induced from Pangaea's tribulation. Shirsu and company noticed the crowd of experts around the swamp and started becoming anxious. But because they were simply too weak, they weren't qualified enough to ask these people to leave. At this moment, they knew they should sit down and gain enlightenment from the fluctuations in laws of heaven and earth induced by ancestor Pangaea. However, they didn't have the mood to do so. Mo Wuji heard the entire story from Kukai, including the words of Pangfongban. He was equally shocked that there was this story about alien cultivators. Moreover, he had also never heard about the dark spiritual roots before. Junior sister Kukai, why did you thought of coming to me for help? After a while, Mo Wuji questioned Kukai. Kukai was stunned by Mo Wuji's question. Why did she ask Mo Wuji for help? She didn't even know Mo Wuji personally, and Mo Wuji was the only inner disciple among all of them who were recruited this time around. The rest of them were at least recruited as a legacy disciple. However, who else could she find if she didn't find Mo Wuji? Out of the 6 newly recruited disciples, 2 hadn't returned and no one knew if they were still alive. If Lin and Di Budong wanted to help her, they would have talked to her. Other than Mo Wuji, she really had no one else to seek help from. Mo Wuji understood Kukai's thoughts as he grabbed onto the kneeling Kukai. He was equally as helpless in his heart. "I'm sorry, senior brother Wuji," Kukai bowed slightly as she turned around gradually. Just because she spoke less didn't mean that she was a fool. She knew most of the things around her but was only unwilling to express her thoughts openly. She was slightly regretful that she didn't listen to the words of her father. Her father once told her that she must not join any other sect or have her spiritual roots tested. After cultivating to a bottleneck and was eventually unable to step into the nascent God stage, she really couldn't control herself anymore. When she heard the news that many sects were recruiting disciples, she thought about it for a long time. When the heavenly mortal sect's Wei Jie grabbed onto her, she couldn't help herself but join the heavenly mortal sect. "What is the technique you cultivate with?" Mo Wuji suddenly asked. "I cultivate the laws of darkness technique and I regret not listening to my father's words," Kukai replied sobbingly. Mo Wuji was a master of cultivation technique and was the forefather of the mortal Tao. His level of understanding wasn't something Kukai could compare with, but after hearing Kukai's words, his heart moved. "Junior sister Kukai, could you show me your cultivation technique?" Kukai came to a halt as she looked doubtfully at Mo Wuji. After a few breaths worth of time, she nodded, "Yes, I can." Having said that, she handed Mo Wuji a crystal ball which she retrieved from her storage ring. Mo Wuji's spiritual will entered the crystal ball and a boundless darkness surged over. Under a darkness like this, everything disappeared. It felt like if even the strongest magic treasure would disappear if it ever landed in this darkness. A type of soul-trembling Tao spirituality revolved around Mo Wuji's sea of consciousness. Mo Wuji took in a deep breath as he started circulating his immortal mortal technique. The Tao revelation meridian fused with this crystal ball very soon after. A completely different world of laws appeared in front of Mo Wuji. The extensive laws of Tao spirituality made Mo Wuji couldn't help himself as he took in yet another deep breath of cold air. Following which, sentence after sentence of mnemonic chants and Tao spirituality of Grand Tao started appearing in his sea of consciousness ineffably. Mo Wuji didn't continue wandering in this laws of darkness crystal ball. Even though his cultivation level was low, he was a legitimate progenitor as he founded the mortal Tao. He was much more capable than average cultivators in terms of the use of the laws of heaven and earth as well as some other Tao laws. Handing the crystal ball back to Kukai, Mo Wuji said, "Junior sister Kukai, you said that the God domain didn't have any darkness-attributed spiritual roots, right? If there were no dark spiritual roots, it would likely mean that there are no dark attribute laws of heaven and earth here in the God domain. Since there are none of such laws of heaven and earth here, you wouldn't be able to reach the nascent God stage no matter how you cultivate. In other words, you would be unable to break through to the nascent God stage regardless of which sect you joined and however high your aptitude was." This wasn't rubbish made up by Mo Wuji because after coming into contact with Kukai's crystal ball, he really did sense that there were no dark laws of heaven and earth here. Even though there was darkness, it was completely different from dark laws of heaven and earth. Ah! Kukai was slightly shocked as she even forgot to take over the crystal ball. Without the dark laws, it would signify that as long as she was on this plane, she would never be able to break into the nascent God stage. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 894, Heavenly Mortal Sex God King. Chapter 894, Heavenly Mortal Sex God King. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji suddenly said, "Didn't you say you also have lightning attribute spiritual roots? Why didn't you cultivate the lightning attribute technique?" Kukai shook her head dejectedly. "It is not that I didn't wish to cultivate but because my father only left me with this technique crystal ball. My father told me that the lightning attribute technique is far too expensive. The higher the grade, the more expensive it was, and some of the great sects didn't even have such techniques. I have no rights nor qualification to come into contact with such techniques. Having said that, Kukai pushed the crystal ball back to Mo Wuji. Senior brother Wuji, I am going to be a dead person soon. This was the only item left behind by my father, so I shall gift this to you. Mo Wuji subconsciously took over the crystal ball as he was well aware of how incredible this crystal ball was. If he could control the laws of darkness and then deduced a law of darkness sacred art, his power would be frightening. Earlier, Mo Wuji heard from Kukai that Pang Fengban talked about the many god kings who attacked an alien cultivator and eventually suffered heavy losses. Why did they do so? Just because that alien cultivator's laws of darkness was too strong? He had no relations with the dark spiritual roots, and without mentioning the dark spiritual roots, Mo Wuji didn't even any of the 8 normal spiritual roots. Wasn't he still able to cultivate with his mortal Tao? My father says that the laws of darkness sacred arts are the strongest of them all. Once one could cultivate to the God King stage, one would be able to be the strongest existence in the entire God world. Kukai seemed to have given up on her hope of pleading for help as she calmed herself down. Mo Wuji said slowly, Kukai, this darkness technique crystal ball is of great use to me, so you would be helping me greatly by leaving it with me for the time being. How about this? I might not have any lightning attribute technique, but I am proficient in lightning sacred arts. If you don't mind, I can help you deduce a lightning attribute technique made especially for you. Mo Wuji chose to keep this crystal ball with him not just because this crystal ball would be of great use to him. More importantly, Mo Wuji knew that if he left the crystal ball with Kukai, it would invite calamity. If experts used their spiritual will to scan through Kukai's storage ring, Kukai would no longer have any privacy. Mo Wuji was different because he could place this crystal ball in his undying world. Unless they kill him and destroy his sea of consciousness, nobody would be aware of his undying world. Senior brother Mo, you are able to deduce technique? Kukai stared shockingly at Mo Wuji. Just because she was an introvert, it didn't mean that she was clueless. She was well aware as to what kind of people would be able to deduce techniques. Her father, or even her grandfather who barged into the god domain many years ago, wouldn't be able to deduce techniques. If you trust me, I would be able to deduce. However, I wouldn't be certain of the grade of the technique I deduce. Mo Wuji answered honestly. He was able to deduce the immortal mortal technique, possessed the Tao revelation channel, and had vast experience with lightning attributes laws. As long as he knew Kukai's spirit channels, he would be able to deduce a lightning technique out for her. The only uncertainty would be the grade of the technique he deduced. Big brother Wuji, will your deduced technique allow me to step into the nascent god stage? Kukai asked curiously. The way she addressed Mo Wuji seemed to have changed unknowingly. Mo Wuji waved his hand and said confidently, don't worry, I am certain you will be able to step into the nascent god stage. But Mo Wuji was a nascent god himself now, and while he was uncertain if his technique could allow her to step into the heavenly god stage, he was confident that the nascent god stage wouldn't be a problem. May I ask Big Brother Wuji to help me deduce? Kukai only completed half her sentence as she seemed to remember about her own fate. She shook her head and didn't continue speaking. Mo Wuji commented, Kukai, many years ago, I was in greater danger than you were. However, I still made it out alive, didn't I? If the sect head truly wanted to kill you, would you have survived till now? Since he didn't kill you on the spot, it meant that there was hesitation. If there was hesitation, it meant that you would still have hope. Listen and have faith in my words. If you don't accept that your fate is predestined, you would still have a hope of living. If you accept that you will die today, you will not have any strands of hope left. Even if you are in front of a dead end, anything could still happen until the very end. Kukai lifted her head as she stared convincingly at Mo Wuji. Big brother Mo, I shall listen to you. Boom boom. Ka. Ka. Kacha. The lightning bolts grew denser and thicker. At this very moment, lightning radiance had covered almost the entire dried-up swamp outside the Heavenly Mortal Sect. All the elders in the Heavenly Mortal Sect were watching on anxiously. There were plenty of experts who had failed their worldly god tribulation and eventually perished. Ka! Yet another thick lightning bolt landed and everyone at the heavenly mortal sect held their breath. Following which, a mighty and vast energy surged into the sky as this energy instantly oppressed the entire space around the dried-up swamp. The lightning bolts subsided as Tao spirituality clouds started to clear up. Pang Jia emerged from the subsiding lightning bolts with an increasingly mighty aura. He almost felt like he was going to break through the horizon. Everyone in the heavenly mortal sect including Shirsu fell to their knees and almost everyone had their eyes turned slightly reddish. There was finally a god king in the heavenly mortal sect, which signified that the heavenly mortal sect would not remain as obscure as before. Congratulations sect head Pang on realizing your god king Tao as you tower majestically above the god domain. Countless congratulations could be heard. Following that, the Tao spirituality clouds above Pangjia's head initially disappeared as the energy around his body started to be concealed. The God King energy wasn't as evident as it was initially. Everyone knew that the God domain had one additional God King from today onwards. Pangjia didn't continue cultivating as he clasped his fists to all the spectating cultivators. My heavenly mortal sect would be organizing a sect reopening ceremony as well as God King ritual 30 days later. All the fellow friends here are welcome to attend this ceremony at my heavenly mortal sect. Even though there were no God Kings among the spectating crowd of cultivators, everyone was well aware that Pangjia was trying to tidy up the sect. 30 days later, there would be a brand new peak grade sect in the God domain. The crowd went on to congratulate Pangjia and also indicated that they would be present 30 days later to attend the ceremony. A few of the experts who had once taken items from the heavenly mortal sect started trembling in fear. If the heavenly mortal sect didn't have any God King experts, those worldly God experts wouldn't fear even if they were to break the heavenly mortal sect apart. Now that the heavenly mortal sect had a God King, they would be doomed if the sect were to revisit what happened many years ago. Disciple Shirsu greets Master. The moment Pangjia walked out of the dried swamp, Shirsu walked over towards him speedily. Following Shirsu's lead, the elders and remaining disciples started moving forward to greet Pangjia. Pangjia swept his eyes across everyone before exclaiming. Back then, my heavenly mortal sect was also considered a peak grade sect. I cannot believe that it had fallen to this state today. Ancestor, now that you've become a God King, our heavenly mortal sect would be able to regain our past glory. A few elders hurried to comment. Yes, grandfather. You are a God King now, so our heavenly mortal sect will return to what it used to be. Even up till now, Pang Fengban was still unable to believe what he just witnessed. Pangjia nodded his head as he lifted his head to stare at the two towering mountains. The few of you are right. We shall get back everything and even more than what we lost many years ago. 30 days later, my heavenly mortal sect shall feast with guest and reopen the sect's hall. Shirsu, settle this matter for me while I go stabilize my cultivation. After which, I will need to head out for a while. Yes, Shirsu replied promptly. He was slightly hesitant as to whether he should inform Pangjia about Kukai. Pangjia noticed Shirsu's hesitation, so he asked faintly, Shirsu, you are my disciple. I've told you before that the heavenly mortal sect will always be open and straightforward. If you have any issues, just let me know immediately. Yes, may I invite sect head to return to the sect's hall? Shirsu bowed respectfully. Half an hour later, they arrived back at the sect's hall. Pangjia sat in the head seat while Shirsu and the few elders hurried to sit on either side of him. Even though Kukai's dark spiritual roots had stressed everyone out, the emergence of a God King in the heavenly mortal sect got everyone excited again. Tell me about it. Pangjia nodded at Shirsu. Throughout all these years, even though Pangjia didn't show his face, he had never stepped foot out of the heavenly mortal sect before. He was well aware of what Shirsu had done. In his opinion, he was very pleased with everything Shirsu had done thus far. The heavenly mortal sect didn't have a God King or even a worldly god. Shersu's plan to not expand the sect or let the sect possess any god's spiritual energy was a very logical move. Yes, Shersu stood up, bowed and explained the entire Kukai's incident. Initially, when Pang Jie heard that Kukai had a set of stainless spiritual roots, he was incomparably excited about the prospect. When he heard the later portion, his face became increasingly serious. After Shersu finished his explanation, Pang Jie remained silent for a long while before speaking again. Do you know what happened to the god domain after that alien cultivator was encircled and killed in the god domain? Without waiting for anyone to answer, Pang Jie continued, back then after that alien cultivator was killed, everyone wasn't thinking about the Battle of Grand Dao. They were interested in a portion of a technique. That technique was the one left behind by that alien cultivator called the Laws of Darkness cultivation technique. The crowd exchanged glances and everyone understood what Ancestor Pang Jie meant. If that alien cultivator was able to kill so many god kings surrounding him at that point in time, one could imagine how powerful his cultivation technique was. With a technique like this, everyone would naturally fight for it. Pang Jie sighed. Who knew if that alien cultivator had planned to leave this Laws of Darkness technique behind? Even when that alien cultivator was killed, experts in the god domain started fighting against each other for that technique. When they were fighting the alien cultivator, the space in the god domain was already becoming unstable. When everyone started fighting each other again, a tear in the god domain finally appeared from all the fights. The originally depleted number of god kings decreased significantly once again. At that point, everyone went crazy as they drew out all sorts of magic treasures. For example, the Book of Luo, Qian Koan Cauldron, etc. were all drawn out. AI. As he recalled that terrifying battle, Pang Jie sighed once more. Where is Kukai now? Shersu answered, she went to the residence of the other disciple, Mo Wuji. She should be aware that we wanted to kill her, so she panicked and pleaded for his help because she didn't know anyone else, but Shersu shook his head because Mo Wuji was a rogue cultivator brought back by Wei Jie. He was deemed as being worse than Yin Lin, and if it was the previous heavenly mortal sect, Mo Wuji wouldn't even be qualified to be a service disciple. Kukai pleading for Mo Wuji's help was probably because she had nowhere else to go. Bring her in then, Pang Jie ordered. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 895, Speaking to Help. Chapter 895, Speaking to Help. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. No, there must still be a problem here. Mo Wuji suddenly thought of a very serious problem. Big brother Wuji, what is it? The initially motivated Kukai became nervous once more. Mo Wuji asked seriously, when you were being tested back at the hall, didn't you cultivate the technique in the crystal ball? Big brother Wuji, it is that technique, for I only know one technique. Moreover, I only know a small portion of that technique which my father had taught me before. I am unable to comprehend the entire crystal ball. Kukai hurried to explain. Mo Wuji replied in a solemn tone, when you head back to the sex hall to explain yourself later, you mustn't tell them you know of this technique. In the future, you must not say you know of this technique too. Even if you wish to cultivate this technique, you must do it secretly, But Kukai was in a slightly difficult position because she only knew one technique. Mo Wuji shook his hand before Kukai could say out her thoughts. Don't worry about this, relax your heart and mind. I shall give you an ordinary technique first. Even though the content of that crystal ball was vast and boundless, Mo Wuji sort of understand a little bit of it from just one look at it. In this short period of time, he might not be able to create any powerful technique for Kukai. However, he should still be able to teach a few spiritual circulation techniques to Kukai. I shall listen to you, big brother Wuji. Kukai started to relax her heart and mind after saying this. Mo Wuji's spiritual will landed in Kukai's sea of consciousness and spirit channels. That was when he was truly astonished. This was his first time seeing how stainless a spiritual roots could be, as if there were no impurities at all. This would make his task much easier than when he was guiding his disciple Fu Jingfeng back then. In fact, Mo Wuji was easily able to find the most suitable spiritual circulation according to Kukai's incredibly clean and stainless spirit channels. Mo Wuji was well experienced in lightning attribute laws, and even though he had just stepped into the nascent god stage, he wouldn't be able to deduce a complete set of cultivation technique for Kukai. Having seen Kukai's spirit channels clearly, it was an easily achievable task to help her deduce a few spiritual circulations in this short period of time. In less than half an incense worth of time, Mo Wuji managed to help Kukai deduce out 5 spiritual circulations for her spirit channels. Try it yourself. Mo Wuji taught Kukai the basics of spiritual circulations before handing her a pile of immortal crystals. Kukai tried cultivating using the method Mo Wuji taught her, and as she managed to form one circulation, she opened her eyes shockingly. Big brother Wuji, using your method of cultivating, it is much easier and faster than what I used to do. While Kukai was cultivating, Mo Wuji could sense how terrifying her rate of absorption of the immortal energy was. He was inwardly praising how unbelievable the stainless spiritual roots were. If it wasn't for the lack of dark laws here, Kukai would have already stepped into the heavenly god stage with her aptitude. Go and have yourself tested again later. While being tested, use the circulation method I taught you. As for your origins, just say. Just as Mo Wuji was pondering as to what excuse Kukai should use, Kukai initiated, Big brother Wuji, my father had taught me before. I know what to say. Alright, your laws of darkness technique crystal ball is incredibly powerful. After I analyzed it, I will teach you. Mo Wuji continued. I shall listen to Big Brother. Just as Kukai said this, Su Xia's voice could be heard from outside. Wuji, Kukai, the sect head and ancestor Pang Jie are waiting for the two of you at the sex hall. Let's hurry over together. Very soon, Mo Wuji and Kukai was brought into the hall by Su Xia. Mo Wuji found out that the previous generation ancestor Pang Jie didn't perish and had just underwent his tribulation to become a true god king. The heavenly mortal sect would be hosting a reopening ceremony and god king ritual a month later. Disciple Mo Wuji and Kukai greets ancestor, sect head and the elders. Mo Wuji took the initiative to help Kukai greet everyone in the hall. Pang Jie looked like an ordinary-looking middle-aged cultivator. Even though his cultivation had yet to be stabilized, and there were still fluctuations in his energy, Mo Wuji concluded from his appearance that he shouldn't be a hot-tempered person. Mo Wuji appeared natural and relaxed and wasn't all too frightened to speak just because Pang Jie was a god king. This came as a huge surprise to Pang Jie himself. However, one look at Mo Wuji's Tao spirituality and one could tell that he should be a cultivator with average aptitude. Pang Jie's eyes landed on Kukai as he asked, Your name is Kukai? Kukai bowed shyly as she replied with a soft voice. Replying ancestor. Disciple's name is indeed Kukai. Where did you come from? Where are your parents? Have you formally become an apprentice to anyone? Pang Jie spoke in a warm tone, but no matter how warm his tone was, the aura of a god king had already frightened Kukai. My father and mother are both rogue cultivators and had perished a long time ago. I have no master and had always been alone. Kukai replied softly. Then where did your cultivation technique come from? Pang Jie followed up with yet another question as his tone became even more strict. Kukai shivered and answered fearfully, It is an incomplete technique given by my father. I followed it accordingly to cultivate. Shirsu, bring out the magic treasure again. Let Kukai try cultivating it once more. Pang Jie said faintly. Yes, Shirsu responded as he got people to bring out the white-colored magic treasure. Sit there and cultivate that incomplete technique of yours. Pang Jie nodded at Kukai. Even though Mo Wuji had briefed her before, Kukai could still feel her legs trembling as she had never experienced this before. At this moment, she could only walk up onto the magic treasure before sitting down to cultivate the technique. In just one spiritual circulation, the black pillars started turning white and radiance were emitted from it. Out of the 8 white pillars on both sides of the magic treasure, 2 of them displayed blue color. One of the blue was striking to the eye while the other slowly became black. However, the black color was far from being as dark as the previous test. It is indeed the stainless spiritual roots and is even the peak grade. Pang Jie stood up abruptly as he muttered excitedly to himself. If he had Kukai's aptitude coupled with the opportunities he had, he would have already been in the great circle of the God King stage a long time ago. Kukai recalled Mo Wuji's words, so she stopped cultivating after only 3 spiritual circulations. Not bad, your technique is pretty impressive. However, this technique appeared to be lacking a lot as well. Pang Jie and Shirsu were different, as Pang Jie could tell Kukai's technique as she cultivated. If Kukai was cultivating the laws of darkness technique, Pang Jie would definitely be able to tell. Master, previously when Kukai cultivated, her dark spiritual roots were far more obvious than her lightning spiritual roots. This time around, her lightning spiritual roots were more obvious. Shirsu told Pang Jie his doubts. Kukai, I have no idea how your dark spiritual roots came about, but the fact remains that it is prohibited in the God domain. This was even if you don't cultivate the laws of darkness technique. Pang Jie sighed as he said to Kukai. He really liked Kukai and he was certain that with her aptitude, he would be able to guide her to become another God King of the Heavenly Mortal Sect. Kukai revealed a fearful expression because now that Pang Jie still wanted to kill her, what should she do? Mo Wuji noticed that Pang Jie couldn't bear to kill Kukai. He knew that he should step out to say something before Pang Jie continue his sentence. If Pang Jie continued, it would be to make that order to kill Kukai. Mo Wuji greets ancestor, and as the Heavenly Mortal Sect's inner disciple, there are some words I must say. Mo Wuji bowed as he said with a comfortable air of arrogance. Seeing that Mo Wuji actually had such guts, Pang Jie grew even more flabbergasted as he nodded. Please go ahead. My Heavenly Mortal Sect is able to last until today is mainly because we respect and love each and everyone here. Mo Wuji said calmly, Ancestor have said that our Heavenly Mortal Sect is able to last until today because we respect and love everyone here. Kukai joined the sect, so she should be considered a disciple of this sect. Firstly, she had done nothing wrong, and secondly, she didn't cause any trouble. By punishing her for who she is seemed to be lacking a little justice. If the Heavenly Mortal Sect really did this to her, the Heavenly Mortal Sect would no longer be the Heavenly Mortal Sect. The love and respect mentioned by the ancestor and sect head would merely be words that mean nothing. Don't you know that cultivators with dark spiritual roots here in the entire God domain was in existence which everyone hated? This will invite trouble and calamity upon our Heavenly Mortal Sect. Shirsu reprimanded Mo Wuji furiously. Mo Wuji maintained his composure as he replied. I believe that for a sect to exist, it must have a reason to exist. When the Heavenly Mortal Sect was encircled by countless experts, we managed to survive because of united friendship and love. As long as everyone was united, even if we can't beat our opponents, we wouldn't back down. This is our spirit and the reason why our Heavenly Mortal Sect was able to survive till today. Now that we don't have any enemy invading us, we are going to kill a disciple just because she has dark spiritual roots. This would add a smear in the history of our Heavenly Mortal Sect and cause us to lose this unique spirit. A sect without spirit would never last long even if we became stronger because Ancestor had just stepped into the God King stage. If yet another incident occurred like before, the sect would not have the mindset or trust to hold on. Kukai indeed has dark spiritual roots, but this wasn't her choice. As long as nobody leaked this out, who would find out? Moreover, I believe that Kukai is not the only one with dark spiritual roots here in the God domain. Oh? Please continue. Pang Jie let out an "oh" as he nodded at Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji's impression of Pang Jie improved tremendously. As a God King, he was in existence at the very peak of the god domain, but he was still humble enough to speak so casually with a disciple who had just joined the sect. This was indeed something not everyone could do. Yes, Mo Wuji clasped his fists once more. I've heard that after that alien cultivator perished in the god domain that many years ago, his laws had spread into the god domain. I believe that alien cultivator must be very strong, and his laws had condensed darkness attribute laws within the god domain itself. This meant that it isn't entirely impossible to have dark spiritual roots here in the god domain. Pang Jia heard Mo Wuji's words and the shock in his eyes intensified. Unless one had extremely deep understanding of the laws of heaven and earth, one shouldn't be able to say what Mo Wuji just said. Or rather, Pang Jia had never heard an explanation like this before. Could it be that Mo Wuji was also another talent? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 896, The Way to Conceal Spiritual Roots. Chapter 896, The Way to Conceal Spiritual Roots. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. What is your spiritual roots type? Pang Jia looked anxiously at Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji was dumbfounded at how Pang Jia asked for his spiritual roots for no apparent reason. He answered promptly, in reply to Ancestor, I have a mixture of spiritual roots, and because my spiritual roots transformation wasn't very thorough, I am only in the nascent god elementary stage. Pang Jia sighed, and even though Mo Wuji's reply was within his expectations, he still felt disappointed. A person with such high capability to comprehend actually didn't have good aptitude in cultivation. Pang Jia's eyes landed back on Ku Kai. Ku Kai, are you willing to accept me as your master? Ah! Ku Kai was dumbfounded. It was already a miracle that he wouldn't kill her, but now he actually want to take her as his disciple? Ku Kai wasn't the only one, as Shirsu and the elders were all equally shocked. How fortunate must it be for a god king to take her as his disciple. Pang Jia noticed the shock in everyone's eyes, so he went on to explain, actually, Wuji's words are true. If a sect decides to kill their own disciple because of the fear of future troubles, there isn't any need for the sect to exist any longer. My heavenly mortal sect only managed to survive until today because of our spirit of friendship and love. It is true that Ku Kai has dark spiritual roots, but there is hope as long as I can help her find a complete lightning attribute technique. Once she forged her own god lattice to enter the heavenly god stage, it should be impossible for anyone else to test and find out about her dark spiritual roots. As for the possibility that Ku Kai could have a technique of her own for dark spiritual roots, Pang Jia hadn't even thought about it. How precious was the dark spiritual roots technique? Back then, a set of that alien cultivator's technique caused such a huge commotion in the entire god domain. Eventually, there was still no traces of that technique. Moreover, his spiritual will had already scanned through Ku Kai's storage ring to confirm that there were no laws of darkness technique within it. Evidently, she was merely a rogue cultivator with nothing much on her. Ku Kai, shouldn't you be on your knees now? Noticing that Ku Kai was still in a daze, Shirsu warned her sternly. Ku Kai finally reacted as she got onto her knees. Ku Kai thanks Ancestor for letting me live. However, I had swore to myself that I will find the remaining portion of my own cultivation technique. This meant that I am unable to take you as my master now. This was what Mo Wuji agreed with Ku Kai earlier on. If the sect had really allowed her to live, she mustn't take anyone as her master. With the little secret on her, she would be exposed the moment she agreed to be anyone's disciple here in the sect. Pang Jia sighed, it is rare that you are so insistent. You have the peak-grade lightning spiritual roots, and by taking me as your master, I am indeed unable to find a cultivation technique more suitable for you than your own one. Forget it, Shirsu, help me look after Ku Kai. Arrange a slightly better cultivation immortal residence for her. How could Pang Jia not understand the words of Ku Kai? Ku Kai meant to say that if she were to find a person with the complete set of lightning attribute technique which she currently cultivates, she might take him as her master. everyone else was shocked at her response. They all felt that Ku Kai was being a little immature in rejecting a God King's request to be his disciple. This opportunity was something countless people coveted for their entire life. Many thanks, Ancestor, many thanks, Sect Head. I wish to stay together with Big Brother Wuji, so there is no need for further arrangement. Ku Kai bowed continually. Shirsu looked back at his master Pang Jie as Pang Jie nodded at him. Let Ku Kai stay with Wuji then. Wuji, go ahead and bring Ku Kai down first. Nobody was surprised at Ku Kai's request because everyone could tell that Ku Kai was inexperienced and had yet to see much of the world. When Pang Jie mentioned that he was not going to keep a person with dark spiritual roots, only Mo Wuji stood up to speak for her. Naturally, she would develop a sense of dependency on Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji answered promptly as he quickly brought Ku Kai out of the hall. He was full of respect for Pang Jie for being so broad-minded. After Mo Wuji and Ku Kai departed far away, Pang Jie spoke up once more. Shirsu, regardless of what stage Ku Kai cultivate until, she mustn't leave the sect as long as her dark spiritual will could still be spotted from the test. Yes. Shirsu replied anxiously. Even without his master's reminder, he wouldn't allow her to set foot out of the sect so easily. It wouldn't be a trivial matter if her dark spiritual roots were exposed. Pang Jie nodded as he didn't continue to speak about Ku Kai. My heavenly mortal sect must have a concealed peak-grade God spiritual vein which was yet to be discovered. Now that I've advanced into the God King stage, I would be able to install a spirit-gathering array here in the sect. In this period of time, other than stabilizing my own cultivator, I would also be looking for that concealed God spiritual vein. I will open it so that everyone in the sect can cultivate at full force. Master, our sect only has 2 mountains, so should we try and get more back? Hearing that the sect still had concealed God's spiritual vein yet to be discovered, more ideas popped up in his head. The heavenly mortal sect only had about 100 disciples, which was simply too little. By shifting in more mountains, they would be able to recruit more disciples again. There is no hurry. Some of those people who had shifted our mountains away previously will ultimately return us. The usually warm and friendly Pang Jie actually said that with a trace of killing intent. The mountains of a God King sect wasn't something that should be easily taken away. Master, there is one more incident. The God domain nest is about to incubate once more. Shirsu, you're saying that the God domain nest is going to incubate again? Pang Jie stood up abruptly as his tone became evidently more excited. He had just advanced into the God King stage and wanted to expand his heavenly mortal sect. The incubation of the God domain nest would be the perfect opportunity to send the heavenly mortal sect back to its glory days. Yes, the God domain nest is set to incubate once more. Additionally, the 10 great God Kings had come to an agreement that every sect must participate. Our heavenly mortal sect was no exception, which was why we would head out to recruit disciples. Shirsu explained. Pang Jie laughed out loud. The heavens must be really pleased with our heavenly mortal sect. That's right, our heavenly mortal sect must participate. Shirsu, after our reopening ceremony and God King ritual a month later, continued to recruit disciples. This time around, we shall have a mass recruitment of disciples. Hearing Pang Jie's instructions, the few elders in the hall were incomparably excited as well. Previously, they were existence similar to salted fish, but now that the sect was going to mass recruit disciples, they would no longer be salted fish. The main reason why Ku Kai followed Mo Wuji back to his residence was certainly not the same as Pang Jie's guess. It was because if she wanted to cultivate lightning attribute technique, she needed Mo Wuji to deduce it for her. Fortunately, there were not many disciples here at the heavenly mortal sect. Therefore, every disciple's immortal residence was extremely big, and there was even a God spiritual herb garden attached to it. In fact, it wouldn't be a problem even if Mo Wuji were to invite a few more people to stay at his residence. Everyone in the heavenly mortal sect grew busier, and even the newly recruited nascent God stage level 7 Lin and D Budong had their own tasks. Moreover, sect head Su actually didn't allow anyone to disturb Mo Wuji and Kukai. When Mo Wuji found out that the sect head intentionally prevented people from disturbing them, he was actually very touched. If it wasn't for the urgent need to help Kukai with her technique, Mo Wuji would definitely offer his help. It was important to both Kukai and the Heavenly Mortals sect that her technique was deduced out as soon as possible. After close to 30 days, Mo Wuji handed Kukai a set of cultivation technique which could be considered complete. He based it off his own immortal mortal technique, his understanding towards lightning laws as well as Kukai's spirit channels to deduce a set of lightning attribute cultivation technique. However, Mo Wuji was uncertain of the grade, but Kukai was still incredibly touched and satisfied. Cultivating using the lightning attribute technique that Mo Wuji handed her resulted in a much faster rate of progress than her law of darkness technique. What she was most satisfied with was that with Mo Wuji's cultivation technique, she was able to easily conceal the power of the laws of darkness technique into one of her spirit channels. In other words, if she were to go through the test again, she would be able to conceal the power of her dark spiritual roots so that she could pass the test. Seeing that Kukai had started cultivating madly, Mo Wuji was very satisfied. He was only able to let Kukai hide the elemental energy of the law of darkness technique because he had the spirit storage channel as well as the elemental storage channel. Just because Mo Wuji could help Kukai conceal her dark spiritual roots didn't mean he could help others to conceal their spiritual roots. Other than the possession of his elemental storage channel and spirit storage channel which could help alter the immortal mortal technique, Kukai's stainless spiritual roots were the more important factor. He wouldn't be able to do what he did if Kukai didn't possess the stainless spiritual roots. After helping Kukai conceal her spiritual roots, Mo Wuji also had a revelation of his own. While he didn't have spiritual roots, he was able to use his understanding of the laws to stimulate out fake spiritual roots. For example, he would be able to stimulate lightning spiritual roots by using lightning attribute laws and fire attribute laws for fire spiritual roots. This was a massive help to him because similarly to Kukai, the fact that he could cultivate without spiritual roots must be concealed. After Kukai started to cultivate, Mo Wuji didn't cultivate as he installed defensive arrays before heading towards the hall. He believed that as a member of the Heavenly Mortal sect, he should contribute especially when the entire sect was busy. Senior Sister Su Xia, is there anything I could help with? The instant Mo Wuji left his residence, he saw Su Xia scrambling around with a few of the Heavenly Mortal sect's members which he didn't recognize. They seemed busier than ever. Junior brother Wuji, it is great that you're around now. 3 days later is the day we reopen the sect, so go and find Senior Sister Lin and Senior Brother Subo to be in charge of welcoming the guests. Su Xia hurriedly instructed Mo Wuji before heading off rapidly again. As Mo Wuji hurried over to the guests' hall, there were about 7 to 8 people standing around the guests' hall. A skinny and tall yellow-robed disciple was instructing a few others as to where to arrange and place the jade tables and chairs. Junior brother Wuji, you're here. Hurry up and help. Lin called out for Mo Wuji as she saw him walking in. Mo Wuji was slightly speechless as he looked at the huge guest hall being arranged accordingly to what was planned. He hesitated for a while before commenting, "Fellow senior brothers and sisters, I am afraid that such an arrangement would not do. Are you junior brother Wuji? I am Subo and should be considered as your senior brother. Could junior brother explain why you mentioned that this arrangement would not do?" The skinny and tall yellow-robed man hurried over as he clasped his fists. The Heavenly Mortal sect already had so few people to begin with, and the few people here were evidently not experienced with reception jobs. The sect head made him in charge of reception, but up till now, he was like a headless housefly and was completely lost at what he was doing. Mo Wuji saw how polite and respectful Subo talked to him and was even more impressed at how everyone at the Heavenly Mortal sect treated each other humbly and politely. Senior brother Su, this would be the God King ritual of our Heavenly Mortal sect's ancestor, so there might be many big figures coming to congratulate him. In fact, there might even be other God Kings coming to visit. The arrangement of the chairs in the hall shouldn't be the consistent throughout, as we should segregate the difference in grades. Besides this, we must prepare gifts for those who came to observe. We might even need to pour tea for our guests, so with an arrangement like this, it wouldn't be convenient for us. Mo Wuji went through all the ideas and suggestions in his mind one after the other. Subo didn't wait for Mo Wuji to finish speaking, as he held onto Mo Wuji's hands and said, "Junior brother Mo, I shall hand this guest reception to you. I really have no idea what to begin with." Alright, Mo Wuji noticed that Subo wasn't being humble, but because he was really clueless about this. Because he had a good impression of this heavenly mortal sect, he was rather willing to help them out for such matters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 897, External Affairs Hall Lord. Chapter 897, External Affairs Hall Lord. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Peng Jie stood delightedly at the center of the heavenly mortal sect, in front of a concealed array opened up by him. There was 99 peak grade god spiritual veins, and all 99 of them had formed a looping array. As soon as he ignited it, all the god spiritual energy would be swept over. By using the peak grade array used to conceal all 99 peak grade spiritual veins, one could gain clear insights on the grand Tao laws of heaven and earth. The looping energy gathering array formed by these 99 peak grade spiritual veins would last forever unless it was damaged. The precondition would be that his heavenly mortal sect must replenish some god crystals or regular god spiritual veins into it occasionally. The forefathers of the heavenly mortal sect were indeed mighty to be able to install such a massive energy gathering array. Even peak grade sects like the Nine Evolutions God sect or the Forgotten Creek Tao School might not have such energy gathering array. This energy gathering array even contained the laws of heaven and earth. Before, he believed that all the god spiritual veins of the heavenly mortal sect had been extracted and stolen away. However, he now knows that the true foundations of the heavenly mortal sect were never even touched. The god spiritual veins which were stolen were merely the extra god spiritual veins. More precisely, they were like the supporting god spiritual veins. If he hadn't stepped into the God King stage, how was he supposed to find this place? Or find out about the true foundation of the heavenly mortal sect? No. Peng Jie's heart skipped a beat as he realized something. If he hadn't managed to absorb the pure and dense God spiritual energy so abruptly before, he would never have been able to advance into the God King stage. In other words, he might not even have found this place even if he had entered the God King stage. He was only able to find this place because he had absorbed the peak grade spiritual energy here before. Only then was he able to use that previous feeling to guide himself to this location. Could it be that more ancestors of the heavenly mortal sect had yet to perish and was protecting the heavenly mortal sect all these while? Allowing him to step into the God King stage and then finding this location? Peng Jie threw this thought aside very quickly. He believed that if more ancestors were still around, they wouldn't have been in hiding. Regardless, he wasn't able to open up this peak grade heaven and earth energy gathering array formed by these 99 peak grade god spiritual veins. This array would only act as heavenly mortal sect's underground support. What he needed to do was to find ordinary god spiritual veins to install on the outside before combining it with the use of this array. This was the only way to guarantee that the heavenly mortal sect would become a true holy land for cultivation. However, they mustn't reveal the existence of this peak grade energy gathering array. It must remain as a secret for the heavenly mortal sect. Presently on the periphery of the heavenly mortal sect, about 20 to 30 people including Su Bo and Su Xiao looked at Mo Wuji in awe. The dried-up swamp outside the sect was rebuilt into a massive plaza under Mo Wuji's guidance. Mo Wuji installed a simple array around the plaza as spiritual mist lingered around faintly. The plaza was planted with 2 rows of beautiful trees and hundreds of immortal birds were purchased to fly around the trees on the plaza. An immortal sound array was installed by Mo Wuji on the plaza. Once someone entered the plaza, she would be able to hear the elegant and supple immortal music clearly. In the plaza itself, a few meters wide green jade path extended into the sect. A golden carpet was laid on the green jade path, which improved the overall appearance of the Heavenly Mortal sect by several folds. Up above the plaza were 3 massive flamboyant words with Tao spirituality around it: Heavenly Mortal Plaza. These 3 words were handwritten by Mo Wuji himself. Even though these few words looked very ordinary, his deep understanding of the Grand Tao coupled with a sharp increase in cultivation resulted in the continual increase in the laws of Tao spirituality of these words. The initially ruined Heavenly Mortal sect looked so much mightier after Mo Wuji's simple makeover. Junior brother Wuji, you are really capable. I can't believe this is our Heavenly Mortal sect. Susia looked pleasingly at the clean and spacious Heavenly Mortal Plaza as she listened to the sweet-sounding music playing in the background. She only came over to help Subo after completing her task of decorating the guests' immortal residences. What she didn't expect was that Subo actually hands the entire guest reception task to her junior brother Mo Wuji. What was even more surprising was that he would actually do such an impressive job. Yes, Wuji, you are far more capable than any one of us here. Subo was equally as excited at the sight of this plaza. Mo Wuji hurried to reply. These are merely the appearance, as our surrounding defensive array was still of a low grade. In fact, it lacked God's spiritual energy too. At the very most, it was only pleasing to the eye. Mo Wuji wasn't speaking blindly because everything he had installed, including defensive array, were all of very low grades. They were at most the same standard of a grade 1 God array. He was certain that even the weakest sect around here wouldn't install such poor arrays. The pity was that out of the 10 disciples that came to help, his standard of array Tao was already the highest among them. The rest of them might not even be able to install a grade 1 God array. Just as Mo Wuji finished speaking, dense God spiritual energy suddenly filled up the entire space. Everyone looked surprisingly above their heads as Ancestor Pang Jie's voice could be heard from far within the mountains. I have already implanted a few God spiritual veins so everyone can start cultivating now. In the future, we would implant even more God spiritual veins into our Heavenly Mortal sect and our land of cultivation would only get better. The Heavenly Mortal sect shall last forever. Ancestor shall last forever. All the elders and disciples within the Heavenly Mortal sect bowed respectfully. Mo Wuji had only done up the appearance of the Heavenly Mortal sect while Pang Jia had revived the God spiritual energy of the sect. This was the true foundation of the Heavenly Mortal sect. AI, who did this? After implanting the God spiritual veins, Pang Jia's spiritual will saw the change in the dried swamp outside the Heavenly Mortal sect. In the very next moment, he landed right on this plaza. The swamp outside the Heavenly Mortal sect used to be a heavenly pond. Because of the calamities suffered by the Heavenly Mortal sect, everything on the outside including God's spiritual veins, herbal gardens and even mountains had been taken away from them. The heavenly pond of the Heavenly Mortal sect had also dried up and eventually ending up as a dried-up swamp. Pang Jia was intending to rebuild the sect's hall first before getting Shirsu to recover the original state of the heavenly pond. What he didn't expect was that before he did that, the heavenly pond had actually turned into a massive plaza. Not only that, this plaza looked incredibly impressive and majestic. Despite the rows of beautiful trees and defensive arrays were not up to standard in terms of their grades, the immortal music was very pleasing to the ear and the welcoming trees did look elegant. Including the golden carpet in the middle of the plaza, the Heavenly Mortal sect looked so much more majestic than before. Otherwise, people would still look down upon the sect's ruined territory while observing his God King ritual. In reply to Ancestor, we did it under the guidance of junior brother Mo. Su Xia bowed hurriedly to reply Pang Jia. Pang Jia looked elatedly at Mo Wuji before saying, "Not bad, you're not only knowledgeable but also capable. Sure Su, help Wuji test out his spiritual roots." Hearing Pang Jia's words, Subo, Su Xia and even Yin Lin and company were all happy for Mo Wuji. This showed that Pang Jia had started to value Mo Wuji. As long as his spiritual roots were of decent grades, Mo Wuji would definitely be an important figure in the future. As Shirsu and the few elders had arrived here, they were equally astonished at Mo Wuji's deeds. In only a few days, the Heavenly Mortal sect looked so much more dignified than before. Regardless of how good his spiritual roots were, Mo Wuji was definitely a capable person. Shirsu retrieved the magic treasure very quickly as Pang Jie said enthusiastically. Wuji, there's no need for you to worry. Just have yourself tested and regardless of the result, you are still a disciple of my Heavenly Mortal sect. Yes. If this was before deducing a technique for Kukai, Mo Wuji would be slightly hesitant. However, he didn't hesitate at all now because he was able to use his elemental storage channel and spirit storage channel. He knew that he could control the characteristics of his spiritual roots. This was a secret he kept to himself. Even though Kukai knew he could do that, she wouldn't be able to find out how he did it. Mo Wuji never intended to make his spiritual roots extraordinary. During the test, he simply circulated the laws of wind and lightning attributes. AI, you actually have both lightning and wind attributes spiritual roots. Such rarity. Seeing that Mo Wuji had two different attributes, Pang Jie exclaimed before sighing. The only pity is that your transformation of spiritual roots is slightly poorer. AI. Shirsu and company didn't speak because they didn't believe that Mo Wuji's transformation was just slightly poor. Looking at how half the pillars were black in color, this wasn't slightly poor but poor to the extent where it couldn't get any worse. Pang Jie maintained silent for a while before speaking again. Wuji, you are a capable and knowledgeable disciple. It is okay even if your transformation of spiritual roots were poor. Many years ago, we have a lot of cultivators with poor spiritual roots stepping into the God King stage. Therefore, as long as you continue to work hard, you would have a chance. Moreover, now that the God Nest is about to incubate, we might be able to find a magic treasure to help cleanse your transformation of spiritual roots. Mo Wuji replied, Disciple's technique and rate of cultivation are still decent. Therefore, Disciple ain't too disappointed. Not bad. Your attitude is great. Even though Mo Wuji had a poor aptitude, Pang Jie still nodded satisfyingly. With Mo Wuji's attitude, he was one of the most suitable people to cultivate. Pang Jie decided that if he were to find a treasure which could cleanse spiritual roots, he would definitely nurture Mo Wuji, a disciple with high capabilities to comprehend things. Not only was Mo Wuji's ability to comprehend impressive, he had this comfortable air of arrogance even in front of a god king like Pang Jie. This was certainly the attitude of a true expert. In fact, even Shirsu and his grandson, Pang Fengban, didn't possess an attitude like this. At the thought of this, Pang Jie said to Shirsu, after we completed collecting back our mountains, arrange an entire mountain just for Wuji. Appoint Wuji as the Hall Lord of the External Affairs Hall. Also, this plaza shall be called the Heavenly Mortal Plaza in the future and there isn't a need to change it back to a heavenly pond anymore. Yes, may I invite Master to rewrite the words Heavenly Mortal Plaza? After all, Wuji's cultivation is still very low. Shirsu answered immediately. Pang Jie smiled faintly at Mo Wuji. The three words written by Wuji might have poor Tao spirituality, but there is something extraordinary about the words. I am not going to change these three words, and this is also my commendation for Wuji. After all, it was Mo Wuji's idea to turn this heavenly pond into a plaza. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 898, Peculiar Guests. Chapter 898, Peculiar Guests. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. To be honest, nobody cared about the Heavenly Mortal sect even though it had always existed. In the eyes of others, it didn't matter whether this sect existed or not. Because of this reason, Pang Jie wanted to have this reopening of the sect. The news of the reopening of the Heavenly God sect had spread across half the God domain in less than a month. The reason for the fast spread of news was mainly because of the emergence of a god king in the god domain. The reopening of the Heavenly Mortal sect would be held on the same day as the god king ritual. Many sects, as well as rogue cultivators, hurried over to the Heavenly Mortal sect when they heard of the news. Most of the sects came over to congratulate the reopening of the Heavenly Mortal sect, while rogue cultivators came with the intention to join the sect. Now that a god king emerged from the Heavenly Mortal sect, one could imagine how great of a sect it will be in the future. Even if it didn't become a peak grade sect, it will be at least a high grade sect. As the Heavenly Mortal sect only had a few disciples now, joining the sect now would mean a higher status in the sect. Because Mo Wuji had been appointed as the Hall Lord of the External Affairs Hall, this guest reception had completely become his task. Even Mo Wuji didn't expect so many people would make the trip down to the Heavenly Mortal sect today. Crowds after crowds of people streamed into the Heavenly Mortal Plaza. The name cards and gifts of these people were dealt separately by Mo Wuji. Any guest, regardless of cultivation level, would be asked to walk through the golden carpet into the plaza within the defensive array. As for sect heads, or experts above the world god cultivation, would be invited and guided to the guests' hall. The Heavenly Mortal sect had a lack of manpower from the very beginning. Even so, Mo Wuji's management prevented chaos in the guests' hall. In fact, every reputable personnel who had prepared gifts would walk through the golden carpet of the Heavenly Mortal sect and have their names announced and a thank you for their gifts. A few average cultivators, who came to observe this ceremony, saw how complete and perfect the sect's welcoming ceremony was and was inwardly full of praise. Even though it was merely an ordinary golden carpet, Mo Wuji's plan to announce the names of those who presented gifts to the sect made it so much more extraordinary. There were only a few members in the Heavenly Mortal sect, but a large crowd came to visit. Now that the defensive array had been opened, everyone in the plaza could see the crowd of people waiting to enter. With so many people watching on, those who prepared gifts for the sect and had their names announced felt extremely comfortable and pleased. Many experts, including some sect heads, had even intentionally added in more gifts. A few cultivators, who had never intended to gift anything, felt awkward, so they would also prepare a small gift. How awkward would it be when they walked through the golden carpet with no gifts on their hands? Others who prepared gifts would have their names announced, so how embarrassing would it be for those who didn't? Initially, the guests were from the relatively smaller sects as well as a few ordinary rogue cultivators. Towards the end, more big figures arrived. Welcoming the School of Sword Law's school head Zhuang Yingnan to the Heavenly Mortal sect. School head Zhuang Yingnan had prepared an intermediate grade god spiritual vein as a congratulatory gift. Welcoming the River Pill School's sect head Li Ru to the Heavenly Mortal sect. Sect head Li Ru had prepared a low-grade spiritual vein, a channel severing god silk. Welcoming the godly Grain Valley's Elder Zhenqi to the Heavenly Mortal sect. Elder Zhenqi had prepared 2 peak-grade god mountains. The School of Sword Law and the River Pill School weren't considered a big sect, and they didn't have an existence of a god king too. However, the godly Grain Valley was different because they were one of the peak-grade sects in the god domain. Valley Lord Wen Ming Yang of the godly Grain Valley was even ranked 6th out of the 10 great god kings in the god domain. When Elder Zhenqi of the godly Grain Valley arrived, the discussions in the plaza grew louder. Even godly Grain's Valley Elder Zhenqi, who was in the World God Stage Level 9, came today. It seemed like the Heavenly Mortal sect's god ritual had really gathered quite a few experts here. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Out of all the peak grade sects, do you see any other sects except for the godly Grain Valley? Even the godly Grain Valley only sent their elder here. Someone in the crowd refuted immediately. The people around the discussion maintained silent after hearing this. It did seem like there was only one elder who came from a big sect. There were quite a few of the other sects, but the best one would only be the School of Sword Law. It was rumored that the school head Zhuang Yingnan was in the World God Stage Level 6. Without any reminder, nobody seemed to realize this. Now that someone had reminded them, they realized that even though there were many people here, the only peak grade sect was the Godly Grain Valley. Just like what the other cultivator mentioned earlier, the Godly Grain Valley merely sent an elder here. This meant to say up till now, there was still no sign of any other God King. Truthfully, Mo Wuji, who was standing at the reception desk, had already noticed this. They had welcomed quite a number of guests and received quite a number of gifts. However, there were no signs of any God Kings, which made him slightly disappointed. Regardless of how the heavenly mortal sect was like in the past, a God King had emerged from it now. He couldn't believe that no other God Kings came to show their face. Mo Wuji concluded that the God Kings of the God domain were all looking down on the heavenly mortal sect. Isn't an expert in the God King elementary stage also considered a God King? While Mo Wuji had been in the God domain for quite some time now, even he knew how incredible the existence of a God King was. He had heard that if they added up the total number of God Kings in the God domain, it wouldn't even sum up to 100. And how many people were there in the God domain? Over a quadrillion of people? Less than 100 out of a quadrillion of people were God Kings. Was this a huge percentage? No, it was simply too little. Noticing that almost all the guests had entered the plaza, and just when the sect defensive array was about to close up, the announcing disciple suddenly announced, "Welcoming God King Wei Zhang to the heavenly mortal sect." God King Wei Zhang had prepared a peak grade God spiritual vein, high grade God spiritual vein, and 10 peak grade God mountains. Before this disciple could complete his announcement, Pang Jia had already hurried out from within the sect with a face full of smiles. Small brother is preparing to rebuild the heavenly mortal sect, and it actually alerted brother Wei Zhang. What an honor, what an honor. Ha ha. God King Wei Zhang merely laughed before clasping his fists. Congratulations, Dao friend Pang, on joining the ranks of a God King like myself. I've received the news slightly late, but it seems like I made it in time. I am truly fortunate, very fortunate. Brother Wei Zhang, please hurry in. Pang Jia personally invited God King Wei Zhang into the sect. Even though the welcoming ceremony was coming to an end, the arrival of God King Wei Zhang brought a new climax to the crowd's emotions. Didn't you say no God Kings came to observe this ceremony? Look at that. God King Wei Zhang, one of the greatest God King among the rogue cultivators. Of course I know about God King Wei Zhang. Even though he is a rogue cultivator, he does things fairly and forthrightly. Moreover, he was in the God King stage level 4, one of the highest existence in the God domain. Mo Wuji also heaved a sigh of relief at the sight of the arrival of God King Wei Zhang. Otherwise, there would still be something lacking no matter how good of a job he had done as the Hall Lord of the External Affairs Hall. Just like a chain reaction, God King Wei Zhang had just arrived, and the announcing disciple carried on his announcement loudly. Welcoming Forgotten Creek Dao School's disciple Lan O, Forgotten Creek Dao School's disciple Bian Huang'er, Moonlight God Sect's disciple Gong Qianchan, and 9 Evolutions God Sect's disciple Gan Luan to the Heavenly Mortal Sect. Following the announcement, 4 extremely beautiful women walked in from the golden carpet. Mo Wuji was dumbfounded because every single one of the 4 women were incredibly gorgeous. With Mo Wuji's judgment, he noticed that none of the 4 had entered the Heavenly God stage. All of them were still in the nascent God stage. It was okay even though these 4 beautiful women, of rather low cultivation level, came to observe the ceremony. The more important point to note was that none of them brought gifts but carried on walking on the golden carpet with a clear conscience. Hold on, Mo Wuji had heard of these few sections. Wasn't that Lu Rooting woman also from the 9 Evolutions God sect? Just as Mo Wuji was thinking about the few sects, Su Xia had already whispered in his ears. They are all from peak grade sects, namely the Forgotten Creek Dao School, 9 Evolutions God sect, and Moonlight God sect. Mo Wuji wasn't the only one feeling apprehensive as the rest of the guests were discussing intensely. Previously, they were still mentioning about how the Godly Grain Valley was the only peak grade sect around. In a blink of an eye, so many other peak grade sects had arrived. Forgotten Creek Tao School, 9 Evolutions God Sect and the Moonlight God Sect were all reputable existences in the God domain. But why does it feels wrong? Not only did these disciples who came to visit not bring gifts, isn't their cultivation level slightly too low? Not even a heavenly God stage disciple but 4 nascent God stage disciples. Were they here to congratulate or insult? Mo Wuji seemed to understand what was going on in his heart. It would be okay if these few big sects didn't come to congratulate but to send a few ants over? Wasn't this a form of insult? However, as the External Affairs Hall Lord, he could only contain his fury as he turned to Su Xia. Su Xia, bring them to the guests' hall then. Ultimately, they still came to represent their peak grade sections. If the reception for them wasn't done appropriately, he might invite hatred from these sects for the heavenly mortal sect. Are you the one in charge? What surprised Mo Wuji was that just as he ordered Su Xia, the 4 women came to a halt. One of them even walked intentionally in front of Mo Wuji to question him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 899, Rejection. Chapter 899, Rejection. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. That's right, I am the person in charge. Mo Wuji guessed that these 4 women must have heard from the disciples outside to know about Mo Wuji. I am Lano from the Forgotten Creek Tao School and you can call me Senior Sister Lon. You are definitely a talent. I've heard that you've only used a few days to turn this a wasteland into something so spectacular. Even though it isn't luxurious, everyone seems extremely pleased with it. Moreover, you managed to collect so many gifts from so many people. You are indeed pretty incredible. Lano stared at Mo Wuji with a smile. That's right, this plaza is sloppy and ordinary. Furthermore, I can break through the defensive array with a lift of my hand. The immortal birds and music are not worth anything at all. Even the golden carpet is rubbish, yet when all these low-grade items come together, they made everyone's eyes lit up. In fact, to have so many people present gifts to your sect so willingly, you are indeed a talent. However, the 4 of us are very poor so we don't have any gifts for you. Yet another woman chuckled as she said this. Mo Wuji's heart started fuming slightly because of the comment rubbish. She should have realized that she have crossed the line, which was why she stopped herself at the last minute. Mo Wuji said faintly, the 4 of you come from peak grade sects and if I am as fortunate to be born in the same sect as you are, I probably wouldn't need to spend any god crystals when I shop outside. Lano seemed to have failed to notice the sarcasm in Mo Wuji's words as she replied calmly. If you're willing, you can join our sect. Your aptitude seems average but you are indeed capable. I can guarantee you a slot as an outer disciple. Just because your aptitude is average, it didn't mean you will not progress further. My Forgotten Creek Tao School has many average cultivators who made it into the Heavenly God stage eventually too. Mo Wuji replied coolly, thank you for your kind offer but I know myself the best. Being able to enter the Heavenly Mortal sect is already one of my greatest fortune. As for your peak grade sect, I really don't dare to have extravagant hopes. Su Xia, bring the guests into the guest hall. If Mo Wuji wasn't fearful that he might cause trouble for the Heavenly Mortal sect, he would have added in a few more words of sarcasm. However, Mo Wuji was well aware that he mustn't offend any one of these 4 women. If he did, he would be inviting calamity upon the Heavenly Mortal sect. Yes. Su Xia answered before turning to the 4 women. May I invite senior sisters to follow me? TSK, simply unappreciative of my senior sister's kindness. My senior sister allowed you to join the Forgotten Creek Tao sect as an outer disciple and that was your opportunity. I can't believe you're so pretentious by rejecting her. Do you think my Forgotten Creek Tao sect accept disciples so casually? You should know that given your aptitude, you would never be able to enter the Heavenly God stage, right? The red-robed woman shouted furiously at Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji's Tao spirituality was gloomy, which proved that his aptitude was low. This was something everyone could tell. Even so, Mo Wuji maintained his coolness as he replied. I know that the few senior sisters are experts in the heavenly god stage, and I know I might not be able to even step into the nascent god stage. Fortunately, I am flexible and ready to adapt anywhere, so I really don't mind. We are currently not in the heavenly god stage, but all of us would charge into the heavenly god stage very soon. The red-robed woman said while feeling slightly embarrassed. She didn't believe that Mo Wuji saw through their cultivations and was mocking them. Out of the 4 women, she had the lowest cultivation level at nascent god level 8, while the rest were all in level 9. Even if Mo Wuji had entered the nascent god stage, he would at most be in the elementary stage of it. For a nascent god elementary stage ant to see through their cultivation level? He could only dream about doing that. Ah! Mo Wuji appeared shocked but didn't continue saying anything. However, his silence contained more killing intent than a million words. Lano smiled faintly as she grabbed the red-robed woman. Forget it, Huang Er. Let's go in first. Having said that, she turned to Mo Wuji once more. Junior sister Huang Er's words might not be pleasant to the ear, but why don't you think more about her words? Also, we will definitely meet again. Su Xia, who was observing the entire situation, hurried to lead the way as she prepared to bring these 4 women into the guests' hall. These 4 women were supposedly not qualified to enter the guests' hall. It was only because they came from peak grade sects, which was why special arrangements were made for them to be invited to the guests' hall. Otherwise, they would really invite unnecessary troubles for themselves. Senior sister, that person's spirituality is blur and he clearly has a rubbish aptitude for cultivation. Why do you want him to be an outer disciple at our Forgotten Creek Tao school? The red-robed Huang Er transmitted a message after leaving Mo Wuji's sight. Lano replied, my Forgotten Creek Tao school is a peak grade sect in the entire God domain. We are a sect not comparable to the heavenly mortal Tao sect, which had almost all their resources ruined and wasted. However, when we hosted a ceremony the previous time, did you take a look at the arrangements and setup? It was simply not matching of our renowned name. This Mo Wuji only had like 10 helpers and very little resources, yet he was able to set up such a scene in a few days. Evidently, he is a master of guest reception. We definitely need a talent like him because this involves the pride of our sect. That Mo Wuji actually don't know how to appreciate your kindness. Why don't we ask Pangjia directly? I doubt he will reject you. Huang Er transmitted the message back to her. Huang Er, you must not spout nonsense. Senior Pangjia is after all a God King expert and had his pride as a God King. Remember not to say such words ever again. Lano's tone became stricter. Huang Er said disdainfully, our Forgotten Creek Tao school has 2 God Kings. Our Supreme Lord is already in the advanced God King stage. So what if he is a God King? Lano could only answer, Huang Er, our current strength is miles away from sect head Pangjia's strength. We are invited to the guest hall not because of our strength but because of the strength of our sections. Therefore, even if we want Mo Wuji, we cannot mention it now. Mentioning it now would be equivalent to slapping the heavenly mortal sect in their face. With Mo Wuji's capability, he would definitely want to be sent to the God Domain Nest's incubation. At that point in time, we can ask our sect head to negotiate with God King Pangjia for the exchange of Mo Wuji for a few items. This was possible as long as we don't embarrass the heavenly mortal sect too severely. Mo Wuji couldn't understand why the Forgotten Creek Tao school's Lano must stare at him. Fortunately for him, she didn't continue pestering him. Now that she had entered the guest's hall, it would not be his problem to settle anymore. Now that the welcoming ceremony had ended, Mo Wuji's job was also almost finished. As for the receiving and entertaining of guests, that would be the task of Ancestor Pangjia and the elders of the sect. He would only need to prepare himself by the side so that he could settle any problems that might appear abruptly. After a few days, the reopening ceremony and God King ritual had finally concluded. Even though the Heavenly Mortal sect didn't have much manpower, Mo Wuji's planning ensured that there were no major issues throughout the ceremony. At least there were still several praises from the public after the ceremony. As the guests started departing the sect, Heavenly Mortal sect Shirsu started recruiting new disciples on the Heavenly Mortal Plaza. Mo Wuji was the External Affairs Hall Lord, so the recruitment of disciples had nothing to do with him. Just as he was about to return to cultivate, Ancestor Pangjia personally called him over. "Wuji, please take a seat first. You have done a very good job for the guest reception this time around. If I were to do it, I might not have done a job as great as you. This was especially so in your treatment of the low-grade disciples of the Forgotten Creek Dao School, Nine Evolutions God Sect and Moonlight God Sect. I've not misjudged you because not only are you extremely capable in comprehending issues, you have extraordinary abilities." The instant Mo Wuji reached Pangjia's residence, Pangjia started talking. Mo Wuji replied calmly, "This is all because of Ancestor Pang's prestige, which attracted so many experts here to observe the ceremony." Pangjia exclaimed, "You were in charge of reception, so you should have realized that other than the godly Grain Valley's elder, none of the big sects came. The few disciples of the big sects were merely passing by, so they decided to join the ceremony coincidentally. Wei Zheng God King was also the only God King who came, and he was a rogue cultivator who had a good relationship with us since a long time ago." "Wuji, do you know why?" Disciple does not know why. Mo Wuji didn't know why Pangjia was telling him these. Logically speaking, Mo Wuji was only an ordinary disciple who would have no qualification to discuss such matters with Ancestor Pangjia. Many years ago, almost all the big sects, except the godly Grain Valley and a few sects who were located further away, came to rob my Heavenly Mortal sect. If there wasn't a rule which prevented God Kings from plotting against or attacking each other, someone might have came to assassinate me already. Pangjia didn't continue as he looked at Mo Wuji. "I want to help you find a master, and that is God King Wei Zhang." God King Wei Zhang had a wide collection of sacred arts and was in the God King intermediate stage. If you're willing to accept God King Wei Zhang as your master, I will do my best to help you cleanse your spiritual roots. When Mo Wuji heard that Pangjia was finding a master for him, he stood up anxiously. "Many thanks, Ancestor, but even though I have an average aptitude, my speed of cultivation is still decent. Moreover, I have my own technique, so I don't intend to take anyone as my master." Pangjia was shocked because he didn't expect Mo Wuji to reject his offer. Logically speaking, such a good offer wouldn't be rejected no matter who the person was. As he recalled that Ku Kai had also rejected his offer to take her as his disciple, Pangjia couldn't help but feel agonized. Fortunately, Pangjia was open-minded and kind, as he didn't mind Mo Wuji's rejection. He sighed and said, "Wuji, I know you have a low aptitude. I hold you in high regard because you are inspirational and is capable of supervising and managing. Even though you had the lowest cultivation level, you are still able to lead a group of senior brothers and sisters in getting the reception job done." The truth was that after I'd become a God King, it wasn't impossible for the Heavenly Mortal sect to recruit a few peak grade talents. However, my Heavenly Mortal sect would still need a leader within the disciples. If your spiritual roots could be cleansed, I intend to make you that leader. Also, for the God Domain Nest incubation, which would happen soon, I intend to let you lead a group of our Heavenly Mortal sect's newly recruited disciples over. Mo Wuji inwardly praised the good temper of God King Pangjia as he stood up and bowed. "Ancestor, I, Mo Wuji, am already a disciple of the Heavenly Mortal sect, so I would definitely do my best for the sect. As for the cleansing of my spiritual roots, I would like to search for that possibility in the incubating God Domain Nest myself." Looking at how convincing Mo Wuji sounded, Pangjia could only say, "Since that is the case, go back and cultivate then. As for cultivation resources, you can collect them from Elder Hui Yu. After the sect is completely rebuilt, you can choose a mountain for yourself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 900, Held in High Regard. Chapter 900, Held in High Regard. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Even though Pang Jie told Mo Wuji that he could collect cultivation resources, Mo Wuji didn't go to collect them. After all, Pang Jie was considered one of the heavenly mortals' ancestors, so he must have some good items on him. After reopening the heavenly mortal sect, he had barely managed to rebuild the heavenly mortal scripture library. Mo Wuji didn't collect cultivation resources and also didn't cultivate for the time being. He spent all his available time at the scriptures library. As the scripture library was just built up, any ordinary disciples could go in to look for materials regarding techniques. This was even without any contribution to the sect. The reason was that the sect contribution system had yet to be in place at this point in time. As the External Affairs Hall Lord and also a future Mountain Lord, he would naturally have the rights to be reading in the entire scriptures library. Because he had just arrived at the God domain not too long ago, Mo Wuji was still unsure of many things in the God domain. In fact, he didn't even recognize any of the God spiritual herbs here. Although the scriptures library only had a portion of the scriptures kept by Pang Jie after the attack on the sect, it was sufficient for Mo Wuji. In fact, Pang Jie managed to retain quite a lot of items. Other than a few peak grade techniques which he didn't display, there were some reading notes regarding the God domain, some ordinary techniques, and even a full range of introduction and explanation to the cultivation in the God domain. As for the introduction of arrays, talismans, God spiritual herbs and all sorts of peak grade materials, Mo Wuji placed quite a bit of emphasis on them. 3 months later, when Mo Wuji had almost finished reading most of the techniques and introductions, Su Xia entered. She told Mo Wuji that all 108 God mountains of the heavenly mortal sect were finally put in place. Additionally, the sect head had personally installed a grand array over the sect. She came to inform him to choose the God mountain he preferred. The sect head was truly very kind to Mo Wuji. Despite Mo Wuji's limited cultivation, the sect head still gave Mo Wuji quite a bit of privilege. Not only was he able to enter the heavenly mortal scripture library casually, he was also able to choose any God mountain he favored. In other words, Mo Wuji could choose any God mountain he liked except for the main mountain. The heavenly mortal sect had only just been rebuilt, and even though it had 108 God mountains, many of them were there to serve as a stopgap for the time being. By letting Mo Wuji choose, he was simply gifting Mo Wuji with the best God mountain possible. Mo Wuji was already very pleased with this arrangement. However, after the sect's assignments hall was built up, Mo Wuji's External Affairs Hall Lord token had an immediate increase of 1 million sect contribution points. These 1 million contribution points were equivalent to future cultivation resources. He could also use these to exchange for anything in the sect. After hearing about this, Mo Wuji was really appreciative of Ancestor Pang Jie's generosity towards him. Having read for a few months' worth of scriptures, Mo Wuji had a new understanding towards the God domain's cultivation. He was about to start incorporating this understanding into his immortal mortal technique. Concurrently, he would help Ku Kai alter her cultivation technique too. Now that the sect offered him a God mountain, he would naturally not reject it. However, he didn't choose a good mountain, as he chose an isolated one. He named it the Mortal Mountain, and it would be where he cultivates. After the emergence of a God King and the mass recruitment of disciples, the Heavenly Mortal sect was no longer like when Mo Wuji and company first joined. The entire sect appeared to have a flourishing energy surrounding it. In the Heavenly Mortal sect's hall, Ancestor Pang Jie, sect head Su and the various elders were all gathered here. After the reconstruction of the Heavenly Mortal sect, there were few experts within the sect itself. Other than God King Pang Jie himself, there wasn't even another world god around. Below Pang Jie, Su's cultivation was the highest among everyone else. Even so, he was also only in the God Monarch intermediate stage. Among the newly recruited disciples, the strongest talent was only in the Heavenly God stage. Usually, sects in God domain wouldn't be able to recruit Heavenly God disciples. However, Heavenly Mortal sect was able to recruit a few. This was even despite the Heavenly Mortal sect's previous fall. After Pang Jie and company sat down, Pang Jie addressed. My Heavenly Mortal sect had been through supreme glory and also the lowest of dire straits. In fact, we were almost exterminated. Fortunately for our Heavenly Mortal sect, we had a bit of luck and I managed to enter the ranks of a God King. Over the few months, we managed to recruit disciples and I would consider it a successful recruitment. I could tell that everyone treated this place as their home and had all our hearts devoted to improving the sect. I want to talk about a few unrelated matters now. According to what I know, there is an unknown number of places similar to our God domain in the vast and boundless universe. Any planet domain, regardless of how rich it was in terms of cultivation resources, would eventually delve into dullness and loneliness after countless years. The God domain is indeed a boundless place, but no matter how boundless the place was, overexpansion of the place would always end in the exhaustion of cultivation resources. This was of course except for the restricted places or places where men are incapable of leaving a footprint. Pang Jie paused as he sighed. Frankly speaking, when Pang Jie saw the 99 concealed peak-grade God spiritual veins underground, he was incomparably shocked at the hidden wealth of the Heavenly Mortal sect. One must know that if a sect had even one peak-grade God spiritual vein, they would already be considered wealthy. Many peak-grade sects would only have a few of these peak-grade spiritual veins. A person like God King Wei Zhang, who would generously present a peak-grade spiritual vein as a gift, was incredibly rare. However, rumors spread that almost every peak-grade God sect in the ancient times would have at least 100 peak-grade God spiritual veins. Even sects with over 1,000 God spiritual veins were nothing surprising. Pang Jie raised his voice. The difference between our God domain and the other planet's domain would be that our God domain nest could incubate. Occasionally, our God domain would be able to expand our area, and this expanded area often consists of many unexpected treasures. The main reason for the emergence of some God Kings after a period of time would be because we had a foundation like this. Now that the God domain nest is about to incubate once more and my Heavenly Mortal sect had just been rebuilt, we have to head over. Not only must we go over, we must fight for more disciples of our Heavenly Mortal sect to enter the God domain nest early. For the God domain nest this time around, I shall personally lead the way. External Affairs Hall Lord, Mo Wuji, shall be in charge of the disciples. Shirsu, has Hall Lord Wuji moved into his new mountain? Shirsu stood up quickly to reply. Hall Lord Wuji had already chosen his God mountain and had moved into it. The mountain was named as Mortal Mountain and he should be in seclusion now. Pang Jie nodded, and as he was about to continue, Shirsu commented. Master, Hall Lord Wuji might be capable but his aptitude is simply, Shirsu didn't continue his words but everyone knew what he meant. Pang Jie looked across the hall as he said in a calm tone. I believe everyone thinks that I gave Wuji a God mountain of his own and even assigned him to be the External Affairs Hall Lord because he did well in hosting the ceremony previously, right? Nobody spoke but their expression indicated this belief. Pang Jie explained. If we were to compare the love for our sect, I believe everyone loves the Heavenly Mortal sect as much as myself. In fact, I know that everyone would even sacrifice our lives for it. But I have to be completely honest when I say that even Shirsu and Pang Fengban would only be ordinary disciples of our sect. If the sect was at its golden age and flourishing, this would be a good thing. However, now that our sect is rebuilding and would face strong wind and rain, we need someone capable to defend the wind and rain for us. Even though everyone wanted to refute to say that Mo Wuji still had a poor aptitude, nobody dared to talk back while Ancestor Pang Jie was speaking. Pang Jie continue. I agree that Wuji's aptitude is very ordinary now. Nevertheless, I believe that before he transformed his spiritual roots, he should be one of the top in terms of aptitude. Even one with the peak grade. Everyone exchanged glances doubtfully as Pang Jie explained further. Wuji's bones are very young and even though I didn't check it, I believe the age of his bones wouldn't exceed 10,000 years. It might even be much lower than what I thought. How poor could his aptitude be if he could reach the nascent God stage in less than 10,000 years? The problem should have been when he was transforming his spiritual roots into God's spiritual roots. This should be why his peak-grade spiritual roots turned bad. In the incubation of the God domain nest this time around, as long as we find a magic treasure to help cleanse his spiritual roots, don't you think Wuji will have a tremendous future ahead of him? Many thanks, Master, for your explanation. Disciple understands it now. Shersu and company seem to have finally understood the ancestors' intentions and hard work. Pang Jie smiled slightly. There is also one more point which I believe none of you managed to pick up. When I developed a killing intent to Ku Kai, only Mo Wuji stood up. For a newly recruited disciple with poor aptitude, doesn't he know that standing up against a god king would mean death? Even so, he stood up, so what does this prove? This shows his resolute and that he would go all out to safeguard a junior sister which he barely knows. With a character like this, he would never betray the heavenly mortal sect as long as we treat him sincerely. After Mo Wuji settled Ku Kai's cultivation technique, he was indulged in his own cultivation. He felt that as long as he was using his immortal mortal technique, he would be able to absorb that incomparably dense God spiritual energy which contained the laws of heaven and earth. In the heavenly mortal sect, his cultivation progress was extraordinarily rapid. 5 months flashed by and Mo Wuji had completely stabilized himself in the nascent God level 1. After entering the nascent God stage, no matter how quickly he managed to absorb God's spiritual energy, entering the nascent God stage level 2 was still very long away. Today, while Mo Wuji was absorbing wildly, the restrictions he installed around his mortal mountain was disrupted. Mo Wuji stopped his cultivation as he opened the restriction. To his surprise, sect head Shersu came personally to visit him. Since sect head Shersu was here, he hurried out to welcome him. Ha, Lord Wuji, I guessed I have disrupted your cultivation? Before he even entered, Shersu was chuckling. Mo Wuji replied, no, I was about to head out for a walk coincidentally. Why has the sect head come to visit me? As he spoke, Mo Wuji had already guided Shersu into this own guest hall in his immortal residence. As Shersu stopped Mo Wuji from pouring immortal tea, Shersu said, Wuji, you should know about the incubation of the God domain nest, right? Yes, I do. Mo Wuji nodded because he recalled ancestor Pang Jie mentioning about it. He would naturally not let an opportunity like this slip by. Previously, when the God domain nest incubates, our heavenly mortal sect would only be there to make up the numbers. Now that ancestor is back, our heavenly mortal sect would no longer be there for the sake of being there. The time of incubation is not certain yet, but regardless, our heavenly mortal sect would be heading out 3 days later. Have you prepared yourself? Shersu said with a faint tone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10. Chapter 901, Someone is Unhappy. Chapter 901, Someone is Unhappy. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji was also interested in heading to the God domain nest. While he had 108 meridians and had access to peak-grade God spiritual energy in the heavenly mortal sect, he knew that it was impossible to break through to the next stage so quickly. Rumors spread that there were peak-grade treasures after the incubation, so Mo Wuji would naturally not want to miss out. Sect head, you don't have to worry about me. 3 days later, I will bring the sect's disciples over to the God domain punctually. Mo Wuji said convincingly. Since that is the case, I shall make my move first. Do prepare yourself too. Shersu stood up as he was rather satisfied with Mo Wuji thus far. Just like how his master described, Mo Wuji's innate character and capabilities were all extraordinary. The only drawback was his poor aptitude for cultivation. The most likely cause of this problem should be during the spiritual roots transformation. 3 days later, Mo Wuji brought Ku Kai into the plaza of the sect. At this moment, there was already a massive flying ship stopped in the middle of the plaza. It was about 10 times more impressive and glamorous than the flying ship that brought him here. There were at least over hundreds of people on the plaza. However, Mo Wuji only recognized a mere tens of people there. Wuji, why did you bring Kukai along? Shirsu was also on the plaza, and when he spotted Kukai, he hurried over to question. Mo Wuji whispered, "Sect head, Kukai had already advanced into the nascent god stage. Her dark spiritual roots will not reveal itself even during the spiritual roots test." Mo Wuji was also very impressed by Kukai's progress. With his 108 meridians, his rate of cultivation was definitely considered rapid. From the cultivation world to the immortal world, he really hadn't seen a few cultivators with a faster rate than his. Back then, Morong Xiangyu's progress was only faster than his because she had the few pages of the Book of Luo. Otherwise, Mo Wuji was certain that Morong Xiangyu's cultivation would definitely not surpass him. However, Kukai's rate of cultivation was really frightening. In just half a year, Kukai was able to conceal her dark elemental energy as well as taking a step into the nascent god stage. Presently, Kukai was already in the great circle of the nascent god stage level 1. On the other hand, Mo Wuji had barely been able to stabilize his cultivation at nascent god stage level 1. Ah, really? Shirsu asked emotionally. Following that, Ancestor Pang Jia transmitted a message over. Wuji, Kukai really managed to conceal her dark spiritual roots while being in the nascent god stage? This matter mustn't be taken lightly, because if anything were to happen outside, our heavenly mortal sect would be in trouble. Mo Wuji walked over and bowed to Pang Jia, who was coincidentally nearby. Ancestor, it is indeed true. Pang Jia nodded before saying to Kukai, "You follow me up to the flying ship for the test." "Yes, Ancestor." Kukai answered promptly. After Pang Jia brought Kukai away, Shirsu brought Mo Wuji to the crowd of disciples before saying with a clear voice, "This is the External Affairs Hall Lord Mo Wuji, who is currently residing in the Mortal Mountain. He would be the head disciple of our heavenly mortal sect during this trip to the God Domain Nest." Just like how Mo Wuji didn't recognize many of them, only some of the disciples in the crowd could recognize Mo Wuji. Other than the few disciples who knew Mo Wuji beforehand, the rest of the disciples merely expressed their welcome pretentiously. Evidently, they could tell from Mo Wuji's faint Dao spirituality that he was only able to become the External Affairs Hall Lord because of connections. "Sect head, why is our sect sending so many disciples over?" Mo Wuji looked shockingly at the hundreds of disciples standing on the plaza. Shirsu revealed a bitter smile. 49 disciples will be heading over this time around, but it will be 50 including Kukai. My heavenly mortal sect had just been rebuilt, and even though we managed to recruit quite a few decent disciples, the time period was simply too short. I doubt we will be able to gain any advantage in the fight for the God Domain Nest. AI. Everyone knew the importance of the God Domain Nest. However, the fight for it was not something a single God King could resolve. Mo Wuji looked around and noticed that there were a few disciples in the nascent God stage level 8 and 9. Even so, Mo Wuji was able to empathize with Shirsu's helplessness. These nascent God stage level 8 and 9 experts had clearly not cultivated much in the heavenly mortal sect. Just like Yin Lin and Di Badong, they were probably already in the nascent God stage level 7 when they joined the sect. A strength like this might seem decent on first look, but when compared to the talented disciples from the bigger sects, there was really nothing they could do. Very soon, Wei Jia announced the orders of Ancestor Pang Jia that all the disciples heading towards the God Domain Nest could board the ship now. The team leading the heavenly mortal sect were Pang Jia, Mo Wuji, and Elder Wei Jia. Sect head Shirsu and the remaining elders only came to send them off. After Mo Wuji boarded the flying ship, Kukai had returned to his side too. Her face was full of smiles as her dark spiritual roots were clearly hidden well in the test Pang Jia did for her. Among the 50 disciples, including Mo Wuji and Kukai, Yinlin and Di Badong were also in it. This made Mo Wuji's impression of the heavenly mortal sect much more favorable once more. This proved that the heavenly mortal sect respected their relationship with their disciples. In terms of strength, Lin and Di Baron should never have been chosen to enter the God domain nest. He also made it into the group only because he was slightly capable in managing events. In fact, he was even rewarded with the title of head disciple. Now, even Ku Kai was allowed to join them for this trip. Once the flying ship started moving off, Wei Jie called out for all the disciples heading towards the God domain nest. Wei Jie was originally a falsifier, but other than Mo Wuji and company, not many of the newer disciples knew what he had done. To the other disciples, they only knew Wei Jie as an elder of the sect, a very old and qualified type of elder. This was the reason why the crowd of disciples acted very disciplined when Wei Jie was talking. Wei Jie nodded his head with a stern look on his face. All of you are very fortunate because not every sect would have a god king to accompany their disciples to the god domain. But all of you have the luck and honor of the very best. Wei Jie was truly capable of hoaxing people with good words. With a few sentences like this, all the disciples here started feeling proud and thankful. Wei Jie nodded satisfyingly. From today onwards, Mo Wuji will be your Dishixiang one, and you can report everything to Wuji. If Wuji is unable to settle any problems, I will step out to help. Alright, the journey including transfers to the God domain nest will take months, so please go and rest up. Having said that, Wei Jie simply waved his hand casually before heading straight back to the ship's cabin. A few friendlier or slightly weaker disciples came forward to greet Mo Wuji. Despite the fact that Dishixiang, Mo Wuji's cultivation level was below them, Wei Jie had already mentioned he would be the one leading the group of them. They had only joined the sect for a few months, so they naturally wouldn't go against the instructions of an elder. Wuji, I know that you've joined the sect several months earlier than the few of us. According to the order, you are indeed our senior brother. However, as our heavenly mortal sect aspires to become a peak grade sect, only the strong can lead the way. I hope to consult Hall Lord Mo, and if I lose, I will definitely regard you as Dishixiang and listen to you. Not everyone would obey Elder Wei Jie's words, and the moment Wei Jie left, a tall-built young man stood out. Even though Mo Wuji was only in the nascent god stage level 1, he could tell that this fella should be in the nascent god stage level 9. Mo Wuji sighed because none of the original disciples of the heavenly mortal sect would make such comments. After the mass recruitment, the close friendship and bond between members of the sect disappeared gradually. In the fight for benefits and authority, everyone lost the most precious and valuable spirit of the sect. What is your name? Mo Wuji asked faintly. Mo Wuji was well aware that Elder Wei Jie wasn't the one who made the decision for him to lead the group of disciples. It was Pang Jie, and he knew that he must not give away this title of Dishixiang so easily. It would not only disappoint Pang Jie but also suffer a huge loss in terms of his own benefits. If he were to lead the group and the heavenly mortal sect was only awarded one slot to enter the God domain nest, he might have that opportunity to enter. If he gave away this opportunity to lead the group, he would simply be giving the chance to enter the God domain nest away. Ever since Mo Wuji cultivated his Tao, he knew of the logic to grasp chances when it came. I am disciple Pu Yin of the main mountain. May Hall Lord Mo show me your way. The tall man walked out as he clasped his fists towards Mo Wuji. However, he didn't draw any magic treasure. Because the heavenly mortal sect had just been reopened, all the other disciples resided in the main mountain. Mo Wuji was the only disciple who had his own mountain. After a specific period of time, there would be grand competition in the sect. After that, the many disciples would then be split into the various god mountains taken care of the various mountain lords. The heavenly mortal sect doesn't have a lot of mountain lords, so all these disciples here could become a mountain lord like Mo Wuji in the future. Because Pui knew that Mo Wuji was also a disciple, and while he was already a mountain lord, his status wasn't much higher than the rest. In terms of cultivation level, Mo Wuji's one was not even comparable to his own. Simultaneously, he heard that Mo Wuji was chosen to become a mountain lord not because of his aptitude but because he knew how to host a guest reception. In Puyin's eyes, events like guest reception are jobs for the service disciples, the lower-class disciples. Previously, the heavenly mortal sect didn't have any lions, so even the monkey dared to address themselves as the overlord. Heiji Puyin was much better in every aspect when compared to Mo Wuji. This was why he dared to step out to challenge Mo Wuji's position. With his current ability, Puyin was certain that he would also become one of the Mountain Lord in the near future. Mo Wuji's eyes landed on the other disciples before asking calmly, "Anyone else, like junior brother Puyin, feels unsatisfied with me being your Deshixiang?" Hearing that Mo Wuji continued calling him junior brother so unhesitatingly, Puyin's anger started surging from within. A red-robed woman stood out with her fists clasped. "Hall Lord Mo, I am Main Mountain's disciple Danya. We are all in awe of Hall Lord Mo's capability in hosting the guest reception for our God King Well. However, I still feel that senior brother Puyin's words are also true. The God Domain Nest is not a children's playground and we would be going there to fight. Senior brother Puyin is in the nascent God stage level 9, so I feel more certain with him." Danya looked very pretty with a nice figure and clear voice. Her cultivation level was also not weak as she was at the nascent God stage level 8. Just as Danya finished speaking, yet another disciple stood out. He was a short and fat fella in the nascent God stage level 5. He spoke while smiling. "I am Main Mountain's disciple Jiao Xiangqi. I also believe that senior brother Puyin's words are true, and just like what senior sister Danya mentioned, we are not going there to play." 1. De Shixiang also refers to big senior brother if everyone remembers from very long ago. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 902, Fear of Battle. Chapter 902, Fear of Battle. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. From within the ship's cabin, Wei Jie stood respectfully in front of Pang Jie. "Ancestor, these newly recruited disciples don't look like they are willing to obey or comply with Mo Wuji. From the looks of it, it seemed like they're going to fight. Should I go ahead and berate them?" Pang Jie replied faintly, "Previously, the group of disciples at our sect were all amiable with each other because our sect was still rather obscured. Now that our sect is going to expand, there had to be competition. As long as nobody dies, we shouldn't need to intervene when disciples have disputes. A sect like a pool of stagnant water would never progress far. But Mo Wuji would at most be in the nascent God stage level 3 and with very poor aptitude. That Puyin is a talented boy and is already in the nascent God stage level 9. If they really fought, Mo Wuji might not be his match." Wei Jie answered anxiously. Up till now, he was still very satisfied with Mo Wuji's performance in the sect. It wasn't just because Mo Wuji was personally recruited by him. More importantly, Mo Wuji's handling of the sect's guest reception didn't lose the aura of a great sect which the heavenly mortal sect used to have. Pang Jie shook his hand. "I hold Mo Wuji's ability in high regard and I know he is definitely not a match for Puyin. However, he and Puyin are both in the nascent God stage. While one of them is in level 1 and the other in level 9, they are after all, still in the same stage. If he wasn't able to convince Puyin, who is in the same stage as himself, he shall remain as just an external affairs hall lord forever." "Yes, ancestor." Wei Jie answered promptly, but his heart was still feeling uneasy. This dispute appeared like it had to be settled with a battle, but how was Mo Wuji supposed to convince Puyin and company if he can't fight? Even Wei Jie, a talented speaking and reasoning, wouldn't be able to convince them if he were in Mo Wuji's shoes. Because of Mo Wuji's question as to who else was also unsatisfied with him being the Deshixiang, Danya and Jiao Xiangqi stood out in support of Puyin. Following which, a lot more people stood out to Puyin's side. Evidently, Mo Wuji's words had seemingly lifted a rock off everyone's feet. Eventually, only about 9 people remained on Mo Wuji's side. These 9 people included Ku Kai, Di Baron, Yin Lin, and Mo Wuji himself. In other words, among the newly recruited disciples, only 5 of them agreed for Mo Wuji to be their Dishixiang. Out of the 5 disciples, 4 were already on Mo Wuji's side as they came over to greet Mo Wuji initially. If they knew that Mo Wuji would have so little votes, they might be regretful about coming over from the start. Puyin turned to the 30-plus people behind him as he clasped his fists and said, "Many thanks fellow junior brothers and sisters for supporting me, Puyin. I will definitely not let everyone down." Having said that, Puyin turned back to face Mo Wuji. "Hall Lord Mo, if we are going to play, I wouldn't fight with Hall Lord Mo for the opportunity to lead everyone. However, we're going to the God Domain Nest and it concerns the future of our heavenly mortal sect, so I, Puyin, have no choice but to fight. This is because I am a member of the heavenly mortal sect. Even if Elder Wei Jia came down to blame me, I will admit what I've done. When we are back from the God Domain Nest, I will naturally return this position back to Hall Lord Mo." If Puyin didn't mention the last sentence, Mo Wuji wouldn't mind everything that he had said. With might comes respect, Mo Wuji was already used to this logic. However, by adding that last sentence, Mo Wuji knew instantly that this Puyin is a hypocrite. He sneered in his heart because now that this matter had been blown up, how could Elder Wei Jia not know about it? Unless Elder Wei Jia was an idiot, of course. The reason why Puyin's tone could become stricter was because he already knew of Elder Wei Jia's tacit approval. Who would actually believe that he would give up on the Dishixiang's title when they returned? Senior brother Puyin is certainly noble and benevolent, that junior sister Danya is full of admiration. After that speech by Puyin, Danya's clear and crisp voice could be heard once more. Following Danya's praise was the compliments of the other disciples. Puyin had already said everything he needed to say, so everyone was basically staring at Mo Wuji now. As long as Mo Wuji agreed to the battle against Puyin, the outcome wouldn't change. If Mo Wuji fought against Puyin and Mo Wuji lost, Puyin would be the legitimate Dishixiang. If Puyin lost. Senior brother Puyin was in the nascent God stage level 9 and also a peak grade genius, so how could he lose? Mo Wuji replied faintly, "Junior brother Puyin, I will not fight against you. My heavenly mortal sect emphasize on love and respect between members. My blade is only meant for enemies, not for my sect mate." The instant Mo Wuji's words were heard, everyone started discussing as disdainful eyes fell onto Mo Wuji's body. Not pointing of the blade towards sect mates? He must have known that he wasn't a match for Puyin, which was why he decided to avoid the battle. Even more people shook their heads because the sect actually recruited a coward to be their Dishixiang? If senior brother Puyin didn't step out, how many people were they going to lose in the God Domain Nest? Everyone standing behind Mo Wuji except Ku Kai were all disappointed at Mo Wuji's lack of courage to accept a fight. Even if Mo Wuji were to lose, it would be better than avoiding a fight altogether. At least he had the courage to stand up against a fight instead of acting like a coward. Only Ku Kai knew how powerful Big Brother Wuji was. For whatever reason Mo Wuji was avoiding the fight, she was convinced that Mo Wuji was not a coward. Mo Wuji sneered in his heart because he really didn't bother about what these people had to say. Even though he was in the nascent God stage level 1 and Puyin was in the nascent God stage level 9, Mo Wuji was confident he could get rid of Puyin. This was entirely based on the confidence he had of himself. But killing Puyin was simply too unrealistic. His spiritual will arrow, Wheel of Life and Death and 7 World Fingers were all peak grade sacred arts. Why would he execute these sacred arts if he had no intention to kill someone? Moreover, he noticed that Puyin was in the great circle of the nascent God stage level 9 and was already near a breakthrough in terms of his understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. If he were to fight Puyin and executed these sacred arts, he had 60% confidence that he could let Puyin gain new enlightenment from the realms of life and death on new laws of sacred arts. This was, of course, if Mo Wuji doesn't kill off Puyin. Why should he help Puyin for no apparent reasons? If not for the fact that executing his peak-grade sacred arts or the 4 halberd strikes would help Puyin gain new enlightenment on sacred art Tao spirituality, Mo Wuji would have accepted his challenge. Even though the 4 halberd strikes were slightly weaker, Mo Wuji was still unwilling to help Puyin. Because he wasn't going to kill Puyin, there would be loopholes in his sacred art. With loopholes like that, Puyin would definitely be able to grasp it. The closer he is to death, the easier it would be for Puyin to gain enlightenment. Mo Wuji was different from others because his sacred arts were self-created. Now that he had entered the nascent God stage level 1, all sorts of Tao spirituality would be the clearest if he attacked. Lord Mo really knows how to disappoint me. Puyin shook his head as his tone brought along a strong sense of disappointment. Mo Wuji didn't mind as he turned to the people behind him. If the few of you are willing to trust junior brother Puyin, you can head over there too, but... Even though 2 of them hesitated for a while, but all 8 of them remained where they were. None of these recruited disciples were foolish. If they were to stand on the other side from the very beginning, nobody would complain. If they were to switch places now, they would offend both Mo Wuji and the future de Shixiang Puyin. After all, they didn't choose senior brother Puyin from the start. Noticing that nobody went over, Mo Wuji said with a clear voice. From today onwards, I will bring the 8 of you along with me while junior brother Puyin can lead the people behind him. As for whether we would be able to obtain opportunities in the God domain nest, we would have to depend on everyone's ability. After the God domain nest concluded, I would welcome those who want to join my mortal mountain. Alright, this matter has come to an end. Everyone, please rest well in your cabins. By saying such words, Mo Wuji was equivalent to admitting that Puyin's snatch of leadership was half completed. Many of the disciples could imagine that the head disciple of the sect after returning from the God domain nest would be Puyin. Puyin smiled faintly as he said to Mo Wuji. Lord Mo is indeed capable. Since that is the case, I shall not accept this responsibility willingly. After saying that, he turned to the crowd of disciples behind him once more. Thank you, everyone, for having faith in me. We would definitely need some luck and fate in the God domain nest, but I believe strength is more important. He acted as though Mo Wuji had agreed to hand over the responsibility of a de Shixiang. We support senior brother Pu. The cheers of the crowd were twice as loud. Mo Wuji's backing down allowed Puyin to gain everyone's approval. Senior brother Mo, why didn't you fight with him? At the very most, you could still afford to lose. After entering the cabin, Lin was still slightly unhappy with the outcome. She was full of admiration for Mo Wuji. Despite Mo Wuji's lack of courage to fight, she had personally witnessed Mo Wuji's ability. Puyin might be stronger than Mo Wuji, but if Puyin were to host the guest reception, she was confident that Puyin wouldn't be able to do what Mo Wuji did. Indeed, I really can't wait to teach that fellow a lesson. The pity was that I am also not a match for him. Di Budong also commented unhappily. Mo Wuji chuckled as his eyes landed on that slightly fatter young man. What is your name? In reply to de Shixiang, my name is Zhu, 1. The slightly fatter man bowed. Pig? Fortunately, Mo Wuji reacted quickly and realized that his name was Zhu, not Pig. This person named Zhu was the only person who walked through the crowd of people to support Mo Wuji. This was during the period when support for Puyin was unrivaled. Mo Wuji didn't question why Zhu wasn't like the rest as he simply said, there are still a few more months before our destination. Everyone, focus on your cultivation and I shall head back in to cultivate too. Wei Jie returned back to the ancestor's room as he bowed. Ancestor, do you think we made a mistake? That Mo Wuji actually backed out from a fight. Even though he didn't directly say that he had given up on the position of a de Shixiang, his performance somehow implied that. Pang Jie revealed a slight smile as he shook his hand. Don't worry about this. Go back and cultivate because your cultivation level is still too poor. Yes. Wei Jie didn't dare to speak much as he hurried away. Pang Jie's eyes landed on Puyin, who was addressing the crowd of disciples. He shook his head because he felt that Puyin was far too obsessive with utilizing people. While Pang Jia was also slightly disappointed at how Mo Wuji chose to resolve this dispute, he knew that Mo Wuji only did that because he was helpless. In his eyes, Mo Wuji would at most be only in the nascent god stage level 1 and was definitely not in level 3. For an ordinary disciple to fight against a nascent god stage level 9 genius disciple, it was simply asking too much of Mo Wuji. However, he wasn't convinced that Mo Wuji backed out because he was scared. Mo Wuji had even stood up for Kukai in front of him, so why would he be afraid of one Puyin? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 903, Suspicion of an Immortal Swindler. Chapter 903, Suspicion of an Immortal Swindler. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. For the next 4 months, they had been constantly changing between traveling on the flying ship and transfer arrays. Just as everyone was complaining about how far away the god domain nest was, the flying ship came to a halt on an extremely grand plaza together with the other ships. While some of the flying ships were magic treasures which could be kept away, many others were those massive flying ships which were unable to be kept. There were a great number of shophouses and resthouses on the plaza. Therefore, Mo Wuji lost count of the number of people passing by here. Initially, Mo Wuji thought that this would be an extremely big cultivation city or city square. After descending from the flying ship, he realized that the average cultivation city or city square would definitely not be of such large scale. Mo Wuji had no idea how long the continuous stretch of shophouses extended for while towering buildings were seen one after the other. The most worthless thing here seemed to be the land, as even the narrowest path were a few meters wide. One more difference between this place and a god city was that there were almost no god restrictions here. Other than the individual shophouses which had their own arrays, the entire street seemed boundless and the spiritual will had a panoramic view of everything. Looking at all the shocked expressions of the disciples, Wei Jie said proudly, "Haven't been to the god domain nest before, right? The one thing this place doesn't lack was land. Anybody, as long as you're willing, could set up a shophouse or immortal residence at the periphery of this place." This was why the people here ranged from god kings to even mortals with their spiritual roots wasted. Yin Lin whispered, "Could this really be the god domain nest? Why does it look like a leveled wilderness?" Puyin chuckled, "Junior sister Yin Lin wouldn't have known of it since you've not heard it before. This is indeed the god domain nest, but this was the area of the god domain nest which was incubated a long time ago. The incubated god domain nest would be searched over and over again, so even the most concealed underground treasures would be dug away. Even so, there were countless treasures being found. This was because the periphery space around the god domain nest would be incubated, and every time it incubates, it would add on from the original foundation of this place. Following incubations after incubations, there was an increased number of treasures found here, so even more people gathered here. Gradually, it had turned into what you see today. Even the most uneven places would have been evened off by people. However, everyone has a share to this place, and while you can build immortal residences here, you cannot mark out your territory. This was also why there are no signs of any huge arrays in place here. Puyin clearly knew a lot about this place, and he had been constantly explaining and describing everything to everyone. Mo Wuji also found out from his words that no matter how many times the god domain nest was searched, there would still be some undiscovered treasures. With ancestor Pang Jie leading the way, Mo Wuji and the group of disciples traveled past the business district into the sect gathering district. Even though no signs of strong spiritual will swept across them, the instant Mo Wuji entered the sect gathering district, he could feel an oppressive aura. He could clearly feel that in this district, there were far too many experts around. At the periphery of the biggest plaza in the sect gathering district, Mo Wuji noticed the God Domain Nest Dao Discussion Plaza, God Domain Nest Battle Plaza, and many other plazas. In the area further into the sect gathering district, Mo Wuji noticed the signboards of even more sections. God Evolution Sect, Godly Grain Valley, Moonlight God Sect, Five Oceans Godly Palace, Refined Star God Sect, Heavenly Turbid God Sect. Almost all the sects had an encampment here, and Mo Wuji also noticed the heavenly mortal sects. The heavenly mortal sects encampment was adjacent to the other peak grade sections. The sign looked like it had just been put up not too long ago. The reason should be the recent emergence of a god king, which was why they were treated with slightly more prestige as compared to the other ordinary grade sections. Ha ha. Brother Pang, because I was in the god domain nest, I couldn't make it for your god king ritual a few months ago. I hope that Brother Pang would forgive me for this. Even before Pang Jia could bring Mo Wuji and the other disciples into the heavenly mortal sects encampment, a long-bearded elder walked over. In fact, he clasped his fist to greet Pang Jia even when he was still physically far away. Pang Jia also returned the greetings with a smile. So it's God King Li He. The Fecta God sect has so many disciples and the God domain nest is busy as ever. God King Li He would naturally be too busy to come over, but Mo Wuji wasn't able to tell God King Li He's specific cultivation level. Even so, he could sense that God King Li He was probably more than an entire level above ancestor Pang Jia. Mo Wuji also paid special attention to this God King Li He, as this fellow was the God King of the Fecta God sect. Back in the immortal world, there was also a sect called Tianji sect, so he wondered if there were any differences between Fecta God sect and the Tianji sect. 1. I wonder if Brother Pang had added a God King throne. God King Li He asked enthusiastically. Pang Jia replied, because I've only just entered the God King stage and the ritual was rushed, I haven't been able to add a God King throne. God King Li He laughed, that is great. One of the 10 great God King Clear Rise is also here. Why don't Brother Pang follow me over and discuss about Brother Pang's addition of the God King throne? This is definitely not a small matter. Without waiting for Pang Jia to answer, God King Li He continued speaking. Let these disciples enter the heavenly mortal sects encampment to have some rest on their own. Anyway, the God domain nest has yet to incubate and we might even need to wait here for another hundreds of years. Pang Jia nodded, will do. Having said that, Pang Jia turned to Wei Jia. Wei Jia, you shall be in charge of bringing the disciples into the heavenly mortal sects encampment to rest. Restrain and make sure that our disciples don't go wandering around. Yes. Wei Jia bowed respectfully as he received the orders. After ancestor Pang Jia and God King Li He left, Wei Jia mentioned loudly. All disciples are to take note, you are only allowed to walk around the God domain nest's residential district. No one is allowed to walk out of the residential district. Why not? Didn't Puyin said previously that there were still treasures undiscovered in places where nobody is living? If we go on a search, we might actually find some more treasures? Lin asked curiously. Wei Jia chuckled, do you think those treasures would wait for a small nascent god expert like you to be discovered? If the treasures were so easily found, I, Wei Jia, would have left to find them already. Stop spouting nonsense and follow me back to the encampment to rest. Puyin commented faintly, there are indeed treasures but dangers exist too. There are way too many people here and every day, someone would die in areas where nobody else is there. Even though the God domain nest had been searched countless times, there were still plenty of dangers around. Some dangers were man-made while some dangers remained natural. Mo Wuji never intended to leave this place. The instant he entered the God domain nest, he sensed that the God's spiritual energy was dense. However, there was an indescribable feeling within the laws of heaven and earth here. It was as if something had yet to mature, the laws of heaven and earth didn't appear completely formed up. From Mo Wuji's guess, this should be related to the God domain nest. The God domain nest had yet to be fully incubated, so the laws of heaven and earth would naturally not be complete. Cultivating here would be a notch lower than when he cultivated in his own mortal mountain. Fortunately, even if Mo Wuji didn't cultivate, he had many other things to do. He could deduce talisman or learn more about God Array Dao. If Mo Wuji chose not to head out, Ku Kai and the other disciples under Mo Wuji would naturally not head out too. After 9 consecutive days of seclusion and when Mo Wuji could deduce a grade 2 god array, someone knocked on his room's restriction. Mo Wuji opened up his restriction to find Elder Wei Jie with an anxious look outside his door. Elder Wei Jie, what happened? Mo Wuji asked worriedly. Elder Wei Jie's body flashed as he entered Mo Wuji's room directly. He said, Wuji, could you help me think of a way quickly? What is it? Mo Wuji was confused. From what he remembered, Elder Wei Jie's cultivation might not be very strong, but when faced with problems, he was always calm and collected. Wei Jie answered anxiously, because Shen Ming managed to purchase a soul-cleansing Dao fruit. Soul-cleansing Dao fruit? Mo Wuji repeated the name shockingly. After the few months of reading up in the Heavenly Mortal Scripture Library, Mo Wuji was no longer that clueless in terms of God's spiritual herb. A Dao fruit like this was extremely valuable because it was also a Dao fruit which could cleanse someone's spiritual roots. Even though the soul-cleansing Dao fruit was one of the lowest grade Dao fruits capable of cleansing spiritual roots, it was still very valuable. Try imagining how many people would have incomplete transformation of spiritual roots when advancing into the nascent God stage? As long as there were many people with incomplete transformation, this Dao fruit would remain priceless and treasured. Previously, Ancestor Pang Jia mentioned that he would help him get a Dao fruit to cleanse his spiritual roots. This soul-cleansing Dao fruit should also be considered as a Dao fruit Pang Jia promised. And now, Shen Ming actually managed to purchase one soul-cleansing Dao fruit? Mo Wuji was stunned at how many good items the God Domain Nest had. And someone would actually bring the soul-cleansing Dao fruit out to sell? Wei Jie nodded, yes, but this is not the main point. The main point is that Shen Ming ate this soul-cleansing Dao fruit. Now, the other party wants Shen Ming to pay back with another soul-cleansing Dao fruit. Elder Wei Jie, hold on. While my cultivation level is not high, I'm not completely inexperienced. I know that a fruit like the soul-cleansing Dao fruit is not usually brought out for sale. Even if someone wanted to sell, it would be usually during an auction, right? Alright, let's take a step back and say that the soul-cleansing Dao fruit was really sold there. Shen Ming had that many God crystals to purchase? Mo Wuji asked. Elder Wei Jie sighed, this is where the problem lies. The person who sold the Dao fruit to Shen Ming didn't know it was the soul-cleaning Dao fruit. He thought that it was the heart-cleansing fruit. Mo Wuji had not seen both the soul-cleansing Dao fruit and heart-cleansing pill before, but according to the manual he read, these two fruits indeed look similar. The only difference was that the soul-cleansing Dao fruit contained a law of God Dao. On the other hand, the heart-cleansing fruit was merely an ordinary God spiritual herb. Elder Wei Jie, it still doesn't add up. Since it was the other party's mistake, it should be counted as Shen Ming's gain, right? Even though Mo Wuji said this, he started suspecting something. A God domain cultivator, unless he had just arrived here, should never have mistaken these two fruits for each other. Elder Wei Jie said, that person is a disciple of the Phoenix God Soul Estate and he simply said he made a mistake and would compensate Shen Ming with some God crystals in exchange for the soul-cleansing Dao fruit back. However, Shen Ming had already eaten the soul-cleansing Dao fruit and they had detained him. I suspect that this might all be part of their plan, but I have no proof. Mo Wuji sneered in his heart. He was certain that this person was definitely an immortal swindler. Elder Wei Jie, you are an elder, so why have you come to me for help? Wei Jie exclaimed, you don't know the rules here, right? As long as we're in the residential district, heavenly God stage experts cannot intervene disputes between nascent God stage disciples. God monarch stage experts cannot intervene disputes between heavenly God stage experts. The Phoenix Soul God Estate also had a God King and countless of genius disciples under them. This matter couldn't be resolved with violence. Elder, senior brother Puyin had gone to rescue Shen Ming already. Yet another disciple came over in a hurry. 1. Remember that Fekta in Chinese Han Pinyin is also Tianji with another character Ji. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 904, Something Ain't Right. Chapter 904, Something Ain't Right. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. We should hurry over now. Phuc is prideful and arrogant, so we must not allow him to get into a fight with the nascent god stage disciple of the Phoenix Soul God Estate. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. Wei Jie said worriedly. Even though he was a falsifier, he was able to see many things very clearly. Even though a god king had emerged from the Heavenly Mortal sect, the Heavenly Mortal sect should be considered as the weakest sect among all the other sects with a god king in it. In fact, some of the intermediate grade sect with good foundation might even be stronger than the Heavenly Mortal sect. If Phuc were to offend the Phoenix Soul God Estate, even Ancestor Pang Jie couldn't do anything to help. Shen Ming didn't get into trouble in the sect gathering district but at the business district of the God Domain Nest. This place could be considered as a massive open-air city square or could also be said to be a cultivation city which was complete as compared to a city square. After they exited the sect gathering district, Mo Wuji only walked for a few minutes before he noticed a crowd of people. Mo Wuji's spiritual will sensed Shen Ming easily. Shen Ming's face was pale and his hands were trembling with fear. Other than Phuc, who was standing right next to Shen Ming, there were also about 5 to 6 more disciples from the Heavenly Mortal sect. Contrary to Wei Jie's guess, Phuc hadn't got into a fight with the members of the Phoenix Soul God Estate. However, there were blood stains at the corner of his lips and the energy around him was slightly unstable. Evidently, he had already gotten into a clash with the other party. Even though Phuc had blood stains at the corner of his lips, there were no other injuries on him. Mo Wuji's spiritual will sense that Phuc looked like he was given tight slaps on both sides of his face. In fact, the marks of the slaps seemed to be disappearing. Standing on the opposite of the 6 to 7 disciples of the Heavenly Mortal sect were 4 nascent god stage experts. Among the 4 people, the one standing in front was an average-built man. In terms of cultivation, he seemed weaker than Phuc. In Mo Wuji's eyes, that fellow would at most be in the nascent god stage level 7. Behind this average-built man were 3 other nascent god stage cultivators. There was a delicate and pretty woman with slightly smaller eyes while the other 2 men were both very tall. What made Mo Wuji doubtful was that these 3 cultivators standing at the back all seemed stronger than the average-built nascent god stage level 7 man. They were either in the nascent god stage level 7 or 8. It seemed like the Phoenix Soul God Estate had their weakest man standing in front to handle the problem. Without asking, Mo Wuji already knew that these 4 people were from the Phoenix Soul God Estate. As these 4 people confronted Phuc and co., there was already a huge crowd of people watching on. Tang Wuzhen, what do you want? My Heavenly Mortal sect has a God King too. When Mo Wuji and Wei Jie arrived, they heard Phuc's seemingly furious voice. Evidently, the average-built man standing in front was called Tang Wuzhen. He pulled back his shoulders intentionally as he screamed. I am so scared. A sect with a god king, ha 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 ha. Phuc, do you not know that you shouldn't attack here in the God Domain Nest? Wei Jie had already squeezed through the crowd as he grabbed onto Phuc's hand angrily. Phuc saw Wei Jie and instantly revealed an expression of relief. He hurried to answer, yes. What? Could it be that your Heavenly Mortal sect is going to send a Heavenly God expert to deal with us? Oh yes, your Heavenly Mortal sect has a God King, so you're naturally so brazen. Tang Wuzhen saw Wei Jie scurrying over before commenting with a cold tone. Everyone knew that Wei Jie didn't come with the intention to deal with the Phoenix Soul God Estate. Even though he looked like he was reprimanding his own disciples, he was also warning the Phoenix Soul God Estate that they couldn't act here. However, the Phoenix Soul God Estate didn't seem to acknowledge his warning. Wei Jie hurried to answer, I am not intervening for I am only here to watch. After saying that, he instantly stood to the side and kept quiet. Tang Wuzhen sneered at the sight of Wei Jie. It almost seemed like he didn't even put a Heavenly God stage level 9 expert like Wei Jie in his eyes. Noticing that Wei Jia had backed down, Tang Wuzhen didn't continue staring at Wei Jia. Instead, he said with a faint tone, "Since nobody from your heavenly mortal sect could settle this matter and even threatened my Phoenix Soul God estate with your God King. Hold up, I am the heavenly mortal sect's De Shixiang. Come at me if you want to settle any matter. Regardless where the heavenly mortal sect has a God King or not, it has nothing to do with this matter. Unless your Phoenix Soul God estate wants to act against us using the excuse that you have a few God King experts backing you." When Mo Wuji heard that the other party mentioned about the matter of God Kings, his heart jumped. This matter shouldn't be as simple as it appeared on the surface. "Who are you?" Tang Wuzhen saw Mo Wuji walking over before asking coldly. He could tell that Mo Wuji had an average aptitude and his cultivation level was also very low. Mo Wuji said calmly, "Heavenly Mortal Sect's disciple Mo Wuji, and I am also the De Shixiang who is leading the group of Heavenly Mortal Sect's disciples into the God Domain Nest. Whether it is the matters regarding junior brother Shen Ming or junior brother Puyin, I am going to settle it for them." "Very good. I do want to see how you're going to settle this." Tang Wuzhen looked disdainfully at Mo Wuji. Tang Wuzhen didn't even smile, but every other cultivator spectating this conflict laughed out loud when they heard that the lowest cultivation disciple would be settling this matter. At this moment, when Mo Wuji continued to address himself as De Shixiang, Puyin no longer dared to say anything else. Mo Wuji looked at Shen Ming before saying, "Shen Ming, tell me everything that had happened in full details." "Hold on, if I am not wrong, you look like you're only in the nascent God elementary stage. Could it be that because you couldn't handle this, your heavenly mortal sect keeps sending useless disciples to waste everyone's time?" Tang Wuzhen waved his hand as a God elemental energy surged towards Shen Ming. Shen Ming, who wanted to step out to speak, was sent right back to his position by the God elemental energy. Mo Wuji didn't obstruct his act as he turned to the crowd. "Fellow Dao friends, even though my heavenly mortal sect is a sect which had just been reconstructed, we aren't in existence for anyone to insult as they wish. I am the head disciple of the heavenly mortal sect who came to settle this matter. However, the Phoenix Soul God estate didn't even allow my junior disciple to explain what happened. The first thing they mentioned was that my cultivation level was too low. Oh, could it be that everyone in the Phoenix Soul God estate became a God King the moment they were born? I really want to know that. Is it just because the Phoenix Soul God estate is a big sect, which is why they can casually convict whoever they want of a crime? Mo Wuji had this feeling that something was not right here, but because he really had no idea what was not right, he wanted to let all the spectators understand what happened. "Ha ha ha, you are merely in the nascent God elementary stage and you dare call yourself their De Shixiang? Are you lying to me or everyone? If my guess ain't wrong, you should the one with the lowest cultivation level among everyone from the heavenly mortal sect who came here, right?" Tang Wuzhen started laughing hysterically. After Tang Wuzhen was done laughing, Mo Wuji replied calmly, "My cultivation level was indeed the lowest among the disciples who came from the heavenly mortal sect. If I am not wrong, you are also the one with the lowest cultivation level out of the four of you here, right? Why was it that your Phoenix Soul God estate can send the lowest cultivation one to settle matters, but my heavenly mortal sect couldn't do the same? Even if your Phoenix Soul God sect claims to be one grade above my heavenly mortal sect, we aren't standing on your turf. This is the God Domain Nest, which is not somewhere your Phoenix Soul God sect can hide the truth from the masses." Tang Wuzhen didn't expect Mo Wuji to be able to tell his cultivation level. One must know that his cultivation level wasn't something a heavenly god could tell. "Very good, let him say then." Hearing that the crowd around him started to whisper, Tang Wuzhen reacted on the spot by saying this. Mo Wuji turned to Shen Ming immediately, "Step out and tell us everything that happened. Also, try to be more concise in your description." "Yes," Shen Ming bowed towards Mo Wuji before continuing. "I was initially planning to walk around the God Domain Nest City Square for a while, but I didn't expect to see him setting up a stall just as I reached this open-air transaction district. Xin Ming spoke hesitantly and even pointed to one of the taller men standing behind Tang Wuzhen. I got excited because I actually saw a soul-cleansing Dao fruit for sale at his stall. When my spiritual roots were transforming into God's spiritual roots, it wasn't a thorough transformation, but it was still decent. I am certain that with one soul-cleansing Dao fruit, my spiritual roots would cleanse the speck of impurities. Nobody was surprised with what Xin Ming said because no matter who it was, seeing a soul-cleansing Dao fruit would definitely make them incredibly excited. At that time, this person said, "You like this cleansing fruit? If you want, you can have it for this figure," as he extended 3 fingers. Shen Ming's tone was filled with regret as he continued the story. I thought he meant 3 high-grade God crystals, so I took out the 3 high-grade God crystals without any hesitation. At this very moment, a person came over to talk to him, so I placed the 3 God crystals on his stall before leaving with my fruit. What I didn't expect was that after about 10 steps, he seemed to have realized something. Following which, the person he was speaking with chased over. Mo Wuji sighed because that fella was indeed a swindler. If he wasn't wrong, Xin Ming saw the 2 people chasing after him, so he hurried to swallow the fruit instantly. The soul-cleansing fruit had a benefit, which was that it could be consumed any time. Also, the person consuming didn't need to circulate his spiritual roots for it to take effects. Xin Ming shouldn't be blamed because anybody who was frightened would have done the same. When someone finally spotted a loophole, that item would naturally belong to him after paying for it. If this item was of tremendous use for the person, he might not even be willing to return it even if the other party realized his mistake. Xin Ming did exactly how anyone else would have done. Whether or not I've mistaken my Dao fruit for another Dao fruit, you took away my item even before the transaction was completed. What is the meaning of that? Just because your heavenly mortal sect has a God King, you can buy whatever you want forcefully? The taller man pointed out by Xin Ming stood out to respond furiously. Who says that the transaction was not completed? I've paid the God crystals before taking your item. Moreover, before Xin Ming could finish his sentence, that same tall nascent God cultivator refuted. You've paid the God crystals, but have I agreed? Yes, I was indeed talking to someone else back then, but I've only extended 3 fingers when I told you the price. Who says that my 3 fingers meant 3 high-grade God crystals? I actually meant to say 3,000 peak-grade God crystals. Furthermore, you left the God crystals on my stall, and before I even say that I agree with your transaction, you took my item and leave. This is simply daylight robbery. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 905, Alerting the God Kings. Chapter 905, Alerting the God Kings. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. 3,000 peak-grade God crystals was definitely not a small figure. Sometimes during the mining of a God minefield, obtaining 1 or 2 peak-grade God crystals was already considered very impressive. How many minefield would have to be dug out to even accumulate 3,000 peak-grade God crystals? Moreover, even a soul-cleansing Dao fruit wouldn't be worth 3,000 peak-grade God crystals. Why are you even selling your heart-cleansing fruit for 3,000 peak-grade crystals in the first place? Shen Ming refuted. Who says that the fruit I sold you was a heart-cleansing fruit? I was selling a soul-cleansing Dao fruit. You clearly said cleansing fruit. Yes, isn't cleansing fruit the short form for the soul-cleansing Dao fruit? But you? Shen Ming's expression turned from pale white to red. But you clearly gave me a heart-cleansing fruit. I initially thought it was a soul-cleansing Dao fruit too, but after consuming it, I realized it isn't. Mo Wuji was really speechless when he heard this. He initially thought that Xin Ming really did consume a soul-cleansing Dao fruit. Mo Wuji thought that even if Xin Ming were to suffer a bit eventually, at least he consumed the soul-cleansing Dao fruit and had cleansed his spiritual root. He didn't expect that after all these drama, Xin Ming had only ate a heart-cleansing fruit. However, Mo Wuji started to comprehend the entire situation. He was certain that Shin Ming wanted to take advantage of the transaction. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acknowledged the price of 3 god crystals on his own even before the other party told you specifically. If Shin Ming managed to make it back to the encampment, things would have been much easier to settle. After all, the transaction would have been completed for some time already. Now, Shin Ming was held back at the transaction place and even swallowed the soul-cleansing Dao fruit. Evidently, Shin Ming lacked reasoning for this matter. Mo Wuji was confident that Shin Ming consumed a heart-cleansing fruit instead of a soul-cleansing Dao fruit. However, Mo Wuji had this faint feeling that a bigger problem would arise if they kept insisting that Shin Ming consumed a heart-cleansing fruit and not a soul-cleansing Dao fruit. As to what the problem might be, Mo Wuji wasn't sure, as this was just a feeling he got. At the thought of this, Mo Wuji commented instantly. "Dao friend Tang, I admit that the disciple of my heavenly mortal sect was at fault and we shall accept the soul-cleansing Dao fruit. I would ask the friends from the Phoenix Soul God Estate to name a price for the soul-cleansing Dao fruit and we will compensate. I've already said that this soul-cleansing Dao fruit was from a billion-years-old soul-cleansing tree. This tree had only bore 11 of the soul-cleansing Dao fruit, so every single one was worth cities." Before the cultivator who sold the soul-cleansing Dao fruit could finish his sentence, everyone in the crowd understood something. They had come to realize that this matter might not be resolved with the compensation of the normal price of a soul-cleansing Dao fruit. Indeed, the cultivator continued with his sentence. "Since I've already said that it is for sale at 3,000 peak grade god crystals, my Phoenix Soul God Estate will not be unreasonable to ask for me. Just 3,000 peak grade god crystals will do." When Shin Ming heard the last sentence, his heart froze. 3,000 peak grade god crystals was something even Ancestor Pang Jia would not be able to afford. If the heavenly mortal sect wants to abandon him, they could simply shirk responsibilities off themselves. He started suspecting if Mo Wuji intentionally admit that he took away a soul-cleansing Dao fruit so he can use this opportunity to chase him out of the heavenly mortal sect. How could it be? There's no need to mention that junior brother Shin Ming purchased a heart-cleansing fruit and not a soul-cleansing Dao fruit. Even if he had bought a soul-cleansing Dao fruit, it wouldn't even be worth 3,000 peak grade god crystals. "Junior brother Mo, is this how you, as a Dishi Xiang, is going to settle this matter?" Pu Yin's raging voice could be heard as he didn't even bother addressing Mo Wuji as Hall Lord Mo. Pu Yin's words instantly gained the support of all the disciples from the heavenly mortal sect who had rushed over. Even Wei Jie felt that Mo Wuji was mishandling this situation. Shin Ming clearly didn't purchase a soul-cleansing Dao fruit, yet Mo Wuji chose to admit it. This was equivalent to putting yourself at a disadvantage, or rather, admitting that you're terrified from the start. What kind of tactic was this? The soul-cleansing Dao fruit should be able to be detected if it was consumed within a day, right? A soft voice could be heard from the crowd. Pu Yin overheard this sentence and shouted instantaneously. Yes, it would be able to detect. Truthfully, he had no idea how it could be tested to prove if someone had consumed the soul-cleansing Dao fruit. Tang Wuzhen seemed shocked, and this made Pu Yin shout even louder. Who knows how to test if someone had consumed a soul-cleansing Dao fruit? Please let us know. Yet another voice from the crowd was heard. Testing for the soul-cleansing Dao fruit requires the help of 2 god kings. As long as the person who consumed the soul-cleansing Dao fruit opens their Sea of Consciousness spirit channel unrestrictedly, the 2 god kings will be able to pervade into the Sea of Consciousness spirit channel. By using their own spirit channels to test if there are any changes to the person's spirit channels, they would be able to tell if someone had consumed the soul-cleansing Dao fruit. Very good, since your heavenly mortal sect insists that what we sold wasn't the soul-cleansing Dao fruit, we shall have it tested now. Just like what you've mentioned earlier, your heavenly mortal sect has a god king, my Phoenix Soul God Estate has a god king too. As he spoke, Tang Wuzhen had already waved his hand to send out a message. Mo Wuji was suspecting why 2 god kings were required to use their own spirit channels to check if Shin Ming consumed the soul-cleansing Dao fruit. Logically speaking, 1 god king should be able to detect it, right? After Tang Wuzhen heard the news, he he instantly sent out a message without hesitation. From his attitude, it seemed like he was going to call out for their god king. This made Mo Wuji even more uneasy. What kind of existence was a god king? They were existence standing on the peak of the entire god domain. Regardless of how high Tang Wuxian's aptitude was, he shouldn't be qualified enough to summon a god king over with a single message, right? Before Mo Wuji could even figure out what was happening, a skinny man wearing a black robe arrived at the scene. Even though the skinny man looked ordinary, Mo Wuji detected a strong law of heaven and earth energy when this man arrived. Mo Wuji had a talk with God King Pangjia before, so he knew instantly that this person was much stronger than God King Pangjia. Evidently, he was also a god king. What Mo Wuji didn't expect was that the moment this skinny man appeared, Tang Wuxian and company bowed respectfully to him. Greetings, God King Salt Pavilion. Even those cultivators who didn't know God King Salt Pavilion all bowed respectfully. The entire scene turned silent and orderly. Mo Wuji's heart sank because Tang Wuxian was merely a nascent god and he really did summon a god king. If this wasn't planned beforehand, Mo Wuji would never believe what he just saw. At this moment, Wei Jie felt incredibly uneasy too. With a slightly pale face, he bowed and said, "Heavenly mortal sex Wei Jie greets God King Salt Pavilion." Puyin and company were so frightened that they no longer dared to speak. They didn't expect that they needed the presence of two god kings to test if Shenming had consumed the soul-cleansing Dao fruit. "What's happening?" God King Salt Pavilion said it with a monotonous voice. Tang Wuxian explained the entire situation and he didn't actually exaggerate or cut down on any details. Mo Wuji hurried to pay his respects. Heavenly Mortal Sex disciple Mo Wuji greets God King Salt Pavilion. My heavenly mortal sect is at fault for this matter and I am already thinking of compensating for the soul-cleansing Dao fruit. God King Salt Pavilion glanced coldly at Mo Wuji before saying with a faint voice. We always emphasize on being fair and just in whatever we do. Just because they are disciples of the Phoenix Soul God Estate, it didn't mean that they would be speaking the truth. I was just having a conversation with Brother Pang, so in this case, let me invite Brother Pang. Just as God King Salt Pavilion mentioned about inviting Pangjia landed right in front of everyone. He chuckled as he said, I've heard about the earlier incident and this matter is just like what disciple Mo Wuji said. It is the fault of our heavenly mortal sect and compensation is a must. Evidently, Wei Jie had already told the full story to God King Pangjia. God King Salt Pavilion laughed out loud. Dao friend Pang, you and I are existences standing on the very pinnacle of the God domain. The God domain had always been so peaceful because everyone believes in justice here. Even if I am not friends with Brother Pang, I would definitely not believe my disciples' side of the story and conclude just like that. Hearing the words of God King Salt Pavilion and looking at Pangjia's expression, Mo Wuji was certain that the Phoenix Soul God Estate wasn't going after the 3,000 peak grade God crystals. They wanted Ancestor Pangjia and God King Salt Pavilion to test and check if Shenming really did consume the soul-cleansing Dao fruit. In other words, the Phoenix Soul God Estate definitely had an ulterior motive. Mo Wuji even suspected that they were more concerned as to whether Pangjia wanted to test it with God King Salt Pavilion. Just as Mo Wuji was about to speak, another clear voice could be heard. What's there to conflict about? Just check this fella's spirit channels and we can all head back to enjoy our wine. But once everyone heard this, a fat monk and a refined-looking man in green robe landed. Everyone saw the arrival of these two men and they started bowing respectfully again. From the greetings of the crowd, Mo Wuji knew who these two people were. The fat monk was God King Yan Du and the refined-looking man was God King Yi Ming. No matter what happened, he mustn't let Ancestor Pangjia do the test for Shenming. Even with the arrival of these few God Kings, he had to find a way to stop this. Wuji, I definitely cannot conduct the test with God King Salt Pavilion to see if Shenming really consumed the soul-cleansing Dao fruit. Ancestor Pangjia transmitted a message anxiously to Mo Wuji. Even before he could finish his message for Mo Wuji saw that ancestor Pang Jia had already went forward to greet God King Yi Ming and God King Yin Du enthusiastically.